Justin Holiday waits, holding, and gets it to Bullock. He'll turn, he'll fire. It's up and good at the buzzer. And that will be a 2-point victory for Golden State. After that shot, the Warriors win the season series 2-1.
Oh, baby, that
give me a
felt
better
good
one.
for the soul.
Give me a better one.
Oh, baby, that's what I got right now.
Here, I'll give it to you.
Baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. That just felt good. It felt right. The Warriors with 33 assists. And I know the Dallas Mavericks are shorthanded. No Kyrie Irving. No Tim Hardaway Jr. Hell, the Warriors, they don't have Gary Payton II. We have no idea if Andrew Wiggins is coming back to this roster. They're banged up, but damn it, they get a win. They play some. Look, I know they gave them 125 points in that basketball game. It felt like there was defense being played. There was passion. There was intensity. You get your second straight road win on the same road trip for the first time all season. Your second 2-game road winning streak, and now you're coming back home feeling good. I will take it all because Draymond Green played great in the second half.
Oh, he was awesome.
Jordan Poole had his moments in the third quarter. Really played well. Curry let the game come to him. Clay, okay, he was invisible. It's fine. It's all good. He played some defense. And then Jonathan Kuminga getting better and better and better. I know we're going to talk a lot about Draymond, talk a lot about Luka and the referees and the whining and all that stuff. But damn it, that win just felt good. I needed it from my soul.
I can't remember the last time Draymond did the I'm on the ground at an and one flexing like that. Like that was all the feels. Like that moment right there to me was like, I've been waiting for that. For how long? It feels like since last summer. And maybe I'm being over the top here, but like honestly, when was the last time you were that charged up over a Warrior win?
No, it felt really, really good.
Didn't it?
It felt really good. They've been struggling down there at the American Airlines Center in Dallas.
That's a cool stadium.
I like that stadium.
When they
I like
zoom
the
out
background.
and they come in, because you guys do a good job of showing out front.
Yep.
It just looks really cool.
It does look, the Metroplex, that whole area is really nice. I've yet to go down there. Should have gone down there. They had a game the Saturday night before the Niners Cowboys wild card game down in downtown Dallas. But anyway, look, it's a good win. Stephen Curry drops 13 assists, 20 points. Kuminga does his thing. There's nothing to nitpick. Look, can I start there with Kuminga as we say good morning, everybody?
So good.
Get off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to everybody out there. You know the drill. Teachers, cops, paramedics, you name it. YouTube, Xfinity mobile text line, Twitch. Good morning, Spadoni, Lubman, and you, Joe Shasky.
Good morning.
Look, we can start anywhere you want. But Jonathan Kuminga, we highlighted this matchup on the show yesterday.
You were all over it.
We highlighted it on the pregame show. Says Sakti, make sure we get some tape of Kuminga defending Luka earlier this season. And what does he do when he comes into the basketball game? He comes in and he says, Luka, I am picking you up 94 feet.
Yep.
You may end up getting 30 points. That's fine. You average 33. But you're going to take 27 shots to get these 30 points. And I'm going to make sure that I don't foul you. And he's learning where to be. I mean, offensively, he can do it all. The three is starting to hit.
Hey.
The mid-range jumper is starting to hit. He's dunking on people's heads.
Yeah.
But the fact that he set the tone and said, okay, Wiggs is out. Let me gobble up these 30 minutes. I'll gobble up 30 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'll pick it up Luka full court, and I'm going to make it hard for him all night long. I can't get it up to the second-year pro.
Second most minutes he's ever played in a game.
Yeah, it should.
No, but like when I heard that, I was like, that is. I'm sorry, like that's he should. We should be farther along, but that's neither here nor there. Yesterday, like I think people need to understand, like they're gonna look at the box score and they say, "Oh, Luka did X, Y, and Z," and yes, he did. He's amazing. When I listen to the great defenders, and I would put Shane Battier underneath great defenders, but he's so brilliant in terms of basketball minds. He was explaining guarding Kobe Bryant. It's not about how many points Kobe scores when I play against him. It's about, can I make him work extra hard for every single basket? Can I make him slightly less efficient? And I look at that game yesterday from Kuminga. He avoided foul trouble, which was money. Number two, he made Luka work for every single basket. And I thought for a 20-year-old who has been up and down this season, who didn't get a lot of run last year, That was a monumental step forward. And I thought to myself, that's a precursor to him throughout the Western Conference playoffs. If you want to get anywhere of significance, you're going to need that elite player to start turning in to that kid on the spot. 20 years old?
20 years old. We see moments against Kawhi Leonard. We saw moments last night against Luka. He's going to get his chance on Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is a bitch to deal with. We all know that. He's going to get
amazing.
He's amazing.
These are some of the greatest players the game's ever seen.
When I hear stuff like this from Jonathan Kuminga, asked how he maintains his composure in close games without having a lot of experience. Here's Kuminga.
Just staying locked in, especially playing against good teams. It's just one mistake and everything is messed up. So just staying locked in, especially as a young player, it's tough because not having too much experience, but just being around those guys every day and learning and watching different things that they do. And I feel like that's where I kind of like stay locked in and just focus on the little things.
So you mentioned the minutes, right? He played 30 minutes and 30 seconds. He's had 4 other games where he's played a little more, but those are some of the games where the guys are out. So 4th most minutes this year, 5th most minutes this season. Felt like it shouldn't even be a problem. The fact that he only has 8 30-minute games this year, 30-plus minute games. Because when I talk to Mully and I talk to D-Ray and I talk to other players and I talk to other scouts from the opposing team, they're saying, why isn't Jonathan Kuminga playing more? We've been yelling, since we're blue in the face all season long. Why is it Jonathan Kuminga playing? That's in the past. We're now moving forward with 8 games left. If he doesn't play 25 to 30 minutes a night from here on out the rest of the way, there's something's wrong here.
And if you're going to tell me that defense is the most important part of winning in the playoffs,
then what did you watch last night?
That's my point. Like last outside night, of Draymond, I would maybe put Looney, but right now, in terms of most valuable on the perimeter, given the elite talent that the Western Conference has, he might be the second most important defender for the Warriors right now. Right now. Because Dre's always going to be the anchor, but you got to have dudes on the outside who can cover. And the fact that he didn't stay in foul trouble all game was a monumental step forward. This kid can do it.
This kid can do it. And people are going to look at the rebounds and say, well, you only grabbed 3 rebounds. He's
face guarding one of the toughest defenders.
The same thing that happened with Kawhi Leonard. You played on the perimeter. So when I talked to and Bully loves JK. We love JK from the minute we saw him in the California Classic.
He's 20.
The minute we saw him in the California Classic, 5 minutes into that basketball game, it's the first ever NBA game. We looked at each other and said, we love this guy. From day one.
I know.
From day one.
You know what?
Bully, I asked Bully all the time, and D-Wright came in this studio.
They
sat here for an hour on draft show and said, if they get the pick, go get Kuminga. That's the guy.
Well, and I thought that offensively, you start to see the game grow a little, Bonte. And just hear me out here. As Steph, maybe he's at his all-time height of powers.
Right.
But as he starts to slowly tick down, you see a floor game like he had last night, and you start to envision, could Steph become more of a distributor as years go on? Like I'm envisioning down the line.
Steve Nash, right? pick and roll game with Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean, Bonte, the way he moved the ball last night, he'll always be able to shoot, right? Yeah. But in terms of anchoring an offense, if he just takes a slight step back over the next couple of years and JK takes that big leap forward, can't you envision scenarios where Curry is running like that point guard more traditionally? Like he threw some sick dimes yesterday.
It's been in my head. It's been in my head the last, 2 months because of the way Kuminga could go to the basket. He's 9 of 11. Shot discernment. All right? He's understanding his role. He talked to us on the postgame show yesterday. He's saying, I now know where to be on the floor. I know where to be offensively. I know where to be defensively. I know how to be patient. Don't take the first shot that's presented to me. Let me hold it. Let me work the ball around. Make sure we get a play. And then, hey, I know I'm the 4th option on offense, so I'll live with that right now. I'm 20 years old trying to learn how to play. So he goes 9 for 11. He's 2 for 3 from the three-point line. Let me run some numbers by you into the last 5. Going into that game, he was shooting 57.5% in his last 4 games, 45.5% from the three-point line, right? Give me the 15. People don't understand this. They want to talk about rebounding. Watch the game, folks. Watch the game. The eye test tells you Jonathan Kuminga is trending up.
Yes,
all right, now in his last 5, 62.3% from the floor.
Wow.
50% from the three-point line.
Wow.
16 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists. He's getting a half a steal. Now free throw shooting 66.7%. That will get better over time.
His stroke is nice.
But the efficiency and knowing where to be and the fact that he's saying, Luka, as soon as you guys inbound the basketball, I'm getting into your grill. That's shades of GP2.
Yes,
Last year,
yes.
that's shades of Andrew Wiggins, and I can't wait for GP2 to come back because now Jonathan Kuminga is a dog on that perimeter. And that's the one thing. We underestimated the amount of toughness this team has over the championship years. They always say, oh, this is a little finesse team, a little cute team. Remember Cornbread Maxwell? Oh, they don't like to get beat up. Well, this team doesn't have a lot of punks on it. Draymond Green ain't no punk. Steph Curry ain't no punk. Jordan Poole's coming around. I know one thing about Jonathan Kuminga. He ain't no punk.
No, he
wants all the smoke, and he's a stud.
Well, he also got called for the worst travel ever when he would have had a yammer in the lane like the officials, but we'll get to that in a second. B, how about when his parents, I saw a photo circulating online where he gets to see his parents. I think one thing that we don't do a really good job of in America is understanding how difficult it is of a cultural transition for people to come here, play professional sports, be thrown lots of money. And everyone is driving around, they're going, oh, I'd love to have much money thrown at me. It's not just about the money. Like you're missing your family, you're missing your home base. Like think about the cultural shock of coming here. Like that's why
he left the Congo at 13 years old.
And then in the middle of COVID, you don't see your family because they're overseas for how many years? Like I think we don't do a good job reporting those things. Like Yasiel Puig, I see a lot of people want to crush Yasiel Puig. I'm like, do you realize this guy had to swim in shark infested waters to get to Mexico so that he could flee Cuba?
Right.
Like I don't think we do a great job understanding the plight of these people getting to where they're at. Like for Jonathan to get to where he's at. So you're telling me that this guy's work ethic should be challenged like earlier in the year?
Well, I told you, that was an erroneous report. And I don't know where that came from.
That was weak.
I don't know where that came from, but it was garbage.
It was
because from what I hear at Chase Center, from what I hear when I'm around that team, this guy works his ass off.
Well, and
he wants to be great.
And think about all the young players that have played for the Warriors. Like he could have easily tapped out on this season in terms of it being fragile mentally, and it's like I would have understood it, you know, and not being consistent and not making the most of his opportunities because I think it's really hard. Like you know, when you see what happens with James Wiseman, he gets shipped off. You don't know if you're staying or going because of all the trade rumors, and you're 20 years old. Like I don't think we've done a great enough job appreciating the journey for Kuminga this year, and I'm so happy for him. Yesterday was just on full display.
Well, a lot of people are not going to understand the journey that he's on. A lot of people are going to say, "Oh, we don't have a lot of patience with young fellas." Well, it's just like
so weak.
Here's an example. Here's an example. It's like a guest we have on the air, right? And the boss man, Matt Nahiga, may say, why do we have this guest on? Do you know how they sound? Well, let's get them on the air and see how they sound.
Yes.
And let's give them reps.
Yes.
Because, you know, for example, Laura Britt, nobody knew how she sounded on there. Let's get her on there. Let's see how she sounds. Let's work with her. And every time we interview her, she gets better and better and better. And the roasters go crazy saying she needs to be a guest permanently on the morning roast. Same thing with rookies and playing time. James Wiseman now getting playing time. He's getting better. Kuminga. Young players have to play.
Yes.
And so that journey to stay patient and have the wherewithal to say, okay, I'm 20 years old. I get it now. They're playing for banners. I want to be part of that.
Agreed.
So how do I make myself important on a championship contender at the age of 20? I know Paolo Banchero's scoring all these points. I know Jalen Williams is at OKC balling out.
Yeah.
I could be doing that in some for some team that's not even playing for the play-in. But I'm on a championship team getting to learn from Hall of Famers, guys who have won championships, who have gone through all the wars in the playoffs, won road games, game sevens on the road. They've won home. They've come back from 3-1. They've blown 3-1. Kuminga is now learning that I can be important on a championship team, but I have to simplify the role. And he's done that over the last 2.5, 3 months. And now Steve Kerr is rewarding him. Patience, folks. You have to have patience with young fellas. And the media members, too. There's media members who crush him every single day.
It's unfair.
Well, Kuminga this and Kuminga that. Don't worry about Kuminga. What about the veterans? Kuminga's coming into his own right now, and I can't be more. I'm so damn thrilled for him.
Well, and there's the immediate of helping within this season. It's hard not to look forward, B, because the fountain of youth for that San Antonio roster was when Kawhi Leonard went from being some guy that they traded for who developed into an absolute defensive stopper and then eventually became
He grew into his role offensively.
Absolutely.
He worked on his game offensively and then defensively, it
Kawhi
all
Leonard's
came
one of
together.
the greatest players the NBA's ever
but we
seen.
didn't know that coming out.
No.
When he came out of San Diego State, he was a one-trick pony.
I didn't think he had any offense.
Yeah, I didn't either.
That
San Diego State team lost some UConn in the Sweet 16 down at the Palm.
The coach,
Kimba Walker.
I feel like, has always been a dirty coach.
Steve Fisher. Yeah, but Kawhi was a one-trick pony. He had no offensive game.
No doubt about it. And look, I'm not here to say that Kuminga is quiet. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a metaphor there when you're watching it, and it's reminiscent of what Kuminga's going through right now. If the Warriors' big three core wants to win another championship, Jonathan Kuminga's going to have to be a massive part of that.
No doubt. We just ripped for 20 minutes on Jonathan Kuminga. He played his ass off, and trust me, I talk to Mully every night. And Kuminga said, Mully's always like, Kuminga should have been playing 30 minutes. We all love Kuminga.
Well, and it gives you a level of toughness and athleticism that you just don't have.
No, you don't.
I mean, be in a league full of guys who could jump and move and run. He's at the top.
He was all-time awesome.
I mean, if we were just to do like a skill set, I mean, honest to God, if I told you he played wide receiver in the NFL, you know he would be a stud.
Yeah, no doubt. And it was cool to see him after the game with his mom right there smiling. His pops looked tall. That was really, really cool. I can't wait to catch up
smile,
with him.
Yeah, I could see his face.
Even the moms. Look at mom's smiles. Because I know how.
That was so cool.
I know foreigners, like, and his parents.
Yeah.
Their pictures when they first came to America, they never smile.
Why?
You're like, I don't know. It was just a thing. It was just like, well, in America, we just saw people.
All the old photos back in the day, like, you look at the old, 75 or more years ago, nobody smiled in any of them.
Nobody smiled.
It was literally like, hey, all right, boom, we take the picture.
Nobody smiled. So, but it was good to see them smile.
It wasn't like selfie culture now.
No.
You know what the worst picture is these days? Real quick while we're here. When people do this one, we're like, it's like the album
they're looking
cover,
away.
the looking away album cover photo for your selfie on Instagram.
Whatever.
I think it's the weakest one. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
God,
Warriors win last
night.
Warriors win last night. All right, the second half, because Draymond Green, you need this joker so bad. He gets into foul trouble in the first 15 minutes of the game, picks up 3 fouls, 2 quick ones in the first quarter.
The charging one, the block, the crashing pass. He literally, because he didn't touch anyone.
Yeah,
he threw it was going to be a dunk. He threw a pass, splits the 2 defenders, and they call him for foul. And I'm like, wait a minute, he didn't touch anyone. Then they show the replay. There was no contact.
Refs are all time bad. I don't even want to get to it, but I don't even care about the refs.
But it put them in the bonus.
It did put them in the bonus.
Put Draymond Green in foul trouble on the bench.
But here's what I'm getting to.
Sorry,
like a seasoned vet, he responded in the second half. Over 15 minutes of action, 3 block shots, 3 steals, 12 points. He goes on a 7-0 run in the third quarter alone to get the Warriors off to a good start in the third quarter where they go up 9, 87-78. Draymond Green played excellent basketball down the stretch. And you know what? This lineup that they have, whether it's Looney or Draymond, I get that they start Looney and Draymond together. But I like it when Steve Kerr later in the game splits them up.
Yes.
It goes to a one big lineup. You either go Looney, and you have Kuminga, you have DiVincenzo, you have Poole, you have Clay, you have Steph, whoever it is. But you go one big because it allows you a lot more spacing offensively. When you have Draymond Green and Kevon Looney there, okay, I get it, defensive purposes, but the paint is congested. And when you play a team like the LA Lakers, when you play a team like the Memphis Grizzlies, you don't think Mike Brown in Sacramento the next time they play the Golden State Warriors, he's going to say, leave Draymond Green wide open. But when you split them up, you can't do that. You get Draymond Green down on the block in that split action post-up game. And so
then
I love the way he played.
His IQ was shining through
His
yesterday.
IQ was shining through. And so I thought Looney and Draymond played well off of each other, even though they didn't play a lot together. Looney with another double-double. And then Draymond Green finishes with 14 points, 8 assists, and 4 rebounds. He played great last night in the second half.
JP was awesome in that third quarter, especially I think it was the end of the third, start of the fourth.
Well, he started getting saucy.
He did.
He started getting saucy.
He had the one play. I love the one where he goes
a couple
like this.
times, but that's
I know.
the thing.
But he does that one play where he stops in the lane and the guy's on him like glue, and he does the one arm old school man like ball fake, and then he throws it up. God. JP needed that.
No, he
needed those moments.
Well, I thought he played a really controlled basketball game yesterday. You look at the third quarter where he started getting saucy, 3 assists, 9 points. You look at the overall box score for Jordan Poole, no turnovers. No turnovers. 16 points,
I didn't know
6 assists. I love the mid-range jumper he settled for late in that game, late in that basketball game. 0 for 4 from the three-point line. And I'll give the Dallas Mavericks credit. They know how to run Steph and Clay and Poole off that three-point line. In the first half, 2 of 10 from Clay, Steph, and Jordan Poole, the Splash siblings. They do a great job against Curry and making sure that he doesn't destroy them from the three-point line. Remember they had the game last year in the fourth quarter where he didn't even get a shot off because they doubled him and he got the ball out of his hands. Moses Moody went crazy in the fourth quarter in the loss to the Mavericks last year, 122-113. But I thought the Mavericks, they do a really good job of getting the Warriors off that three-point spot. So the Warriors took what they gave them.
Yeah.
They went to the rim, they attacked, and they attacked at will.
Yeah, and I thought they were attacking Christian Wood at times, making him be a defender. But what's his Reggie Bullock's? He's underrated. He's a nice
good defender.
He really is. Like, he's a nice player. And then is it Josh Green? I always mispronounce his name.
Josh Green.
I like him too. I just think he's solid. I think he does a lot of little things really well.
Jaden Hardy.
Hey,
27. Who is this kid?
Right?
Go look at his game
I've never
logs.
heard of him.
This guy's been dropping 20, 22,
Who
27. Second-year dude, 20 years old. He's a player.
Yeah.
They found their replacement for Jalen Brunson.
Yeah. All right,
let's break.
We got a break.
All right, we got a break. All right. Segment brought to you by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Anthony Slater coming up at 8 o'clock. What's coming up on the game sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture. Anthony Slater and your phone calls. 888-957-9570. Your big takeaways. Warriors win 2 road games in a row. All of a sudden, we feel a little bit better about that road trip. They go 2 or 3 to a 5-game road trip. Now they come back home to take on Philadelphia 76ers. It's going to be a lot of fun here down the stretch. 8 games left. Warriors in the thick of it.
Hi, Little Bob here from...
steal by Kuminga. Up front on the handoff, dribble, and Doncic just lets him go, and he hammers it down with the right hand.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Steve Kerr the other day, and that was Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game.
I like it raw.
Yeah, this is hard right here. This is all-time classic. What was I going? Oh, Steve Kerr was talking about the playoff race. You know, how fun it is to be in the thick of it. And maybe it is fun for Steve Kerr. We haven't had a lot of fun, but I understand what he was saying. He's like, look, it's a different challenge for us. We haven't been through something like this. Can we be like the 95 Houston Rockets where we were a number 6 seed and won the NBA championship? We're a long way away from that. We don't even know if they're going to be a top 6 team. We don't know who's going to be in the lineup, who's going to be out of the lineup. We have no idea. But damn it, I know one thing. That win last night, it felt good.
It felt really good.
It felt like the best road win of the season.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It was like one of those great meals that you have at your favorite restaurant that you haven't been to in a long, long time. And you're sitting down, you're like, oh, this is why we come here. I mean, that was incredible. Can I admit something? And I'm not here to say it's a rival. This is not where I'm going with this. This isn't some profound. The Dallas Mavericks are a rival. They're a fun team to play against because they're easily hateable.
Yeah,
Luka is so good. Like he's so good. He's worthy of your frustration and your hatred. He complains so much that I think it makes it easy for the casual fan to hate against him. And then Dallas, for some reason, because it's Texas, it's Dallas, like that's baked into it. And then you add in the Mark Cuban element. I love playing the Mavericks. Am I the only one?
No, I don't mind playing the Mavericks.
They're not a rival. I'm not here to say they're a rival. I think they're a really fun foe.
So here's what's going on with the Dallas Mavericks. And we know what happened with 1:54 left in the third quarter. And I want people to call in 888-957-9570. And yes, we can hear you. 1-888-957-9570.
I heard from multiple people that was the funniest part of yesterday's show.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of fun parts of yesterday's show, but we move on. 1:54 left in the third quarter. And Mark Cuban sent out a tweet. Do we have the play? Do we have the highlight? We don't have the highlight. All right, it'd be good to get that highlight if we can. It's basically, the Mavericks think they call a timeout, right? And they think that, hey, it's our ball under the basket. Now, Looney looked, because he was battling with the loose ball. I forget who he was battling with the loose ball with. And he looks at the referee and says, that's our ball, right? The referee said, yeah, that's your ball. All right, so Steve Kerr draws the timeout up. Warriors come back on the court. All the Mavericks players are on the other side of half court. And Jordan Poole's like, hey, ref, you want to give me the ball? They're not here to play defense. So the Warriors inbound the ball. Looney gets an easy layup. Boom, gets a basket. Oh, you have the highlight? Here you go. Let's play the highlight for our audience out there who missed it.
Feeds into Looney. The Warriors inbounded the ball. And the Mavs, now Michael Smith comes over. Andy Nagy handed the ball. Dallas wasn't on defense. He handed the ball to Poole, and it's a dunk.
This is crazy.
Dallas
they may take this all back.
Was not defending the bucket. That's not the Warriors' responsibility.
I understand.
It's not the referee's responsibility to tell them to play defense. Looney got a wide-open dunk. Never seen that.
Well, they fell asleep, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And Looney gets the easiest bucket that maybe I've ever seen.
That's funny. So Mark Cuban, the owner of the Mavericks, after the game tweeted, for those wondering about the play with 1:54 to go in the third quarter, let me explain what happened. The ref called Mavs ball. The announcer announced it. Then there was a timeout. During the timeout, the official changed the call and never told us. Then when they saw us line up as if it were our ball, as if it was our ball, he just gave the ball to the Warriors. Never said a word to us. They got an easy basketball. Crazy that it would matter in a 2-point game. Worst officiating non-call mistake possibly in the history of the NBA. All they had to do was tell us, and they didn't. And so now the Mavericks and Mark Cuban, they're going to protest this. They're going to protest the game. They're going to lose. Yeah. He intends to protest. They tried to protest it in the game back in against the Atlanta Hawks back in 2020, February of 2020, and Cuban lost the protest and was fined $500,000. No NBA protest has succeeded since 2008. So,
well, there's a variety of things. So, like, number one, watch that game, Mark. There were calls all over the place that were horrible. all over the place. We could isolate that one play. I would go back to the Draymond Green's crash and pass where he doesn't hit anyone, he doesn't touch anyone. They take a dunk off the board. They had a Kuminga travel that was not a travel, which took another dunk off the board. And then they had the JP loose ball where he bats it and beats Luka to the ball. Luka falls on the ground, and they give Luka 2 free throws. Why? Because they're in the bonus.
Right.
Because of all the egregious fouls.
This season, is anybody surprised that something like that would happen?
No.
Back on January 20th, I tweeted out, the NBA has a huge problem when it comes to officiating. It's all-time bad. And you know me, I'm a geek for this stuff.
Yeah.
I watch it all these games, and dear God, what is he calling? Dear God, what is going on here?
Well, and it's so bad. It's not even like
bad.
the 50-50 calls.
It's all-time bad.
It's like the obviously egregious calls.
And that was a microcosm of how bad these referees are.
With you.
You got to communicate somehow. Now, the Mavericks, they feel like they got screwed. 2-point loss as well. That feels bad. But the Warriors, look, heads up play. Give me the ball. They're not on defense. We play on. We go get an easy bucket.
In those situations, so it's funny, like, and I'm not trying to equate 6th grade or 8th grade basketball to the NBA, but like I have coached bad teams before, and I'm like, guys, we're shooting on that basket, and they're taking it out. We're on defense. I'm literally saying to that as they're walking out onto the court. Now, usually one of your bench coaches is all over that, and you're following whoever the referee is with the ball, because the refs love to hold the ball, and they'll walk over to wherever the station is, the area on the court where you're going to be inbounding the ball. So to me, I'm surprised that Dallas didn't have their eyes like, okay, where's the referee with the ball?
Right.
He was clearly on the other side of the court.
Right, no doubt.
The whole thing was weird. I swear to you, I have seen that in CYO. I've never seen anything remotely close to that in the NBA.
I've never seen that in CYO, YMCA, high school. I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen that before. That was a first for me.
That was, you know what that was? 4th grade, bottom division, CYO basketball.
I have no idea.
I couldn't believe it.
I have no idea how that happens in the NBA
What
game.
did Mully say?
We all just were kind of shocked. Like, what? What the hell's going on here? What? Because going into the break, you didn't know if it was Mavericks or Warriors ball. We didn't get the clarification because the first referee under the basket was saying Mavs ball, and then Looney was like, wait. Did he say Warriors ball? And so the way Looney walked to the bench, he knew it was Warriors ball. And Steve Kerr said it after the game. We'll play the sound. Hey, I was drawing up a play, so I knew it was our ball.
Yeah, exactly.
I drew up a play like it was our ball. So I don't know. Let's take him to school real quick. Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, taking him to school. We do this every single morning after a Warriors game. Poole was in his bag, and he found Draymond Green for his nice little layup in the third quarter.
Poole has it. Screen by Kuminga. Poole gets Doncic. Goes to work. Crossover dribble. Stops. Feeds Draymond for the lay-in. Beautiful assist by Jordan Poole. He's had a couple of nice. He only has 2 assists. Both of them have been beautiful.
He had the one no-look to JP, the nice little layup right there. I thought Jordan Poole played a very controlled game. His confidence got to be rising. 6 assists, 16 points, no turnover, 6 of 13. Okay, the 3 ball's now fouled. It's not falling for him right now. Hopefully it does come around, but he is getting to the free throw line. 5 attempts yesterday, 4 or 5 from the free throw line. I like where JP game has been at over the last 3 games. He's getting better and better and better. We don't need to crush the kid. They need this kid.
Absolutely.
So it's better to build him up, and I thought that was something to build off of last night. JP played well.
He really did, and I thought that just him and Curry in terms of playmaking in the half court, it was really nice to see the two of them, and for JP to smile, that's the first time I've seen him smiling like that. He gets to the rim at will. It felt like he had his dribbling back. He only fell a couple times in the game. So, he looked really good yesterday, and I was happy for him. I got to get back to this just the sequence of things that happened there. What I don't understand is this, too, B. So if the ball was going to be the Mavericks ball, all right, if it was, you were going to take it out under the hoop. You weren't going to go to half court.
Right, I don't know what they were doing.
So, you only go to half court at in the final minute of other quarters, or if you call a timeout at the final minute, or in the final 2 minutes if you call a timeout, and you ask to advance the ball.
Yeah.
So even if I don't understand why they thought they were going to get the ball right there.
Yeah, I don't understand it either.
And then, if you want to argue about sequences and stuff, there was a rebound secured by Anthony Lamb. There's a loose ball he gets crashed into.
Yep.
He knocks the ball down. Somebody else goes to pick it up. They get crashed into. Yep. They end up missing a 3. They get the offensive rebound, kick it back out. Yep. They hit a 3. There were 6 or 7 sequences where we could go to officiating and say, 2 points in the other direction changes that game.
You could do it every single game. The Lakers attempted 46 free throws last night.
What?
46.
That's 50. Wow.
Austin Reeves is living at the free throw line, flopping his ass off.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Spinoni, he's flopping.
but Downey loves him.
It's grit and determination is what it is.
We only do that for the white players.
Yeah, he's full of it. Yeah, we
Total
only do that
gym
for the white
rat.
Am
players.
I right? Like,
Oh,
I
they're
can't
calling
think, who's a grit black guy?
Yeah,
They're
I know. We
calling him
never
the
do that.
male
Trayvon's a
Mamba.
gritty black guy.
No, he is. That's a good call. But we don't
You know,
describe
but
him
we
that
don't
way.
describe him that way at all. We don't
never
even go
describe
close to
him.
that.
But like Austin Reeves, he's so gritty.
46 free throws for the Lakers.
I
last
do
night.
like Austin Reeves. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, of course you do. You love the gritty white guys. You were a Patriots
I
fan.
admit it. I admit it.
Edelman,
Someone's got to
Amendola,
cape up for the
Burkhead.
few and far between white guys in the league. I'm
you just
teasing.
all these.
I'm teasing.
Next Larry Bird, some were saying.
Oh, it's the next Larry Bird. Yeah, you got to be kidding
That's
me.
Luca. That's Luca. Let's get to Luca on the other side.
I can't
Brought to you by
stand
Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also, Dub Nation, where you at? Big win. Big win. I hear from you all the time with the losses. What about the wins? This is a great win for the Warriors.
I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it, Dub Nation? You weren't around? 888-957-9570.
So good.
Can we get some Chuck Cooperstein calls? Get his call on that play in the third
I
quarter.
got, please,
Let's hear Chuck
inject
Cooperstein.
it into my
That's
veins.
your assignment, Spadonia Lubman. Find a Chuck Cooperstein call from that play in the third quarter.
Steiny wishes he was Austin Reeves.
Oh my God.
That's a great call,
All
Rebel
right.
444.
More coming up on the roast.
I have no idea. Take it away, Monte.
Loon Dog, double-double. He's playing so well.
Black Magic?
He's playing so well, Santana. Kevon Looney. Let me pull up these numbers here. He's playing out of his mind. 185 consecutive games he's played in the regular season. You look at all the double-doubles. It's 14th of the season, third in the last 4 games. I mean, his 31st game with at least 10 or more rebounds. He's playing big, man. Where would the Warriors be without Kevon Looney? He's come so far in his career. 27 minutes, 52 seconds, 4 or 5 from the floor, 4 or 6 from the free throw line. Again, 5 offensive rebounds, 12 and 12. So that's an added bonus when you can get that from Kevon Looney. Big game for him.
Yeah, absolutely big game for him. Where would they be without him, you asked? I was going to say not in the position that they're in right now. I think they would be probably out of the play-in scenario.
Right.
Like, I'm dead serious on that. Think of the stability that he's provided in terms of just banging with bigs.
Right.
They have no big men.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dallas has a plethora of big men, and they got JaVale McGee on the bench.
They're 28th in the league when it comes to 28th in the league when it comes to shot blocking. They're one of the worst rebounding teams in the NBA, so they have no size. I thought the Warriors
or Dallas.
Dallas. So
and I feel like they have more bigs than us.
Well, Christian Wood's not really a big.
No,
he doesn't
not.
play big. JaVale McGee, I mean, come on. He played 9 minutes a game with the Golden State Warriors, and that was damn near 5 years ago. All right? So JaVale McGee, if you're counting on him to be a big or an important big on your team, he's a role player. He's a role player, and he always has been. There's nothing wrong with that. But Dallas is small. Now, if you play Philadelphia, we'll see if Embiid plays. He has a calf strain. That would be a blessing in disguise if he doesn't play against the Warriors. But Karl Anthony Towns is back. Jonas Valanciunas is coming up on the schedule. So it's important for Looney to play big, but it's also important for the Warriors to have that balance offensively. 39 three-point attempts. They averaged 46 a game. So they were under their average last night in Dallas. They went to the basket. They went to the cup. And they were 38-51 from shots inside the arc yesterday. Going to the basket, hitting the mid-range jumper, not just relying on a 3 or chucking up the 3-point shot. Klay Thompson only attempted 9 shots last night, 4 threes. Shot discernment was a thing last night.
Yeah.
So I like the balance that the Warriors had, going to the basket and feeding Looney, feeding Draymond, and getting Kuminga involved in the paint.
Well, it felt like Steph Curry made a concerted effort to get everyone involved yesterday. I think that he realized they were running him off the three-point line, and it opened things up for others. And I thought that was a big step forward. That if there's one minor, I mean, this is minor criticism of Steph Curry at times, I feel like maybe he doesn't involve some of the others because his game is so dynamic and he can carry them. Mm-hmm. It's so difficult to guard when other guys are hitting. And like there was a couple of plays, him and Klay were coming down and they ran to go cover Klay Thompson, and then they were going to try to play Steph Curry for the 3, and he just did a slight hesitation. Yep. Boom, layup. And then he does it again, and boom, he does a sweet pass to Kevon Looney for a wide open dunk. And it's like, dude, if he can get some of these other guys playing just a tick better, the floor opens up for him.
Yep, no doubt.
What's his career high for assists?
Who's that?
Steph Curry. I don't know what it is in a game.
In a game, I would guess 15.
When was the last? Like, I'm off the top of my head.
He's had a lot of double-doubles this year, actually.
Yeah, but
Stephen
13 plus assists. I can't remember the last time he had 13. That feels like a lot, and maybe I'm misremembering.
20 points, 13 rebounds. That was his 12th double-double of the season. It was his 7th 10-assist game of the season.
7, wow.
And they're 6-1 when he has 10 or more assists. So there you go, Stephen Curry. Let's take some calls. We'll figure that out.
He could, as the years go on,
he will.
He could uptick that.
That's why I think he's going to age gracefully.
I
SF Bay Drummer down at H-Town. What's up, SF Bay Drummer?
What's good, my guys?
What's going on, man?
Today, the Warriors, nothing much, man. The Warriors didn't mess it up. I had a good night. I could sleep well. Snowfall messed me up. But,
oh, man, did it mess me? Oh, my God. Oh. I'm so...
Yeah, but, you know...
Go ahead.
Yeah, man. But, yeah, man. But I was happy to see the Warriors kind of, take control of the game, didn't let it get too far from them, and really work it out and get everything going because they know what time it is. And, man, Mark Cuban, y'all need to get the sounder for Cat Williams ready, man. Put a little tink-tink. Like, he's just crying. I swear, Texas has the best irrigation system in the United States, man. All their water system is just used with tears. Houston Rockets from years ago just crying and crying. And then Dallas from the Cowboys to the Mavericks, you take your pick. Just crying. cry. And Steph Curry, man, like when his 30 for 30 come out, it's gonna be named "Blow the Whistle." The calls he never got, man. The refs never call fouls for this man, and it's just like he got to be Stephen Reeves or something like that from the Lakers to get calls. Like I don't get it, man. Like that's crazy, man. This guy's the MVP. What's the respect on this man's name?
I know that's a great call. I said, Baytrum. I mean, Iverson got to the free throw line. Steph Curry doesn't get to the free throw line.
But Iverson attacked the rim.
Hey, Steph Curry does. He attacks the rim, and he's efficient at the rim. He gets bumped. He gets bruised. Whatever. They don't want to call the fouls. Fine. They'll beat you anyway. Look, the Warriors, Stephen Curry, 15 assists earlier this season in a game. He's had 5 games with 15 assists. Had a 16 assist game back in 2013-14.
Don't remember
13 assist game in 2010, 2011. Because we just all get enamored with the three-point shot.
Yeah.
But he does have a lot of games where he drops dimes left and right. He's a very willing passer and a very skillful passer. Luka Doncic, so I'm looking at this text right now, and I guess it's perfect to get into it right now. 510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Speaking of white guys, why do people like Bonte compare Luka to Larry Bird just because he is white? He is more Paul Pierce.
He is not more Paul Pierce.
Paul Pierce cannot pass like Luka or Larry Bird.
No.
Paul Pierce was an isolation player, back you down. He got buckets. Paul Pierce is a Hall of Famer, no doubt.
And lived at the free throw line.
Did you not see some of the passes Luka made yesterday?
Yeah.
Some of the bounce passes, the passes behind his head. That's what makes it so frustrating. You watch him play. Number one, he's out of shape. Number two, he's whining all game long. Seriously, he missed 5 games. That was a bad Luka yesterday. And you say, okay, 30 points and 17 assists.
I know.
He dropped 17 assists, folks.
I know.
This guy can pass like Bird.
And Kuminga played great D.
Great defense
and listen
all
to
over
what those
him.
stats you just said.
30 points, 17 assists. Now, he took 27 shots, so you made him work for
exactly.
it. But you kept him off the He averages 11 free throws a game. That's up from 4. Last year, he averaged 7.5 free throws per game. He's up to 11 now.
So next year, he'll be at 26.
Maybe.
I mean, the way he cries. When he crashed, or Draymond crashed into him, I think it was the late third, and then he comes up limping. He plays limp like no other in terms of like, oh, I'm hurt. There's no way I'm going to be able to make it. Crying. He doesn't get back on defense. I mean, the guy, he's an outstanding player. Yep. I want to start there. Outstanding. I can't stand him. It's the crying for me. Yeah. It ruins the flow of the game. And I feel like,
well, he cries during dead balls. He cries during dead balls.
Gets the foul call, and he's still crying.
He still cries. That's what he does, man. He's a little baby.
I charted the first half because I stopped charting 21 times, and I might have missed some because the TV. I'm just going off the TV. 21 times he turned his head and yelled at the official.
Yeah,
21 times.
That's what these guys do
in the first half.
That's what these guys do. Luka cries. Harden cried. LeBron cried. Draymond cried. Like this is a problem. This is the NBA player.
No, I know, but it's a problem.
It's a huge problem.
What do the former NBA players say to you, like with the crying?
It's too much.
Okay, they agree with me.
They agree with me. We all know they've been crying. That's what turned me off from James Harden.
Yes.
Was all the crying.
I feel like Luka argues more.
He may have won up Harden. I mean, every possession, it's hands up in the air, hands down. He's turning, he's talking to the official. He doesn't get back on defense. What Mike Bassick said was so true. He does not get back. No, he doesn't.
And he's just crying and complaining. And it's nonstop.
When the face of your organization in the NBA for a long time, LeBron James, who was the face of the league for a long time, he cried incessantly. And we ignored it. He whined. The tantrum he threw at the end of the Boston game earlier this season, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
He didn't get a technical or nothing.
I know. Well, that's the other thing.
So that's the problem. Your top players are bitching and moaning all the time. They're whining, crying, left and right, punking these referees. Now these referees can't blow the whistle, and they're inconsistent. So the Lukas, the Hardens,
Trae Young,
the LeBrons, Trae Young's.
I can't watch Trae Young.
He all cries.
And they all want to crash into people and initiate contact. Instead, just play the game.
And you know what?
Just play basketball.
And you know what? The Warriors this year have done a lot of crying.
I agree. Draymond is at the top of the list over the body work of his career. But here's what I'll say about Draymond. Does he complain a lot? Absolutely. But when I look at his offensive usage rate in comparison to those other guys that you're referencing, not only does Luka cry on every defensive possession where he gets a foul call on him or he doesn't, and he's looking for a charge or whatever, it's every offensive possession. And he has the ball in his hands even more than Draymond. Now, does Dre... Trust me, Dre is in the starting five of guys who complain to officials. I am not here to deny it, but I cannot stand And the thing is with Luka's so good.
Well,
he's so good. Now Dre, it gets too much, but I will.
But he doesn't handle the ball as well. But now you understand why I couldn't stand James Harden for so long.
Oh, it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. But I would say this: that the officials, it's now out of their hands. Adam Silver needs to step up and be a commissioner, and he needs to sit down with these top dogs. That's why I love Giannis more than some of these guys, because he doesn't do the complaining. He needs to sit down with these top dogs and say, guys, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. The camera is on you all game, and you're constantly crying and whining to the officials. It's a put-off, and not only
I'll say this with Luka,
it slows the flow of the game.
I don't know if it slows down with all the crying during dead balls. I don't know if it really slows down the pace of the game. Mavericks play slow anyway. But let me say this about Luka: why I don't despise him as much as I do Harden, is because Luka will go down on the block.
Agreed.
And he'll play some bully ball. And he'll go to the rack, and he'll try to finish, and he's so strong.
I think Luka's going to be better than Harden all time.
Yeah, I mean,
Would you agree?
The way he passes, the way that he's got eyes in the back of his head, his court vision, the guy's a stud.
He's ridiculous.
I don't want, the crying, I get it. It turns people off.
But he's so good.
But he's a great player, and he's more diverse than James Harden was when he was with the Houston Rockets. Let's go to Joel in San Jose. Joel, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, fellas. Thank you so much for taking my call.
No problem.
Bonte, I want to get your take on the fact that I want to hear you tell the fans what makes this team so special in a unique way with their mental toughness. They've been through the ringer this year with the Jordan Poole thing, with the Steph injuries, with Wiggins, with Bob Myers being uncertain. And the second they get into a game, they can't win on the road. And the second they get into a game where they have to win it, it is a must-win game. It clicks, and they do what they got to do. How do they do that? What makes them so tough? What makes them so special?
Well, it's a great question, Joel. It's an excellent question, and I think you hit on it right at the top of your call. It's the experience that they've had. The experience they've had since 2013 together. Going through a coaching change from Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr. All right, you lose in the first round to the Clippers. You bounce back, you win an NBA championship. You're down 2-1 in the series to Memphis. You're down 2-1 in the series to Cleveland. You make lineup changes. You figure out how to play small ball. You move on from Harrison Barnes. You bring in KD. KD's asked all type of questions his third year about leaving the team, and you have to deal with that all season long, yet you still make a finals run. You also had the DeMarcus Cousins element to that aspect of the season, right? He comes back. He's starting. He's not starting. He gets hurt. He's back in a lineup. They've been through everything. So I think, Joel, you touched on it. The mental toughness has been developed through all the experiences. And in these big games that they've won, Memphis on Christmas, Boston earlier this season, beating Milwaukee on a Saturday night, coming back from an 8-point deficit in the last 2 minutes of the basketball game. Last night, beating the Dallas Mavericks in a game you had to have because now you have the season tiebreaker. You're up 2-1 on the Dallas Mavericks. All that mental toughness comes from experience, all those war wounds that they've developed over the years. So that's why in a game like last night, Draymond's been there before. Stephen Curry's been there before. Klay Thompson's been there before. Jordan Poole got a sip of the coffee last year in the postseason.
He's had a lot of big games.
A lot of big games, but that was his first postseason. And then even the playing experience of playing against the Lakers and the Memphis Grizzlies and playing down the stretch. That experience helps you in situations like this, and they understand how to win basketball games. You can never take that championship DNA from somebody.
No,
that stuff is real.
And even someone like Dante DiVincenzo has obviously been there, done that before.
Villanova, Milwaukee, that matters.
A winner everywhere, really. I mean, if we're being honest with you. And then JaMychal Green, you played against him last year in the playoffs. So I actually think quietly, JaMychal Green has been an impact player in his minutes over the last, month? What do you think?
I'm trying to tell you that.
No, he's playing a lot better.
He's ripping. I told you.
Because he wasn't playing.
He's playing better. He understands his role now.
Yes.
And Steve Kerr understands how to utilize him. Defensively, he could get overpowered at time.
Yeah.
That's fine. But he can dunk on somebody's head.
Yes.
He can hit the three.
Yeah.
And he's active. So it's just like Otto Porter Jr.
fits better.
Look, it's like Bielitsa. There's some games you're going to play Bielitsa 15 minutes. There's some games you're going to play Bielitsa 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Same thing with JaMychal Green. Some games are going to go 6 minutes. Some games are going to go to 12.
I totally agree. But no, he just looks a lot better, and he looks way more comfortable. We were looking at Dante DiVincenzo. Just a stop for a second. Sam, he's on pace for the most minutes of his career we were looking at earlier.
DiVincenzo, I think he played, around 1,800 minutes a few years ago. He's about just under 1,700 right now.
Okay. He's been brilliant for this team. If there's one area that I'm just thinking about, I'm not saying he's got to rest the game, but boy, if they can lock in one of these top 6 spots, he's the guy. Him and Looney, they could use like multiple days off. They really need those days off.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, and just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Look, the playoffs, you're going to get 6 days off if you do clinch a top 6 seed before the first round.
They need that.
They need that, no doubt. But Looney looked fresh yesterday.
There's no
more back-to-backs this year.
Yeah.
No more back-to-backs. Looney grabbed you at 12 and 12, and he looked active yesterday.
Yeah.
Looney's finishing at the basket. I like where Looney's at. DiVincenzo played 24 minutes last night, and I thought he looked fresh. He had a rough road trip, especially from the three-point line.
Yeah.
4-10 last night. All 10 attempts come up from the three-point line. He scores 14 points, plays solid defense. I think they'll be fine. No more back-to-backs. Now you're coming home for 4. Big homestand, huge homestand. I think they'll be okay. And look, you give them a day off here, you got nobody to play. Who you going to play? You need Gary Payton II back. You hope to get Andrew Wiggins back. With GP2, Grateful Dead.
Yeah, my dad was so happy that he had the Grateful Dead.
Did he have gold teeth in last night?
I don't know about that, but he had the Grateful Dead shirt on. My dad was like, I got to get that shirt. I really got to get that shirt. And my dad loves Gary Payton Jr. Or the second, excuse me. The second.
Why do you always say that?
What?
Gary Payton Jr.
Well, because
so
in my
easy.
family, my dad is Joe Shasky Jr. and I'm Joe Shasky III. So I instantly revert back to Jr. I always do that, and that's my bad. I know.
No,
GP2, like I know. I know. I screw that up every time.
I can't find the Toms.
Oh my goodness.
By the way, that's the last
they had
segment.
an 8-point lead. They had an 8-point lead, and it evaporated in like 5 seconds. And my dad was losing his mind.
That's basketball.
I know.
I can't find the
He
Toms.
wanted to win that game. He can't stand watching.
No, that was a big game. Look, that last segment was sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. My guy, SF Bay drummer, bringing up Snowfall, man. I watched it before I went to bed.
Please don't. It's on my docket for today.
I'm not going to spoil anything. It's going to be a sad day when that show ends.
Yeah, it's been a great final season.
This show is up there. I'm telling you, it's up there with The Wire. It's up there with The Sopranos. It's up there with Breaking Bad. This show's been excellent. Like, there's been, in the entire series, I believe there's like 2 episodes where I'm like, that wasn't the baddest episode. 2! That's it. Season's been great. With like the first 3 seasons, every episode was excellent. It just got better and better and better. I'm going to miss Snowfall, man. It was always good to watch Snowfall after a win. It felt so good. Dub Nation, how good did that win feel last night? 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. Anthony Slater will join us.
Not the Slater for the Giants who's going to start on the IL.
No, not also Slater. Anthony Slater, who now covers the Sacramento Kings.
Oh.
But on the side, he covers the Golden State Warriors. The Sacramento Kings, by the way, D-Lo KC, not happy with me.
Why's that?
So I'm taking shots at the beam. I told you, I walked to my car Saturday night. There was a white piece of yellow piece of
keyed your
paper.
car?
No, they just put light the beam. Light the beam. It's like, oh, that's what we're doing now?
Wow.
You know what, Kings? We may see you very, very soon.
Oh, that'd be so great. That playoff series would be wild.
That would be wild.
We would have to have people declare their allegiances beforehand. Because there's a couple people that want to play both sides.
Oh, really?
I'm seeing it already happen.
Really?
You know who
Name
you are.
names.
No, they know who they are. Just people.
Name names.
Just people.
I'm just going to say that. Why are you going to tease me like that?
Well, like my sister in particular, she's up in Roseville, and I'm like...
Oh, so she goes back and forth?
She's always been a Warrior fan, and she's like, but they're a lot of fun. And I'm like...
You call them Humpty Dumpties because they sit on the
Better
fence.
pick a side.
Oh.
You gotta call them the Humpty Dumpties.
Anybody else we know on the fence?
Well, there's a guy in Madsen I'm seeing
Kyle
very
Madsen?
dialed into the Kings.
Oh, really?
And I'll tell him. He knows that.
Oh, really?
We were texting big about WBC the other day. Oh, boy. So they get the 76ers on Friday, and there's nobody who loves Philly more than you.
I do love Philly. I do. There's like a lot of friends from Philly. A lot of friends who are now become family members.
They've won 2 in a row.
Right.
If they can win that Philly game, I mean, it feels like it's going to be a very difficult game.
Well, Embiid may not play. He didn't play in the second half yesterday. Right calf strain.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does that change things?
Oh, it changes a lot. You think the Warriors were saying, damn it, Giannis didn't play on that Saturday night. No, we're all saying, oh, Giannis ain't playing?
Thank God.
No, he got a shot.
Thank God.
Embiid doesn't, because he's the MVP for me right now.
Embiid?
Yes.
I think so.
Well, if he doesn't start playing, though, that changes things. So he might have more incentive to want, because that means a lot to him, right? This MVP chase, I think it really does mean a lot to him.
He's got a game against Nikola Jokic, November 27th or March 27th in Denver. And the last time he played Jokic, he dropped 47 and 18. So he wants that Jokic game.
Can we, just for the Jokic thing, for just saying, he's been brilliant. He's outstanding. He's amazing. It is surprising to me, like when I look up and I see certain players in the league only have X amount of MVPs. Like, say what you want about LeBron, you could make the argument he could have been the MVP for like a decade straight.
Shaq only has 1 MVP.
I think Kobe only has 1.
He only has 1 MVP.
Right? Like
Steve Nash, too.
Yeah. Well,
I know. And Derrick Rose, same amount.
You know
and
what?
Derrick Rose was awesome.
Kobe did get his MVP when Chris Paul deserved it. I'll say that now. Sorry. Chris Paul did deserve an MVP.
But I don't think this is fair. I would not vote this way. But I think if we look up and Jokic has 3 in a row, we're going to be like, really? 3 in a row?
All right, let's keep it moving here. Before we get to break, it's time for our delivery of the game. Which
I love this music. The delivery of the game is brought to you by my friends. You know who they are. Kirby, your driveway mechanic. Just like, a food delivery service app, they have an app now on your phone. And instead of getting food delivered via the app, Kirby will deliver you a mechanic. Check out Kirby at CURBEE.com. And today's delivery comes courtesy of Jonathan Kuminga, who engaged in a little thievery before delivering the hammer.
Steal by Kuminga. Up front on the handoff. Dribble. And Doncic just lets him go, and he hammers it down with the right hand.
Kuminga was awesome yesterday. Bonte, that is your delivery of the game, brought to you by Kirby, your driveway mechanic. You can do washes, brakes, you name it. We'll do a free inspection. Check it out at Kirby. Kirby.com.
All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. Your phone calls 888-957-9570. How about Jonathan Kuminga? How about the Warriors winning a road game? Draymond Green. How big was that win last night? We want to hear from Dub Nation here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570. Your calls coming up before we get to Anthony Slater at 8 o'clock.
Hot rods, muscle cars, trick trucks, and more. America's favorite car show is back.
you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
This is the type of music the Lakers play after their wins?
I hope so. This is a banger. Wiz Khalifa. Old Wiz.
Oh, Wiz was good. Road trip music. What was it, Orange Kush? That was his name of his album.
No, but did you see the commercial that I saw over the weekend?
No. I don't watch commercials.
Snoop Dogg doing a Skechers commercial?
Oh, that's old.
I'd never seen it.
That's old. He put it on his Instagram.
I don't watch commercials. And then he's like,
it's
old.
On his
That's
Instagram.
Pretty funny.
No, it's on his Instagram. I don't watch commercials on the television, but Instagram pops up.
I mean, we all watch commercials.
I changed the channel.
I changed the channel. Social.
Yeah. I changed the channel.
I did not know that he was with Skechers, and I was shocked.
Honest to God, like Super Bowl commercials in general, I don't like them. I need live action.
No
I need live action.
Except here at Odyssey, we love them.
No, we need commercials.
No one loves commercials on TV.
Yeah, that's what I've said. On TV, I can't stand them, so I change them. Snowfall was great because you record it and you skip through all the commercials.
I agree, but I had not seen the Skechers Snoop Dogg commercial, and I was like, man, if I would have told Snoop Dogg in 1999, for example, when he joined Master P's No Limit, he was going to be signing with Skechers, I don't think that he would have thought that.
Kush and Orange Juice, the album, Wiz Khalifa.
Oh.
That was great music.
Orange Juice and a Blunt for Breakfast?
On the rooftops. Remember the rooftop song? Couldn't get in the party, now we on the rooftops. That one hit me.
The one with Too Short's my favorite Wiz Khalifa song.
Which one was that?
On My Level, I think is the name of it.
He's got some bangers.
On My Level.
Oh, Wiz was really good. What is Wiz Khalifa doing now, Spadoni?
I mean, growing weed.
I mean, other than that, smoking weed and growing weed. I mean, he's always done that.
He's part of Cookies with Burner. Him and Burner have a bunch of songs.
He's just living his best life.
I know.
Is he making new albums? I don't even know. I haven't heard from him in a long time.
I know our text line. They would know the song.
Yeah.
Man. Bonte being a family man, it's a good idea to avoid the commercials. Morale. What does that mean? Damn, Wiz. Wiz was good. I may have to play some Wiz coming out the studio today. 888-957-9570. Biggest takeaway from last night's win. Biggest takeaway. We'll go around the room here. Shasky, start with you. What's your biggest takeaway from last night's win?
Well, obviously, it was a huge win for standings and vibe and all that. Just a great playoff-like atmosphere in Dallas. Like, quite honestly, if you told me the Warriors played a series against the Mavericks again, sign me up. It's fun.
Like the Western Conference Finals?
I'll take, whatever. Yes, I will take that. Yes, B. I will absolutely take that. Wasn't that fun? That fourth quarter felt fun. And then seeing Draymond on the ground, where he's like, on the and one. Like, I don't know about you, but I jumped up and fist pumping, and I thought it was all the feels of the old school Warriors.
So that's your big takeaway. Love, man, what you got? Big takeaway from last night's win.
Yeah, no, I'm going to focus on Draymond, too, because I just love the way he balled out last night. He just looked so dialed in on defense. I mean, he was playing in foul trouble most of the night, so you weren't able to see him as much as maybe we would have liked. He only got, 25 minutes in, but 4 blocks, and he was just a force on the defensive end. And that's the kind of performance where Draymond, if you could keep doing that just like every single night, I feel incredibly good about how far this team can go in the playoffs.
All right, Spadoni, big takeaway from the Warriors win last night over the Mavericks. Their second straight road win.
Not settling for bad shots. My God, on the road every single time this year. It's like, what are you doing with these logo threes? Just stupid, forcing things. They let the offense get they didn't play boneheaded offense. That was it's all season it's been like that. So very refreshing to see that.
Very good balance for the Golden State Warriors last night. 12 of 39 from the three-point line. But look at that. 51 shots from inside the arc. Inside the arc. They were 38 of 51 inside the arc. So they were going to the paint. In the first half, they were 19 of 13 for twos. It's a damn good percentage. It's 80%. I'm not a math major. That's pretty damn good. Biggest takeaway for me, it's JK.
Yeah, I was going to let you take Kuminga.
I mean, I can't get enough of the guy. I've wanted this guy to play 30 minutes all season long. Just let him play through the mistakes. Let him play. But now we have 8 games left, and now he's playing. And you better believe that he's going to play 20 to 25 to 30 minutes like he did last night. He could defend you. He'll pick you up full court. He's learning where to be offensively. He's growing into his own, and he's only 20 years old. This kid is a future star in the league. I don't give a damn what anybody says. Go cry to your mama about the rebounding, all right? He's out there defending players of Luka's caliber, Kawhi's caliber, on the perimeter, face guard these dudes, contesting shots, making life difficult for them. This guy's playing well. So the numbers, we all want him to grab more rebounds, but damn it, I'll take 9 of 11. I'll take 63% from the floor in his last 5 games, or 6 games, I should say. I'll take the 45.5% from the three-point line. Now it's up to 50 after the last 6 games. Kuminga's playing well, so all the people complaining about where he is, no. Complain about the veterans getting stops at times. Complain about the veterans turning the ball over like they did in the first quarter. Kuminga's coming into his own, and that's my biggest takeaway.
Is a byproduct of Wiggins being out the opportunity for Kuminga to
absolutely
have his role expanded?
Absolutely. And Andre Iguodala.
I didn't want to say blessing in disguise because I don't think that's the right way to phrase it. I meant like a byproduct. Like Wiggins is out, so who could take advantage of that and get their minutes increased? I would say Kuminga feels like that guy because I don't know, if Wiggins is there, I don't know if Kerr allows him to develop over these last couple weeks.
Right, yeah. If Andre Iguodala's there, if Gary Payton II's there, if Andrew Wiggins is there, maybe he's only playing 15 minutes a game, and we don't see a game like that last night. But a game like last night helps a guy like Kuminga grow. So now in the playoffs, he knows I can pick up Luka 94 feet. I have fresh legs. I can pick up Kevin Durant 94 feet if I need to. I can pick up Kawhi Leonard, who's going to be without PG, Paul George for the next 2 to 3 weeks. I can pick these dudes up full court and just make it tough on them. You're not going to stop these guys. These dudes are all-time scorers, the best skill set in the world, the best athletes in the world. These guys are going to get their money. Luka still is going to end up with 30. But you got to make them work for it. And he made Luka shoot 27 times yesterday, and he made him work for it.
You know, I was talking with Joe Spadoni in the pregame show this morning, and he thinks that the Warriors could jump all the way to the 4 seed.
I'm good with 6.
Why?
Let me play Sacramento or Memphis first round.
See, he's predicting, and this is Joe's. Actually, I will let Joe do the prediction here because the way that he said it, I hadn't even considered it because I don't want to get too ahead and look at the schedule and all this and that. But he's saying, hey, you know what, Joe, you say. You
just look at the teams ahead of him. It's the Suns, and then it's the Clippers right there. Well, Clippers are without Paul George the rest of the regular season. They're clinging to a half-game lead. And then you got the Suns, who Ayton's hurt right now. Obviously, KD, maybe he comes back for the playoffs. Chris Paul's a shell of himself. Devin Booker, God bless him, he's trying his best. But you just look at those right there. The Warriors have a 4-game homestand. They're a different team on the road. If they go 3-1 here or 4-0, I know the Philly ones, that's the big one tomorrow. But if they can go 3-1 or 4-0, I don't think it's that crazy. If you just look at the Clippers and Suns and the games that they have remaining, 4 seed Bonte, you wouldn't want that?
Nah, I probably wouldn't want that.
No, home court though, but there's so much. Sorry, not to cut you off. There's so much different at home compared to on the road.
I don't worry about the road stuff for the playoffs.
You think it just wipes away?
I think they're going to go still one on the road in the playoffs. It'll be different. They'll be up for it. They'll still want to come back home to Chase Center and take care of business. Now, the margin of error, they may lose a couple at home this year in the playoffs. It just may happen. They did with Kevin Durant. They did before Kevin Durant.
Game 1 of the finals
last year.
At home.
I mean, that was the only loss they had last season.
I know, but
11-1.
They were up the whole game until the 4th.
But look, I'm looking at the Clippers schedule now. Okay, let's say
they're
in the 5 spot.
Paul George injury, it's hard to look at them the same, but you never know.
They're at home for the next 3 games.
Okay.
Oklahoma City, New Orleans, and again, Zion's going to get reevaluated in 2 weeks, so he's going to be out that game. Oklahoma City, New Orleans, Chicago. They have a back-to-back in Memphis next week. Back-to-back in Memphis. It's going to be tough for the Clippers. Then they go to New Orleans, down to the Big Easy, the Smoothie King Center. Then they come back home, take on the LA Lakers, take on the Blazers, and then they finish the season in Phoenix. So they're going to drop here. They're going to drop.
Let Russ cook.
Oh, God, let Russ cook.
The Smoothie King Center. Every chance you can to get that name in. I love that you know every single arena.
I got to be honest, the Smoothie King sounds great right now.
It does sound delicious.
That's some ice cream from Salt and Straw.
What's that?
It's on California and Fillmore. Sacramento and
What's
Fillmore.
It called?
Salt and Straw.
Okay.
Ice cream.
Is it like a high-end ice cream?
I don't know if it's
Tell him Bonte Hill sent you.
I had this, I swear to God, it was like cookie dough, caramel fudge cookie dough. With the waffle cone.
I love waffle cone.
I'm not a big sweets guy. I don't eat candy. I don't like ice cream.
I love ice cream.
I mean, I like ice cream, but I don't just go out my way for it.
Yeah, I
eat ice cream maybe 4 times a year.
If my wife leaves it in the fridge, or the freezer, I'm eating it. The whole thing.
We've got ice cream in the freezer for like over a year. It's probably not even.
I'm a big drumstick guy. Those are all the peanuts on top and the caramel.
What about the caramel in the middle? Those are good.
100%.
Those are good.
100%.
Salt and Straw, dude. They had. Oh my lord.
The Nestle ones.
All right, looking at the Suns' schedule, they're in Sacramento Friday night. Light the beam. Then they play Philadelphia at home. Then they go to Utah. They play Minnesota, Denver at home, at OKC, San Antonio, Denver, and then the LA teams at LA against the Lakers at Crypto.com Arena for the second time this late in the year. Then they host the Clippers.
Not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy.
I'm liking the Warriors' chances at that 4 seed, man.
The Warriors could snatch the 4 seed. Now, what if they had to play Phoenix as that 4 spot?
I'd rather have them at home, right? The home court, right off the bat. KD, Bonte. KD coming to Chase Center for the first time. It's in the playoffs at Chase Center.
I wonder if he gets a standing ovation.
At the playoffs?
Salt and Straw. The people chiming in on Salt and Straw, that is some snitching ass ice cream.
Yeah, it's Salt and Straw and Burlingame. So they got one in Burlingame, then they had the one in Sacramento, Fillmore. Pull up their menu. I'm telling you, this place is legit.
So if they get the 4 seed, I mean, I have a hard time talking about what seed they're going to get.
That would be remarkable.
That's like if the dust settled on this season and you're like, hey, they had the 4 seed. After everything that they went through, I mean, wow. That would be like the Donner Party actually making it to the end.
So,
am I wrong?
No.
That got really dark for a second there.
Well, I mean,
I heard.
Donner Pass is there for a reason.
I heard something else.
What?
I heard this.
What? No. Did I say it?
No, I just something else came through my head when you said that.
No.
Here it is.
I mean, this season has been like the Oregon Trail. Everyone's dying.
Salted malted chocolate chip cookie dough. Salted malted chocolate chip cookie dough. That's what I had. It was really, really good. They had a cinnamon snickerdoodle that I wanted to try. Didn't do that. Peanut butter brittle, caramel fudge.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill, and when I'm at Salt and Straw, I order the Schnickerdoodle.
No, I ordered a salted malted chocolate chip cookie dough. That's the one. Sea salt with caramel ribbons. This place is good. It's called Classics West Coast.
And it's in Burlingame?
They have one in Burlingame. They have one in Sacramento. Burlingame Ave. I love Burlingame
nice.
Avenue.
I went to La Corneta there just a week ago. There's a Delfina right there.
They've got a Limon.
Yeah, there is a Limon right on the corner.
Burlingame Ave is bougie. It's where the bougie folks go.
Absolutely. The Apple Store.
Bougie Bonte. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Rum custard, raisin shortbread and bran butter, peanut butter brownie, cereal puffs. I mean, this place is legit. Legit. You can't go there every single day. All right, you can't go there every single day. But Salt and Straw, I'm telling you, man, this ice cream's legit. They got West Coast, they got Florida. I mean, it's nationwide delivery. You pick it, dude. This place is legit. It's always packed. Always packed.
People crushing the prices, but I will pay more for premium stuff like that. Like, if it's legit, yeah, I'm paying more. Come on.
Newsflash, everyone. The price of everything has gone up exponentially.
It's expensive. I mean, everything's expensive. Think about our rent. Think about property tax.
It's unreal.
Think about mortgages. Think about gas. Everything's expensive.
I got to try this place out.
The hell, I'm splurging. Right? The hell with that. I'm not living the broke life anymore. I'm balling on the budget. I get all that. I'm splurging. I'm gonna make myself happy.
Good for you.
I can't take this money with me.
I'm with you on that.
So I'm gonna spend all my money on Salt and Straw.
I like it.
Love it. You ever been to Salt and Straw?
I just trying to think about that. No, I don't think I ever have.
Well, you know what?
So it's now on the list of ice cream places I gotta get to.
Lunchtime Lutman. Let's go. Salt and Straw can seal the deal, baby. Get your date number 2. Date number 3.
Last question on this before we get back to the Warriors. Are you one of the kind that put both hands behind your back, look into the glass as you're looking at the different ice creams, go, may I try a sample of that?
No, but Anna always asks for samples. Kind of gets on my nerves.
Does it?
A little bit.
Can I try the chocolate? Yeah, it tastes like chocolate.
Can I get a sample of that?
Can I try the vanilla? Yeah. Can I try the strawberry? Yeah.
I mean, and
it all tastes the same, people.
Gets a sample all the time. It's just like, you know what it tastes like. We've been here before. Why do you need to taste it? To make sure that you know what you want? No, I look at the menu and I go for the same things. I'm a creature of habit. I always go when I go to Original Joe's or if I go to Tony's Pizza, I get the same thing over and over and over again. I get what I like.
Yeah.
I know what I like, and I'm not going to waste my money on trying something new.
I feel that.
You know?
Yeah. If you like it.
So Salt and Straw, I like it. I like the sea salt with caramel ribbons and now sometimes you could go 2 scoops. You go 1 of each. I usually just go 1.
Yeah, I usually go one flavor. I don't mix and match my flavors.
Yeah, I don't like to.
I'm usually a mint chocolate chip guy.
Yeah, salted malted chocolate chip cookie dough.
All right, let me ask you this.
Radio Bonte at Church's Chicken, crispy crunchy chicken. That is. You ever been to crispy?
No.
You ain't never been to crispy crunchy chicken?
No.
South Van Ness at 18th.
Yeah,
the gas station.
To the gas stations. Yeah.
Are they? Is it?
The Mac is pretty good there. I like the Mac. It's super bad for you. It has to be like 5,000 calories, but it's delicious.
The back is terrible.
No.
So liquidy.
No, mine's not. Where are you getting your crispy crunchy chicken?
I went down to the wharf. They had one down here.
No, you can't go to the wharf.
We had a staff
That one
meeting.
must have cost $40.
No, you got to go to International, like in Oakland. They got the spot.
Or you go to South Van Ness at 18th and the biscuits.
Is yesterday the kind of game that was, they can flip the switch game? I'm asking.
It is.
Because the
had
vibe
those
felt
games
different in that fourth quarter.
The vibe did feel different, but they've had these games all year.
What, one step forward, two steps back,
Exactly.
or one and one, and you're just stuck.
But
in
again,
neutral?
this is why I have a glimmer of hope with this basketball team, because we saw them flip the switch last year during the last 6 games. Lost a tight one to Phoenix, came back against Utah, went 5-0 down the stretch. Klay Thompson got hot, and they rolled into the playoffs with all types of momentum. We didn't know what they were going to look like. Stephen Curry, first game back, was the playoff series against the Denver Nuggets.
Off the bench.
In game 1, off the bench. All right, Jordan Poole was on a heater, but we didn't know what he was going to look like in his first ever postseason. Well, first couple games, he lit it up, Mr. Money Time. Klay Thompson was balling. Same averages in the regular season and playoffs when it comes to 3-point percent and field goal percentage. So, this team, and some people go crazy and they say it's cringy, but championship DNA matters to me. And they know, okay, the finish line is near. Nobody's going to worry about the regular season once you get into the playoffs, especially if you have a deep run. We'll laugh at the regular season, say, man, they hosed us, they teased us all season long. But if they could put something together over the next 8 games and they go something like 6-2, think about how we're going to be feeling going into the playoffs. We're going to be back on that hype saying it's going to be tough to beat this team 4 times in 7 games, especially if they get GP2 back and maybe Andrew Wiggins. Now, again, on this show, we're assuming that Andrew Wiggins isn't coming back. That's just how I'm going to play it. That's how I'm going to play it. Missed 17 straight games. He's not here. If he comes back, damn, that's a great jolt. It's a great boost for this team. Hopefully he's okay. Again, our prayers, thoughts, wishes go out to him and his family. But if they do go 6-2 over the last 8 games, now this flip the switch question, I'm saying, they did flip the switch. But it's been a rocky year, Shasky. I really don't know with this team.
It feels like after every loss, especially the road ones, like this team can't beat anyone no matter what. And then after a lot of these wins, it's like, wow, like the Bucks game the other night. Wow, Steph Curry pulled that out of a rabbit out of the hat, and they find a way to win. I don't care if Giannis isn't out there. Like, that was an unbelievable win. Yep. You're like, they can do anything. It's such a one step forward, one step back team. But this one felt different just because of the way it went down against a common opponent who you faced last year, against a team that's also fighting for one of your spots right now. I know they're without Kyrie, and that does matter in the equation, but the Warriors are also down Wiggins right now, and they might be out of the rest. Yeah, and GP2, and they might be out, the whole year with that. But it felt different. I don't know. The cohesion, it finally felt like they turned a corner in terms of team chemistry. And I think that's my biggest takeaway watching that game yesterday. Seeing old Draymond on the ground celebrating, like that image in my head is just like cemented. And then seeing Steph Curry have the kind of floor game where he got everyone involved and pick and choose his spots. I don't know. I'm really encouraged by that win. I'm not going to say, they're championship. But like, those are the kind of wins that make me believe in this team.
No, Kuminga's focus was very encouraging.
Absolutely.
The focus he had, paying attention to detail. I thought Jordan Poole was focused. I thought he was a little bit better on defense yesterday with the no turnovers from JP. He wasn't, like, at times he got into his bag where he wants to go hot sauce and he wants to go through the legs and start throwing up crazy things that we just saw on the screen. Doesn't get a foul call, and he's slow to get back on defense as he's jogging and lollygagging, and the Mavericks come back and hit a 3. That can't happen for Jordan Poole, which is why he didn't close the game at times last night. He wasn't in that closing lineup. But Jordan Poole played a controlled basketball game. So if they focus, you get the youngsters focusing like that, because I know what I'm getting from Steph. I know what I'm getting from Draymond Green. I know what I'm getting from Looney. For the most part, I know what I'm getting from Klay Thompson. Hell, the 4 seed is right there. However, I'll caution to say they're 2 games behind the Phoenix Suns for the 4th spot. So in the loss column. That's better. Suns have 34 losses. Warriors have 36. So it's all about the loss column from here on out.
Well, I keep coming back to the same thing. Form for this team, right? But obviously avoiding that play-in scenario, meaning 7 or lower. I feel really encouraged with where they're at, and the defensive intensity to me is the number one thing. Seeing them lock down defensively, And then, B, you got to feel like Klay Thompson's going to figure it out on the road here. I know the last couple of weeks on the road haven't been the greatest. He had that good game against Houston. You got to think that at some point an explosion, a week or 2 weeks of offensive output from Klay has just got to be around the corner.
He'll be okay.
I think so, too.
Okay. Here's the deal that I'm looking at, though. Okay. You know who your 5 is. Steph, Looney, Klay, Dre. We'll see about Wiggins. If Wiggins comes back, now your starting 5 is solidified.
But if he doesn't, what would you like to roll with? Is it matchup dependent?
Matchup dependent.
Okay,
it's matchup dependent.
Because I don't think it should be.
I know we're operating as if Wiggins is not here, but let's go back. Let's go back hypothetically. Say if he does come back, all of a sudden your starting 5 looks the same as last year when you won the championship.
Okay,
Looney, Dre, Wiggins, Klay, Steph. All of a sudden your bench, with DiVincenzo, Kuminga, Michael Green, not to mention Jordan Poole and Gary Payton II. All of a sudden, you're 10 deep again.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's depth. And all of a sudden, there's guys where I'm saying, oh, Kuminga, get in there. You could flip the game. And then, in case of an emergency, I could play Anthony Lamb. And damn it, I know.
I actually thought Moody gave him some decent minutes yesterday.
And I was just getting there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just getting there.
I didn't mean to run you off.
He only played 6 minutes and 53 seconds.
But a couple of smart plays and some hustle plays, and it feels like he attacked the rim.
Exactly.
Offensively, like. I think that you've seen a better version of. I mean, God, the bar was so low for so long.
Yep.
But don't you think they've gotten some quality minutes from him, albeit in very short stints?
Dude, you have. And so now your 10th and 11th guy or 11th and 12th guy could be Lamb or Moody, and you play them based on the matchups.
Yeah.
You play them based on the matchups. If somebody doesn't have it, you play them. If JaMychal Green doesn't happen, okay, maybe you go small. You have Anthony Lamb as your stretch 4. You have Draymond Green at the 5. All of a sudden, you look a lot deeper. But it's all contingent on whether or not Gary Payton II can return to form from last season. And if Wiggins comes back, and I'm looking at these standings, and I'm looking at the way Steph is playing, all of a sudden we can dream again about a parade down Market Street. But right now, I don't think we can do that because we don't know about Andrew Wiggins.
Am I foolish to say, like, if Andrew Wiggins doesn't come back, can they weather the storm? And they're not going to get equal output, but can they get enough output from the combination of Kuminga, GP2, and whatever you can get from and
Michael Green, maybe?
Yeah, like can they do a combination of guys and offset? Like I know it sounds foolish to say on the outside, but I feel like we're just scratching the surface with Kuminga.
Yeah, it'll be really tough because there's going to be ups and downs with Kuminga.
Yeah,
as good as he was last night,
he's not as consistent as Wiggins.
There's going to be he's 20 years old.
Yeah,
there's going to be games where he turns the ball over 3 or 4 times, takes some bad shots, and we're going to say, what the hell is going on here? The kid's too young. He's too inexperienced. That's the benefit you get with the Andrew Wiggins. If he gets into foul trouble, you play Kuminga, he steps up, boom, you're all good. What if Kuminga doesn't have it and you don't have Wiggins that you haven't had in the last 17 games? Now, thankfully, Kuminga over the last 6 games has played really good basketball. I don't know what people are watching. For some reason,
he's been awesome.
Look,
you could make the argument he's been the second, third best Warrior in how many games in a row now?
Right. In the offseason, to me, Steph is obviously untouchable.
Yeah.
But Jonathan Kuminga, I'm not trading.
Yeah,
I'm not. That's one guy. You guys all would talk, not you, but a lot of people are talking about Wiggins or Poole or Draymond. I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga whatsoever.
No, he looked awesome.
He has to be a Warrior for a very long time. The potential, and he's getting better by the rep. And what he could do offensively, you can't teach that. He's getting above the rim. He's shooting the 3 ball. He's got a mid-range jumper, and he's picking up 94 feet.
Against elite
superstars, the best of the best.
Who has he faced in the last month?
Kawhi. Paul George.
Luka
Doncic. Who else have they played? Let me pull up the schedule.
Well, they had Drew Holiday in that game.
The Bucks game.
Yeah, the Bucks game, which Middleton, he guarded Middleton at times, not exclusively.
Damian Lillard.
Lillard, good call. I forgot about that game.
Phoenix, you got to guard some dudes.
Yeah, well.
Booker, pick a choice. Pick. They didn't guard anybody against Atlanta. New Orleans, he's guarding Brandon Ingram. Remember that? Brandon Ingram.
That's right.
Brandon Ingram.
That's right. They did not guard anyone against Atlanta.
Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
Guarded him back on Friday, March 3rd. Go watch the game.
Is this foolish?
Brandon Ingram was frustrated trying to go at Kuminga.
people are going to perceive this as a knock on Jordan Poole, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But if I'm betting on futures for this organization, boy, I feel like Kuminga's got the farthest to go, but he's also got, I feel, the highest potential if we're comparing moving forward, Jordan Poole and Kuminga. And that is not a knock on JP. I think that's more how highly I think of Kuminga.
Right.
Am
they
I
do
wrong?
different things.
Am I wrong?
But it feels like Kuminga will be able to do more on the basketball court because of the way he defends.
He's like
more
he
of a
could be
two-way player.
First or second team All-NBA type of player.
Yes.
Like, I really believe that.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm being foolish.
Especially all defense.
Yeah, well, I think that's the separator.
All defense. I mean, like,
That's
this
the
guy
separator.
may be in a conversation for DPOY at some point in his career. He's only 20 years old. And Steve Kerr saying, hey, go pick up Luka 94. Actually, they were like, Kuminga did that on his own.
I loved it. And then they picked his pocket right at half court. It was great.
So Poole does different things, but if you could let these two grow together, oh, so you're cooking with something. Let's go to Luke Man and Vallejo. Luke Man, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call today. First thing I want to say, Mark Cuban need to shut up. It wasn't a 2-point game. That was a 5-point game with a boo-boo, Reggie Bullock, what, chuck-a-chuck 3 that all of a sudden counted. If it was a 2-point game, we would have played defense on that last possession. So he need to throw all of that out. He just need to throw that in the trash can and his leaky arena.
I mean, I can pick 6 different moments in that game where there were horrific officiating that caused the discrepancy in the score. Agreed. Yep. Keep going.
Kuminga has just been what everyone thought he would be, but a lot sooner. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like the way he's been defending the last couple of games, he's learning. The way he didn't foul Luka on these step-back threes, the way he put his arms down and just kind of went by him, that still distracted his shot. And these things that he's learning game after game has just been everything we needed, including with the absence of Andrew Wiggins. Like, if anything, this might have been the best thing for Kuminga. And whenever Wiggins comes back, I think he's still going to maintain this level of play.
Yep.
And it's only going to be scarier for all of our opponents because, man, we coming for our crown again. We coming for it. We ready.
You know what? That's a good call. Good call, Luke, man. Very good call. Since the All-Star break, Kuminga's played in 13 games. Now, of course, he missed the 4 games with the ankle sprain. He bounced back quickly from that. Remember, he suffered the ankle sprain in pregame warm-ups against the Memphis Grizzlies. 13 games for Jonathan Kuminga since the All-Star break. 56.5% from the floor he's shooting. 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10 and a half shots. 56.5% for a perimeter player is pretty damn good. 44% from the three-point line. Now, it's not a huge sample size because he's only attempting, since the All-Star break, 2.5 threes per game. The shot discernment, knowing when to shoot the 3. And now the form looks good. Form looks great. But he's not going crazy over the three-point. Like, remember his form in the California Classic?
Yeah, it was bad.
Consider where it is now.
Erratic is an understatement.
Yeah. But now look at his form.
Yeah.
You tell me that's a guy who doesn't work hard in the gym?
Yeah, no, that's absurd.
All right, that was an absurd report.
Wait till he starts to get a little more BOD, benefit of the doubt with the whistle.
I don't know who gave Stephen A. that material to run with, but whatever. 15 points a game, 4.5 rebounds, 2 assists in the defense.
You know, and
this guy, and it's in only 25 minutes a game.
I want to take a step back, and I want to push back on this notion. Everyone lost their minds on the 2 timeline thing. And I really have always, I'm like shaking my head, like, B, just for a second here. At the beginning of the year, you and I had this conversation about the young players. And I believe we came to the consensus, really, if one of them becomes what you think that they can become and get close to their potential, then it was a success.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how many teams around the league suck year after year after year, and they're drafting high, and they just need one of those guys to really pop, right?
Right.
I mean, really, it's all you need. And this whole, like, 2 timeline thing, name me, I've always said this, and I don't understand this. Name me a company in America that doesn't have people at the top of their craft and some young people that they're trying to groom into positions of prominence within a company.
Yep.
Every sports team, every business, every entity out there is trying to develop someone or a couple of people into prominent positions within the company. So, like, this whole, like, oh my God, how could the Warriors have thought that some young players, you need old guys? Well, you see with some of these old guys, like, they're hit and miss too. Like JMG was very missed at the beginning of the year, and he's been hit as of late. Okay, so I'm looking at the young guys, and I just think all of the rhetoric is ridiculous because I do believe there is a variety of people that have tolerance for veteran mistakes and
but
zero
no tolerance for youngsters,
for rookie mistakes, and I think those people are morons.
Yeah, well, everybody's. I'm hearing Kuminga needs to rebound more. I would like to see him grab a few more rebounds. Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
However, watch the game.
I wanted Clay to rebound for 10 years, and now he's starting to rebound.
But Kuminga grabbed 8 rebounds the other day. Why? Because he wasn't guarding dudes strictly on the perimeter.
With his back to the rim.
Luka put up 10 3-point attempts yesterday. He was 2 of 10 from the 3-point line.
Yes.
Because Kuminga wasn't fouling and falling into him. Kuminga only picked up, what did he end up with? He ended up with 3 fouls yesterday, but he didn't have those boneheaded fouls. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Where he just jumps, he's contesting everything, and he's reckless. I thought he played a very balanced game. Let's go to
he
Vincent San
fall for
Jose.
the pump fakes.
No, he doesn't. Even last year, there's a clip against LeBron James on a Saturday night. Austin Reeves actually played well that night at Chase Center. But LeBron James, into the first half, he's in the paint, and he's pump faking, and Kuminga stayed down, didn't go for it, turnover, ball goes the other way, and LeBron was frustrated. Willie and I looked at each other, it's like, this guy can play. He's a rookie.
Well,
and that's LeBron James in his 19th season at the time. Now it's 20 years. Not going for a pump fake against possibly one of the greatest players of all time.
And the book of Barnett, leapers like to leap.
Leapers like to leap.
Especially the young ones.
Yep, no doubt. Let's go to Vince in San Jose. Vince, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? What a fun game last night.
So much fun.
I just wanted to rip into Cuban. It was an absolute blast to watch that game last night. Even Cuban, I just want to rip into him a little bit because I wake up, I'm looking at all these Twitter reposts by Cuban saying, well, I'm going to protest the loss. And, hey, you had 6 or 7 egregious calls go your way last night. You had Luka. You had baby boy Luka. Oh, look at little baby boy Luka, right? He's doing his money sign. That's 2 technicals right there. He did that twice. Anytime you do a money sign like that, that's a technical each time. He did it twice. He should have been tossed out of the game. And again, maybe it's a Texas thing, maybe it's a lack of intelligence, but it's like, what are you guys complaining about? Truly.
I totally agree.
It is. And you know what? Luke Man and Vallejo said the leaky roof. I forgot all about that. Last year, the Western Conference Finals. He threw that in there. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
I forgot about that.
The leaky roof out there. Look it, man.
They missed like 10 free throws too, didn't they? They were horrible.
Luka missed 4 himself. They were 20 of 28. So they were only a +5 at the free throw line when it was all said and done. Warriors got to the free throw line 18 times, made 15 of their attempts. But you look at the threes, they actually shot 43%, 42.5% from the three-point line, 17 of 40. But I thought the Warriors made it tough on the Dallas Mavericks. They turned them over a little bit in the second half, and the Warriors kept their turnovers down. That was the key. Third quarter, they commit 5 or 6. First quarter, they commit 6. Fourth quarter, they commit 1. So the second and fourth quarter, 1 turnover. First and third quarter, 12 turnovers. Finished with 13. That's actually good for the Golden State Warriors.
And they didn't give up 30 in the first quarter.
Didn't give up. Well, actually, they gave up 30 in every quarter.
Oh, I thought they didn't give up 30 in the first quarter.
33 first quarter, 30
for some reason in my mind it was 29. I thought it was 29.
Look, 33 in the first quarter, 30 in the second, 30 in the third, 32 in the fourth.
Well, then throw that away.
But it felt like they played better defense, right? They at least got into guys.
You know what it was? It was all those horrific calls they missed that shouldn't have been 33.
Again, the referees are all-time worst. I've gotten over the referees. I just go into the game assuming that they're going to be terrible, and you have to play through it. I'm sure Steve Kerr is saying that. I remember my coaches growing up.
You didn't think that was going to be a foul? He misses the layup, and I was waiting for the whistle. Because they love to play the results.
These guys are bozos, man. Sean Wright, Michael Smith, Andy Nagy. These guys are all bozos in the referee shirts. They're bozos. They're clowns. I'm just saying what it is. I don't care if
what
anybody
do you think the hit rate is on their calls?
40%. I get it's a difficult job. I would never sign up for it.
It's not difficult.
But Coach Keeve, shout out to Dave McKeeve, used to coach me at Washington High School, and he used to always tell us, man, referees going to make bad calls.
Yeah,
it's not up to the rest of it. You got to make plays.
Yes, agreed.
At the end of the day, you control the game.
Yeah, you got to play through it.
Play through it. And so that's what the Warriors did last night. They played through the lack of foul calls.
But here's where I'll push back a little on that because I hear that a lot, and believe me, I preach that a lot as a coach. But like Draymond Green gets a third foul on a phantom, passion crash, which is what they call it, where you pass and then fly into someone, but he didn't touch anybody. Mm-hmm. And so he gets a third foul that puts the Warriors in the bonus, okay? Meaning Dallas is going to shoot free throws.
Right.
All right? So then Luka goes down, and then he gets to shoot free throws. Then on the next possession, there's a loose ball, and JP beats him, bats the ball in. 2 players crashing, going for the ball. It's a no call by everybody's book. They call a foul on JP, and now you get 2 extra free throws.
Yeah.
Right? And then later on in the game, there's the sequence with Anthony Lamb. He clears a rebound, starts to dribble, gets crashed into by Green.
No call.
No call. And then it leads to a 3-pointer
But again,
eventually.
they've done this all season
No,
long.
I know, but like that's the problem that I have with the official. There are sequences of plays that you can go in either direction. There's just too many sequences of plays.
It's been happening
That's
all
my
year.
biggest issue.
They're all-time bad. Let's just face it. They're all-time bad.
Agreed.
And they're going to cost somebody an important playoff game. You better believe it. The playoffs are coming, and it's only going to get worse. Mark Davis is running around. What game was I watching yesterday? Mark Davis. It was a Sacramento game. Jason Tatum got clobbered in the head. Clobbered. I think it was Kessler Edwards or Walker Kessler, whatever. Not Walker Kessler. He's in Utah, but Sacramento. Anyway, just clobbers Jason Tatum. And I say, damn. I got him off the bench. Say, wow, no call. And Tatum's like, hey, Mark Davis, come on, man. And like, and I watched him in the Sacramento game just blow 3 straight bogus calls against the Sacramento Kings in a row. This is what these guys do.
The best dunk of the entire playoffs last year.
Mark Davis.
We were robbed of it because Luka, the crybaby, flopped, and the referee ruined the moment.
No, because Mark Davis ruined the moment.
And then you had to challenge it.
Mark Davis ruined the moment. Scott Foster ruins moment. D'Angelo Russell yesterday at Suns games. Hey, y'all, Scott Foster's reffing. Scott Foster. That's Scott Foster, number 1, should not be refereeing. Well, after the Donahue doc,
thank you.
That's your problem there.
I can't look at him. I don't want to see him on the floor.
Did you see the way he kicked out Scotty Barnes?
And this is the other thing.
Scotty Barnes, did you see the way he kicked him out in Denver?
Yeah, and
he stared him down when he walked down the tunnel and still was talking?
Bonte, the people that defend the referees the most refuse to watch the doc that exposes them the most.
Yeah, well, that exposes those people who love the referees.
Bury your head in the sand some more, or you could just acknowledge the reality of where the league's at.
All right, today's injury report is good news for the San Francisco Giants and their fans. I guess you guys don't consider me a fan. I'm a Giants fan. Anyway, tell you. After missing a week due to left knee discomfort, Giants shortstop Brady Crawford expressed optimism that he'll be ready for opening day next Thursday at Yankee Stadium. He was able to suit up yesterday in their 4-0 win over the Texas Rangers. He looked fresh, went 1 for 1 with the walk and helped turn a pair of double plays. Beat Craw. We'll be in that lineup. Let's go. Injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls and Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. The one and only Anthony Slater here on the Roast.
Marvel Studio.
as I point to baby Chaz on the FaceTime.
Oh, baby. It's good to be in the roast. Hour number 3. 8 o'clock hour. We're having a lot of fun talking some Warriors. What a difference a day makes. What a difference a day makes. I got to hang up the FaceTime because now baby Chaz is screaming, oh, baby. It's time to turn up. Warriors get a big win last night.
My dad does it every time now.
What was that?
Oh,
dude,
baby.
Jordan from Union City yesterday, J-Dub was like, you got to start the post-game show with the oh, baby. Maybe I'll bring it out if they get some big wins on this homestand. Maybe on television. But that what a difference a day makes, man. It was so down and out with this Warriors team. So much weird stuff's been happening this season. But to get a win like that and seeing the young guys contribute, Steph Curry had a good floor game. 20 points, 13 assists. Dynamic. Kevon Looney, a double-double. Dynamic. 14th double-double of the season. Draymond Green woke up in the second half and played great basketball. Jordan Poole played control basketball. Didn't turn the ball over. It's a lot to feel good about. Now can they start to get on the roll here? And maybe there is some shades of last season where they went 5-1 down the stretch and won their last 5 games, but also had a very good, solid game against the Phoenix Suns. Remember at Chase Center where they lost a close one when Draymond Green made his return. With that said, let's bring in our 95-70 game insider, Anthony Slater, who's now covering the Sacramento Kings full-time, and they're not giving me heat because people were saying light the beam. They're living signs up on my car saying light the beam. But Anthony Slater from time to time does cover the Golden State Warriors. What up, Slates?
What up?
How's the Kings beat going?
2-game losing streak. They're crumbling.
Uh-oh. Are you switching sides? Are you going to come back to the Warrior beat?
I'll be there Friday night. My choice is Warriors Sixers or Kings Suns. I'll be at Warriors Sixers.
Wow, look at you. Look at you making the executive decision. No, seriously. You didn't travel on this trip, huh? You stay back?
Yeah, that's more of a personal life thing. But, yeah.
Sorry about that. I hope everything is going well.
It's all good. It's all good.
Nah, I'm sure everything worked out. And obviously, you watch all the games. You break all the games down. I read your article on Jonathan Kuminga last night, so I guess let's start there. Watching this two-way player come into his own in his last 6 games, shooting over 60% from the floor, and over 50% from the three-point line, but it's his shot discernment. He said yesterday in a post-game show that he's understanding where they be, and then defensively watching him pick up Luka 94 feet. I'm not going to go crazy over the lack of rebounding, because he is coming into his own as an individual defender and knowing where to be offensively. This is a great sign for the Golden State Warriors if Wiggins comes back. Now all of a sudden you got another piece to play with, another chess piece down the stretch.
Yeah, and he's had these stretches. I can remember a game in Dallas earlier this season. He played a very similar game. He was picking up Luka full court, and that was during a road trip. He played well. Remember the Utah game where he shut Clarkson down the stretch? Clarkson trying to fight him.
Yep. Brandon Ingram. What about Brandon Ingram that Friday night at Chase Center against the Pels?
Yep, and those are often during 5-game stretches where Kuminga looks like this in a lot of ways. And you could argue, hey, this is the best of those 5-game stretches. I think Steve did say that last night. But and that is kind of what young players do, right? They seem like they figured it out. They take 2 steps forward, they take 1 back, but what I like, he's kind of punishing teams for sagging off of him right now. He's I think 13 of 26 from 3 in March. He's up to 36% from 3 for the season. I wonder if defenses begin to get out on him a bit more, because that's what I think we've seen is that's what he's going to face in the playoffs. I think these veteran defenses, these veteran coaching staffs are going to try to gift him shots and really play him off the floor. That's why Steve Kerr's had a tough time playing him with Looney and Draymond together. And I just think it's been a good sign lately that he's been hitting his jumper, because I think that does give him the confidence that, kind of lets the rest of his game flourish, because we know he can individually defend. We know he can score downhill.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself, because nothing drives me crazier than you're in the middle of a great season or a great opportunity for a team to get into the playoffs and make a deep run. But I'm just thinking about Curry moving forward, as he starts to age and he ticks down a little in terms of him being the number 1 dude and the usage rate through the roof, and he carries his team through his scoring. When you see him have a floor game like he did last night, can't you envision him being more of a distributor as the years go on, as Kuminga takes a step forward? Because that was something that I took away from last night's game. Am I crazy to think that?
No, I mean, he can pass. He's always been able to pass. It's maybe not his largest instinct when he's on the court. He loves to bomb away from three, but he could be a lot of things. If at 4 years old he needs to be JJ Redick, he could be JJ Redick, right? I mean, he can just kind of stand and space the floor. Obviously, he can, as the fan base will tell you, he could run a lot more high screens every game if the Warriors decided that was like the proper offense to run. I think if he said, "Hey, I want to average 10 assists a game," kind of like what James Harden's done in Philly this year, right? This is not the James Harden from Houston. He's turned into, I think he leads the NBA in assists, and he's down, around like 19, 20 points a game. Like, that could be the Steph Curry if the team dictated it, and maybe it will moving forward. As he ages, as like you said, if Kuminga is like on the rise, if Poole sticks around and kind of becomes the go-to scorer as he's 26 years old, if they, go get another scorer, maybe that is, the type of point guard Steph Curry needs to be. And I think he's good enough and sharp enough to do it. Just like I said, he could also just be a spacing shooter if he needed to be at the age of 39 or something like that.
Nah, that's a good call. Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast, our 95.7 The Game Insider. Nobody does it better when covering the NBA, in my opinion. He breaks the game down. He teaches us something left and right. And great article last night about Jonathan Kuminga. Just looking at this team and offensively, we'll get to the defense in a second, but I think when the Warriors have more balance, they're just so much more dynamic. Last night, 38 of 51 inside the arc. And in the first half, I believe they were 19 of 23 inside the arc. Just 39 three-point attempts, down from their average of 46, 47 on the season. And we saw that on a couple homestands ago where they beat the Blazers and only shoot about 30, 36 threes. And it happened later on that homestand. The balance offensively was a lot better last night. That's when they're at their best.
Yeah, there's a common thread between those two games you mentioned. They were facing Drew Eubanks and Dwight Powell.
I know. I didn't want to go there, Anthony. I know no rim protection, but damn it, they hardly take advantage of it.
Yeah, no, it's good, but it's like, that's because against Memphis, Jaren Jackson's back there. Against Atlanta, Clint Capella's back there. And it's not even just those two. It's just like better defense, longer. Like Dallas stinks defensively.
They do. They're 28th in shot blocking. They're off. Let me ask you this, though, Anthony. The one big lineup I really like, because when you do play Draymond and Looney together, it feels like that paint is congested. And you talk about Jaren Jackson Jr., he gets to sag back in the paint. Anthony Davis, we've seen it twice now with the Lakers where he sags back in the paint. I kind of like that one big lineup to kind of break it apart, and I think it gives them a better shot at going to the rim against those sad shot blockers like Jaren Jackson Jr. and Anthony Davis.
Well, this is the tug of war this coaching staff has been dealing with for 2 seasons now. They try to break those guys up. There are definitely people behind the scenes that continue to suggest, hey, like, split them up. This is 2023. You don't play 2 non-shooters, but guess what happens every time they break them up? They play worse because like they're just better with Draymond and Looney together. Go back to that Memphis series last season. They took Looney out of the starting lineup. They got crunched by like 55 points in Memphis in Game 5, and the veterans go on the plane up to Mike Brown because Steve Kerr's not even coaching at the time. Remember, he was in COVID protocol.
Yeah.
And they said, put Looney back in the starting lineup. Then Looney gets 22 rebounds, and they close out the Memphis series. And they did. Look, Otto Porter started the last 3 games of the Boston series. Mm-hmm. They had a stretch 4 out there. But I think Looney has become so important and vital to what they do that it's very difficult for them not to play Looney and Draymond together because like those are 2 of their 5 best players.
Yeah.
But you're right, like they're missing the stretch 4 element because you would like to play Kuminga more with them, but defenses don't respect Kuminga out on the perimeter, and that's part of the need for spacing. It's honestly why Anthony Lamb continues to play a lot of minutes because he at least is like the facsimile of the Otto Porter, the stretch 4.
Right.
But you're right. I mean, again, like I said, this is what this coaching staff has been dealing with for 2 years, like wanting to split them up, but having a tough time splitting them up.
I mean, it felt like a vintage fourth quarter of IQ from Draymond Green. They just seeing him hit that and one and then, flex like that. In terms of vibes, in terms of just the feel of the chemistry and the sense of the moment, didn't that feel like a I feel like I said this 5 times this year, but it felt like a turning moment for this team.
Yeah, he even had the 2 stops down the stretch. Yeah. He had verticality on Hardy, which, by the way, Jaden Hardy was pretty good last night, right?
He did. He's playing well.
Yeah, he did. But yeah, he had that, and then obviously he stopped Luka with 4 seconds left, and it was a little reminiscent. Remember the season a few years ago where he had like 7 clutch defensive plays in the last 5 seconds of 7 different wins? It felt like that. He obviously had the seal off that the team mentioned post game to help Steph get that layup. He's capable of that. I mean, the one thing I don't doubt about Draymond is winning time. Big game, 1 minute left. It's very close. He's gonna be locked in, and when he's locked in, he's probably gonna make a smart play and probably make a winning play. So that part I don't doubt. Now, grander scope, what type of season is he having? How does his body hold up over the long haul? We'll see. But yeah, that was vintage Draymond last night, but that's not that big a surprise. It was a big game.
Yeah, no doubt. Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We'll get to Jordan Poole in just a second, but Shasky brought up DiVincenzo earlier, and he's had a rough road trip. I thought he played better last night defensively, offensively, took all his attempts from the three-point line, 14 points. Is he battling fatigue here because he hasn't played this many minutes before over the course of his career? What's going on with DDV? Do you sense fatigue issues? Are the coaching staff worried about him? Are they looking for, obviously you can't take any days off right now here in the heat of the playoff race, but maybe that Portland game at the end of the season, he may not play because they already have something clinched. What's going on with DDV? Yeah,
I think, number one, he wasn't just going to scorch from 3 all season, right? I mean, we're talking about a guy career-wise is in the mid-30s. I think, last couple seasons he battled injuries. He was low 30s. So this has been a career year from 3. He's probably going to cool off it. I think this is just one of those stretches he's cooling off a little bit. You did make the good point. Look at his minute totals. I mean, he's up over 30 every game. Early in the season, he was a 18-minute guy off the bench. That's kind of what you thought he was going to be this season, but now, he's starting over Jordan Poole every night. Maybe they could minimize the minutes. I think this is where Kuminga can come into the picture. Maybe I'd play Kuminga right now 30 minutes a game. Now,
no doubt,
it's tougher to fit him in lineups, right? DiVincenzo fits in every lineup. I think that's part of the reason Kurt goes to him so much, and he's kind of the best perimeter defender right now. I guess you could argue Kuminga is, but I think DiVincenzo's trusted more. But right now is one of those stretches where Kuminga's locked in, and I just think you need to maximize that by really kind of let him off the leash essentially. And part of that might be minimizing DiVincenzo's workload right now because I agree with you, he does look a little tired, understandably.
All right, I feel like we've gone way too long. We've got to address the officiating now. I was losing my mind for a variety of reasons yesterday. Obviously, Dallas has lost their mind this morning and last night, and Mark Cuban's retweeting everything. Let's start with Luka before we get to just the actual officials themselves. I will defend them on one element. Draymond complains a lot, but Luka, I charted 21 times he turned to an official in the first half, okay, and had both palms out or hands up, screaming, berating an official. It's out of control. I feel like the league needs to step in and talk to guys specifically like Luka and nip this in the bud because he's a fantastic player, and it's all, brushed aside because all I'm watching is him crying to the officials as we zoom in on the camera. Am I alone in the frustration watching Luka complain to officials?
I think the league needs to hire you. You charted this 21 times in the first half.
I mean, Slater, this is the advanced analytics that you get from a guy who's, just a mensch watching basketball at a high level.
I can't wait for you early in this baseball season with all these rule changes. I mean, you're going to be lighting up the airwaves with some of this stuff.
Come on, Slater.
Casey Smith's already in the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame.
No, time out.
I'm kidding.
Time out. No, but honestly,
guys.
I know you are. I love you.
No, I know. It was a poorly officiated game last night.
Agreed.
Both sides.
But the Luka element, you watch the league as a whole. I know Dre complains because it takes one to know one. No, Luka takes it to another level. Am I tripping?
Harden, these guys all do that.
Luka's bad. Luka's bad enough. It's a big thing in Dallas. For him to stop, right? I mean, you saw it last night. It's kind of a good thing for opponents, the Warriors last night, where he's complaining and then there's a 5-on-4 going the other way, and he's sitting there yelling at the referee. So. It's Jason Kidd's really had to deal with this. He is one technical from a suspension, and he could have got it last night. So it's he's young. What is he? He's still only 23. I agree. I mean, what do you think the league should do? them more often for tees, like punish, like more suspensions. I mean, I don't like it's it's a tough thing to solve.
Here's what I would say.
You have a lot of new referees. The old guard is out, so you got all these new guys who are trying to establish themselves. Maybe they need to be a little more strict. Maybe they need to say, hey, that's enough here. But when you get LeBron James throwing temper tantrums at the end of a game in Boston, I get it was a bad call, but you're throwing a tantrum, showing up the refs, and they do nothing about it. And they're not doing anything about Luka Doncic. What are they going to do? They're going to continue to roll over these guys.
Yeah, but this is what you do. This is what I think you should do. And maybe I'm out of line here. I think David Stern back in the day would have said their names on a press conference. Get in front of a podium and say, look, guys like Luka, like LeBron, crying on every single possession, it's a bad look for us. And it's making it very difficult to enjoy the game because we're zoomed in on the players at every single stoppage of the ball, and we're watching them cry and complain. It's really a bad look.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this has been a problem beyond just this little mini era. I can remember the Doc Rivers Clippers were notorious for this. But also, I don't know, did you guys see the Clippers Thunder game it was?
I did.
2 nights ago.
Yeah,
where
Kawhi.
You had the one referee, it was Joe Shiesty out there in a referee uniform. You had T on Kawhi for what did Kawhi do? He's probably and one.
Right.
It was T on him, and then Terrence Mann's like, why'd you do that? And he went, technical, you're gone. And it was okay, I'm not sure we want that either, right? Why'd you just throw this dude out for, basically nothing? So, I don't know, there's a balance, but, I mean, I agree with you. It was not that delightful to watch Luka operate last night, but some of that's just on Luka. The Mavericks need to get through to him.
Right.
Our Cuban needs to get through to him. Because, you're not just going to be throwing Luka Doncic out of every game.
No.
He needs to curb his own behavior, but in some ways that's not on the refs. That's kind of on Luka and the Mavericks.
It's true.
They are,
That's a good point.
and he's driving Jason Kidd crazy. Trust me, the Mavericks coach staff's like, Luka, dude. And he was bad last night, out of shape and not getting back, and he still gives you 30 points and 17 assists.
He's an all-time
27
player.
points. But he's got to stop
He's
crying.
an all-time player.
Think about where he learned it from, from this era of NBA basketball. These guys all cry. All right, Jordan Poole, no turnovers last night. I guess that's a step in the right direction for him. 16.6 assists. The 3-ball's not working for him, but I did like the late game mid-range jumper that he took, Anthony. This is a positive for Jordan Poole as he just continues to get railroaded by the impressive fans out here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, I thought Atlanta was one of his low points of the season. I thought he was really bad defensively that game. An eyesore out there, not getting back in transition, just kind of letting this guy go by. And in the game since Memphis, then these last 2 wins, Houston, Dallas, he's at least been more engaged defensively, trying out there, which has been a big thing. And then, I can't remember too many of the really bad threes in the last few games either, right? You get an offensive rebound, you kick it out to reset, and why is he taking a 30-footer right now, even though he's cold? And the last 2 second halves you mentioned, I don't know what the assist to turnovers were in the second half last time. You may have just said it, but I know it was 6 assists, 0 turnovers in Houston. Very controlled game. And I felt like he played that way last night. He wasn't the star last night, but he doesn't need to be the star. I think sometimes he's searching that out too much, right? Those, those chase center surges that he had a lot late last season, and even sometimes this season, I feel like he's just hunting those big stretches, those big moments that will make him the post-game story. He's better this season, at least. Well, he's colder this season when he just kind of throttles back a little bit because he still has a bunch of talent. He still has playmaking that this team doesn't have, dribble skill, mid-range skill, and it's very useful to the Warriors, but it just gets out of control when the turnovers are ramped up. The deep threes that he's making, 20% of are ramped up.
11 points, 4 assists for Jordan Poole off the bench yesterday, 12 minutes, 23 seconds in the second half. Real quick, 4 seed, the Warriors? I mean, they're 2 games back in the loss column with the Phoenix Suns, but it is possible.
Yeah, you look. I mean, Paul George after the rest of the regular season, they're in the 5 seed, so they're catchable at this point. Big Thunder Clippers game, I believe.
Huge, huge.
Yeah, because the Thunder's coming up under the Warriors right now, and they I think the Thunder are in Chase Center in week or so.
Big homestand. Big homestand. The Oklahoma City, New Orleans, and then you get the T-Wolves with Karl Anthony Towns back on Sunday.
Yeah, and, tiebreaker, the Warriors can win the tiebreaker over Minnesota and the Thunder, who are right under them, with 2 home games coming up. 5 of their last 8 are at home. We know the road home splits for the Warriors. I think Chassie mentioned earlier at Portland to end the season.
Yep.
You know, Portland will probably be giving that one away. I wouldn't expect Lillard that night. So I think it sets up well for them. And also, you know, I think Gary Payton II will be back probably before the end of March. You know, he's coming. And that's another rotation boost that will help. So these last two wins, particularly last night, I do think set them up to not only solidify themselves at least in 6, but like you said, I mean, I think the Clippers are catchable. I doubt Phoenix is. You don't have the tiebreaker against Phoenix. They're 3-1 against you this season, so that makes them tougher to catch. My question to you guys would be: do you want 5 though?
No, I've been yelling.
No,
I want 6, and I want Sacramento
6
and Memphis.
or 4.
I want Sacramento and Memphis in the first round. I don't even want 4. I don't even want to deal with the
because
Phoenix
4
Suns.
means Phoenix. You just get
but you get the home game.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Phoenix doesn't care. They'll win on the road.
Kevin Durant, he's playing home on the road.
Yeah, you want Kevin Durant in the first round of the playoffs?
For drama, maybe.
I'm good off that. I'm good off that.
I mean, it'd be good for the league.
That's what I'm
Great.
saying.
Well, wouldn't Adam Silver want that like in the second or third round? And obviously, if they're 4 or 5, you know, that'd be in the conference finals. But I want Warriors Sac. That's what I want.
How about Warriors and Grizzlies? Let's just get it.
Give me that. Get them out of the way early. Get them out of the way early. Then we get a classic second round series between the Sacramento Kings and the Warriors.
1 week from today, though, Anthony, as your way out the door, Mariners, Guardians. I've been looking at that Guardian team. Not today, but we'll talk about it down the line. I got an eye on them. Back-to-back Central Division champs.
AL Central favorites for sure.
I agree.
The Giants opening in New York. You guys got to get hyped for that.
Yeah, I'm so pumped.
Yankee Stadium, and then the game was starting.
If Judge takes one swing at the entire series, I'm going to lose my mind on Kapler.
Shane Bieber, one of the best pitchers nobody knows about. Cleveland Guardians. He's a stud.
How many home runs is Aaron Judge going to hit in that series?
If he takes one swing, I'm going to be furious. On behalf of the organization, after being used and played like a fiddle, they better put up the 4 or beam him in the back and the butt every single time he steps to the plate. I don't want one highlight.
He'll hit 2. He'll hit 2 in that series.
But if Joe Shasty's back there umpiring, he's tossing everybody out.
Do not if you see him show up to your game. Do not want him reffing it. That's for sure. Anthony, you're the best. See you tomorrow night.
Slates.
Philadelphia and the Warriors. Good stuff, Slates.
All right, see y'all.
All right, Anthony Slater, one of the best out there, man. Sorry we went long with him, but it's just a fun conversation, man. Basketball, just geeking out with 3 dudes here on the show. We got to get Slater. I know we go long. The boss got to talk to us, but you know what?
I know, but you know what? That was a conversation.
Slater's he's appointment radio.
Yes.
And people love Slater. They do. They read his stuff. They retweet his stuff. He's a big timer. And he knows the game inside and out. So
he's right on them Dallas Mavericks needing to have a come to Jesus moment with Luka, and Luka having a come to Jesus moment with himself.
Trust me, they're trying. They're trying. This guy doesn't get it.
From a television perspective.
Look at little baby boy Luka.
You know what? Let's talk about it on the other side. I do want to talk about this on the other side.
They are trying, though. They are trying, but you know what? The Warriors. 8 games left, man. Big win last night in Dallas. We'll continue to talk about it. Your phone calls, too. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, you tired of Luka? How annoying is he? How annoying is Luka Doncic? I want to hear from Dub Nation here. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up. On the Game, sponsored by 5 Hour Energy.
Replace your afternoon coffee with a 5 Hour Energy.
points, 13 assists last night. The Mavericks do a really good job. In the 3 regular season games prior to last night, Stephen Curry had attempted 29 threes against the Mavericks. Remember, they had that game last year where the Mavericks won 122-113 down in Dallas. Stephen Curry didn't get a shot off in the fourth quarter. Not one shot. They do a really good job of denying him the basketball and running him off the three-point line. Just 4 attempts in the first half. Klay Thompson and Steph combined for 8 attempts in the first half from the three-point line. Look, we've seen games where Stephen Curry attempts 13 threes in a game. We've seen games where Klay Thompson attempts 14, 15, 17, 20 threes in a game. Last night, they combined to go 3 of 12 from the three-point line, so they weren't able to get their three ball going, but that worked out well. They went to the basket. As Anthony Slater mentioned, the Mavericks have no rim protection whatsoever. They're 28th in the league in shot blocking. They're a terrible rebounding team. So the Warriors took advantage, and they didn't shot hunt from the three-point line. But give Dallas credit, man. They have a nice little blueprint of where they limit the attempts from the three-point line for Stephen Curry.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. But I feel like, when I'm watching Steph, it felt like last night he realized, like, oh, they don't need me to carry them with points. They need me to space the floor. Yeah. And I thought the way that he spaced the floor was brilliant yesterday, and using their aggressiveness to slow him down kind of opened things up for the others.
You heard Slater, I asked him about the lineups. Because it feels like the one big lineup when they either go Looney and they have a stretch 4, whether it's Kuminga or Michael Green, or if it's Draymond at the 5 and you get a stretch 4. It just seems like the offense flows a little bit better. Now, you're not going to get mad at the start. Looney and Draymond are professionals. And as he mentioned, when Mike Brown coaching, the veterans get Looney back in that starting lineup. And they ended up grabbing 70 rebounds in that game-clinching clinching game in the series against the Memphis Grizzlies last year, where Looney grabs over 20 rebounds and Wiggins was a beast on the boards. But against teams like the Lakers, if you face them down the line, or a team like the Memphis Grizzlies with rim protection, or the Phoenix Suns with DeAndre Ayton, rim protection, and Kevin Durant, rim protection, long athletic teams, playing those two together, maybe you don't want to do it for long periods, long stretches. Like last night, Kuminga was out in the first 4 minutes of the game. And they inserted Kuminga right away because Dallas is saying, we're going to sack off of Draymond. Yeah. We're going to make him be an offensive attacker and make him score because we know Looney's in a game and he's operating in a low block. Switch it up a little bit, and that's interesting moving forward. How many times or how long will they go with the 2 big lineup with Looney and Draymond?
And the one thing I think that's really been a boost in the last couple of weeks and this year in general, with Klay Thompson being a better and more active rebounder, right. I think that
it's huge.
I think it helps you want to go in that direction in terms of splitting those guys up a little more.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I think that he's done, like late last night. What do you have? 2 rebounds down the stretch, 2 big ones defensively. He's never going to be on the level of like Kevin McHale or guys like that. But can he give you those 7 to 9 rebounds that you absolutely need?
He's averaging 5 since the All-Star break. 5 a game.
But
Thompson.
That's got to be a career high.
That's not bad for Klay. All right, now let's take it.
But can he get better? I think he can.
He can, but look at his game logs here. 7 rebounds, 11.
That's what I'm saying.
He did have some struggles there. He did have some struggles there down the stretch or on his homestand, but he is crashing the glass. All right, look, here's a rebound total. 7, 1, 11, 3, 5, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 1, 11, 8, 5, 7. So if you can give him around 5 to 6 rebounds a game, I'll take that from Klay Thompson.
I think he can even do more. And I think that's also a product of, they need to tell him, like, Klay, we need you to play more of that 4 if someone else is in that 5.
And he does.
No, I know, but box out better. Right. You know what I mean? And just be out there looking for those rebounds. So I don't know. That's just something that I've been noticing with Klay Thompson. His situational rebounding has been much better. He was not a great rebounder throughout the entirety of his career.
No doubt. 5 since the All-Star break. Not bad. Not bad from Klay Thompson. He's getting scrappy there. All right, let's go to the calls, man. 888-957-9570. A lot of stuff about Luka, Kuminga, the referees. Let's start off with Junior in San Jose. Junior, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's good? What's good? Bonte, Shasky, how you guys doing, man?
Oh, man, we're good, Junior. We're good. How you doing this morning?
Hey, I'm good. Hey, Shasky, real quick, man, I got my sweater. I was out in L.A. this weekend rocking and getting mugged, but I got it in the mail last week.
Oh, thank you. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You sweat, want a roast sweater?
Me mugged all day.
Let's go. Let's go.
I got 4. I got four sweaters.
You can get that at 957thegameshop.com if
Still
you're out
old
there.
Tyler Miller. We got to pay. We got to get Tyler.
Yeah,
Tyler Miller, what size you wear? We got to get your sweater out today.
What you got on the Dubs?
Man, last night was a good win. Luka, man, that boy cried too much. And the refs, man, was terrible in the fourth quarter. Draymond's fifth foul, that was terrible. He did extend the arm on Draymond and give him that fifth foul. That was terrible.
Yeah.
The refs had some real bad calls last night. But last night felt good when Steph opened up the floor for everyone in the fourth quarter after he realized they're double teaming him and everything. That was a good one. That was a good win last night. I hope he keeps that up for the next game for sure.
Nah, very good win for the Golden State Warriors. Steph Curry in the fourth quarter, 7 points, 3 of 5 from the floor, 3 assists.
Yes,
you got
sir.
6 points. You got 6 points from Kuminga. Thanks for the call, Junior. Thanks for rocking the morning roast. Let's go to Adam real quick in San Jose. Adam, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing good. Just to speak on Luka a little bit, I really like Luka, but his crying and his whining to the officials is too much. It almost seems like he's looking to draw a foul on every single play, every time he has the ball in his hands. He already gets more calls than he actually deserves. I don't know if you guys watched his post-game interview last night, but he admitted to talking to the officials too much, and he said that that's something he's going to work on in the off-season because there's only 10 games left this season, and he wants to focus on winning as many as he can. Hopefully he gets better next season because, honestly, it's really boring watching Luka play because most of his points come from the free throw line, and looks like he's looking to draw a foul on every play, every time he has the ball.
I'm totally with you.
Go ahead.
Well, I think this is I have a big issue with this. So I love the take foul that they took away to keep transition plays going.
Yeah, that was awful.
Well, it was a really bad part of the game. Like, let me just go grab someone and foul them. So I think that served two purposes. A, it kept the pace up in the game, and B, from a watchability standpoint, nothing is more frustrating, and not whether in-house at the arena or on television, than, we're about to see an exciting transition dunk or a three or something like that, and the play has stopped, and we got to take it out of bounds, and we got the side inbounds, and then was it a flagrant one? Was he making a play on the ball? Like, it just brings everything to a screeching halt. If I'm running the league, and I'm one of the TV partners, every time there's a foul, the cameras go zooming in. This is when you're watching on television.
Right.
The cameras go zooming in on whoever the foul was called on, right? And it's Luka, okay? And this is just like how the television works. It's Luka, and he's screaming, and he's yelling, and his hands are going, and he's doing all this. And I'm like, man, it's making Luka look bad. Even if he's not as bad as we think he is, the fact that the camera cuts to him and we're watching him, so all I'm watching are close-up shots of Luka Doncic complaining to officials and officials standing there just getting berated the entire time. So even if he's not complaining as much as maybe he really is on the in-game, all of the zoom-ins are showing him complaining. So it's more reinforced, and I'm zooming in on just him and the official and the guy that he called the foul on. And so I'm saying, we've got to, as a league, if you look at, TV time, there is as much TV time on Luka yelling at officials as there is any play in the game. And that, just from a watchability standpoint, it driving me nuts. Then, on top of that, the 30 seconds in between the time the call is made, the whistle, he got the call. He's still complaining. We're zooming in. We're slowly walking over to the sideline, and we're going to take the ball out of bounds. He's still yelling and arguing. Dude, it's a really bad look for the league. And him.
He's not the only one doing it.
Agreed.
He's not the only one doing it.
I'm making
it's been happening.
Draymond is an offender as well.
But I'll say
You're
this.
right.
I enjoy watching Luka a lot more than I do, or I did, watching prime James Harden in Houston. Because everything was free throws, threes, and he'd go to the rack. Luka would hit you with the 15-foot turnaround jumper. Luka would hit you and just go back to the basket and play bully ball. Luka will pull up from the three-point line and cook you and drop 50, no doubt about it. So here's
awesome.
Let me finish. And then the passing.
He's
awesome. I threw a question out there last night because everybody can't get over the crying. I get all that. It's not a good look for Luka Doncic. He's got to grow up. He's got to get over it. Somebody's got to rein him in. It's too much every single possession. I get all that. I understand it. I don't enjoy it as well because it takes away from how great he is.
That's the biggest.
The passing. I threw a question out there. Is he the closest thing since Bird when he retired? Black, white, I don't care what you look like. This guy's passing ability and just passing, feel for the game, shot making ability, understanding where everybody is at. Like Bird wasn't a great defender. People will say it all the time. He wasn't a great dude, would it be?
But his leverage was really good.
Luka doesn't even try it. Luka actually is out of shape and it looks bad. He missed 5 games before last night. But his passing is really he threw some passes. He would get smart doubles, and throw it behind his head, wide open 3.
His court vision is unreal. But I think that's where I'm most exhausted by. I'm like, dude, you're so good. Like that's the thing.
But
he's
all these
so
guys
good.
complain. Chris Paul,
No, he's not
LeBron,
alone, but he's one of the worst defenders. And I do think that they have to take a hard look this year. They have to figure something. They have to have a sit down with him and say, Luka, like I would sit down with him if I was part of the league.
Right.
I was David Stern, or excuse me, Adam Silver. I would sit down with him. Let's watch one of your nationally. Last time the game was on ESPN and NBC. I'd sit down. Let's watch this game on ESPN together, Luka. Let's watch. Look at you. Watch the game. Sit here with me, and I guarantee you, because when we have to listen back to our own segments, sometimes I'm like, oh my god, I was really bad. But sometimes you have to be forced to watch it to realize how bad it is.
Yeah. Well, you watch it in real time, and sometimes it's like, all right. But I've grown accustomed to that. Watching a lot of NBA games, going to a lot of NBA games.
I agree. Everyone's doing it, but he's so bad.
It's
and
all
it takes
bad.
away from how he is. If
all-time
we were
great.
talking about talents, betting on moving forward,
you bet on Luka over Trae Young.
Over a lot of guys.
Over a lot of guys.
I mean, like, who 25 or younger? Who in the league are you betting on in their future?
Not many. Not many over Luka.
But the other part of this is he is a great passer.
But he's also out of shape. He comes in out of shape, and he looks like he's laboring on a day-to-day basis, which is insane. He misses 5 games. I thought Luka wasn't at his best, but he's still looking. He finishes with 17 assists, and he's got the 30 points on 27 shots. I get all that, but he's shooting 50% from the floor this year.
Well, that
and he's getting to the free throw line.
Is...
Last year, he got to the free throw line 7.5 times a game. This year, it's at 11. So he's getting to the foul line, and he's using his strength and his body to get to the free throw line and forcing the officials to blow the whistle, forcing them to make a call. So he's actually playing good basketball. He's offensively, it's tough to defend.
No, it is. It's almost impossible. I do think that I would take a hard look at the bonus rules right now because it does feel like there is how do I put this? It feels like there's a hidden ball trick in if I can draw a couple of cheapo depot fouls, now the entire quarter we're in the bonus, and that also what? No, it is smart. No, you're using the rules. It's gamesmanship. Right. You're using the rules to your advantage, which is what you should do. Maybe you're extending, and instead of going into the bonus at 6, maybe it's 8. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are. Maybe it changes for the fourth quarter. Something needs to be looked at. We can't turn it into a free throw fest.
No, but go look at the Laker game last night. He shot 46 free throws.
They're plus 350.
Yeah, I saw that
on free throws
the best
this
in
year.
the league.
And the Warriors are worse than the league at minus 192.
Suns and the Warriors are one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to free throws. But the Warriors, they foul a lot.
They hack.
They foul a lot.
Hack.
They reach.
They
reach and they get taught and they go and teams go to the line all day long because they're not as athletic as the other teams.
Agreed.
Are older. They can't stay in front of anybody, so that's on them. But Dallas, it's games should get into the bonus, live at the line, go to the rim, and put pressure on the referees to make calls. But Luka's great, man. I try to separate it
awesome.
with the crying and stuff. When they're crying, I just write some stats down. I don't really watch it anymore.
But this is why I like Giannis so much, because when I look at the other guys in the league in terms of their star power, Giannis just plays the game.
But it also takes away from Luka talking trash, which I love.
Well, that's fine.
Luka talks a lot of trash, which I love. He lets you know when he's cooked. So I love that aspect. It's the one downer with the refs. I get it. And everybody wants to talk about it. John and Martinez, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How's it going, boys? Good morning.
What's going on?
Man, it's hard to watch anymore, man. It takes me back to, I'm trying to think. I think it was like 10 years ago that the flopping got so bad it was like soccer, and they started making rules with text and stuff. Like, when are they going to bring it back for guys complaining and stuff? It's basically like a verbal flop.
Yep. Let's go to Eric in Millbrae. Eric, what's happening? You're on the roast. All right. Rodney in Oakland. Rodney, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up with it, man? How you doing? Top of the morning.
Top of the morning.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime.
Yeah, I agree, man, that it's a lot of calls from the refs, man. They make the game kind of, slow down and kind of boring and take away from the the joy of watching competition, one-on-one, just straight up competition, who's better. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with, they was calling fouls for Luka and he complains a lot, but I'm not trying to trip off that. I'm focusing on the call where they made against Draymond Green and the fifth foul, and he didn't even foul. And they be doing that to Draymond Green, you know what I mean? And if you really look, like when they showed the play, he didn't even touch him at all.
Yeah.
Like, and they called a foul on him. And they be doing that. That's not like, you know what I mean, one time. They be doing that all the time with Draymond. Like they hating on him. You know what I'm saying? I know Steph Curry and Jordan Poole hack a lot, but if you really watch Draymond Green, he played good defense. Like, he's still elite. I know he's getting old, but if you watch them replays and how the fouls
He
called,
was awesome.
the proof is in the pudding. His skill set is still there.
Well, and he got a bogus third call in the second quarter, which put him on the bench. And that's, I think...
Second quarter, third foul, second quarter, early in the second quarter.
Yeah, and it was on the passing crash play where he didn't touch anyone. And that's his third foul, and now he goes to the bench. Because there's always this argument, well, it evens out. Does it, though? Like, if I get two quick ones in the first, I'm on the bench. If I get a third crummy one, now I'm on the bench. Like, it doesn't really even out.
Here's the deal, though. This is what I have an issue with. I love the Warriors. I do. I admit it. They showed up the refs early in the year. They showed up the refs. And when was it when Stephen Curry, maybe it was last season, when Stephen Curry threw the fake tee up at the ref?
And they're all laughing.
They showed up the refs a lot.
I agree.
So to expect the referees now to give you the benefit of the doubt when you showed them up, and we all watched the Donaghy doc, they're a brotherhood just like these players.
Well, that wasn't...
These NBA refs stick together. And Jordan Poole has been yapping.
No,
Draymond Green's been
bad.
yapping.
I agree.
Steve Kerr's been bad. Stephen Curry's been complaining a lot more than he usually does. I don't see Steph Curry complain. Like this year, Steph Curry's looked at the referees a lot to try to talk to him and get his fouls. Now he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. But when you show up the referees, that carries over game to game. These guys know, okay, this team, they have a reputation of talking and whining, and Draymond's going to do what Draymond does. And look at Jordan Poole and the league leaders for technicals. So the Warriors they cry too.
No doubt.
Maybe not as much as Luka, but they cry as much. So that's why I don't get caught up in, Luka's crying, this and that. They all cry. They all cry.
I hear you. They do all cry. There's no denying that. But like you're saying, the benefit of the doubt. On a play where no one gets touched, like, that's just the wrong call. Yeah. It's not even about benefit. If two guys collide, like the Luka and JP one, all right, you want to go benefit of the doubt? All right, JP complains so much. Okay, fine. You want to call that? But on the third foul for Draymond, and again, I'm drilling down on these because today Dallas is crying foul over officiating, and I'm saying that was a horribly officiated game.
I remember Steph Curry yesterday. He fouled Christian Wood. He didn't think it was a foul. He thought it was a blocked shot, and he clearly fouled Christian Wood once you saw the replay. But think about the 20 seconds prior to that. You would have thought, Steph blocked that. Oh, my gosh, look at him. And he's doing the replay.
And it's clear he fouled
He's doing the hey, challenge. Steve Kerr's looking at the scoreboard. Kitty Atkinson is up. It's like, no, that was a foul.
Well, I don't know how you get guys. I agree with you. Draymond challenges everything, and he hacks guys all over the place. I don't know how you adjudicate that.
It's a league-wide problem. These teams all cry, but at the same time, these referees are all-time bad. They're terrible. I know they're terrible, so you have to control what you can control, which is limit your turnovers, have good shot selection, box out, and try not to let the games come down to the referees where they have to make a call. Just that's what you got to do, because these refs aren't getting better this season. Say that right now. They're going to blow some playoff games for somebody. It's going to watch. And just and every fan base in America that's going into the playoffs are praying, please don't let it be us.
100%.
Please don't.
Well, the Warriors are up. I think there's 8 seconds to go. They're up 3. Is that what it was? They're up 3. Yep. And in my head, I'm saying, okay, me personally, in those situations, once they catch the ball and you get down to about 5 seconds, I foul. Because you're in the bonus, and I want you to shoot the 2 free throws. I have the greatest free throw shooter who ever lived in Steph Curry, and so I'm going to play the numbers. That's me. That's the way I operate. But I understand the argument of, well, Luka could get this, ridiculous and one, right? Where he just throws one up. You don't know what a continuation is anymore, and why would you want to put it? Like, I understand it, but the old me is like, oh, no, you're up 3? You foul with about 5 seconds to go, and you put them on the line, and you play the free throw game. But given how the game's officiated and the skill level of someone like Luka, he can hit. You could be draped all over him. He'll throw a left-handed shot up and bank it in. And next thing you know, it's a 4-point play.
Right, yeah. So the foul thing, the referees, Like Draymond Green, for example. We're talking about Luka Doncic like we haven't watched Draymond Green over the course of his career. He is lucky he doesn't have 25 technicals.
I agree.
I mean, he pumps these guys.
But it
and
takes
the referees, I see a referee. It was a game last week. The referee got berated by Draymond Green. I think it was the Clippers game, matter of fact.
When he missed the layup?
Berated by Draymond Green. I don't remember the play. But he's getting berated by Draymond Green up and down the court. I'm like, damn. They really are going to throw that technical at Draymond. And then the referee quietly goes, come here, Draymond, let's talk about it. So instead of getting berated in front of everybody, how about you just curse me out in private? curse me out within this two-foot box here. Let me know what I did wrong. I mean, they all get leeway. They all cry. So it's tough for me to come down Luka's road when Draymond Green played excellent last night. I don't mean to come down this road, but he's always yelling, "Hey, one!" He's yelling before he even throws up the shot. Hey!
But I don't even gamble, right? But I do. I think about the gambling element and how all these leagues are now all in bed with the gambling money. And again, I'm not a gambler. I'm asking these questions out loud. Like, how can you not be somewhat suspicious when there's so many, judgment plays at all turns? It's like, and there's so many beefs across the board.
It's funny because now Mully and Festus understand gambling. Whenever we do that edge presented by Great Resort and Casino, I'm like, all right, guys, what did half spread? And they're like, oh, my gosh, the Warriors covered by a hook last night. Looney hits the 2 free throws. Kleber hits a 3. They cover the spread by half a point. And now Dallas is saying, we lost by 2? What about the call in the third quarter where we didn't get the ball and you gave the Warriors a free bucket? Mark Cuban's out here tweeting videos out, by the way, about what went wrong on that play yesterday. They said it's the worst non-call in NBA history. There's no doubt he's going to take a fine.
On March 22nd in the regular season, it's the worst call in NBA history.
Not Game 6, Kings-Lakers.
Not Game 6, Kings-Lakers.
Which is one of the worst officiated games of all time.
Tell you another one. Game 4, Mavericks Heat, 2006.
Look at you.
They were up 15, and Dwayne Wade.
Were they up 2-1 in the series?
They were up 2-1 in the series.
2-0 or 2-1?
2-1.
And
actually, no. Game 3. They were up 2-0. They were going to go up 3-0. They were up 15.
Yeah, Shaq and D Wade.
They were about to get swept.
D Wade was so sick.
And the referees just said, oh, no. We need a few more. Somebody made the call. You cannot fool me. Because some of those phantom fouls, it's like, that's the NBA. That's been happening. That's why.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if I was someone who had money on the game, I don't know how the bettors do it. Because, I would rip the television off the wall. I really don't know how people do it.
Well, I haven't bet the NBA in about 4 years.
Did you used to go crazy?
I would pick my spots, but I've lost on game-winning shots. I've lost on bad foul calls. Betting on the NBA is hard.
How about the meaningless bucket in a
I've lost on that.
A 9-point game,
dude,
one way or the other.
Pelicans Warriors, right?
Yeah.
Pelicans Warriors in game 2 back in, when did they play? Was it 2018? Because they played a couple times. I think it was 2018.
They played twice.
Maybe 2018, maybe 2017. I don't know. But I was hyping up the Pelicans. Man, this is going to be the toughest challenge for the Warriors. They beat them in 5 games. It was laughable. But it was game 2. And I had a live bet with the Warriors. Guru actually had the same bet. He had already lost. Etuan Moore comes down.
Oh, Etuan Moore. I forgot him.
And I was up 2 with the spread.
Say that again.
Monte, help me.
Etuan Moore comes down, and I said, oh, no, because all the media was already getting ready for the pressers. And I'm sitting up there like this. Oh, no, it's going to happen. Warriors chuck up some shot. They didn't have to shoot it. They miss. Etuan Moore comes down the rack, comes out the lane, and just chucks one up from 3 and swishes it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. But I got to tell you, the best betting was when Kevin Durant was on the Warriors because they fall behind by 15. And you live bet the hell out the Warriors, and they're going to win by 20.
The greatest moment in Warrior betting history was when Jared Jack was getting interviewed on the court by Barnett after they beat the Miami Heat with the Heatles on that little bucket at the end. And Jared Jack was talking about how Floyd Mayweather was sitting ringside and said that he bet the bag on the Miami Heat, and that fired up the Warriors. And Jim Barnett gave the greatest line of all time. As they start to talk about the betting, JB says this.
Don't talk about that.
It's the greatest line. I'll never forget it. Jared Jack, by the way, if you didn't love Carl Landry and Jared Jack off the bench, you weren't a real Warrior fan.
No.
When Carl Landry used to do this.
Hey, Jared Jack, by the way, Jermaine O'Neal, too.
I love Jermaine
underrated Warrior. He gave the greatest post-game speech. Remember, it was early in the year. I think they had beat the Dallas Mavericks. And Jermaine O'Neal went on this Dude, he went off, and I forgot who was the sideline reporter at the time. I don't know if it was Steiny Bucher. I don't know who it was. But Jermaine O'Neal just gave a great post-game speech. You know, I'm a vet here, and we're trying to teach these young guys how to win the NBA. And it was like, hell yeah, Jermaine. Hell yeah. We're ready to run through a wall for Jermaine O'Neal. Hell, I want him to be back the next season. Jermaine O'Neal, great. Those are fun times, man. Jared Jack, Landry, Jermaine O'Neal. Jared Jack is a good player for the Warriors. Even though he would dribble, try to be crazy.
All headband team of a prior generation. I've got Cliff Robinson on this all headband team, starting 5. I got Jermaine O'Neal.
What about LeBron?
LeBron's got to be on there.
Ooh, Mike Bibby was a big one,
Bibby,
too.
Did you see how big he is?
Oh, he's
there
Mike
was a
Biggie.
photo of Eric
Biggie
Snow
now.
and Bibby. Snow looked unrecognizable.
Yeah.
And Bibby looked unrecognizable, but in opposite ends of the spectrum.
LeBron, Melo, Iverson.
Melo, Iverson.
I did love the headband. You know who looked good in the headband? He only did it a few times. Kobe. Kobe did it. I like
Sneaky,
Kobe the headband.
yeah.
Sneaky, you remember what I'm saying?
when he had hair.
Caruso?
Yep. Oh, let's go. Laker fans forgetting about him with Austin Reeves. The Mayo Mamba, they're calling him.
I thought Baron Davis
Mayo
looked great
Mamba.
in a headband when he was a Warrior.
Who's that?
Baron Davis.
No, I did like
When he had the
headband.
sideways
Yeah.
NBA logo.
It was Stack Jack.
Well, Stack Jack used to wear it like unlike
Right.
anyone the league's ever seen.
Yeah,
Al Harrington and him.
He wore it like we did back in the day.
Yeah.
We wore it down the
Yeah,
street.
but you wore it on the
Were you ever
corner.
a headband guy just randomly?
Oh, I wore the socks up with the headband. That was I'd
Just
mix it
walking
up.
around the house?
No. I'm
I mean,
talking
walking
about
around
while
the block.
I played. Yeah,
oh, no,
while I
I'm
played.
not talking about. I'm talking about just going to school.
Oh no, I didn't wear it. No.
Oh, dude, I was rocking headbands.
Just like JB. Don't talk about that.
Hey, no. Shortly after high school.
Don't talk about that.
So now
the
I'm
headband
imagining
era,
you.
the headband era coming out of high school. Oh, I was rocking
So
headbands.
you were like LL Cool J. You had the left
Not
pant
LL
leg.
No,
up,
I didn't have the
the
pant
left
leg up.
pant leg.
No,
up
I
with
didn't
the
go that far.
Timberlands,
That was
the big
corny.
baggy pants.
Did you get the
That was
Band-Aid on the
corny.
face? Shout out Nelly.
That was corny.
Band-Aid on
That
the
was
face
corny. That was
with the
corny.
headband.
The headband, no, I would have the headbands.
You
Thick
know-
headbands, just walking around, going to a house party or something.
St.
I
Mary's
rock the
Park,
headband.
you had to have, ask Reggie Milligan, you had to have the left pant leg up. I didn't do it,
Wow,
but
this
that
is-
was the look.
This is good calls here. Text. Bonzi Wells, 408, all headband team. Bonzi did rock the
Bonzi
headband.
did have a good one.
Rasheed Wallace did have a good headband.
Rip Hamilton.
Bill Walton, Carlos had conquered. How could you not go
Bill
Bill Walton when he
Walton,
won the
good call.
MVP award?
Good call.
Championship in Portland. How about that?
There are certain guys, though, that I associate distinctively with the headband.
Will Chamberlain did have a headband.
He did. He absolutely
Will
did.
did have a headband. That's right. He did have a headband.
Maggette.
Corey, yeah, but
Darius Miles.
how do we feel about Corey Maggette?
How do I feel? I feel that he has the greatest moment in Warrior viral history where he traveled 5 times and then hacked the living crap out of someone
Hacked the
and
hell
then
out of somebody.
turned and complained.
Yeah, no, that viral clip is amazing. Amazing. Larry Hughes, Paul
Oh.
Pierce, Delonte West.
Delonte West is
Ben
a good
Wallace is a good one.
one. Ben
That
Wallace
is a really
is a
good
good
one.
one. Is a good
LeBron
one.
did have the headband, dude. The 4X size headband. That is correct. Iverson. Wow. 888-957-9570. There are some great names as we react to the Warriors win. How good did it feel? Just a good win for the soul. Been a rough week for the Golden State Warriors.
I love it.
The road. Yeah, we do love it. Who's that?
Stephen A.
Stephen
I
A.
love it.
Yeah, we do love it.
So does Guru have Stephen A's number? Because he seems to come onto their show a lot.
Look has the number.
Oh, look has the number. Gotcha.
Oaktown is big time.
Hey, Stephen A. sharing the content from Starting Cool. How about that? How about that?
Ever.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live.
Snipers.
Always live on the free Odyssey
Bonte.
app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage.
Dude,
Easily.
the headbands are coming in now.
Yeah.
We've got Jason Terry, Chris Gatling,
Chris Gatling, very good headband
Vincent
guy.
Askew.
Oh, my gosh. He was better. He was a good
Keon
Sonic.
Dooling?
He was a good Sonic. Keon Dooling out of where?
I don't
Missouri.
remember. I did. Yeah, don't remember that.
Wasn't he a Laker?
Keon Dooling was a Clipper. I remember him as a Clipper.
He was a Clipper.
Yeah.
There you go. Clipper.
My favorite Clipper of all time, Danny Manning,
No doubt. Let's
Kansas. Dude, I just love the headband thing. Just came out of nowhere.
Ron Artest.
Jason Terry.
Jason Terry.
We
Very
said
good
that already.
headband guy. The Jet.
Sorry, my
Very
bad.
good.
No,
We
my
need-
fault.
you
John
know what?
McEnroe. We're going to other sports now.
need to get
Johnny
John
Mac.
McEnroe.
We need to get Jason Terry on. Well, actually,
Jim McMahon.
Jason Terry's on the coaching
Dion.
staff. Is he on the coaching staff with the Mavericks, Jason Terry? Where is he at? I got to look that up. He's on the coaching staff of an NBA team. Just saw him at Chaser to say what's up. One of the first interviews ever done at Summer League. He was awesome. Just talking about the game of basketball. Jason Terry's a good dude. Dolly in St. Louis.
Hey, Dolly.
What's happening?
Hello.
What's up, Dolly?
Oh, I'm just calling in to say that I think Kevon Looney should have got a lot of what you just handed out to all the other players.
A lot of love.
If they did that.
Hey, Dolly, he
Kevon
does
did
deserve
not
some
play
love.
What?
Dolly, what's going on? Hold on. I want to keep Dolly out for just a second.
Curly
Dolly,
Neal.
Dolly, you still there?
Yeah.
All right, what's going on in the background, man? You got the TV loud. You talking to somebody? What's going on in your world right now?
Turn the TV down. Right now, I was just calling to find out why. When you listed the players that played in the game last night, that highlighted some of them. I didn't understand why you didn't highlight Kevon. And
what are you doing, Bonte? Why aren't you highlighting him?
Dolly, let me break something down to you, Dolly. Let me break this down to you. You must have missed the early part of the show where I mentioned Looney had his 14th double-double of the season. And you know what a double-double is, Dolly. 12 points, 12 rebounds, all right? Last 4 games, 13 points, 10 rebounds a game. His 31st game, Dolly, with 10 or more rebounds. Dolly,
Swift.
we love Kevon Looney. We love everything about Loon Dog. Come on now, Dolly.
I just, for a long time, I just felt so bad because he was not being, spoken of or whatever. Yeah. But y'all been taking good care of him. I'm not saying that. I know. I would like to have heard his name in that line up about the game last night.
Dolly.
When you were talking about the other people.
Yeah, no, Dolly, you're right. You're right, Dolly. He deserves more love, and we will make it a priority on this show to give Loon Dog more love. He's underappreciated. Very underappreciated, Dolly. Great call.
Terry Cummings.
Rondo's a good one. He used to wear the upside-down headband.
I want Dolly to call back. That's a good call, St. Louis.
Hello, Dolly.
Dolly.
Hello,
great play.
Dolly.
Out in St. Louis,
Look at you.
recognizing the type of game Kevon Looney's playing. How underappreciated he is. I'm glad Dolly came down my road about that, saying, how come you ain't giving Loon Dog more love?
They're calling you Mike Epps and next Friday with the top flight security over here.
Why am I top flight security?
Who's most likely to
I'm
wear a
not
headband
trolling.
at 95.7 the game?
Oh, I would rock the headband.
You would look good with it.
I
you got
love
a big
the
enough
headband
head
look.
to where it would look right.
The
I
only
don't
thing
mean
is
that
I
as a
sweat a
sweat.
lot,
Yeah.
so then you get the bumps right there on your forehead, so you don't want to do that. I did the headband look was strong.
Yeah. Karate Kid.
Man, Dolly.
Jackie Moon.
I'm definitely rocking a headband. Guru will rock a headband. Shasky rock a
Tim
headband.
McKyer.
Spadoni tried to rock the headband, but he had the headband just above his eyebrows.
Dirk Diggler in Boogie Nights. You haven't even seen Boogie Nights, have you?
No, I'm
It's
not.
one of the classics.
Do I need to waste my time on that?
Ricky Davis, the triple-double man.
Lutman wouldn't even
Bjorn
wear...
Borg.
Lutman wouldn't wear the headband.
He'd look incredible with the headband.
He'd have a great... With that hair? Oh, yeah.
No,
With
he
that
wouldn't
hair?
rock the headband.
The
I'm
U
telling you,
headband?
no.
Oh.
This is what Lutman's doing. What's the little
look
string?
like,
What's the little thing they wear?
Sasha Vucic.
It's like when
it's not even like a headband. It's like a little like hair, not even a hair tie or something, but like a little hairband.
It's a hairband.
That's what Lutman would rock. You would rock that, huh?
Yeah, that actually is good for getting the hair out of the eyes. So that would be useful.
What's going on with your wrist there, bud?
Which one? Which wrist? Strong wrist or?
Well, they're both strong wrists.
Don't talk about that.
What? No, I'm just saying which wrist. I want to know. Like Iguodala
It
has
looks like
the
his
left
right
wrist.
wrist is injured.
That's
He's
you
wrapped like
guys. You
Draymond.
guys dump your head in the gutter because you're not mature
Yeah,
enough
I'm
around
not,
here.
yeah.
You guys are the same people who tweet out every time there's 69 points
No,
on the
that's
board.
stupid.
69, nice. Like,
Nice.
grow up, please. That's the worst.
I agree with
Everybody
that.
does it.
I agree
It's so
with you.
bad.
How about Tyus Edney?
Headband?
Cameron Dollar? Didn't they? Or was that Toby Bailey? Or was that the O'Banions?
No, they didn't wear a headband.
Somebody on UCLA 95 team had headbands. I'm going to look this up.
Charles O'Bannon, did he have a headband?
One of the O'Banion brothers I thought had it.
Toby Bailey didn't have a headband. He had the juicy curl. Let's go to Brett on the Bray Bridge.
He did have
Brett.
curl.
Brett, what's happening? Jake, what's going on, Brett?
Good morning, boys. I think it was Ed O'Bannon that actually wore the...
Did Ed O'Bannon wear the headband?
I'm looking here. I don't see
Yeah, I don't
headbands
remember
on
him
them.
wearing a headband.
Yeah.
Jason Capono did wear the headband at UCLA.
Yeah. What's up?
Yo, I thought yesterday's game, man, man, you're right. What 24 hours difference makes? I mean, they looked resilient. They hatched down on defense at the end of the game. I thought Kuminga, I mean, I don't know if it's just me, but he's really coming along.
He is.
And he had some really nice plays on D and the poise on offense instead of just shooting jumpers, actually drive and get to the hole. You know, like that's his game right there.
No, that is his game right there, Brett. It's a great point, and to see him getting better and better, you got to give young players a chance, right? You got to let them play. You got to figure out, are they an NBA player or are they not? And by letting them play, you're going to find out sooner rather than later, okay, this guy can play. He has potential. And he's going to get more run.
I'm looking at some of these headbands. The Jimmy Butler Karate Kid one where he tied it.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
It kind of looks good.
That was absolutely – I love Jimmy Buckets. But he's got a wire like that. Damian Lee, headband guy. No doubt. Akil, Emeryville. What's happening to Akil?
What's up? You guys say anything about Cliff with the headband?
Cliff Robinson? Uncle Cliffy, rest in peace.
He's number one on my power ranking of weed smokers in the 90s and guys who would wear a headband.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Cliff. You know, he was a Warrior and a Blazer.
He was.
No
I
doubt.
loved Uncle Cliff.
A Blazer in more ways than one.
I had his card, 1990 rookie, first-round pick, the silver NBA hoops, one of my favorite cards,
do you remember,
autographed.
Do you remember the old club by Broadway Street? It was up the street from Broadway in Columbus called the Royale.
Oh, yeah.
You remember the Royale?
Yeah, it was never allowed in.
Why?
I just didn't have the attire back then.
Well,
you know what I'm talking about.
I got in one day because, Rouge did me like that a couple times too.
Yeah.
I watched Rouge tell me I can't get in with my Timberlands, but they let two dudes in with a sweatsuit. I was
It's crazy how times have changed because if you didn't wear the appropriate dress shoes and shirt and all that, you couldn't wear denim at some clubs. Remember that?
Yep. Oh, yeah. So the Royale, I remember I saw Uncle Cliffy.
Uh-huh.
And, he's chilling.
Okay.
And I looked at him, and I gave him the weirdest, awkward daps. It's like, Cliff, just thanks for everything you do in the Bay.
What?
Love you, man, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, yeah, okay, bro. Like, dude, I'm chilling. Back up. I couldn't help it. I fanboyed out.
You did?
I fanboyed out. I was young, though. Probably
That's
a little tipsy. Broadway back in those days, Friday night.
Oh, it'd be wild. The worst part about going to North Beach back in the day was convincing the cab to drive you back, like 3 a.m. when there's no 91 Al to take you home. Like to convince them, like, hey, just take a left here on Ocean. And then, I'm closer to downtown than you think because they didn't want to go all the way out to my side of the city.
How did we get on headbands? Because all of a sudden the tab looked down on my phone.
O'Neal. We started with Jermaine O'Neal.
We started talking about Jermaine O'Neal and the headbands.
And I told you that my all-time starting five of headband guys would be. It's not about great players, just guys I associate with headbands. Cliff Robinson, Jermaine O'Neal. There's I do a word association.
Jimmy College. Shout out to City College, San Francisco football. Larry Hughes.
Hughes.
How about Coach Buck? Coach Buck.
Yeah, what's he saying?
We haven't seen him since Philadelphia. Did he make it out alive?
He's on my power ranking of wristbands worn by fans at games.
He has a play sheet. The Shanahan play sheet.
He always looks dapper.
What about the first person who ever wore a headband in the league? Slick Watts.
Ooh.
Seattle Supersonics.
My dad was saying Curly Neal. That's before my time.
Slick Watts.
Yeah.
All right, Slick Watts. Go Worldwide
Drew
Hef.
Timmy?
Worldwide Hef is a P1. He's listening to everything.
What's he saying?
Jason Terry.
Yeah.
Tella, he's a P1 guy.
What's he saying?
He's even calling the show. Klay Thompson, headband guy. I did like headband Klay last season. You telling me you didn't like headband Klay last season?
Oh, it was great. Didn't he break the three-point record in that?
Steph Curry, All-Star Game headband guy.
That's right.
Damn.
That's right.
We need to wear headbands for the show tomorrow. Headbands.
I might bring one in.
The headband look was great. You know what? When they went to headbands back then, when Iverson started rocking it and the rest of the league started rocking headbands, it was a good look for the NBA.
Corey Brewer
with his receding hairline.
I thought Patrick
here's a rule with
was going to
headbands.
be Corey Brewer.
Here's a rule that I don't. I shouldn't say this.
What?
But I did not like the headband look when guys had a receding hairline.
What do you
Either
mean?
go bald and rock the headband, or don't rock the
Derek
headband.
White.
Because
LeBron?
it was tough to see the headband and the receding hairline.
That's the point.
No, it's not the point. You got to have a crispy hairline with the headband.
Yeah, Kobe
if you're
dropped
receding,
it. Yeah, Kobe
you got to
dropped
go.
it after that started happening.
Yeah, exactly. Mike Devo. What up, Devo? White chocolate, headband guy.
Yeah, he was.
Stacey Williams.
Yeah, he was. That's probably my favorite commercial of all time for sports. There's a couple of them, but I would say that just the good old boys with Randy Moss and Jason Williams, that is like one of the all-time great commercials.
I love that. Throwing the
ever.
alley-oop to Randy Moss, DuPont High School. All right, we got to roll here. By the way, let's do this. I'm going to scrap King of the Hill. We're having some fun here. A lot of calls coming in about headbands. 888-957-9570. We're going to pivot here. I want people to call in.
This is why I get
and we're going to
paid the
go
big
Warriors
bucks.
basketball. Warriors basketball. And also, I want people to call in with their starting 5 when it comes to all-time headband teams. All-time headband teams, starting 5. That's coming up on the Morning Roast. But first, it's time for our delivery of the game. Shasky or Spinoni? We're going Shasky here with the delivery of the game.
No, tournament update time.
Oh, tournament update time. I didn't get that. Sorry, my bad.
No, it's all good. We already did the delivery of the game, but tourney update time. We got Sweet 16, boys. Michigan State taking on Kansas State. Number 7 Spartans take on the number 3 seed K-State. That's starting at 12:30, followed by Arkansas, number 8, taking on number 4 UConn. And then Florida Atlantic, they're kind of the darlings now, taking on the number 4 Tennessee. And the nightcap tonight, boys. Number 3 Gonzaga taking on number 2 UCLA. Drew Timme, speaking of headbands. I love that one. This tournament update was brought to you by Bay Street, Emeryville. Join Guru and Gary St. Jean at Bay Street, Emeryville, Saturday, March 25th at 2 p.m. for food, fun, local heroes, and community support. Visit BayStreetEmeryville.com for more.
All right, all-time headband teams. Biggest takeaway from last night, mine is Jonathan Kuminga. Shasky loved the balance of the offense, loved the defensive intensity from Draymond Green. That's all coming up, brought to you by AC Transit.
AC Transit is offering a $2,000 bonus for new bus operators to join their team. Paid training is provided.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
We're all feeling good the day after the Warriors beat the Mavericks 127-125. A Wild Wild West shootout down at the American Airlines Center. Mark Cuban's not happy. The Mavericks will protest that call. Made with about $1:54 left in the third quarter, where the Mavericks didn't know where to be. They thought they had the ball. The Warriors had the ball. Mavericks don't come by. They don't cross half court. Warriors get an easy layup. Jordan Poole's like, hurry up, give me the ball. Looney gets an easy layup. He scores 12, and the Mavericks are going to protest a game, but no protest has been won since 2008. So long shot.
Sorry for running in late. I got blinded, and I had to do the eye thing. Guru's got a watch on that is just gigantic and bling bling. It blinded me, and I was kind of frazzled.
I'm Joe
so
Montana.
I apologize for coming in. What's that?
I'm Batman.
Oh, he's Batman.
For being such a city guy, Shasky, because we're both city guys.
I never had a watch. I never
but
wore
you never been
jewelry.
around people with watches?
Yeah,
that
and
was
usually
big.
we call that targets.
Yeah, well, no, that's if you make yourself a target by flaunting. If you go about your
Yeah,
business,
but Guru's
wearing your
flaunting. It
chains-
looks good. It's
no, he's not
humongous.
flaunting. He's just going about his business.
Can't hide it. He went like this. Boom, boom,
Guys
boom.
who flaunt are like waving it in the air, like, hey, look at me. And they're on
That's
Instagram
true.
posting
That's
it.
true.
You know,
That's true.
You do it.
There were rumors that one of my buddy bought a ladies' watch, and guys were giving him a bunch of stuff for it, and it was a very, very nice watch.
No, I've got a couple watches. I rarely wear the watches, though. Anna gets mad at me. I got a couple watches. Maybe I'll bring them out. I just don't. Not with the cell phones telling us time.
Yeah,
I don't need to look at my watch. Anyway, 888-957-9570. Last night takeaways. Big takeaway from last night. Big takeaway. Real quick. Headband 35, Iverson, Baron Davis, Darius Miles, Jermaine O'Neal, Ben Wallace. That's very, very strong. But Kuminga, man, Draymond Green played a great second half, but Kuminga was solid all game long. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say about Kuminga in this recent 5-game stretch.
Probably the best 5-game stretch of his career, because the game is looking like it's becoming simpler for him and easier somehow. He's more at ease with himself on the floor at both ends. So it's fun to watch. It's hard for young guys to come into this league and pick up everything that's being thrown at them. But he's done that. And, here we are near the end of his second year. He's just dramatically better than he was when he first arrived. So testament to him and his work ethic and his resilience in the face of a lot of adversity, a lot of difficult ups and downs.
And he mentioned that on a post-game show yesterday. We interviewed him right after the game, and he said, look, man, it's been a growing season for me. I'm learning from the vets, but I'm also understanding where I need to be both offensively and defensively. That's a big moment for a 20-year-old to say, hey, I realize I need to get out of the way of Stephen Curry. Let me get in the corner or let me dive to the basket. I know my role, and they've done a good job of simplifying its role.
You have referenced this on a number of occasions to me. You say, hey, Kuminga has potential to be a defensive player of the year. What do you think are a realistic, if he got consistent minutes next year, what's a realistic step forward for him in terms of defense? Do you think he could be the best defender on the Warriors by next year's end?
He could. Yes. I do believe he can be.
I do too.
No doubt.
Right? And wouldn't that put him in the upper echelon of players in the Western Conference? Just in terms of defense, if you were, the main cog defensively on the Warriors on a team with Steph Curry, we don't know what the rest of the team's going to look like. Wouldn't that automatically catapult you pretty high?
Absolutely. And the league understands it now. When you put on tape, twice now this season, where they're defending Luka Doncic 94 feet.
Yeah, and giving him trouble.
Frustrating him.
Yeah.
Stealing balls from him to the point where he's like, I can't bring the ball up the floor. Somebody else do it. Brandon Ingram. He didn't dress Brandon Ingram Friday, March 3rd.
That's true.
Consider. This guy is a stud. This guy is going to and ever since, it's Tim Roy's fault. I'm going to blame Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors. Because after the California Classic, I read it to him. We go upstairs.
That's right.
Mark Spears is over there running material. I see Tim Roy. I was like, Jimbo's like, come say hi to Tim. Run over to go say hi to Tim. James Kincaid, by the way, doing a hell of a job with the Warriors. Tim Roy, I was like, man, that Kuminga guy. He goes, Bonte, I think he has potential to be Ron Artest. And I've never been able to unsee that. Not through the but say, Bully, Tim Roy thought Ron Artest trying to come. He goes, yeah, on the court, no doubt. Because people forget how vicious of a defender Ron Artest was.
I agree with
that.
He
would undress you and take you out of your game and frustrate the hell out of you.
Right now, in the league, not what their resume says, what they are currently. Who are the lockdown, I'm putting it in air quotes, who are the lockdown perimeter defenders in the league right now?
Herb Jones, New Orleans Pelicans.
Okay.
Herb Jones really, really good.
I agree. And I don't think a lot of people that
they don't understand
that name would come to the front.
No
but
doubt.
this is why I'm asking you. You know the league.
Kawhi Leonard is still very, very good.
I agree.
And what he's done, he's reminded everybody that I can still defend at an elite level. I think Jimmy Butler does a good job on the perimeter.
There's no doubt Jimmy Butler's in that.
I think a name that's starting to pop up around, and now he's playing for the LA Lakers, Vanderbilt.
Yes.
Vanderbilt could guard, man.
I agree.
That Joker is tough. He's tough. So you got 4 right there. Jaylen Brown, Boston.
Yeah.
How could you not have him on that list?
Sure feels, as you bring up Jaylen Brown, sure feels like he's on his way out of Boston.
Maybe.
I would love to sniff around there and just see what's up. Don't you think
me?
he'd be a really nice running mate to someone like Steph Curry?
Oh, my gosh. Bring him back to the Bay Area. We all forget he played his 1 year at Cal Berkeley.
I know. So, okay, Jaylen Brown, I agree with.
So that's 5 right there.
Drew Holiday?
Oh, Drew Holiday, you can't forget about him. Giannis.
Yeah. I think he gets forgotten, and then you play against him, you're like, oh, my God, he's so good.
Yeah, this guy's legit. He's legit. Drew Holiday and Giannis Antetokounmpo on that same roster.
Yeah.
Same roster. So they're really good. Phoenix, do they have any lockdown? Mikal Bridges.
Yes,
Brooklyn.
absolutely.
Mikal Bridges is very, very
we're
good.
talking about, what, 10 to 15 guys?
That's 7 guys we just named.
I know, but what do you think? What do you think the number is? 10 to 15?
Yeah.
Currently?
Draymond still defends at a high level.
So we're talking about having an elite aspect of your game. Because I think right now, he is the best, hands down, perimeter defender on the Warriors. And that's because Wiggins isn't playing. But, Wiggins, I think, would throw his name in the ring for something like that, or throw his name in the hat for something like that when he's healthy. Then that's why he was so valuable last year. But
the torture chamber?
What?
Lou Dort? Lou Dort's not bad defensively.
Lou Dort's a good one.
I don't mind Lou Dort. The torture chamber.
Yeah,
he's not bad.
A very good defender.
You know what? Dylan Brooks is making some noise, man. Matisse Thybulle, another good one. That's
a great
name.
one.
Thybulle's
a great name. Don't you think that Kuminga already has a little more offensive repertoire than Thybulle?
Yeah, no doubt. But although Thybulle hit 5 threes in the corner.
I know.
No, but he's more diverse
That's
offensively.
What I'm saying.
I get it.
He has more in his bag.
Yep, no doubt. Steve Kerr.
Thybulle's an excellent player.
Thybulle's a really good player.
Yeah, he's a really nice piece.
No, Kuminga's coming into his own. Here's Kuminga asking about how he maintains his composure in games.
Just staying locked in, especially playing against good teams. It's just one mistake and everything is messed up. So just staying locked in, especially as a young player, it's tough because not having too much experience, but just being around those guys every day and learning and watching different things that they do. And I feel like that's where I kind of stay locked in and just focus on the little things.
What about the team win, Kuminga?
I would say it was just a lot of team effort. And obviously for a great team to win, you need team effort. You need to move the ball. Everybody got to have to feel the ball. And that's pretty much what we came out there and do. And that's what got us this win.
And in the moral compass, Kevon Looney on Kuminga's performance last night.
JK has been great. He set the tone for us defensively. Luke was one of the best players in the league. I think he made him work. Still had a crazy stats, but he made him work for all the points. And that's all you can ask for. And he scored when he needed to score. He provided a lot of energy and finishing at the rim. And that's what makes him special. That's why he's so highly touted. And we think the word of him. And we need him to keep doing this down the stretch.
Some sharp edits on that cut. It sounded like Looney was in fast forward motion, but it's all good. We understand the point. Kuminga played a key role last night in the Warriors win. I think a lot of people feel good when one of the youngsters pops off the film because we're complaining a lot. A lot of people have been divided. Play the veterans. Trade Kuminga. Well, this is a guy I would not trade whatsoever. Cannot trade this piece. I already think they jumped the gun on James Wiseman. This is a guy you got to keep in this organization. You have to. This guy's a stud.
We need a nickname for him better than JK, and I've been thinking about this for quite some time.
Yeah.
You think JK is sufficient?
I'm cool with it. I'm the nickname guy. We have lost the creativity when it comes to nicknames.
All right.
Back in the day, we had a lot of good nicknames. Now we just do the initials of names and stuff like that. But I'll let you guys handle that.
All right. What about Kuminga the Cobra? He's venomous, capable of rising upwards and producing a hood
know how to
when
sell
threatened.
anything. This guy's a great salesman, man.
What do you think?
I don't like the name, but I'm here for the pitch. Keep going. Venomous. What else? I'm here for the pitch.
Able to rise up, okay? And then they stick their hood out, and then boom.
I can hear Fitz now. Kuminga, the Cobra.
Exactly.
No, I'm
Sweep
out
the
on that
leg,
one.
baby. Let's go, Cobra.
Well, we had the
I'm
Black
out on that
Falcon
one.
flies high in Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
Kuminga the Cobra.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know.
Who doesn't fear a cobra when you see one?
This guy's a great salesman, man. This is great. Somebody's going to buy it out there. I'm telling you. I don't know if YouTube is buying it right now.
I can't remember the last good nickname we've had.
Yeah, no. Cobra. Yeah, nah,
we all know the nickname, but we can't say that on air.
No,
so, yes.
no, and I do not like that. I do not like
the fan
that
base.
whatsoever.
I think does though.
Oh, you're talking about the other one?
Yeah,
yeah. Don't bring that up.
Yeah, let's go to Carlos in Redwood City. Carlos, what think about nicknames?
Don't talk about that.
No, please don't. Carlos, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Good morning, boss.
What's up, man?
I was thinking of when you brought up headbands, Nelly with the Band-Aids on his eyes.
Absolutely.
Under his eyes. Tupac with the headband.
Good call.
Mac Dre, of course, with the headband and the hat.
Yeah. I always think of Mac Dre with the double hats with the lights on them.
Yeah.
Where they're going in both directions. Right. Or where he's got the headband and he's
Under
Andre Mackesy.
Yeah, Andre
the
Mackesy.
bucket hat. Yeah, the bucket hat.
Was Ball back and roll or Ball back and roll?
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah.
That album
you know that I
great.
ran into Mac
Ronald
Mall.
Reagan.
I ran into Mac Mall and was afraid to say what's up. Saw him
When?
and his family. They were having pizza at an undisclosed spot in the 707. And I saw him from afar and I turned around and I go, that's Mac Mall. She's like, no, it's not. I'm like, he's wearing the Cuddy, like whatever, the gear,
Right.
And I'm like, that's Mac Mall. And then I looked at the phone and I'm looking at his Instagram and looking up. I'm like, yeah, that's him.
You wanted to go say what's up?
I didn't have the guts to say what's up. I didn't really know how to say what's up.
Smart move, by the way. In restaurants, that's always a touchy thing.
Yeah,
too.
you know what?
He's with his family. I
It's
didn't
a
want to
better
be
moment.
weird.
Yeah, no, it's probably the right move.
I wanted to be like, where's the baby alligator?
Oh gosh, how many kids does he have?
I don't know who was his kid or who wasn't.
okay.
He was. They were playing baseball. They had like baseball outfits on the kids, and he was sitting at the table having pizza. Everyone was just chilling. We were doing our thing. They were doing their thing. Game like a nice game.
Robert San Jose.
A song he was featured on.
Yeah. What's up, Robert?
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing? Hope all is well.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Just one thing real quick. The Kaminga Cobra, throw that out. There's no way that sounds good. And another thing about the headbands, what about Derek Fisher?
Yeah, we don't acknowledge Derek Fisher.
Great one.
When I saw him run out onto the Salt Lake City court, finger up in the air like he was Jesus himself, right then and there, I was like, I'm on Team Matt Barnes.
When he ran out there, it was formerly known as the Delta Center, Salt Lake City.
Thank you.
What is it now? Is it Vivint Smart Home Arena or something like
him
that?
And Carlos Boozer, when Carlos Boozer had the Beijing thing dyed into his hair.
Oh my gosh.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember
him
that.
and Doc Rivers like hanging on for their hair. It's like, you guys are both bald.
It's good stuff. Vivint Smart Home Arena, Salt Lake City.
Vivid?
Yeah.
As in Vivid Videos?
Yeah, Vivint.
Oh,
Vivint.
I thought you
Yeah,
said
Vivid Videos. Vivid Video. I remember those. VIVINT. Vivint Smart Homer. I love arena names, man. It's always fun. When you get the blimp coverage, let's say, welcome live to American Airlines Center, American Airlines Arena.
What's the worst one we've had locally? Networks Associates. What was it called? Network?
Oh, my. McAfee?
Network Associates Coliseum.
Yeah, McAfee was bad.
Monster Park.
Monster Cable was terrible.
Monster was bad.
3Com.
That was the worst.
Remember when they tried to force it into 3Com?
Yeah.
So bad.
People were like, 3Com Park? No, it's Candlestick.
Candlestick.
It's Candlestick Park. Y'all didn't mention Steven Jackson. Yes, we did.
Yeah, I did. I brought up Al Harrington and Steven Jackson. It was a two for all.
Rip Hamilton.
We said him.
Yeah, we said all these guys. All right. Warriors win last night. Draymond Green says some things as well on how that was a good win for the Golden State Warriors.
It was a huge win for us. I mean, we need road wins in general, just for confident. I heard that it was a tiebreaker, so that's good. We'll take it. But 8 more games, we got to make sure we continue to stay strong at home and keep trying to build on the road like we've done the last couple games.
And then Steph Curry, I'm playing in a playoff-type atmosphere because that was an intense game. It felt like the playoffs game. Felt big time last night in Dallas.
I mean, we know the standings and the tiebreaker stuff and all that, and that's important, but it's more just a good reminder of what it takes to win against a team that you're stacked up against in the standings and like a playoff type atmosphere that can go a possession here, a possession there. And even if it's not pretty, you feel like you could play better, you just find a way to win. And that's what the playoffs is all about. So it reminds us what it takes to do that. And our whole goal of these last 8 games now is to just build on that. We keep talking about like forming an identity as we head towards the postseason. All that stuff matters.
No, that was good stuff there. And of course, the star of the show to me was Jonathan Kuminga.
Absolutely.
And right now on the Warriors Instagram page, 8 minutes ago, they posted Jonathan Kuminga moved to the U.S. when he was 13 years old to pursue his dream of playing in the NBA. Left Africa and came to the U.S. as a 13-year-old. And then last night, his parents were in the stands for one of his best performances of his young career. And where the photo is, mom's right there smiling. Kuminga with the arm around mom's. Pop's right there. They look so happy. And this guy had to grow up without his parents, man. And now he's playing, and they got to watch him play last night. He played a hell of a game.
Do you know who Olivia Newton-John is?
Was she a singer?
Yeah.
Actor?
Yeah, both. Actress and a singer. Yeah. She would rock the headband and leg warmers in one movie. She would be probably most known. You would probably most know her from Grease.
Yeah, I was in and out on Grease.
Travolta?
Yes, Travolta.
Beauty School Dropout.
Let's Get Physical, our most famous song.
There we go. Look at you.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Travolta's just... What's up with the guy?
Oh, dude, the commercial?
10 years ago, he looked like he was 80. Now, all of a sudden, in this new commercial during the Super Bowl that everybody played over and over on the Twitter timeline, all of a sudden, he looks like he's 30 again.
It's weird.
What the hell is going on with him?
Science.
What are you doing? A Scientology thing, too?
Yes, and it's very
Not
sad.
going to touch that one.
Yeah, I don't even want to get into it, but it's very sad regarding his family. But I can't look at him the same. Quite honestly, I can't. Like, I'm being real. I look at him different because of that whole thing.
Stacey Augmon, Mark Jackson, Quentin Richardson.
Augmon, Plastic Man. Come on.
Yeah, UNLV.
Oh, Larry
Portland
Johnson and them
Trailblazer.
boys.
Yeah, Greg Anthony, Anderson Hunt. Grease is snitching movies. Zucci did. It is snitching movies. Bobby Sura did have a headband. Florida State, by the way, had Bobby Sura, Sam Cassell, and Charlie Ward in the backcourt at one time. Very underrated backcourt in college basketball.
Bobby Sura, part of my all bleach team.
Yes, all bleach team. All bleach team.
He
Bobby
played
Sura,
hard.
He did play hard, but what a warrior.
He was gritty.
What a warrior.
That's the Steiny era Warriors. Was he number 3 for the Warriors, I believe?
This is a good show. Sweet. Bonte watched the movie Grease on a blind date trying to get the third base. Took one for the team.
Don't talk about that.
Remember you set up a date and then you get home, you're like, all right, what's the movie I got to have on? You like pre-plan it in your head. I don't know if you did this, but I know I did.
Pre-Netflix? That's like pre-Netflix and
Yeah, this is the DVD
It's
era.
like DVD. It's like, what movie am I going to get her locked in, laughing, having some fun? So I always play the same movie over and
What's
over.
that?
What was it?
Sometimes it was Harlem Nights. Sometimes it was Friday. Sometimes it was next Friday. It wasn't.
So
there was no depth into my movie picking when it comes to date nights.
At what part in Friday did you end up stopping every single time? You didn't get all the way to the end.
Well, depends. Depends how things are going. You just never know. You never
Miss
know.
Parker.
But
The credits
point
start
was,
rolling. Well, it's about that time.
I think we can always agree, though, you never wanted to make it to the credits. You never wanted to make it to the credits. Because if you made it to the credits, that means it was a bye-bye and a hug, and, yeah, you're going to bed alone. You never wanted to make it to the credits.
Hey, Loveman, you taking notes?
Wow, that was a glare right there. There's no camera in here, but if there was,
gonna kill me.
That was piercing.
Well, I'm helping Lutman out. I'm telling him to go to Salt and Straw. It's a good deal. But Lutman, see, I already know Lutman, and he's going to get mad at me for saying
Jimi
this.
Hendrix wore a headband.
Yeah, wow.
How did we not remember that?
Dude, but
40 Water, there you go. There's another one.
40 Water did rock a headband.
He did rock a
hard.
headband hard. 41 did have the headband hard. He did. My advice for Lutman when it comes to dating, all guys out there.
What's that?
Less talking, more listening.
I mean,
that's a life lesson right there.
No, especially when it comes to women. Sometimes you got to cut people off.
It's like John Smoltz over here. If you score more runs,
no.
You might win the game.
Guys don't get it, though, because they talk about themselves a lot. We love to talk about ourselves, and we have egos and what we did and who we know, blah, 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 blah.
Especially in radio.
Less talking, more listening with the ladies. Let the ladies
that's always
feel
my
themselves.
game plan when I go in. I don't want to talk at all.
They would have to outscore their opponents to win.
I have a hard time believing that. I love you, love it.
So I told these guys to come in for crosstalk. I guess they're avoiding us, huh? What's going on here?
Steve Kerr.
You did tell them 9:40, and it's only 9:38. So.
No, I said 9:30. Come on in.
Well, there's a miscommunication sensation.
It's a throwback Thursday.
Cha-ching.
You said 9:30. Lutman said 9:40.
Oh, well, good call.
That's why Lutman is the producer. Brian Bosworth headband. Very strong headband.
Absolutely.
Now, what about
Bosworth
Deion
was-
Sanders? Somebody brought this up earlier. Deion Sanders didn't wear the headband over the head. He wore it around the neck.
Yeah, around the neck. So did Jim McMahon.
Yeah.
And
Now that's-
Tim McKyer.
That's gangster.
Yeah.
That's gangster.
That's next level.
Wow, what do you know? For the first time in 5 years, Matt Steinmetz comes in for a crossover. No, that's a lie. He does
What
it
up,
every day.
Steiny?
Hey,
Matt
gents,
Steinmetz is
what's
here.
going on?
And I
We're
wonder,
going through our all headband team. When you
Slick Watts.
Curly Neal.
Yeah.
My dad called that one. I figured
Caruso.
from Caruso.
Don't give
Caruso.
Spadoni
I
that
gotta
love.
get. I gotta get
Don't
to where I
give
can see
Spadoni that love.
Spadone.
Yeah.
Don't give him that love. Don't do that to Spadone.
There you go, Spadone.
Slick Watt's getting a lot of love here for headbands. Who's the first guy you recognize with the headband, Steiny?
Slick Watts he played for Seattle in the late 70s. He's a guy who definitely. Oh, how about Charlie Villanueva?
We talked about him.
Oh, Detroit Piston out of
All
UConn.
no eyebrows team as well.
Maybe on an all paid or all overpaid team, would you say?
Villanueva.
He got paid in Detroit.
Yeah. What'd you think of the game last night?
That was fun. That was a lot of fun. It felt like vintage vibes in the sense of dramatic fourth quarter basketball, swinging back and forth, and then blowing leads, and then finding a way to win that game. I thought for sure the way this season has gone down, Luka was going to get an and one.
What I want to know is
no.
I mean, he didn't deserve. Look,
I thought he was going to get it.
He didn't get fouled on when he tried to rebound over Draymond. And he didn't get fouled when he was under the basket with Draymond on him.
He went straight up. Dre did.
Please. Hey, did you hear about the bet I called off with Goo?
No. Why are you counting money over there?
I was going to ask you real quick about the bet.
$100.
Why?
No, I would.
What's the bet?
What's the bet?
Yeah.
Okay, so
educate me.
At the beginning of the year, he bet me $100.
We have a new audience every
he goes,
10 minutes.
I know, that's why I'm going to do it. He goes, Steiny, Warriors are going back to back. And I said, well, I don't think so, but who knows? This is early. He goes, Steiny, they're going back to back. I said, well, let's bet then. And he goes, okay. So he bet me $100.
Wow.
I have the field.
That's a great bet for you.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
So the problem is he's now been whining for the last month because he thinks I should call off the bet because of Wiggins. Like, oh, that's something active guy.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
like, well, I'm not going to do that. But
Okay.
then I got to thinking about it. And here's the problem with the show.
What's that?
Guru and I.
Yeah.
He's talking about the Warriors can win it. All I care about is they can't win it. They can't win it. It makes me too negative. I don't want to root against the Warriors.
I like this.
I don't care.
This is gross.
I don't want to have to root against the Warriors to win $100.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point.
Like, I just don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him $100 today.
Okay.
He can either keep it, he can donate to charity,
Nice.
or if the Warriors win the title, he can put it in his back pocket.
I like
But
that.
I just want to.
Let's
Do I
be
think
honest,
they're going
too.
to win it? I don't think they're going to
charity
win
of
it.
Guru?
But they're sixth right now. Maybe they can make a run, win a series, get to the next one, see what happens. I don't want to be like, oh, I hope they lose to Memphis
Because I want to win
just
the
don't wanna
100.
do
Let's
it.
be honest, too.
That's respect.
Let's be honest, too. I prayed last week, and I'm not ready to go all in on Giants baseball. I need the Warriors playing for at least another month and a half.
There's a guy another name of Bryce Johnson. He's 12 for 12 on steals.
Just learning
I
about
just-
Casey Schmidt, guys.
Yeah, well, don't get me started on that one. He's already in the Hall of Fame. You didn't know? He's 5 All-Star game appearances so far in his young career. No, seriously.
That's not what Shasky was saying.
But how quickly would you get fatigued? Because Guru's going to come in here, and he's ready for the Kuminga talk. I got a text last night, just one word, Kuminga. And I'm like, oh, boy. Here we go. Play well, though.
So here's my thing with Kuminga, and I kind of said it yesterday. I said, what's the problem right now with Kuminga? First of all, he sprained his ankle. Okay, DNP's early. That's over. That's done.
it's over.
Last 4 games before last night, he played like 18,
Yes.
25, 25, 20 something. So I'm like, all right, first of all, he's getting 20, 25 minutes a game for a team that's pretty good.
Yeah.
He knows how to get more. He's got
Yes.
to rebound, run the floor, and defend.
The rebound I'll push back on
That's
because
fine.
because of the defense
That's
on the
fine,
perimeter.
right.
His back is to the basket. He's
So-
guarding some of the premier guys.
To
but
me,
I
it's
hear you.
like the discussion about Kuminga is over.
Yeah.
It's over. He's going to play. He's in the rotation. He's entrenched in the
I
rotation.
agree with that.
He's going to play 20 minutes a night. I think if he plays well, he'll play 30 now.
I think you could make the argument.
I just think it's all on Kuminga.
Yep,
Okay.
no doubt.
Because now he's going to get a chance every half.
And you could make
maybe
the argument
two a half.
that if Wiggins somehow, I'm operating as Wiggins is not coming
I'm
back. But if he
operating as
came
he's
back,
not,
you could make the argument that Kuminga may be more important in this playoff run than Jordan Poole. Like Jordan Poole last year was definitely dynamic
Who are you
and
betting
important.
on futures without diminishing the
just
other?
this playoff run, like you think about all the wings in the Western Conference, all the big wings and all the players.
Yeah.
KD, Kawhi, Luka, whoever. Kuminga may be more important for this playoff run for the Golden State Warriors than Jordan Poole.
I mean, ideally, they'd have them both, Wiggins and Kuminga.
Yes.
And they would have been playing not together necessarily on the court, but in the same rotation, because then they'd have a feel for stuff as they go into the postseason. But now, if Wiggins comes back, and we got to talk about that too. Then Wiggins is going to come back. Where's he going to be?
There's an acclimation
Is he just
period.
taking Kuminga? Whatever.
No, you're right though.
Did you hear Steve Kerr before the game?
I was about to play it right here. Asked about Wiggins again. Here's Steve Kerr on that one.
Well, we love Wiggs. He's a huge part of our team. He's a great player, but he's a great human being. He's just a great teammate. I love coaching him. So anytime you see one of your guys struggling, dealing with something, all you can do is just support that player and give him space, and that's what we've tried to do. But our players and our coaches, front office, we're all just thinking about Wiggs every day. And if he comes back, great. And if he doesn't come back, that's fine too. We just want to make sure that he's in a good place, taking care of his family, and we'll see how it plays out.
So he's basically said something to the effect of, if
I heard
he comes back, I'm operating like he's not.
I am too. And I think, and Evan brought up a good point.
What's that?
This is the first time somebody in the organization even suggested he may not come back. Because we've been operating now. We expect him back. Bob Myers a week ago said nobody's told us he's not coming back. So now Steve Kerr says if he doesn't come back, that's fine. To me,
it feels
that's
like
almost
concession.
a sign.
That's fine too.
Not necessarily a sign, but just assume he's not coming back.
Exactly.
I'm going to assume he's not coming back. I get it. And I think everybody's got to operate under that assumption at this point.
So then, knowing that, and I asked him this question, I'll ask you this question. Wiggins is the superior player over both of these guys, but collectively, can you mitigate some of the replacement with Kuminga having more of an uptick, with GP2 hopefully coming back, Jordan doing some things, Clay rebounding a little more? Can a collective of guys offset his absence, or is it insurmountable?
I mean, I don't think they can win a title without Wiggins.
I kind of feel the same way.
I think they were. I don't think they were a lock with Wiggins. See, what Wiggins does is he always gives him another player who might play well to push him over the top.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, you look at last night. Why'd the Warriors win? Well, Poole was pretty good. Draymond was good in the second half. Kuminga was terrific. Lamb helps.
Yeah. JMG had moments.
Green.
He had moments.
So, that was the best thing about last night is it wasn't all the big three.
No.
So, and they needed a win like that.
But you like that 19-6, the defense that he provides, 94 feet, going to the basket, the mid-range jumper. Somebody gets in foul trouble, because that could happen with Kuminga, a young player. Or he gets 3 turnovers, and Kerr says, you know what, I don't have the patience for this. You're getting yanked. I'm going to Anthony Lamb. It messes with their depth. With Wiggins, you look a lot better. All of a sudden, you're 8-9 deep. But without Wiggins, I think I'm kind of with you guys. I don't think they have a shot. I think it'd be tough for them to get past the first round without Andrew Wiggins.
Steiny, I was looking at this the floor game from Steph Curry last night. I think it's easy for people to say, oh, he'll just become a traditional Mark Jackson-like point guard and blah, blah. It's never really going to be his game or his forte. But you could see last night, the guy could still play make for others, utilizing the space and getting these other guys involved. And down the line, multiple years, hopefully. But, if he takes a step back offensively as a scorer, could he be more of a distributor on a more balanced offensive team?
Definitely. I was listening to Slater, and I kind of agree with it. He could kind of transition into a bunch of different kind of players.
Right?
I always say, if he's 45 years old and almost can't walk, if you put him on the hash mark,
Chuck Person,
he would still have to be guarded.
Exactly.
Even if he couldn't move.
Yes.
Because he can make half of those shots. So he should always be able to help you. But he could be a spot-up shooter if he needed to be. He could, he can come off the bench.
Yeah.
I'm talking down the line.
Not 4 years from now, 5 years from now.
He could come off the bench and be because that's kind of what he did last year at the start of the playoffs. He came off the bench and it was oh my God. So the question is, how do you keep kind of building around him while he gets older and maybe just drops a notch, misses a few more games? Because if he's only playing 55, 60 games a year, you got to figure out what you're doing in the other 2020.
Totally agree.
No doubt. What you guys got coming up, Steiny? I'm guessing a lot of recap.
We got the Saintly one.
Hey, fellas.
12:30, yeah. So he'll be in a good mood, and I'm giving Guru $100 to do whatever he wants with.
I love it.
Can't believe it. Can't believe it. Steiny Goo coming up next. Now it's time for Fast Five. Fast Five here on the Morning Roast. All right, Fast Five. We got to do headbands.
Okay.
Got to do headbands. Starting five headband. I'm going to go.
Who's your starting five?
Starting five.
Not in terms of great players, but people that you associate with headbands.
Not the best dude in the world. I know he's had some off-court issues, but Chris Gatling is in at 5.
Okay.
I'm going Allen Iverson. Vince Carter.
Ooh.
Very underrated headband guy.
Okay.
I'm going Melo because I love Melo.
Okay.
I do love you some Melo. And I got to go LeBron. LeBron rocked that headband for years. Thick headbands, skinny headbands, didn't matter. And then, of course, he had the no headband game in Game 6 against San Antonio in the 2012 finals. Remember that one?
I do.
Against, 2013 finals where he went no headband and carried him in the fourth quarter before the Ray Allen shot. But that's my starting five.
I'm going to go Rajon Rondo at point guard. Shooting guard, Rip Hamilton. At my 3, I'm going to go Cliff Robinson, even though he could have been more of a 4, stretch 4, because I'm going to put Jermaine O'Neal at the 4. And my 5, Young Shaq.
Young Shaq? He didn't wear a headband. When?
Yeah, he did. Orlando. He wore one for a very brief time.
I don't remember that whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm going to have to find the card. I have a card with him with a headband.
Really? Shaq?
Yeah.
Wow, I don't remember that.
It might have even been LSU days.
Might have been. I don't remember Shaq.
Yeah,
Shaq wore a headband. Wow.
In my mind, he did.
Ben Wallace, no doubt.
Or I can go Brad Miller when he was with Sacramento.
Brad Miller, very underrated Sacramento King. Zucci Man, Larry Hughes, Allen Iverson, LeBron, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. All right. We got a couple minutes left in the show. That was Fast 5. Brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
I'm going to switch it to Ben Wallace. That's a better one.
Ben Wallace.
Because his whole career was the headband, especially with the afro coming out. It just looks better.
That was sick. The wristbands on the elbow.
Taking Melo off the board was a good one. I was going to go Baron Davis, but he played a lot of his career without a headband. Yeah. Rajon Rondo, I distinctively associate with the headband.
Melo went headband. He would
Melo
do
was
this.
One of the first.
Q Rich and Darius Miles.
That's my all-time favorite NBA Street Team game.
Yeah.
By the way, MLB The Show released tonight at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Can't wait. Me versus Guru on deck.
What about Tim Thomas in a double headband?
Was he Villanova?
He was Villanova.
They
lost to Cal in the second round.
Tim Thomas.
You know where that game was at?
No.
Game was played at Wake Forest.
I did.
Second round game. Cal versus Villanova. Cal beat Villanova.
How do you remember that?
Because I'm a sick individual. Because I remember because they have sort of like a parquet floor. They did back in the day. I don't know what their arena looks like now, but yeah, Cal beat Villanova, and then Cal advanced to the Sweet 16 and lost to North Carolina. Where was that game played at?
I have no
Carrier Dome in Syracuse.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
As Boeheim, calls it a career.
Yeah,
whining and crying and kicking and screaming about NIL when we know you've been cheating for years. There's something about those Syracuse grads. They're a little insufferable.
Dumas.
No, like Friedel I love, Dumas I love, but all the rest of them in the media, they kind of shove it down your throat. Those guys don't.
Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, where the great Tim Duncan and Randolph Childress, the point guard Joe Spinotti would have no idea about. Randolph Childress was a baller. I'm surprised he didn't make it in the NBA.
Randolph Childress was sweet.
He was sweet.
Who was the guy who played point guard with Durant at Texas who got the back injuries?
DJ Augustine.
Didn't he wear a headband? Or am I misremembering that?
He may have wore a headband. He was in the league for a while.
Was PJ Tucker on that Texas team too?
I don't know if PJ Tucker was on
Wasn't
that
there
team.
another player on that team?
DJ Augustine.
TJ Ford? Or am I thinking of TJ Ford?
Oh, that was before KD.
And Robert Pack.
Yeah, and they made the Final Four and lost to Syracuse.
See, I thought it was okay. Yeah, I'll stand down.
Kevin Durant at Texas. Who's on that Texas team? 0607.
Sneaky headband, Pascal Siakam, real quick.
Good
Yeah,
call.
Pascal Siakam.
Good call.
Kevin Durant, DJ Augustine, Dexter Pittman.
Dexter Pittman, the big
Damian
man.
Jones.
Who?
And A.J. Abrams was a shooting
A.J.
guard.
Abrams.
Wow. All right, that's it for us. Fun show. We'll be back tomorrow previewing the Warriors and the Sixers. Got some football news as well. We'll see what the Giants do. Have a good day, everybody.
Cards issued by Celtic Bank, member FDIC. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time...
Anybody say Wilt Chamberlain? Wilt Chamberlain.
That's a great call.
Headband Wilt Chamberlain.
I went Rasheed Wallace.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay. I got to tell you, I feel free.
You're in a black shirt.
It's a long sleeve. Unencumbered. Yeah. I have never, I tell you what, I feel like I have a new lease on life. I really do.
Who is this guy?
You're going to find out in a sec. Just talk because I dropped something. I got to pick it up.
Last night's game was why you love sports. It was like the real March Madness, which we got some action tonight. I'm live in the bracket. I'll tell you about it. But listen, that game gave you everything. And the Splash Brothers, they finally got some help.
Yeah.
And Kuminga must have been in his hotel room in Dallas on the Odyssey app listening to myself and you talk about, hey, cut, do this or that. He was fantastic. Steiny, it was a strength in numbers last night.
All right, I'm going to ask you to do something right now.
Because I feel like you just dismissed everything I said.
I was because we got 4. It's $100. I want you to hold it for me.
What?
It's $100. It's 520s. Hold on.
Okay, what's going on? I got it.
Okay.
What is this about?
There's $100.
I feel like I'm being filmed.
So yesterday when I made my
declaration
that I was calling off the bet of $100 having the field against the Warriors, that I'm calling off the bet because you'd given me the opportunity, and I was like, you know what, let's do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to root against the Warriors. I just don't. So I said I'm calling off the bet. Well, one gentleman, I assume, on the Xfinity Mobile text line said, figure Steinmetz, now you get to weasel out of it when the Warriors win it all. And I thought, you know what?
I didn't see that one.
Yeah, I didn't either until
he wrote it.
So I'm like, okay, well, if that's what this guy thinks, and people may think it, here's what we're going to do, Goo.
What?
That's $100.
It's yours.
No, it's right now you're holding it. So if the Warriors win it all, if you want to take that 100, you can take that 100. If the Warriors don't win it all, you can do whatever you want with that 100. You can still take it. You can give it to charity. Do whatever you want. All I know is I'm out. I am out on the bet completely.
But this is how I got the old Cadillacs. Like, I feel like this is a trap. Listen.
Not a trap.
Steiny, are you sure? Because you see, like, hey, Spadoni put this on the Yankees spring training game. But no, Steiny, are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah.
All right, I'll hold it. But now I feel like I won.
All right, good. Then I make
Joe on YouTube's telling me don't take it. It's a trap. It's a trap.
What's the trap?
No, you feel
what is the trap?
Not a trap.
I mean, honestly, I just peeled.
To me,
just peeled off $100, and I was like, you know, you don't have to do. You could just call the bet off. But I'm like, no, because if they win it all, I don't want any part of any smoke. I just don't.
All right, well, I'm putting it in my
pocket. In case you're just joining us.
Yeah, wow, man.
I have
C-note.
Called off the bet with Guru.
Well, 20th to watch list.
I have the field. He had the Warriors. I'm saying that I found myself rooting against the Warriors because I want to win a bet. Because I'm so competitive. All that matters to me was winning that bet against Guru. And so because that's all that mattered to me, I was finding myself getting into bad habits as it related to the Golden State Warriors, perhaps not being as objective as I should have.
People are loving you, man.
The bet's off, and I got to tell you, it was, it's enjoyable now. It's enjoyable.
I don't know who you are.
I don't have to watch with an ulterior motive.
Wow.
I don't think the Warriors are going to win it. But you know what? They won last night. They've won 2 in a row
and
on the
I'll
road.
return this when they don't.
They got
that's how this works, right?
No, no, not at all. I don't want it. I don't want it. So
I feel like the president of Dub Nation.
The point being, I can't be more sincere, Goo.
I got to text
and
JD.
Bay Area. I cannot be more sincere. I do not want to see
Give me another
the Warriors go into the playoffs with me having money against them.
All right, I got you.
So I'm rude. I just don't want to do that.
So this actually was therapy for you.
Yeah.
The relationship is bridged now. To hell with Dallas in 6. Goo with 100.
Exactly.
Yeah, Steiny, you a bad dude. Let's talk about last night.
Mm-hmm. Let's do it.
And it's not about me, but did any part of you be like, that's why I like doing radio with my partner, talking about me? Because I
didn't think of you last night when I was watching the game. I don't know what you mean.
When Kuminga was cutting and scoring and
doing
all the other stuff.
Well, actually, what I thought,
talked about it for like 2 hours. Those are the things I were telling you and the listeners he can do. And it wasn't about, hey, you're the focal point of the offense. If we can get that Kuminga, if they can get him, along with Jordan Poole, who I thought was fantastic, Draymond Green, the defense that Draymond exhibited it was a team win without Steph and Clay doing the heavy lifting. And we'll get into the CYO. I don't know what Mark Cuban was doing, the game under protest.
Oh.
Because I was on the broadcast real quick about that, Steiny, and I was listening to Van Gundy. I had the national broadcast, couldn't get Fitz. And they described it one way, but when I went to Twitter, there were pictures of the ref pointing in the Warriors' direction. Shame on the Mavericks.
Well, we can talk about that.
Cuban,
There's a lot
sit your ass down.
Well, there was confusion. There was definitely confusion on that play. We can get into it. As for Kuminga, I actually didn't think of you. I thought more of me, thinking it's exactly what you were saying all day today on the radio. There's no discussion. No, me. There's no discussion about Kuminga. Everybody's been pulling their hair out about Kuminga. There's nothing to pull your hair out about. He's in the rotation. Okay? He's in the rotation playing 20 to 25 minutes a night.
31 last night.
He's in the rotation. All right? Last night, he played great. How many minutes did he play?
31.
Okay.
No, I got you.
The discussion's over. Play like that, and you get 32 minutes a game.
Right,
Sorry.
Right.
I don't want to be a jerk, but that's what you have to do. And if you don't, maybe you'll only get 14.
Yeah.
And Steve Kerr doesn't think you've earned it to get 30 if you're not playing well.
Yeah.
So we can talk about that. We can talk about giving Kuminga 25, 30 no matter what. But I think we all know if Kuminga plays pretty well, he's playing 25 minutes a night. And the difference between Kuminga playing 25 minutes and 33 minutes a night ain't the difference between a championship and not.
Yeah. Well, he was one of the bright spots. And my guy Hawk listened to the show. He sent me a text. I'll tell you, Steiny, he'll probably get mad. But he was like, Steiny didn't think Kuminga could do it. And you just eloquently said what you were talking about, that when you're out there, you got to do it. But this was a great win. But I'm a little nervous when I look at the standings. And let me tell you why.
Okay.
Because I don't, and you guys can tell me I'm looking ahead, slow down. But when you get excited, you do this. I don't want anything to do with Phoenix in a first-round matchup for the Golden State Warriors. So I'm looking at the schedule,
Don't
Steiny.
do this.
I'm like, be careful now.
Are you really going to say what I think you're going to say?
Like, no, I'm not. Win all the games
Don't get to 5?
Well,
number 5.
What are you saying, Goo?
I would rather play Sacramento.
Okay, so you want to try to manipulate the schedule? What are you saying, Goo? What are you saying,
I'm
Goo?
afraid of Phoenix with KD in that pack. I'm afraid of that Phoenix pack with Booker in the first round. I'm being real.
What difference does it make if you got to come through them anyway?
Yeah, but later
May
is
as
greater.
well find out early if you got it or not.
Well, this will definitely be different than any other. No. We've already established. Let me finish this, Donnie. This is already different than any other run in the Steve Kerr, Steph Curry era.
Right. Hey, Warrior Nation.
Why are you laughing?
I'll tell you why. Because this is so you, it's unreal. It is unreal. They win against Dallas. And now you're saying, Steiny, I don't know about getting all the way up to 5. They may play Phoenix. Okay, yeah, you go ahead and try to manipulate the schedule.
No, you can't.
They're
not going to do it.
I tell you what, we got the best road team in the league coming in tomorrow, Philly.
Man.
They're the best road team. Don't lose to them. And then I'll tell you what, on Sunday, you better beat Minnesota.
Cat is back.
You better beat Minnesota. You better get one of these next 2. So all I'm saying is, don't look at the standings, Goo.
All right.
Just win. Eight games left. Win 5 of them.
Can I give you something else?
To stay in that top 6.
Let me give you something else.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I'm being real with you, Spadoni and Evan, and everybody out there listening. Last night's game was just from a a basketball pleasure standpoint, it was everything that I wanted, but it was the first Warrior game in 18 or 17 that Andrew Wiggins has missed that I didn't think of Wiggins, Donnie. And that's a delight. Now, again, the whole play is, can they keep this going? And you got a Philly team with the possible MVP coming in tomorrow. They're playing great basketball, but Evan said something in the green room about this weekend, including Friday and Sunday's game. If you do drop one of the games, you would want it to be against the Sixers.
No doubt. Absolutely, positively. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the Warrior conversation. Boy, there's a lot to get to.
Man.
And here's one I want to address, and this is kind of how I'll generally throw it out to Warrior fans. Guys, are you really going to ignore the bad defense last night? No, I'm not going to ignore the bad defense last night, but for one night, that's just an aspect of what we're going to talk about. It's not going to dominate the discussion because they won the game, and they needed to win a road game, especially that road game. And yesterday when we had Zaza Pachulia on, he said something very interesting about this game. We were saying, is it a big game? Is it a big game? This, that, the other thing. And he said, I'm treating tonight separate. And what he meant was, we've stunk on the road all year, but I think we know what the stakes are tonight. So if I think we're going to take it very seriously, let's just judge this game. So let's just judge this game. They won in Dallas. Their defense was like it always is.
Why
pretty much.
Why are they giving up wide open threes, Steiny?
Because their defense is easily broken down.
And let me just double back and ask you why.
Because a million different things are happening, of which they're just not as good defensively. They've all dropped off defensively.
Man, they went up 9, and in the blink of an eye, Dallas came back. But I will say this about the defense last night, and Chris A. pointed this out on YouTube. The Warriors are in no position, Guru, to manipulate their seeding. I get that. I understand that. But to his point also about the shabby defense, talk to me about the defense when the game was on the line. That's what got – and Draymond, all of his body, both hands in the air under the basket like, take me as I am. And, that's ball game. That's what it's about. That's the new NBA, is when can you play that defense? And Luka had the ball with an opportunity, and what shot was that? To me, that was good defense.
Which one?
The last possession that Dallas had where Luka kind of he didn't know what he wanted to do.
Which one? The one underneath the basket?
No, the one before that. At the top of the key. I was like, damn, Luka.
Yeah, that was Clay just stayed in front.
No, he did.
Made it hard for him.
Shout out Clay.
Steiny, we're not good defensively, but the Mavs defense is worse. Okay, fair enough. Mavs also without Kyrie Irving.
That was big. Well, Warriors without Wiggins.
No. I made a rule during the changeover.
Anything you want, buddy. I got a seat on that. Fuck it. What you got? What's the rule?
So,
what was the rule?
I'm going to tell you. Hold on.
God, Dallas, man, they can shoot.
This is what Steve Kerr said.
Well, we love Wiggs. He's a huge part of our team. He's a great player, but he's a great human being. He's just a great teammate. I love coaching him. So anytime you see one of your guys struggling, dealing with something, all you can do is just support that player and give him space, and that's what we've tried to do. But our players and our coaches, front office, we're all just thinking about Wiggs every day. And if he comes back, great. And if he doesn't come back, that's fine too. We just want to make sure that he's in a good place, taking care of his family, and we'll see how it plays out.
All right. So as far as the Warriors organization goes, that's as far as anyone has gone with Andrew Wiggins. We had Bob Myers on last Wednesday, 8 days ago, and he said, "No." Bob Myers said, "Nobody's told me that Andrew's not coming back." So the expectation, I think, in the organization was always he's probably going to come back. But when I hear Steve Kerr say,
"Go ahead, Stoney,"
that if he doesn't, that's fine too. I think he's telling us all,
right?
Hey guys, don't expect him back.
No doubt.
So my feeling now is, let's not talk about Wiggins anymore.
All right, I can meet you.
He's
there.
not like you know who he's like? He's like Lonzo Ball for the Bulls.
Yeah.
He's just not. He's out for the year.
Who's turning into the Bionic Man?
He's out for the year.
All these operations.
He's like Memphis lost Brandon Clark.
Yeah.
For the year.
Torn Achilles.
Wiggins is like Brandon Clark.
I got you.
I mean, that's
because
the
you
way.
ain't missing 18 games. Starting about to be 19. I get you.
But my point
I'm
is,
totally there, man.
You got let's. We might know. Yeah. We might not know. That's it. But to me, if we've had a lot of discussion about, well, we just want to know if he is or not. We just want to know. Because it's just him as a best. That's fair.
Yeah.
But by Steve Kerr to me saying if he doesn't come back, that's fine too. Let's assume he's not coming back. Can everybody get on with me there?
And can you
I'm not
add
saying
this on
he's
there?
dead to me, but let's assume he's not
Until
coming
we
back.
find out
if
he's
he
coming
ever
back.
does,
Bonus.
we'll deal with that later.
Yeah, no doubt. That is a good thing. We would welcome that. But I'll tell you this. There's no other, here we go, my last point on this. There is no other NBA basketball team on the eve of the NBA playoffs, Spadoni and Evan, that when you say, who are we, what can we change about our basketball team before the tip of game one, whoever they play, nobody has something in their bag that could get a knock at the door and you say, who is it? Andrew, I'm ready to play. That would change the outcome of what they could do and the noise they could make in the playoff. So I'm with you. We won't bring it up. But if somehow
you just did. So you're
Christmas Eve, which is the eve of the playoffs,
right.
Wiggins hit somebody here, Bob, I'm coming.
And whose minutes is he going to take?
Oh,
Kuminga. Okay, when he takes Kuminga, your guy's minutes.
That's
or
a problem.
when Wiggins comes back and Kuminga's less effective. Or when stop.
Yeah. But
stop.
It's something.
No.
You got to know they would welcome that. That's all.
You know what? I don't know they would welcome that. I don't. I mean, I'm not saying they're saying, Andrew, we hope you never come back.
No, they're not.
But we don't know that everybody would welcome Andrew Wiggins back. I just think it's time.
Yeah.
It's time to let go of Andrew Wiggins for the season.
I ain't mad at you.
Let's just disencumber ourselves with that.
Nice work.
888-957-9570 is the number. You know, Warrior fans, we've been up and down this roller coaster this year. Does one road win really change things? Is the question I have. And listen, it's a win they needed,
man,
particularly in the standings. But this is one of those games where I also say, man, if Draymond commits a foul there, or if Doncic makes a shot, they lose that game, and we're talking about it completely differently. But nevertheless, they win that game. They've won 2 straight on the road. They come home for 4. They're in a good spot to hold on to 6. They can get 5 if they win more games. I don't
Clippers
think
got a big one tonight. OKC.
I don't think 4's within the realm of possibility.
Oh, who the Clippers got?
But how are you feeling about the Golden State Warriors right now after that win last night? Because the way I'm looking at it is the way Pachulia was looking at it. Zaza. He was saying, I'm gonna basically start judging the season right now. This game is separate. We'll take this one. We'll see if we can build off it. They won a game on the road, and the Golden State Warriors are in the 6th spot. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line if you want to jump in. Now, the one thing, while I think the Warriors played a great game last night, the one worry I have is it sustainable? And what I'm getting at is, let's think about who played. Jordan Poole last night. How good was he?
I thought he was great. You
thought he was great?
Yeah, Twitter didn't. Yeah.
How about Kuminga?
I thought he was excellent.
Okay. How about JaMychal Green?
He was okay.
He was pretty good.
Yeah.
4 for 5? 4 for 5?
Yeah. All right.
You take that any day of the week with him. How about Lamb?
9 points.
I mean, Lamb's got to play.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's kind of what I'm getting at. It took really good games from 4 of the role players. And now I know you can look at that and say, well, that's great because if Clay plays well and Steph scores more, we're going to even better. But I look at it, too, as, man, you need a lot to go right to win a game against Dallas on the road. So which is it for you if you're a Warrior fan? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Free the People. Free the People wants to get us started. What's up, Free?
Gentlemen, happy Thursday.
Hey, man.
Great to talk to you as always. I'm indifferent with this team, man. We've seen some highs. We've seen more lows than we're used to with this group of Warriors over these last 8 years or so. I don't think this is a championship team, whether Wiggins comes back or not. I love my guys. I think that we would give any team we play a hard series, regardless of the road woes. I think some of that shakes out during the playoffs with having a little bit more rest. But the team just isn't as good as we would like them to be. And, we have Curry and we have Clay, but we're going to have more nights from Clay playing like this. Yeah, it's great when he scores a bunch of points and makes a bunch of threes. But these nights are going to be mixed in more regularly where he's, not a factor at all. I'm cool with Kuminga doing the thing off the bench. I think he should be getting more minutes. I feel like we should have saw this earlier in the season. I'm on the fence with Anthony Lamb. I'm not a huge fan of his, but at the same time, for the roster and what it is, what choice do we have? We're going to have a championship hangover. We're not going to win a chip every year. I know we got real spoiled with the run we went on, going to 4 or 5 straight. It's crazy. But, let's reel it back in and understand this is real basketball. This team has improved. This offseason, I need Joe Lacob and Bob Myers to work their magic and retool this roster. And maybe we can win it next year. But right now, not a championship roster. Right. Love my team no matter what. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, Free the People.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in the same place as you are.
Hardy was a bad dude, Steiny. I thought he was going to will him to a win. 27 for Dallas. You talk about role players stepping up in the absence of Kyrie Irving. But my biggest...
Oh, that's right. That's the other thing. The Warriors got 4 great performances from role players on the road.
No doubt. But
on the road.
We talk about the great Stephen Curry, and when you hear that, you immediately I do, go to the 3-ball. Steiny, last night he had 20 points, but he had 13 assists. And right behind him was Jordan Poole, who I don't know what's going on. He had 6 assists, but these last few games, the passing has been crisp. He's been playmaking for others. I'm like, JP, I love it. Going to the rack, Steiny. Left-hand dish. Kuminga dunk. Going the other way.
From the 510, they barely won against Luka coming off an injury and a bunch of no-names. If Irving and Hardaway play, Dallas wins. No problem. Maybe.
What can we do with that, though? Bottom line is they won the game.
Well,
imagine had they lost it.
What we can do with that is temper our enthusiasm.
Right. Nobody's saying pop bubbly.
Well,
I'm not. Dude,
you're
you
feeling
got Philly tomorrow.
Without Embiid, probably.
No, he ain't been ruled out yet.
I usually don't quote the text line.
Yeah.
But my guy Rotz says Embiid doubtful for tomorrow, and he usually is on the money. Rotz is.
Okay.
Rats on the table.
Now I'm going to give you a 4. But I'm looking at Minnesota, Steiny, right? A game behind the Warriors who have to hook up with Philly. And I don't know the season series with Minnesota in regard to the tiebreakers.
It's 2-1 Minnesota right now.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, 2-1 Warriors right now.
So, yeah, definitely they'll be locked in. But, yeah, we can't overlook anybody or anything.
And when you say we, you mean who?
Dub Nation.
Usually we is just
that
players,
C note you gave me, you might can throw something at me and I'll let you get away with it. Speaking of which, Steiny, I'm going to be in the house Friday.
Nice.
Myers came. He had some extras and hit me up. I'll be in there taking little Daryl to the game. Not the seats on the floor, but the one right behind the Warriors bench where he's at. Yeah. Let me
have a great time. Did you tell Dibley?
No, I'll tell him today. He'll be juiced.
Well, all that kind of stuff's got to run through Dibley.
Now that is hilarious. When did that?
For
what?
You'll see. You'll see. I usually got to clear it with Dibley first. You got to go through Dibley first and say, hey, Dibs, I was thinking about asking Bob Myers for something.
Yikes.
And then he'll either say.
But how do you know Bob didn't ask me?
Because.
Oh, that hurts.
He wouldn't do that. You reach out to him. He doesn't. He has no reason to reach out to you. But
this
my
is
point
the thought process that has America in the position.
My point.
Wow.
My point is, anytime you want to perk, you have to go through Dibs.
Oh,
So the
boy,
fact
I can't
that
wait
you
to get
did it
the
without
difference.
him, the changeover is
I'm
going to be
blown away
nasty.
that you think I did something.
You did.
I couldn't have been contacted.
Listen, go win.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And the big question I have for Warrior fans is, does one win really change your perspective and your outlook of this team? Or do you look at last night's game and still hold the rest of the year against them?
Jeez.
Does a game like last night make you think, you know what, maybe they can do it? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk about it all on the other side on 95.7 The Game. fantastic one. What? So you got?
Yeah, we'll be at Emeryville Bay Street Saturday. Watch party, grand opening, 2 to 4. You should come through. I know you won't, but
you getting paid for that?
Now, see, that's what they in the streets they call messy. Like
really,
like the Bob thing. You don't think he contacted me? Hey, Goo, I got a couple scraggling. But
that's just me. I'm sorry. That's just good-natured banter.
Damn,
I'm
the
sorry.
first thing you gotta ask is, are you getting paid?
That's
with a concerned
too.
look on your face, as if I say yes. Boy, somebody's in trouble.
Oh no, I hope
I'm
you're
just
getting
doing
paid.
it for the community.
I would hope you're getting paid.
Yeah, come out.
Where again? It's a grand. So, is it Bay Street?
Yeah, Emeryville Bay Street. 2 to 4. It'll be a lot of food, entertainment.
And what's the place called?
What you mean? We got it right there.
You're killing me.
Yeah.
You are absolutely killing me.
Give
It's
it to the
Daybreak
people.
Dining Terrace.
There it is, 90.
Goober, you're killing me.
No, that's how.
It's your gig. You got to know it. Know it like that.
Who has the paper?
Who has the appearance fee?
I think it was supposed to be over there. Hey, Willard texted us. He'll be at the game too.
Oh.
And said he didn't go through Dibs.
Oh, you guys are
like
in
Dibs
trouble.
got too much pull over you.
You got too.
He ain't older than you.
We'll see.
Yeah, like you need to snap. Like when you want to get out of it too, Dibs, I'm leaving it too. Not no. I'm gonna help you out. Stick your chest out.
Well, I can be me. I can be me.
I can be me. I love it.
And I've seen you on the. I tell you what. Goo, here's where you and I are so different. About a week ago, I heard Goo on. Oh my God!
I'm laughing out and know where you're going.
Some cable company call. I think it was his cable company.
Willard's right.
And they said something like, "Hey, just for being a great customer, we'd like to offer you a new Animal Kingdom.
Don't tell us
Animal Kingdom at a discount price." He goes, "Well, I'm such a loyal customer.
Oh, don't tell
why
the
don't
people.
Why don't you give me
MLB extra
MLB extra innings for free?" I'm not authorized to do that, sir. Oh, really? Well, let me speak to your man.
Don't tell the
dude. I'm just telling you. Listen,
I did go
Susan's the same way. She does. I just would be like, here's the way I do it. Would you be interested in an extra package? With
That's terrible.
Click.
Right.
I just hang up. I don't even.
You got to find out where the line is.
No
also,
doubt.
if you go hello, and there's that pause, night night. That's telemarketer.
Closed mouth don't get fed.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I could stand to use some of you and me.
Mm-hmm.
Clarence is in Richmond. What's up, Clarence? How you doing, man?
All right, doing good. I'm just enjoying it and driving around here, doing DoorDash right now.
Nice.
Just after I retired from the post office after 44 and a half years.
Nice.
Last year, my birth, September 3rd last year.
Okay.
My birthday. And but I'm just able to listen to you guys now. I got more time on my hands, and I enjoy listening to you Matt, and Guru.
Thank you.
Right.
Do a good job together. I want to let you guys know that.
Thank you.
You know, and I'm just I just calling about the Warriors, of course. I'm born and raised in Oakland, so I've been following the Warriors for a lot of years. And this year, they're a different team, but I believe at this time of the season, everybody's full potential is starting to come out. The role players and everybody. Because the urgency of the games now. So they're in the time they've been playing together this whole season. Now they're starting to bring out their full potential at this time of the season because of it's getting close to the playoffs, and it's time to bring your best, put your best on the. On the table, No,
I get you, Clarence, and I think that's what everybody's hoping
Thank
for.
you.
And honestly, when I think about last year, I do think, you know what, like when I say the Warriors got some good fortune, I also thought they managed / had good fortune with their injuries. Like they waited to bring Clay back until they knew he could get enough games under his belt to help in the playoffs, but not so many games that he'd wear down.
Right.
So he only played 32 regular season games, which I think was perfect. Draymond gets hurt for a big chunk in the middle. Perfect, in a way.
Yeah, at least about 37.
At least because you got off to an 18-2 start, and then Steph misses the last 3 or 4 weeks. Perfect again. So I guess... My feeling is, well, this year's much different because they have spent more energy during the regular season to win fewer games than they did last year. But I don't know. Maybe they're getting it together, just like they did last year. Maybe. Remember, they won their last 5 games of the regular season.
Yeah, I'll say this to that. When I think about this current Warrior team is currently constructed, I have no concerns at all, Steiny, with who they're playing with now, who's available offensively. It is defensively, the games on the road, sometimes at home, to where you see lapses. And what's the old adage? Defense wins championships. So, to me, my question is, Gary Payton Jr., he looks like the second is coming back. Can this team take it up a notch to take and pack that defense that it takes to win championships on the road?
Well,
how would you answer that?
No.
Because for the people that want to style point the win last night, defensively, there was some breakdowns, but at this point, you got to just qualify. You got to qualify, and that's what that win did. But defensively, I don't know who this team is, Steiny.
I
don't, and it's scary.
Well, that's why you have to go into the postseason or the play-in or whatever. You can't think of this team as any team it used to be.
Oh, that's my biggest problem.
Well, you can't, because they're not. Because they're going to have to win differently, because their defense will never be as good as it's been in the past. Part of the reason is because everybody's scoring more, but they're going to give up points. They are. They got to tighten up a little defensively. They got to get better. They got to get as good as they can, but they're never going to be good. So they got to get as good as they can defensively, and then they got to execute, not turn the ball over, and make threes on the offensive end. It's really that simple. And in the past, I always felt like, well, the Warriors are the best three-point shooting team. They're the best defensive team. And, they have the most experience. So how do you beat them? Well, this year,
they're
just
an
okay. They're just an okay. They're below average defensively. They foul too much. They're not a great rebounding team, and they're not shooting the three like they used to.
But you got a piece coming back in Gary Payton II. And I don't know when that reevaluation happens. It should be soon.
I think it might be today.
Yeah, you might be right. I was thinking of LeBron. That's today, too. But, man, Gary Payton II will definitely help. But, again, Steiny, you just think about last night's game and what you said that Zaza said. He was going to separate this game and the importance from all the others. And he meant on the road as well. And I got to believe there's a part of you tell me if I'm wrong, driving in today, even last night when the game was over, that Guru and others, mainly Twitter, will come in here and say the Warriors are back. And I'm so far from that. That was a much-needed win, but I like what I heard from the guys and the players in the postgame. None of them took it. They didn't pop the bubbly. It was like that was expected. They know it was a big win standing-wise, but I didn't get a sense that, we can relax. Like Whitney Houston, waiting to exhale. There was no exhaling, Stoney. They know they got to be ready tomorrow, and they got to be ready Sunday, and then after that, too. All the way through, it's over.
This is Draymond after last night's game.
It was a huge win for us. I mean, we need road wins in general, just for confident. I heard that it was a tiebreaker, so that's good. We'll take it, but 8 more games, we got to make sure we continue to stay strong at home and keep trying to build on the road like we've done the last couple games.
See, this is the part that
Dre played his ass off.
I think
what you think?
Fans don't really want to hear, but I just believe it's true. They didn't know everything. They didn't know the implications of the game last night. The players didn't know, for the most part.
Oh, no way.
I'm telling you.
Steph told us to our face.
Draymond Green just said, I heard it was some kind of tiebreaker.
Well, he also said he didn't play in March. But he was playing his ass off last night like it was Game 7.
That's fine.
Okay.
But what I'm saying
is, you really think that?
Players don't feel a sense of urgency until, they're like, it's like they have a deadline. They're a newspaper writer with a deadline, and the deadline's at 11 p.m., and they're sitting there at 8 o'clock, and they're like, I don't feel like doing it right now. And it's 9 o'clock, and they're like, I don't feel like doing it right now. And then it's 10 o'clock, and you know what? You have to do it because you got to get it done by 11. So you started at 10. That's the way
But there was urgency last night, you saw.
I'm not saying there wasn't.
Okay.
I'm not saying there wasn't.
You just think
urgency.
Dre was oblivious
What I'm saying
to
is they haven't had urgency all year. Yeah. And I don't believe urgency goes from 0 to 100. Like, I don't believe
shout out Dre.
They've had no urgency. And then last night, all of a sudden, they had it. I just basically don't think they've really had it all year long. Last night meant a little more, but I don't think they were like, oh, we know exactly where we're. They don't know where they're at.
I would, man, Steiny, we differ because I totally believe they knew.
They don't.
The ramifications in regard to the tiebreaker.
I'll bet you.
I can't wait. And it comes out, who else can we talk to? We'll have the guys in when they come in.
Well,
but I got to believe.
I'm talking about players.
Yeah,
like,
but
the Warrior players don't like. I don't want to speak for all of them, but I'm sure many of them. If you said, what's your record right now? They would not know it. They would say we're over 500 by maybe a couple games over 500. I think they'd know that. I do not think 38 and 36.
Wow.
I mean, whenever you hear Curry reference games, he's always wrong. Like, he's always wrong. You know what I mean? Hey, we've played, 62 games and no. You've played 59 games. You know what I mean? So, I think the only thing that's really happening is they're looking at the calendar, and they know it's getting to late March. So that's it's
go time. And you want to avoid the play-in.
To me, it's got. I mean, yeah, but I think it's even got less to do with the play-in than it's late March and it's time to get rolling. I got some news. LeBron James, who's got a foot tendon injury, has begun on-court activity. And the team says there's no timeline for his return. Sources say he's hopeful for a return within the final 3 or 4 games of the regular season.
Well, that's on-court activities. I'll take that as I want everybody whole.
Oh, per Shams.
Oh, yeah. Spadoni.
Sure. Well, you're not, because the Memphis Grizzlies aren't going to have Brandon Clark.
Well, he's a piece.
Play that game.
Well, I'm
talking
Steven
about Adams. He might
he's a big part. I think he'll be back, right?
I don't know.
Dude, what about the new star in L.A.?
Who?
Reeves. The Gray White Homes, he's a baller.
I knew you were going to do this.
I had to do it, just Gary Cooney.
He's so good.
Steiny.
Alex Caruso, who?
Man. He puts Caruso to
shame. See what happens?
Max contract.
Dellavedova.
Spadone, I hope I got a troll. Nah. Yeah. Actually, Spadone.
King of the free throw line.
Exactly, Spadone.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
Steph wishes he can get the calls that Austin Reeves gets. You know why?
Right.
Because he just wants it more.
Spadone, what's the stat?
To the basket harder.
Oh, my. If Steph were right here, he'd probably throw something. The last 4, help me, Spadone.
Seeks out contact.
Oh, my gosh.
He's a freight train.
He is. I
mean, he's a total gym rat, some were saying, too.
Oh, my God.
He can
last
dance.
Guy out.
Yeah. He dances with that ball. I think he's been to the free throw line the last 4 games 57 times.
Rightfully so.
To Steph's 7. Something ridiculous.
Well, one guy shoots
I'm not
threes,
Reeves,
and one guy
oh my God.
gets up and attacks the
D3.
like. I don't.
Steph goes to the ground more than.
Yeah, I know he goes to the ground. That's because he doesn't attack.
Well, last night he
See, when you attack the rim like Reeves, Spadone, right? You don't get knocked on your ass as much.
Oh, he's big. He's big time. He's been hitting the gym. You see that guy?
Yeah.
Come on,
dude.
Gotten stronger in the ass.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Steph was getting fouled on threes. I ain't gonna go there because
how many foul shots did he take?
He had foul shot. Steph Curry,
less than 50.
Goose egg.
So he wasn't getting fouled on threes.
They didn't call him.
Okay, so he wasn't.
Shams failed to mention in that LeBron's actually coming back those 3 to 4 games because Reeves has been playing so well that he's not going to come back sooner. He doesn't need to.
Oh, I thought he's coming back sooner because Reeves is going to take his spot.
That's what I thought he was going.
Sources are saying.
Oh man,
I'm tired of getting pushed around, man.
That's the other reason. Tell you what, the other reason there was a huge win for the Warriors isn't just because of that. Minnesota won.
And they got Carl. I know you're not down.
The Lakers won. Somebody else won, too. OKC.
Utah lost.
No, did OKC win?
They didn't play.
Somebody else, I think, won.
OKC plays tonight. Clippers again.
But anyway, Minnesota and
Utah lost. Pelicans, Zion might be coming back.
When?
And they play him. They say 2 weeks. Dude, that dude. Yeah. He might not be able to be your one, Stein. He can't stay healthy.
You know what?
Got a little Garoppolo. That's real talk. Look at his body.
What about Steph Curry?
Nah. I mean, just look at the chips, Donnie. You look at his tenure, what he overcame with the ankle issues and where he's at now and load management. If you're telling me my superstar is going to play 60 games, I'm good. 58, I'm good. That's where it's at right now. Can you make 58, 60 games?
You could ask any time of the year. You could ask in January. You could ask in March. You could ask in September. What's going on with Zion? No matter what time 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 more weeks.
Man.
It's like, it was 2 more weeks 2 weeks ago. Come on.
510, Stoney.
Okay.
This is concerning.
All right.
Guru, when giving your sport take, maybe you can keep in mind the idea that how you want things to be and how they actually are in reality are sometimes not in alignment.
Yeah.
What you mean, yeah?
I mean,
what's he talking about? I'm saying the Warriors need to play better D if they're going to reach their goals. Offense, I'm fine with the offense, Steiny.
Let me read it again. I'll try
Why did I feel like you sent it now? Because you're getting all
when
smiley
giving your
face.
sports take, okay. Maybe you can keep in mind the idea how you want things to be and actually sometimes are not in alignment. Oh, so he means
I'm
like
in La La Land.
Steiny, Wiggins, and what he's saying is
Wiggins.
Your hope for Wiggins is in alignment with the reality of Wiggins.
Now that example I'll take, but you'll never tell me to stop hoping.
Oh, I would never try to take that unrealistic stuff away from you.
We got a show meeting today, Jack.
You know,
dude, what gets you happy? I know golf. How did you swing yesterday?
I stink right now.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Well, you did a good job of hiding it because usually when you stink, you come in all sulking.
No, I don't. I don't do that.
You know, your energy low.
My game's stale.
Wow.
I'm ready to.
Retirement?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking about a lesson. I don't want another lesson. I'm just golfers. You probably. I'm a little stale right now. I just feel stale.
What makes you stale?
I
Because you haven't been playing?
Park. No, it's just.
You got things on your mind.
It happens sometimes. It used to happen in basketball once in a while. Even when we were playing a lot.
I'm gonna do my Willard. Talk to me.
It's just you just kind of get into a rut where you're just not playing as well as you should play, and it's like the Warriors. It's one thing or another.
How are things at home?
They're great.
Trying to do too much,
They're
Steiny?
great. Nobody's there.
Well, no, you shared us with your daughter in the drop off. I thought maybe you took that to the link.
No.
Okay.
No.
Have you talked to her?
No phones.
Okay.
She's at a retreat.
I gave my kid a phone.
What do you mean?
When they went on the 2-week trip, I gave him a phone.
This is only 2 days.
Well, still, I gave him.
What do you mean still?
You ain't going nowhere, and you can't call your parents.
She's in high school.
Oh, my were in junior high.
Okay.
I was calling every day. Send me a text.
It's a little different.
I don't trust nobody.
You following through, Steiny?
You're down.
I'm not down.
No, your son, the mood, like
I'm fine. It's just I'm not. You know what it is? I got tempo issues.
Keeping your eye on the ball?
No, it's tempo issues, and I just can't recreate the same optimal swing every time. You swing a little too fast, a little too easy, and then I don't. My problem is I'm thin too much. I hit it thin too much. For some reason, I don't take a big divot.
Is this pre-vacation or after? Like, remember you went out
on the vacation. I was okay, but
and you mentioned something.
Like I used to be a 13, and now I'm a 16 or 17.
Oh yeah,
handicap.
Yeah,
and it's just so I'm kind of getting worse.
So you mentioned lessons. Who would you go to if you did say, you know what?
I went to a listener last time.
What?
I told you,
Sneeds?
This. No,
he's got my clubs.
I forget the gentleman's name. He was really
good.
Now
that bothers me.
It was about 7 years ago.
Oh, okay,
now.
go ahead.
But he was a listener, and we went out to
fear of failure. Somebody
a place of Livermore. Anyway, he said to me, "I'll give you 3. I usually charge $100. This is me again. Usually charge $100. I'll give you 3 lessons. If you don't get better, you don't have to pay me." And I said,
"Well, what if you say?"
I said, "Of course, I'm not doing that, dude. I'll pay you $100 a lesson if that's what you charge. Okay. So I took 3 lessons and some really good tips. But now it was 6-7 years ago, and maybe it's time for another lesson.
Yeah, refresher, they call it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Matt Shankmetz. That was from the
that's one.
Fat Tone 24
now that's
on YouTube.
One where
that's
if I had
good.
done that to you,
well, you do it all day.
You'd be like, hey, you really got a kick out of that, didn't you, Shankmetz?
Yeah. But I got the thickest skin at the
right, and so do I. I can endure that. I laugh at Shankmetz. I laugh at Winemetz.
You are special. I'm gonna get out. Don't let me catch up to you. That's all I'm saying.
In what? Golf?
Yeah.
And that's where you just don't get it.
Hopefully we'll be here.
We're teammates in golf, okay? If you pick up the sticks, as they say, I will root for you to be a good golfer.
But what if we go out against each other? Oh, all right.
Guru, don't you get it?
Like, I want you to hit it in the rough. I want to brag on the way home.
Even if you want that, you must conceal it on the golf course. On the golf course.
All right.
What'd you think? By the way, don't
take your time.
You were so off base on your description of that. What happened with the Warriors and the inbound last night?
Let me tell you. If I can take the mic,
I'll tell you what.
All right, on the other half.
Yeah,
on the other side.
I want to talk about this play where the Warriors got the biggest break of the game, or did they? And then I'll let Guru.
And I got the guys in the back know I got it wrong, but I'm going to tell them why I got it right.
Wait, did you get it wrong or did you get it right?
Middle, it's 50-50. It was an F. Now that was, wow.
Where's the one? Hey, I'm going to do this now. We have Gary St. Jean at 12:30, but Guru and Saint, they're going to be out at Bay Street, Emeryville, from 2 to 4 on Saturday. It's the grand opening of the new Bay Break Dining Terrace, now featuring Shake Shack.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Guru is going to be in Emeryville with Gary St. Jean, 2 to 4 on Saturday. I got to believe, the only thing I'm worried about, Bay Break Dining Terrace. They got to have some adult beverages.
Please. Come on now.
You would think. All right, when we come back, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to talk about the play that's got everybody confused. And then does one game change your outlook on the Golden State Warriors? They've won 2 in a row on the road. Mm-hmm.
Apple bottom jeans.
they're turning into Durant. They're everybody's dibs.
No.
Steiny, the king of material. You got to know when they're running material.
That's terrible. Like,
it's pretty funny.
It's not funny.
The troll
shank mess is not bad.
Right.
But
grow up.
Right. Don't take it to right. Just it's all good. Shake it off. Mariah Carey, Steiny. Now,
what about the people that are saying Steinmetz's own daughter doesn't even like him?
That's not true.
But
I'll say this about that.
It's like Draymond. I don't know if it's true or not, but no, it's about.
This was.
Let's move on.
Yeah, I'll just say this:
whatever.
This new generation, these young parents, they're too busy, and I'm just PSA. They're trying to be their kid's friend.
I know.
My mom and dad, God rest Daisy Mae Johnson's soul. She says, "Son, I'm not your friend. I'm your mama." And that was like, hey, you can hate me, be mad. But she wouldn't have been able to, I wouldn't have been able to do what Mary Page did to you yesterday.
See, I say, Mary Page.
Kaiser.
I'm not only your dad, I'm your friend. I'm your confidant.
Oh.
I'm somebody you can treat like crap. You can take advantage of me. You can use me like a bar of soap.
No,
you can disrespect me. All you want. I'm always going to be your friend.
Yeah, well, maybe Dibs told you. He gave you some parenting advice.
Joe's in Burbank.
You want to get away from that.
What's up, Joe in Burbank? How are you, man?
Hey, guys. Steiny and Goo will get you through all these.
Oh, that's a T-shirt.
Hey, cut that.
Wow, that's a T-shirt. This high. Wow.
Well, listen, I'll take my answers off the air. That way I can get a little bit in before you need to chop me off. You were talking about load management and for Steph and Clay and Dre to play later on in their career, in the later 30s. You're going to have a really good bench.
Mm-hmm.
Starting the year, we had young guys, inexperienced bench, whatever. What I don't understand, and it's obvious, I hope they can next year somehow figure out how to keep DiVincenzo. He's something else. Probably won't be able to keep him. He'll be getting large contracts so big that they won't be able to do it. But he's the type of guy they need as a sixth man or seventh man. Love Kuminga. What was so great about I'm almost done. What was so great about the San Antonio Spurs is they always had a strong bench, and players. A lot of their key players would take a little bit less on the contracts. At least when I followed it. They could afford to carry guys like Patty Mills who would start on other teams. I don't see, and you guys never mention this. Everyone stays away from it when it comes to contracts and money. You don't want to, and I can understand why. But I don't see the big three, and now Wiggins is probably the fourth. You might even call him. But he just had his contract. But for the other guys, I don't see them leaving a tiny bit on the table so they can get a strong bench to back them up. So I'll take my answer.
Well, I hear you. Thanks, Joe. No, I hear you. And look,
it's too late now. Well, for two of them, Trey's coming up.
Well, the other thing is one of the problems is you win championships, your core is going to get paid. They have to get paid. So if the bottom line is they have guys at the top end of their payroll that are at really high numbers. So they don't have money to spend on their bench. Like you can't. They can't just sign a great free agent seventh man for $8 million. Like they can't do that.
But they got lucky.
But they're so far over the luxury tax that even if Draymond Green takes a discount to stay, it's not gonna help them sign anybody else.
Okay, I totally get that. But with that, and to the caller's point, Steiny, I'm going to the people in the know. Steiny and Goo will get you through. That will be a T-shirt. But listen, the Warriors have also got they've had good fortune. Now the Wiseman thing, they missed. That's a tattoo. And it will be on the body for a while. But I'm being real here. If you look at Jordan Poole and you look at Jonathan Kuminga, and if I asked you in a bar, do you think either one of them can be future All-Stars? How would you answer that? I would say, before you go, yes and yes.
Well, if you have two future All-Stars, then your future would be, if you think you've got two perennial All-Stars in those two guys, well, then your future's much brighter than I think a lot of people think.
Right. And I would just throw that back at him because he was kind of making the point that the bench is kind of light, and it's light because it ain't NFL where you can restructure contracts. But I'm like, dude, look at the positive. They got Jordan Poole in umpteen round, and look what he's become and what he can possibly be. And you ain't paying Kuminga but beans right now.
You'd be surprised.
Give him
what the number 7 pick makes. He's making $6-7 million.
Kuminga?
Yeah.
Wow. That I did not know.
I mean, Wiseman was making 10
and was about to get a little more if they chose. But I'm just telling you, it's not as they got some stuff on the bench, Steiny.
Look, you can't.
Those two dudes.
Right, and that's why you can't pay number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 a lot of money.
Did it sound like, though, the caller might have been insinuating that similar to the Spurs, like Tim Duncan took a pay cut, Tony Parker took a pay cut, maybe some of the big three could potentially do that?
They could, but it's not going to help any right now. I mean, even if Draymond took a discount, even if Draymond said, I'm going to opt out, I'll take a discount.
Let's spend that.
There's no money to spend.
Oh, because you're over there.
Even if you dock them, even if you sign them to a great deal, they're not going to have money. Now, the question I have is more of a philosophical question. It's more of it can be applied to the whole league rather than just Steph Curry. But my question is, as we get more and more into load management, Steph Curry is, let's say, among the highest paid players in the league. Let's say he's making $50 million.
Damn.
Well, if he's making $50 million, but he's only playing 60 games, then there's 22 games he's not playing that other players are going to. But because he's making so much, chances are the other players aren't going to be as good. So, and again, this isn't just Steph Curry, but you're kind of paying guys a full-time salary, which take up a big portion of the salary cap, but they don't give you 82 games.
Yeah. But that's a league-wide problem, Steiny, I believe. Because the days of Jordan and Kobe and Karl Malone and Stockton, 80, 70, those days are
right. But
I'm not saying it's right, but it's kind of
what can you tolerate then? Steph Curry's got.
I think we're watching.
I think Steph Curry's got 3 more years left after this, and he's basically going to have played 60 in each of the last 2 games or 2 years. Is you would take 60 for the next 3?
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, you know what?
And what if I told you?
I would too.
All right,
but like if I said the over/under on Steph Curry's regular season games the next 3 years is 190.
I would sign up for that right now.
What about 180?
I'll take it.
Okay.
And I got to feel like if it's 180, half of the games that he would miss is because the science and this training staff told him to load manage.
It'll probably be a combination.
Now, what if the NBA does something? Well, that's
does that include the playoffs or just
no?
I'm
just saying regular season. 60. Let me tell you something. If you're a Warrior fan, you have to take that.
Well, when you look at Steph, I feel like Jordan Poole was born because, Klay Thompson was out, and he took advantage of an opportunity. Not saying he would have got to these heights. It would have maybe been longer, more difficult, or maybe it wouldn't have happened. But you look at Jordan Poole, he is Exhibit A on taking advantage of an opportunity. And now you talk about every team's not going to have this, but guys are going to be able to showcase their talents. Hardy, I'm using Hardy last night. I didn't know nothing about that kid, but damn, I know now when I watch Dallas, he may never have another game where he scores like he did last night. But if he does, Steiny, he took advantage of Kyrie being out, so you got to have depth.
415 Guru, just stop it. Poole is not an all-star. He's not even close. Last year was a fluke. What you're seeing now, you'll continue to see.
Well, last year, okay.
Stop putting your hopes in Poole.
No, listen.
I'm just reading the text.
Okay.
That's from the 415.
This is how I watch a game. I was sipping last night a little bit.
Yeah.
Felt good. I'm watching a game, and I'm watching another facet of Jordan Poole's game to where,
What is it? What's another facet?
He can be a playmaker.
Oh, my God.
Now,
dude,
hold on.
Do you always get to parties 3 hours late? I mean, do you always get to the party late?
I'm just listen.
You saw he could be a playmaker last night.
If I can finish, yeah. The Wi-Fi's on. So it wasn't just that. it was if he gets traded and he goes somewhere else and he gets the Curry type of Klay Thompson minutes in another uniform, then I never said he couldn't pass 90, but I was like, oh, this dude is going to be mentally free somewhere and be able to know I'm going to take 20, 25 shots a game and I can get my Magic Johnson on when I decide. And I just right now, I don't feel like not entitled. That's the wrong word, but I don't feel like he's a hired gun now when he's in, and maybe I put him in that category and that's wrong. But I never once said he didn't have that ability. It's just like, dude. When this dude, if he gets someone free,
much ability,
he can be able to distribute too and get you. Just tell me another guy in the league that can get to the free throw. Reeves get to the free throw line 6 times in the span of 3 minutes. Like he's got that ability because he's coming downhill and dudes are fouling him left and right. Like he can get to and that's the great ones always can slow the game down
this is where,
and get to the charity stripe.
Right,
and
this is where
he's got that.
I get it.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, future All-Star,
maybe
got it.
Yeah.
You said he was. Oh. You said Kuminga and him are full will be all-stars.
I'm telling you, Kuminga here in a Warrior uniform. I didn't add Poole being in a Warrior uniform. It won't happen.
But
it's not going to happen.
Here's the thing.
You're telling
me
until Curry and Klay are gone.
You're telling me he can get
he can get you 20
all his accolades.
Yeah.
But over the last 2 weeks, all I've heard from you about Jordan Poole is that he falls all over the place. He turns the ball over too much, and I don't know if he fits. It's like, which is he?
He's the foul pole, and I'm the foul pole in baseball. I'm fair because I can say that and also give you love. So you got to.
But you're talking about him like he's a scrub 1 minute, and like a superstar the next.
No, Stoney, that hurts. You never. I was holding him accountable for the standards that he pushed up last year. That's all. I've never disrespected Jordan Poole. Have I been disappointed? Hell yeah. And I still don't understand the leg thing. Brother gonna work it out, but never, ever will I take, and how many interviews have I said, I've never seen I'm talking about me, a metamorphosis like Jordan Poole. So, Stoney, 2 things can be true. I know the dude got game, but if he's not third fiddle and you put him in, I'm just saying, Washington or Orlando, Jordan Poole can get himself to the All-Star game.
How are the teams? How good are the teams?
I'm not.
They stink.
Well, see,
if Jordan Poole is your best player, you might only win 15
games. What if he's your second or third best player?
Second, you're not very good. I don't think. I mean, look, he could prove me wrong.
Well, I'll tell you. You know who I just thought of, and I'm not comparing the two.
He's Monte Ellis. How about that?
His name came up on the telecast.
He's
last
Monte
night.
Ellis.
And what if he's Kyle Kuzma? And I'm not saying the bodies, they're different. Kyle Kuzma can play basketball, but right now...
I don't even know how to make that comparison.
No, I'm telling you the comparison is he's not playing winning basketball. But are you blaming it all? Is anybody saying Kyle Kuzma's the reason?
If Kyle Kuzma's the best player in your team, you stink.
Well, right now he's the second best.
And they're not very good.
Okay, but it's not all Kuzma's fault.
It's not all Poole's fault.
Right, so you can watch a game if Poole's your second or third best player. My point is, it ain't all his fault, though, Stein.
I'm not saying it is. I'm saying if Jordan Poole is your best player, you stink.
And I knocked that down to second or third.
Third at right now.
And a starter.
And you know what?
And a starter. Because he ain't a starter here, and I don't see him being a starter here for the foreseeable future.
One of the reasons the Warriors won a title last year is because Jordan Poole was their fourth or fifth best player. Like, that's why they won it.
But I can make an argument he was your second or third best player while Klay was out.
Okay, but you could not win it without one or two of those.
And that's how he got his money, yeah. Oh, no doubt. I got it.
What? You really think Jordan Poole can be the best player on a team?
It's not. Listen, it's not I think he can be. I'm telling you, at first, the answer to that was yes. And then you said, well, that team's not winning. So now we're talking about two different things. I think Jordan Poole can be a starter in this league and get himself to an all-star game. That is my premise. Now, you're telling Guru that team going to win 6 or 7? I don't know, Stoney, but I'm telling you, and it won't happen here for him. And that's the shame in it all. He'll never be, what word am I looking for? He'll never be valued and appreciated as being a 2 or a 1, 2, or 3 somewhere else.
He'll get his chance.
Yeah.
He'll get his chance. He'll find out what every player who's not ready to make that jump finds out. And maybe he changes his game and he becomes a player, like Curry.
But his ability to get to the charity stripes, Donnie, that's a skill. And there's some, I'm like, dude.
So you know what you have to do? Sometimes to get to the line that much, you fall. Like, seriously.
Yeah, well,
you can't get to the line 12 times a game.
The other falls are with Steiny.
It's unbelievable It's unbelievable the way Poole gets criticized in this team way more than anybody else. That's obvious.
Do you believe that?
Yes.
Though?
It's not even close.
What about when people were calling for Clay to come off the bench?
No. Clay?
Before the meeting, Steiny, and last year when he came back.
No, Clay's
it was some noise.
Please. Draymond, Clay, Steph, Iguodala are made men. They're never criticized for the most part. But Jordan Poole,
Xfinity Mobile
he
text
falls.
line 415. Jordan Poole's Jalen Green.
Paul's in San Mateo. What's up, Paul?
Hey, how you doing, Sonny?
Dynamite.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing great. What do you got, buddy?
You guys are overreacting. The Dubs, just like last year, when we took down the Celtics, there was hundreds of doubters. Steiny, you're from Pennsylvania, so you're not born and raised here. Guru, you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, so that says enough.
Well, Union City is where I was born, sir.
Yeah, no, I know. Right. Hey, I've been listening to you for ages and ages. So
I love you.
Yeah, we're on the same team.
Yep.
I'm not worried about the Dubs because, last year is proof enough. So, if Steph is going to do Steph things, Clay and Dre are going to. It's in my opinion, the biggest, the best big three of all time.
All right. Evan got a little tired of Paul. That wasn't me.
Yeah, Can't come after the guys.
Yeah, he was saying relax.
Look at this. Best big three of all time? This is... Wait a minute. Where's the sound? Hold on.
Where you going?
Do you have that Van Gundy on my board? Yeah, I don't care.
1 sec.
Yeah, that's the one I want on my board. You know what? He gets the little... That's the one I want on my board.
He did the game. I had to hear him do the game, Stout. It was a pleasure, but all I thought about was that dude just told me, you don't care. It wasn't personal.
I don't care.
And put that on my board. Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson with you. Go ahead.
I just had this thought, and I just got to throw it to you.
Yeah.
Because I've been with you 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not comparing De'Aaron Fox to Jordan Poole, and I'm asking you a question because I don't know the answer, but I do know and recall conversations we had, and I want to say, Steiny, you felt like if De'Aaron Fox was your best player, your second best player, that team couldn't win. Am I correct?
I don't know.
I feel like you weren't high on him a couple years ago.
I don't see him enough.
Well, I always had.
I just was looking at the 3-point percentage.
Okay, because I looked at. I thought you had De'Aaron Fox and I believe.
How many years has he been in the league?
Man, it's going 5, 6. But listen, I thought you had him in the Westbrook category. Like you can't win with him.
Yeah,
but
Westbrook's
now,
in his own category.
Yeah, but early Westbrook. But now this is the first year that Fox has winning behind him, and I'm just wondering how many people views have changed on De'Aaron Fox. Some say it may not have changed, but Jordan Poole was. That's where I was going. Like 1, 2, or 3, could that team compete?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, all right, fair question. I don't know what the answer is to that. If Jordan Poole, if you replace De'Aaron Fox with Jordan Poole, where do you think Sacramento would be? Because I don't know. I don't have a number in my head.
And I'm going to say De'Aaron Fox right now is better than Jordan Poole. But last year, if you would have gave me that, Steiny, I think I would have had to chew on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
And for the people in the back that think the punch somehow sympathy or made the Warriors give Jordan Poole that contract, I'm not buying that. Steiny, I believe Jordan Poole earned that money. Like he earned that contract. Am I wrong?
If that's the way you feel today,
I think
if he goes 5 for 17 against Philly, you may say
Nah, that hurts.
Dude, they should have never given him that deal.
Nah. I called him Fred Astaire, his ability to still get to the free throw line. And I said, Connie, why is he shooting 30% from three? That's not who Jordan Poole is, but right now it is. But he used to put on a show with Chase last year, man, when there was pre-Clay. He earned that bread.
Well,
and you're going to need him now. When the off start, you're going to need a Jordan Poole game. A Jordan Poole 6-minute stretch. And last night, I thought he did good distributing the ball. Him and Kuminga had some stuff going on. He was good. And I put on Twitter, I look at Twitter, and I'm getting called F words for saying Poole had a good game. Evan even backed me up with that. He thought putting Evan on Front Street.
It's fine. He's 16-6.
I just don't like you thinking I'm one of those. If you go 5 for 20, you are. You're a bum.
Like this is
then if you go 12 or 15, I want to marry you.
That's that
hurts.
You are though. That's at the heart of our relationship. You are you go to extremes with everything, and I hate to go to extremes. That's why we have the show we have.
Now I will say this to that.
I'm just being honest.
I will watch a movie,
okay,
and then flip flop. I will not watch a 30-minute television show and flip flop. Like I gotta go through there's a long ass duration before I take in the information. I don't come in here one day and then one game will change. Like I'm not coming in here saying, the Warriors are fixed. No, it was a big win. They needed it. It was great.
No, but you can't 5 minutes today, Jordan Poole was great last night.
Yeah.
Well, 2 days ago, it's this guy stinks.
What about
he's falling around?
What about all of last year where I gave him his flowers?
Hey, Steiny, should they have given him that money?
No, wow.
That's all.
What about
you second guess yourself all the time?
No, I want to just talk about the Steinmetz iCloud. What about last year and the memories of the shows and me serenading Jordan
Well, that's
Poole?
the point.
Like
the minute he doesn't play well, you jump off his ship.
But if you got more data, I'm going Fizdale data.
Well, good,
where I give the guy his love.
You go by the game. He was good last night. If he stinks Friday, you come in and rip him on Monday.
The guy's in the bag, no.
No, that's the thing.
The guy's in the bag.
Like that's the difference. Like I'll say something like, I like Poole, but he's got to get these turnovers under control, whatever. But I think he's pretty good. This, that, and the other thing. You say Jordan Poole could be a 9-time All-Star. He's got the ha-ha. He could be a playmaker, Steiny. He's this. He's great. And then when he goes 5 for 13,
what I'll say?
You're going to say, Steiny, he's falling all over the place. He's not that good.
Dude.
Why did they sign this guy? Why did he play 33 minutes? Why does he have bad shot selection? Why? Like,
oh, brother.
So,
wow.
Yeah,
I'm not
one
of these
man
guys.
Of extremes,
we're in the media,
right?
Yeah, that's the right on the table.
You'd agree with that.
Yeah, but
you're like a Richter scale.
No, dude.
You're like a Richter scale.
I don't like earthquakes.
And I'm like a nice rolling hill.
Sure, boy.
Like a nice rolling hill.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to try to explain to Guru what I mean about how he is.
And I got to explain the play.
That's right.
Yeah, we got to get into it.
We got Anthony Slater sound. We got Gary St. Jean at 12:30. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. It's also the Xfinity text line. Jump in. We're having a good time today. Why not? Warriors beat the Dallas Mavericks. We'll be right back on 95.7 The Game.
I thought learning a language would be too much work. Then I discovered Babbel. They make learning fun. J'aime Babbel.
Babbel's lessons only take 10 or 15 minutes.
Steiny and Goo will get you through.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Gary St. Jean coming up in an hour. I stink at golf right now.
They still coming at you?
And there was one other thing about you. It was good. It was good. No, it was good. It was good.
You.
Oh, and the bet has been called off.
Dude, and
the bet has been called off by me.
And you gave me 100.
I did. To hold. You do with it what you will.
Okay.
There was.
I've never been the treasurer of any Madden league. I don't know why. What's that say?
Oh, here we go. I don't know. So remember we were talking about parents who are their kid's friend.
Yeah.
And you're not that.
No, my wife accuses me of being that.
Oh, so does the 925.
What did?
I've never seen someone trying so hard to be their kid's. This is. As that one time a dad ran onto the court to celebrate his kid's team's buzzer beater.
Wow, dude. It was a buzzer beater one. Do you know your family is the alumni with the other parents that play? So you bond as you travel, and go to games, give rides.
Definitely.
So that's my new favorite team, Kennedy, whatever kid
So I thought you'd bond with the parents, though, in the bleachers.
I did, and I left them as I ran onto the court.
No, but the buzzer was like,
I don't want to live.
And you were there.
I don't want
to. Like the buzzer
because I was watching it go in the air like there's no way it's Zachary Chan. I don't want to live my life dedicated on my age tells me I can't enjoy or do this or that.
Oh, no.
No. Jay-Z and the jersey, all that, it missed me. That was spontaneous.
I know.
And the kids love me.
That's
I wasn't trying to make them love me.
And that's
my kid hated it.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Oh, he was embarrassed.
Why does he call you friend then?
Now you better say stop playing. My kid, if my kid ever called, I had a cat. I won't tell their name. He called their parents by their name.
Yeah,
boy, if you don't go somewhere, that's an ass.
Little Daryl can't call you Goo.
Steiny, call me Dad.
How about
and
Goo?
Your mama. No Goo.
The hell are the kids? And then back to my golf. 408 at a 16 handicap. You're better than 80% of golfers out there.
Why don't you feel better? See, that's
because the 80% that I'm better than, they don't play.
Yeah, right.
So the people I'm playing with, 80% are better than me, essentially. Try to maybe move the ball back slightly in your stance for a thing. Okay.
Well, I'm going to go Dr. Dina Dale on you. How's the hip?
It's all right.
But a little bit you were not limping. But
it never, what's funny is a
couple months ago.
It affects my walking. It doesn't affect my golf swing. Though. No excuses when I'm out there. Mike and Hayward. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. I just want to say a quick comment about us, these Royal Warrior fans. I'm one of them. And, we won 4 rings, man. Come on, man. Now, we don't have the same pieces we had last year. We know what's going on with the team, right?
Yep.
And they're still in the 6th spot, right? With the team that they got, they weren't willing to put the money out to get a decent bench. They let them guys go. They didn't want to pay them, right? So now they try to make it work. They knew at the beginning what they were doing. The Warriors, they know what they're doing, right? But now if they get a couple of players back, then they got a good shot. But come on, man. I mean, even with all the losses they did on the road, they're still in the 6th spot. Now, what other team in the NBA and the Western Conference could accomplish that?
Huh? Those are facts.
Still be in competition to win it. Huh?
No, I said those are facts.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah. Appreciate the call. And
I wanted to ask Mike, does he think they can win it all, though?
That's
what this is.
He said he thinks they can. They get everybody healthy. It starts clicking. Maybe comes back.
Well, let's play
get a good matchup. I mean, that's the bot. Like, that's the answer, everybody.
Okay.
Quit pulling your hair out.
Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot
right now.
They're
2 games over 500. They're in the 6th spot. Right now, they have no play-in game. They would play the 3rd seed. We can talk about Sacramento. We can talk about
Memphis.
Memphis.
Say they link up with Denver in the 2nd round.
Okay.
You ain't coming in. I'm speaking for you, but I know you. You're not going to come in here and say Steph, Clay, and the rest of the gang don't have a chance against Denver. I don't think that would change for Memphis.
You've already jumped around. See, this is what I mean. The reason I'm skeptical is because it's not that I don't think they can beat Memphis. It's not that I don't think they might not be able to beat Denver.
You're going to go win.
They have to go Memphis, Denver, Phoenix, Boston. They have to win 4 series to win it all. That's going to be hard, especially if you don't have home court in any of the series. But, again, like I'm with, what was his name, the last caller? He was good. I'm with
Mike
him.
Hayward.
The stack.
He's right. It's just like
he admitted he was spoiled.
There are no more trades to make. There's only 8 more games to play. They are where they are. Now they got to deal with the consequences that a 2-game over 500 season has left them.
I'm being selfish, man, but when you talk about history and the Kings being in Sacramento since their inception, and the fact that the Warriors and the Kings have not, all I want is a first-round series between Mike Brown in his first year to go up against Coach Kerr. Come on, man. And the Bay versus Sac? Like the beam? Oh, boy.
Don't say that here.
You
don't do that here, Goo.
Hey, Steiny.
Seriously.
I didn't say it
yes,
like
you
I
did.
want them to win.
You just said light the beam.
And I'm going to say this about
that. Do they light the beam if they win an away game?
Yeah, they light it.
Do?
I've been driving and you see it go up. Listen, whoever came up with that invention needs a raise. Just give me this. It's catchy. You wanted that. That's your Steiny's silence.
It's not my type of thing.
What? Oh my God! That means it's cool.
So wait a minute. If the help me, Sacramento. If the Kings are playing the Philadelphia 76ers,
it goes up.
Right, but hold on.
Okay.
But it's a 4:00 game back east.
Okay.
It's over at 6:30 here.
All right.
You can't light the beam during the day, can you?
Well, the game's always at
well, that's what I'm saying. What happens when they win it? So they don't win East Coast games.
Well, hold on, because we have daylight savings here, so it's been dark about 6:30.
Well, this is going to be a problem once we start scheduling afternoon playoff games.
You got me thinking.
You cannot have
Kenny
Caraway
cannot
line
play
afternoon
ESPN 1320
games.
Odyssey.
Man.
But so it's just me that wants that matchup, just for the history of the location. It's like A's Giants, Niners Raiders when they were here. Man, I want that, Steiny. I'm sorry. I get
to me,
chills.
it doesn't matter.
The boss was on Twitter talking about it.
Doesn't matter. Memphis would be a great first-round series. Memphis Warriors would be just as good as far as
juicy for me and the history.
I know, because
I want that later.
Because you're scared.
What does that mean?
It means
you're
just
scared.
Like I said, you were like, we can't get up to 5.
if you can do a podcast with that voice,
if we get up to 5, we may have to play Phoenix.
No, this ain't last year, Jack.
I say, Goo, you're gonna have to play Phoenix at some point.
No doubt.
What? And you said, well, they're too good. They're too good.
That's
for
my
a first
voice.
round
You took that
matchup.
from me. I'm getting mad.
You know, this is what I mean. 2 seconds. Steiny, they got moxie. They got pedigree. Yeah. Nobody wants to face them. You get the chef. You get the chef hot. Ain't nobody can beat this team. They got the league on notice, Steiny. You know it. Steiny, I'm so scared if they play Phoenix in the first round. What happens if they play Phoenix in the first round? I don't know if they could be. That's what I don't know what to do.
I'm laughing. I'm going to give you an E for that. You were great. But I'm a history buff. I just want them to link up. I think you do too. You just don't know how to say it.
Well, the funny thing is a history buff would have no idea about them hooking up because it's never happened.
Right.
So I'm being literal. Like,
it was like Obama. When they never had a black president, that was a theme. Like, it'll be the first time.
It's going to take too long for me to explain what I meant there. It's like why would a history buff want a matchup between teams that have never had like a history buff would be like, let's get those Lakers-Celtics rivalries back.
But oh my God.
I know. Tell me what I'm missing. Tell me what I'm missing.
The history is
of a first-time matchup.
Right. So they would lose their basketball virginity. That would, that means nothing to you.
It does. It does. It's. I'm being literal. This is where my parents.
When are we going to talk about the play? Mark Cuban's a jackass. We'll get to it. Relax. We got till.
All right. We'll go to Antonio in Oakland. Of course, he only calls when the Warriors win 2 road games.
Why are you calling him out?
Front runner. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh man, feeling good.
Should, baby.
Love the win, and And I do want the Warriors to face the Sacramento Kings, like a little knockout thing. I would love that because I want to go to the Sacramento Arena.
Man!
And the Warriors do have a chance to win it. And I know people say, oh, if they don't have Wiggins. Well, last year people said, if the Warriors don't have Clay at his best, they can't win. What did the Warriors do? They won when Clay wasn't at his best.
Yeah, but hold on. Clay was pretty good last year.
Played the most minutes than any Warrior in the
like Clay was solid
season.
last year.
In the finals.
Yeah, but was he All-Star Clay on a consistent basis? Not really. So I think they have a chance, and that's how I feel.
Well, you can feel that way. No, I mean,
don't be a stranger, eh?
Yeah, where'd he go?
Well, we changed our time slots.
Steiny, you do not turn on a house light when the sun's still out. Of course you can light the beam. Oh, okay. Of course you can light the beam when it's not dark. Oh, you can, but you can't see it. Can you see the beam in daylight? That's all I'm asking.
Can you see a rainbow in daylight?
Wow, Evan, and there could be
There's
look
no
Steiny's
chance.
giving Evan right
There's
now.
no chance that laser beam is as strong as Mother Nature's
let's say we don't
rainbow.
know, and now you got me wanting to know.
Somebody in SAC's going to call. Somebody who knows. And you know who
Dickinson
knows.
might
There's
know.
no doubt John Dickinson
You think he knows,
whether or not the beam can be seen
Dude, wow.
during the daytime. Murillo is in Petaluma. Hey, Murillo, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call again.
Sure.
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Going to coach some kids.
There you go.
Yeah, I love it. Hey, guys, I'll be the positive caller today as well. I still remember the Warriors beating Houston and taking Toronto to a game 6, playing with Jonas Jerebko, Quinn Cook, and a bunch of others who were not even in the league anymore. So I'm still positive. I think Anthony Lamb has been amazing. I think he's filling that Otto Porter role for us. I know they're not the same player, but I think he's been a great find for the Warriors. And I'm going to drop one on the go. I'll see what you guys think about it. When I look at all the bigs in the NBA, all the bigs, the guys playing the 5 originally, I think Looney has the highest IQ of all of them. Because what he compensates on the physical end with his IQ is amazing to me. It's a joy to watch him playing, him moving, defending every position. And just the rebounding on the other end, you think he's getting fouls all the time, but it's never a foul. He just gets the ball. And I just love Looney, and I want to know what you guys think about that. Thanks.
I don't think
that was great.
I mean, I love Bogut. He was smart. I wouldn't say Bogut's smarter than Looney. Looney's smarter than Bogut. I look at the Warriors, the big men over the years. Who do we got? We got Zaza,
JaVale.
We got Bogut. We got Looney. We got JaVale McGee. And you know what? It's like
Festus.
Yeah, Festus is another one. And I'm gonna give JaVale McGee.
He had a bad game 7 in the finals.
He had one bad play where he fouled Draymond Green.
He fouled
LeBron James
on a 3, and then LeBron got him with the and a 3-point play.
Oh, so Festus Ezeli was matched up one-on-one with LeBron James out on the perimeter.
I was seeing the ball. I rewatched the game and I was like, damn, that was big plays.
No, you didn't.
I told you that when I came back. I said the dudes look like babies, and they're still doing it. I told Evan listens to me.
No, I heard you, but I just didn't believe you.
Science matters.
Because, I gloss over now when you say you rewatched it. I don't even know what because
it keeps me home.
Well, I don't believe you do it in the first place, is what I'm saying.
That hurts. It's like you don't believe I had anything to do with Eddie House going pro.
That's correct.
So
I don't believe you had anything to do with Eddie.
I cried at an arena watching him as I coached him at CYO,
This is possible.
High school.
No, you may
Arizona State.
Sure.
And then the pros.
Yes, you may have cried.
Then when he was with the Kings, go to the game after he was setting me up with the tickets, every night.
Yes.
And just watch us, basically family.
Right.
And watch him that's what Shasky's doing with the kids as he's coaching now.
Yeah, I'm not saying any of that didn't happen. But the question was whether you were responsible for Eddie House going to the NBA. The answer is no. You had nothing to do with it.
Wow. That hurts.
It takes a village, Stein.
Okay. Evan, I picked him up to go to practice. Dude, we had talks, but don't he? Like little bitties playing.
Okay, you know what?
Come on.
That's fine. I'll give you that. I thought you actually meant teaching him a crossover or something.
Oh, the shot jumper. He was shooting threes early, I allowed it.
So he made it to the NBA despite you helping him with basketball.
Oh,
I'll give you the rides to practice.
Yeah.
Why do you think he's such a quick trigger, Stein?
I'll give you the rides to practice.
Oh, boy.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But Stein, I would never lie about rewatch. You said something healthy, too, though. You said, Goo, you need to, but then we had the pandemic. You didn't, read a book. Don't watch the game again. Remember, you kind of said
I haven't read a book in 14
but you told
years.
me, you know what? Do something different. I just love the games, man. The Niner-Philly game, it was a quarter. I'm still watching that.
I'm sorry, I got a golf tip here on the Xfinity mobile text line. What'd you say?
You need to grab it. Grab the golf tip.
Steiner, your sequence is off, it sounds like.
Whoa.
You're not getting to your left side.
How would they know without seeing you play?
Well, because I told them I hit it thin.
Oh, okay. Wow. Let me step back.
Yeah, hit it thin. All right.
Texting JD.
Goo wants to be a house of you'll be in Eddie House's 30 for 30. There you go.
Hey, he's doing a good job on the Boston telecast, him and your boy Scal.
Because you rewatched it? You've been
when the
rewatching
games
Celtics
are
games?
over, they do the
Do you want to explain the play?
Oh, let's do it.
And then we'll reset at 12. All right.
First, can I set up what I thought happened and why I was so wrong with you on
set
the
it
vine?
up. Just do it.
So I had the national telecast. They go to break and they say it's Dallas's ball. It was a 50-50 play. I thought it went off on. I didn't. So it was Dallas's ball. When we come back, Van Gundy and company tell us, "Oh, there was this egregious error. The refs, they got it wrong." So I thought Dallas was down on the other side of the court while the Warriors were inbounding. Dallas thought it was their ball. And one of the officials was on the baseline down at the other court. Jason Kidd said this. I forgot who it was. So the Warriors are under their own basket.
Where the ball went out of bounds.
And Looney start running down where Dallas was, thinking it was Dallas's ball too. Then they yelled, Poole inbounds the ball, the Warriors score. Then they stopped play. I thought the 2 points got erased in my living room. Did not. They stopped the play, and the ref never told Dallas, shame on them, and I'm going to talk to Dibs about this, they never told Dallas that we gave Warriors possession of the ball. So I went to Twitter with that so-called version of it, thinking, oh, the ref's effed up. But there's a ref clearly pointing towards the Warriors, and it was the Warriors' ball before the timeout. So shame on Dallas. And then Mark Cuban, you're talking about me at my kid's game. I don't care if you're the owner. You can't come get in front of the scorer's table. He got in front of the scorer's table.
He can do whatever he wants. Owners can do whatever they want, Goo.
But you keep your ass off
Sure,
of let the boys handle it.
You're not wrong. I'm just saying.
So I couldn't believe it. So the refs didn't get it. One ref said it was the Warriors' ball. Shame on Dallas.
I think you still got it wrong.
Go ahead.
Here's what I think happened.
Now, I hate that you say not know, but go ahead.
Well, because we'll never know, because I'm sure the refs are going to say that they told Dallas. And if you 888-957-9570, if you have a different explanation. What I thought happened was the ball goes out of bounds.
Okay.
And they point Warriors ball. Warriors ball. After they point Warriors ball, there's a timeout.
Yeah.
And they say Dallas timeout, even though it was a TV timeout.
Yeah, gotcha.
So when they said Dallas timeout, they pointed to the Dallas bench. So they went Warrior ball, timeout Dallas. So they went one way, then the other. Okay? So then it's Warrior ball.
But Dallas
thinks it's their ball because they saw the ref point at them, but it was the timeout, not the possession. That's what I think.
Well,
happened.
Man, you might be right. So I don't think I've ever seen a protest won in sport. Well, George Brett, but that wasn't after the fact. I don't think I've ever seen a protest won. With what you said you think happens, Stoddy, it sounds like that could be it. But how would an NBA team and 5 players, I thought the ball went out on Looney, and before the TV timeout, it was Dallas's ball. So that's why Dallas was thinking they had action.
But here's my question. If Dallas thought it was their ball.
Go ahead. Gotcha.
Why didn't they have a guy down where the ball was to inbound? Why wasn't one guy, like they had 5 guys on one half of the floor, right? Dallas did. They had 5 guys at one end. Well, they're coming out of a timeout, so 5 guys go down to one end. Who's walking to inbound the ball in the back court?
Well, let me ask you
I don't
this.
think I saw
If it wasn't
anybody.
a TV timeout, wouldn't they have and it was a Dallas timeout, wouldn't they inbound it from the side? So they wouldn't have came full court.
No, I don't think so, because that was a possession that went off somebody at that spot.
Dude, I think it was Van Gundy. He said in 50 years of watching, he's never seen anything like that. So the protest, Donnie, and you got to pay $10K to just to do the protest. So Cuban had to come out 10 rack. The NBA's not overturning that, because you're saying what a lot. I don't know if Evan Spadoni think different. Nobody knows what went down.
Anybody? You guys think? You think anything different, or while it was going on, or?
No, honestly, I mean, it seemed just like utter confusion, and Jordan Poole was also confused as to why the Mavericks were not on that side of the court, and so his hardest decision was literally which of the 3 Warriors I'm going to give this assist to, and he decided on Kevon Looney.
Right.
And why did you see Looney run like he thought it was Dallas's ball too? He was headed down the other way. They had to turn him. JaVale McGee going the wrong way.
But even if he didn't think it was Dallas ball, and he saw the way everything was lining up, at that point, he might be like, wait, is it not our ball? I better get down there.
He posted the video.
Right, with a terrible explanation.
We got to show
it. was
it.
more confounded. His tweet was more confounded.
I love the fact he was watching. I love that.
So that's
we
what I
still
thought.
don't know. You got me, Morgan.
No, I think I'm right.
You're right.
I think I am right.
Now, have you heard anybody say that?
What I just said?
Yeah. Because you make
let's hear what Curry said real quick.
I mean, I was down there. I was on the bench, I think, and saw the ref point our direction for the ball and then point the other way towards their bench to call a timeout. Loon actually got a little confused at first because, he didn't hear the whistle for the timeout. But after that, it was pretty clear it was our ball, and nobody from their side went down to get it because it was, whatever it was. And probably the easiest 2 points Loon's ever had and the easiest assist JP's ever had. It was weird, but it was clear what was going on from our standpoint.
Oh, okay.
Wow, and you didn't hear that.
That's the first time I heard that.
Yeah. I just don't like how you hated on the Boston video. Well, I mean, the dude takes time. He's been doing that. It's kind of like Baldy-esque.
He's been very active. He's been very active on Twitter.
Baldy-esque. And then
Why don't you give out his handle? This is our sports editor.
At Matt
I'm sorry, program director.
Oh,
here he comes.
Turn on the mic. Yeah.
As you all know,
How you doing, buddy?
I rarely come on the air.
Very rarely.
Let me fix my camera so everybody can see how great looking I am.
One of the things we love about him.
Steiny, no, but like you just said that I didn't explain this well and people didn't get it.
Sure.
No. Well, according to my records, 28,200 people did think I explained it well.
Wow. Those are impressions.
Actually, those are views. And then 57,700 actually clicked on it. You don't play games?
I love it.
I mean, the bottom line is, what does that mean for me, Matt Steinmetz?
That you got a little Richard in
what's your handle?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
At Matt Nahigian? Yeah. At Matt Nahigian. He's a good follow. MattNahagian. In fact, we got to ask him about that. Because I heard him use his own name. It's Nahagian.
Dude.
We've been calling him Nahagian.
And I got mad at him for not correcting
We'll talk about that
me.
at the Thursday meeting. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Warriors. You know what we do next? We reset, and then we bring in Gary St. Jean at 12 o'clock.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
If you own a small business, you know the value of time. GetRefunds.com does too. That's why they've made it easy, no matter how busy you are, to apply for the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC.
Curry takes a looping pass for Draymond. Gets it across the timeline with 4 seconds to spare. Comes right off a Draymond pick. Gets Powell, his defender. Now Bullock recovers. Curry steps around the screen. Got to the rim and flicked it in with his wrist on the right hand on the left side of the bucket, and the Warriors lead by 6.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate that. Long time no see. Maybe we'll see you next week.
Yeah.
See Steph next week. Get him on. Chat him up a little bit.
It's our yearly, last time it was the Masters. He had John Rahm. I had Tiger, and who was your pick? Remember he asked us our picks? I got the video on my phone.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you
and
do.
They wouldn't want a chip. We got to do it again.
Can we get a sociologist on the line, or a psychologist, or a psychiatrist,
Willard will be
or
here.
somebody? That's a four.
Willard's
I
the man.
love that one. Good one.
Yeah.
And here's why. So you came in today. Let's just say you came in at 9. We hung out for an hour in the green room.
Yeah.
We've done a show for 2 hours.
Well, you did 2 shows. You got on with the
Went back and forth. Now we've done it for 2 hours. And we just took a break.
Yeah.
And I stayed in the studio for a minute. Guru went to get coffee.
No, I went to get snacks.
Okay, Guru went to get coffee and a snack down a long hallway into the cafeteria, the real cafeteria.
Right.
I got done talking. I started walking down to the cafeteria as Guru started walking back to the studio.
You startled me.
So we've been around each other for 3 hours.
Where's this going?
Why is it so awkward to see you like there, even though we've been seeing each other all day, we're walking by and I got to go, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
It's like, why am I saying, hey, what's up?
Because I was startled. It was the human.
No, but even if
we didn't see each other coming, so our bodies and our mind weren't ready for that.
But how about this? But this has happened a lot too. There's that long hallway.
Yeah, it's
if
long.
you would have seen me coming,
it would have been
it's totally awkward.
Yeah.
Here comes
now, we don't. You know what? Let's make a pact. I won't say anything to you because we need a break. We go to our corners, and you'll know it's in a good, from a good place. You don't got to fake it. You know what I mean? I'm going to walk past you next time and it's break. I ain't going to say nothing to you and just keep walking.
But that sounds like ignoring.
In a way. But
I don't want to do that.
All right.
Let's go to George. He wants to talk about the play. Hey, George, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, but if you watch that clip, that play,
okay,
you'll see that Dallas was obviously in a defensive posture. They just forgot what goal they were defending.
Maybe.
Hilarious.
Maybe.
Wow,
you might be right, George. You might be right.
Now that I've not heard. Wow.
Might be right.
And that one will never
George.
get proof of that one. Go to MatthewSteinmetz.com for, I won't read, a poor explanation of the Mavs' confusion, just like the poor explanation of the diameter of the basketball.
What the hell is wrong with people?
Who are they? I remember that discussion. It was great. Now, why would somebody write that?
You know what? I thought I did a pretty good job explaining it, too. I swear to God.
That's one person in the basement trying to get to you. You got to look at it that way.
Let me see. I want to get to some of this. I want to get to some of this. Anthony Slater was on with the morning show, and he had some interesting things to say. I'll throw this one out there about Steph Curry because he's the main man. Steph Curry, 35 years old. We were talking about Gundy yesterday. You know what?
35.
How do you? What's Curry's role over the next 5 years? Can we expect him to score 30 a game in 5 years? I don't know. Here's what Slater said about Steph Curry in the wake of a 20-point, 13-assist game. Anthony Slater.
Kind of like what James Harden's done in Philly this year, right? This is not the James Harden from Houston. He's turned into, I think he leads the NBA in assists, and he's down, around like 19, 20 points a game. Like, that could be the Steph Curry if the team dictated it, and maybe it will moving forward. As he ages, as like you said, if Kuminga is like on the rise, if Poole sticks around and kind of becomes the go-to scorer as he's 26 years old, if they, go get another scorer, maybe that is, the type of point guard Steph Curry needs to be. And I think he's good enough and sharp enough to do it. Just like I said, he could also just be a spacing shooter if he needed to be at the age of 39 or something like that.
What do you think?
I think, I think James Harden's one of my all-time favorite players. He led the league when he was going on those benders, and he was known just for being selfish and scoring. He led the league in assists. And I think he did that. That was his middle finger. But I think the Harden that we see now, which I like, is more because his body has broken down. I'm not saying Steph couldn't do this role, but when I look at a Steph Curry, I could see a guy, because he's a great passer, that could do that. But also, Steiny, he could also be Ray Allen. He can be, like, I envision when Steph slows down, he can be Ray Allen. Somebody else will give him the ball, and he can let it go. So I'm still amazed. I don't see any slowdown in Steph Curry. And if we do get a chance to see him next Thursday when we're out there, Steiny, I will ask him about his diet, because that's just 90. I don't have one.
Popcorn.
What you mean popcorn?
I think that's his favorite food.
There's
Steph
no
Curry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm dead serious.
I'm being real.
I'm being real too.
It's the facts.
I'm pretty sure I know he loves popcorn. You didn't know that?
No.
Do you even watch the games and the team?
Now, why would you say that?
Because that's what Don Nelson always used to say.
No.
It's nothing personal against you.
What about my take on I think Harden's doing this because his body's betrayed.
Well, he's also playing with Embiid.
Yeah.
So Embiid's going to be their number one.
But even in
option.
Brooklyn, Harden looked like he had lost a little, little explosion. But Philly, I'm telling you, Stan, they got action.
I know people they're going to think I'm taking a shot, and I know they are. But after watching Steph in the playoffs last year, I think he'd be an unbelievable sixth man as he, whenever that time comes. I know. It's everybody's going to look at it like an insult.
Yeah, no.
I get it. I get it. But the bottom line is
Ray Allen transitioned into that role.
The bottom line is Steph Curry impacts a game more than anybody else. You bring him off the bench at the appropriate time. Then it's like you give him, if Steph becomes a sixth man, you give him, like you let him be Terrence Ross.
Yeah, wow. I saw him play
off the bench. Yeah. Or you let him be Lou Williams off the bench. Or you let him be Vinnie Johnson off the bench. This is down the line. This is
no doubt.
Not necessarily right now.
Because Sonny, it's incredible.
See, there it is. He can never just compliment Steph Curry. You know what? I'm ready to, what do they say, throw down?
But you never got in a fight.
I know.
I cannot believe. I asked you, had you got jumped? Remember, I'm random.
I got punched. I've never been in a fight.
Oh, you didn't tell me that. You got punched.
Jeff Fessler.
Oh, that counts then. So you took one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, man, you live a good life. Listen.
That was 7th grade.
If you're right, and it looks like everybody knows but me about this fetish of popcorn, if we do get them, or we want to improve our chances of getting them, we should have a little thing that comes in aluminum with all the cheese, the caramel.
We could. I'm sure they have a popcorn machine at Chase. Tony, he's in Daryl's neck of the woods.
The
Union City.
Yeah, don't tell anybody.
You at work, Tone?
No, I'm went to the gym and I'm on my way home.
There you go.
What's a gym?
24-hour fitness.
Well, I'm sorry. What was that?
Did you go to the 24-hour fitness right next to Buffalo Wild Wings? I
did not.
Oh, okay.
I did not. I'm not going to give it up. I'm going to keep some anonymity here, if that's okay with you.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Good press.
Yeah.
Good messy goo.
I want to talk about Jordan Poole, if that's okay.
Sure. Absolutely.
So I just want to share my opinion. I don't really think that Jordan Poole would get the playing time and the latitude that he gets on any other team, given the fact that he gets to kind of run amok sometimes because he's got Curry and Thompson and some of these other guys that carry him when he gets a little sloppy. He likes to play a little hero ball sometimes and force it too much. And sometimes he gets hot, and that's good, and he should know when he's hot. But when he's not, he needs to pass the ball more instead of turning it over like he does when he's trying to ram the square peg in a round hole. And I get a little tired of watching it. And I think they should trade him. I really do. And get somebody else because he seems to be getting worse instead of better. But that's my slant on the thing. And then if I could say one other thing about the officiating, which I don't think I hate to be talking about it, but I haven't seen it so bad in a long time. And that Clippers game the other night was the worst game I've ever seen.
Oh, man.
And then that game last night, Lamb foul that should never got, that was pathetic, and then Dante gets called foul where he's not even in the same zip code.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Thanks.
So
no, they were terrible. Thank you, Tony.
That was real. Go ahead. Yeah, I know you're the son of an official. Dibs is being here shortly. But, Steiny, it is bad.
Okay. What are you going to do about it? They're the best refs on planet Earth.
Chris Paul said...
Solve the problem.
Chris
Quit
Paul
complaining.
last night in the postgame presser said Reeves told him that there was no foul. They called the foul on Chris Paul on Reeves.
Okay.
And Reeves told him, whispered to him, "You didn't touch me."
Okay.
Oh, but what are we doing? And then man gets thrown out like the people came to see the ref throw the good. Come on,
solve the problem.
I don't. My question is, why
you
is
just
there
want to
one?
complain?
Is it social media? Why is there a problem?
There's not a problem. There's not a problem. It's officials in every sport. They get ripped. NFL officials ripped. They stink. Umpires stink. We're going to robots. NBA stinks. They all stink, Goo. Don't you get it? That's it. That's the end of the story. There's no more. There's no more. You want to complain? Complain. They stink. All the refs stink. Fans have made that clear. Right?
Not all fans.
No, not all, but most of them.
But to his point, and what about the Jordan Poole part? I totally disagreed with him in this sense. We see a relaxed Jordan Poole when one of the Splash Brothers is out and he's starting. And we see, to me, when we see the bad Jordan Poole, Steiny, I feel like he's rushed. I feel like he knows he's not getting all the pie. And it's natural. I'm not making excuses. But the caller said he felt like Jordan Poole the whole pie is his, and he's giving something to Stephen Clay. And that's why I say if there is a Jordan Poole after the Warriors, my goodness, I think we'll see the best version of him or more Jordan Poole last year because he knows he's kind of like you ever did anything and time's up, you're rushed. And and I wonder if that's why he's falling down, looking like he's in dress shoes sometimes, slipping.
You saw somebody on the text line love that line, and now you repeated it.
Oh, you caught me. It's the first time I ever played to the crowd, but I threw out a bone because it hit me in the cardiac that they love that line.
510.
Oh, no.
Okay.
What we got now?
510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line.
This is funny. But you got
a superstar starter being a sixth man is like converting a Gold Glover into a designated hitter. You know what? I don't do this very often, but that is the worst possible text I've seen in a long time. It's not even close to a good analogy. And in fact, it's downright awful. And
don't care.
It's days like these where I hope and pray that 90% of the audience isn't like that.
Wow.
Because then what am I doing?
Yeah.
What do you want off the bench? What do most teams want? Scorer. Explosive.
Production.
Scorer.
Yeah.
Scorer.
You mentioned him,
So
Vinny.
why wouldn't you put one of the greatest scorers in NBA history as a sixth man as he ages?
We could ask it. I'm jinxing it. If we got a chance to sit down with him again, kind of bring that up. But he would,
I sit down with him. I don't bother him with these kind of questions. Ask him about how the family's doing, how Aisha's doing, little ones.
To Cannon. What school is he going to? Dude, he's going to have a jumper.
A private school?
There's just no, but when he signed the ball, though, Stoddy, De La Salle probably. Dude.
What?
He's got the genetics. His grandpa was a shooter.
Ain't gonna be as good as Steph.
His uncle is a shooter.
Ain't gonna be as good as Steph.
His mama, granny ran track.
Yeah, you know what that's called? A curse. See, this is like you look at...
Explain the Barry brothers and Rick Barry's kids.
It's a blessing and a curse.
The balls.
Who are the, it's a blessing and a curse to have a dad like that, I would think. It's a blessing because you're born into wealth and, comfortable life.
Yeah.
But if you think, like, I'm dead serious. You think Michael Jordan's son
those were
didn't
the
have
ones
unbelievable pressure on him? The Barry
no,
kids?
that I get you, Steiny.
Well, I wouldn't, like,
but those are
you
the
can't just acknowledge that and be like, yeah, no big deal. Like, no.
Oh, it's incredible.
That's what I'm saying. You only think about, what's his name, Cannon?
Well, Steph was better. Yeah, Cannon.
Okay, you're just like, whoa, Cannon! Wow, you're still like you're putting
the DNA
your
is
fandom
there.
in it. No. The way you think of Cannon is, oh my God, he gets to live with Steph Curry. Steph's his dad, and he might be playing. I'm saying it comes with a lot of pressure.
Oh no, hey Steiny, and I'm so real quick because Steph was better than Dale. Little Daryl and Donovan were better than me. You got the daughters, and then who? But my thing to you is. My thing is DNA. Like, I think God, when you're born, you come out the womb, God knows what he has stored for you.
What does he have?
I would be leaning towards being able to have a hell of a shot. Cannon, that's all I'm saying. And when I saw him play with his little hoop on the Aisha, somebody had put it up. I said, he's got some DNA, Stoney. He may be a painter. He may be a teacher. He may be a radio host.
I guess this is
but my bet is your granddaddy, your daddy,
well, you
your
just said
uncle,
he could be a painter.
If he chose not to play ball.
Well, everybody's got DNA.
I'm talking about DNA of
what
being
kind
able
of
to
DNA?
have a jumper.
No, you don't know that. You don't know that DNA is passed along.
I got to believe. We got the hair gene in my family has been passed.
Some genes you have, some genes you don't.
Speaking of which, did you see Kuminga's parents?
Maybe he wants to play football.
Did you? I got all that. Evan said, "Did you?" I don't know if you guys heard it. Kuminga's parents.
What about him?
They were at the game last night. They took a photo. Steiny, they are tall. Mom and Evan, help us. How tall was Pops?
He's taller than Jonathan. And his mom is about the same height.
You didn't see it. I'll show it to you during break. Next break.
No, tall. I believe. You know what? Yeah. I do believe Jonathan Kuminga's parents are tall. Okay, I don't need to see him. Okay,
that's a great bit.
I'm going to believe that they are tall.
Right.
It's not a hot take.
But you understand what I'm saying about young Cannon? Or any family. Like Jordan, I'm blown away that
what happened
Marcus,
to Jordan's son? Why didn't he play anywhere?
It's what you just said. It's like
so he could have been Michael Jordan and said no.
No, he capped out all of his talent. So obviously,
which means the DNA wasn't there.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But when you look at the Berries and Currys, it's like wop, 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 wop.
What do you mean the Currys? The kid's 4 years old.
No, I'm talking about Dale doing it and then having two sons doing it, known for shooting. Like, that's all.
See, you know what?
I
figured it out. I finally figured it out. It's what you do again. It's what you do. Evan, this is what he does. By him, I mean Goo. He's already talking about Cannon. Oh, Steph, he's this. Steph, he's got the DNA. Steiny, he's going to be gifted. His dad, Seth, uncle. Oh, maybe. Woo, unbelievable. So when he's not Steph Curry, you're going to say he's a disappointment.
Oh, stop.
It's what you do.
Nobody's
It's what you do. Why would you even put the pressure on a young 5-year-old to be anything like a guy? Oh,
no, it was it was envy for the kid. It was envy that you got.
Boy.
Your dad's a superhero,
Poor
son.
kid.
That's all.
It's all about the excitement,
Yeah,
Steiny.
No, it's about.
Cannon can end up being anything,
If Cannon
Steiny.
isn't better than Daddy,
I'm not Skip Bayless.
he's a failure.
Please, now Michael Jordan's sons ain't failures. Well, one of them really ain't with the Pippen. But you know what I'm saying? I don't judge people. And I'm nobody to judge.
No, you judge everybody.
Tupac said only God can judge.
Well, you know what? He's wrong.
Austin
He
Rivers?
was wrong.
Not better than his daddy, but still in the NBA. See, that's why you always say, oh, the Guru you call. We figured it out. Guru, you call the 14th man on the NBA team a bum. No, that's just a word we use.
I don't
we
use
know
bum.
they all been big man on campus.
Use bum.
Anybody
Certain
that's
words I
in
don't
any
use.
pro team. Hey, Snotty, I know guys overseas. I still tip my cap. That's hard. It's like the 1%. What we do. You, me, Willard Dibbs.
What about us?
Monte Shat. We're the 1%.
No, we're not. Anybody could do this. Seriously, anybody could do this. I'm dead serious.
What does that mean? Anybody can do this. Please. What's Madoni?
Thank you,
doing it. He's
510. Thank you so much. There could never be another Steph Curry. He's a once-in-a-lifetime man.
I got you.
That's right. But you know what? We're going to use him to compare
I feel
Jordan
like you're
Poole
doing
to
that. Oh, no,
all
stop.
year long
not.
and all career long.
My whole point was genetics and DNA.
Cannon's technically in another timeline.
Right.
Who?
Cannon is in another timeline.
You said once in a lifetime.
That's a
Cannon's
4.
in another lifetime.
What I'm getting at, first and foremost,
is I hate people that you're talking about. I hate those people. I'm the voice of reason.
did we take Rich and Hayward?
Nope.
Hey, Rich and Hayward, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I just want to talk about yesterday's game. Kuminga looked great. He's really just living up to his potential. And, I like to see that. And I don't think that Dallas got cheated anyway. I mean, it's kind of like that happened in the third quarter. I mean, how about playing some defense? It's something else. You can protest. What are they going to do? Refund the game or, replay? They're not going to do that. I mean, yeah, you'll get your money back or whatever, whatever that $10,000 he has to pay. But that's ridiculous.
How far you think this Warrior team can go?
I think we can go all the way. I mean, especially if we get GP2 and, Wiggins. I hope, God bless them. Hope he gets back here. Even Jordan Poole, if he can get these turnovers, get rid of the turnovers, I don't think he should be traded to to Detroit or like Wiseman was, but I'll just say one thing. Don't mess with the petty king, because when you do, like Wiseman didn't, he's two-time MVP. This guy's, I love Jordan Poole. He's within our system, but he's not even an all-star yet. That's why he got and that's why he gets all the grief, because it's like there's a lot of people who can do his job, We used to have, we had three guys when we first started, with Clay and Jared Jack. Where's he at?
Oh, man, that's a name from the past.
I liked him.
Appreciate it, Rich.
I always liked Jack.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
Very good player.
But there's too much in front of Poole if we just want to talk about it on an individual basis.
Well, are you going to praise him or are you going to kill him now?
I've always...
No, you haven't. No, you didn't. You say he plays in dress shoes.
I love, but also
it's a great line that you want to use.
And I called him Fred Astaire. And I've said...
So think about that for a minute. Think about those two analogies you use.
Well, he wasn't falling down last year.
On the one hand, he's Fred Astaire.
That is a hell of a compliment.
Then the next day you say he looks like he's playing in dress shoes.
When he's, So, two things could be true at once. I don't want I want the dress shoes to go away. And he can make them go away. But my thing to you is, it's like a fourth receiver. You can look at a guy... he's not going to the Pro Bowl. Why? Because he's got three guy options ahead of him, and he's not going to he's not the man. Jordan Poole, has too much in front of him here. He got paid. That's kudos. But Stoney, there's no way he's going to be an all-star here. And that's stating the obvious. But I do wonder if he got somewhere else and they were like, hey, we know you're not Steph or Clay, but you need to be our Steph or Clay. Jordan Poole can put up some numbers.
I wouldn't say it's out of the question he could be an all-star here.
Well,
are they going to?
what year?
Clay may be done after next year.
All right. I hadn't thought of
it's
that.
possible. I wouldn't bet on it, but at some point, and we don't have to talk about it now, but at some point you're going to have to transition off the big three, and the question is, do you transition with them on the roster or not on the roster? Yeah. Hey, we got Gary St. Jean coming up on the other side, and it's all brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Marvel Studios' action-packed blockbuster, Black Panther, quickly became a global sensation and cultural phenomenon, delivering a new dimension of what superhero films could be. This spring, relive the excitement in a whole new way as the San Francisco Symphony performs the Oscar-winning score live
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game, and let me get this going. Let's welcome in Gary St. Jean. Gary, let me read something. Guru and Gary St. Jean are going to be out at Bay Street, Emeryville from 2 to 4 this Saturday. It's the grand opening of the new Bay Break Dining Terrace, now featuring a Shake Shack. Follow them on Instagram at Bay Street, Emeryville for all the event details about special food, access all the local heroes, special prizes, and more. 2 to 4 this Saturday. What's up, Saint?
Gosh, you guys read that beautifully. And you know what? Gru and I are going to be there having tons of fun. And it might be a little competition, so I've been working out this morning. I'm trying to get ready for this big contest.
Wow, look at you, Saint. We're going to have a good time. And I said, I'll hang out with Saint anywhere. But if you're telling me it's a watch party and we got ball, cuisines, and drinks, I'm in.
Me too. I'm with you.
Can't wait to see you. 2 to 4 p.m., Snotty. That'll be at the Bay Break Dining Terrace. And Saint, let me ask you this, because we're going to get into Warriors, but how's your bracket looking?
Well, not so good. I didn't have Fairleigh Dickinson, and I didn't have Florida Atlantic, and I didn't have Princeton. So I'm kind of slipping. But, gosh, I'm sure excited to watch these games. And, you know, Matt and I are from the East Coast, so I was talking to my buddies this morning, and, you know, they don't start till 6:30, and they're watching till midnight.
Right.
We have the beauty of starting at 3:30. Gotta love it. We got Michigan State playing in the world's most famous arena in the Garden. Gotta love it.
Yeah, it's I love this week is my favorite week of the tournament.
Me too.
For sure.
I'm with you, Matt.
Let me ask you this, Saint. I know, 74 games in, you kind of are who you are, but the Warriors won a game last night on the road. They had to have. I just want you to, if you're a coach, all right, and you really know that one game is never the pivotal moment one way or the other. What do you think Steve Kerr's thinking today?
Well, I think he's feeling good about his team right now, and we've got the unknown with Wiggins, and we don't know if Peyton's going to be able to play. That would be a heck of a boost on the defensive end if both those guys could come back in the next few weeks. But there were a lot of things to like last night. In particular, to me, was the bench. Maybe Kuminga's one of his best games. I don't know that he got enough credit for the job he did on Luka. I thought he was terrific in that height and quickness. Luka had been out a while, but I thought he really affected him. So kudos to him. I really liked the way Poole played. He was under control. He wasn't trying to set the tempo of the game. He played within the game. He let the ball come to him. He read the game in front of him. And really a 6-to-1 turnover ratio, solid from the floor. And, I thought Green and Lamb did a good job, the bigger guys coming off the bench. So I thought that was the key to the game. 4 in a row they've won on the boards. And, I look at Dallas, and my son Greg's coaching there, and they've got injuries with, guys out like the Warriors. But I thought the Warriors just owned the paint, and I thought that was a big key in the game. So, Steph, you know what, guys? I can see Steph Curry doing this for a long time. He managed the game perfectly. I thought Bullock did a great job crowding him, getting in his space. What do you do then? You drive the ball. You make the team rotate against you, and he was finding the open man, 13 assists, and he didn't force anything. He was terrific. Clay didn't have a big game. I really like Draymond and Looney. So, you're home for a little bit. The schedule's okay. Matt, I don't know what you guys, Guru, I don't know what you think. Hey, we could see the Clippers or the Suns slide below them.
Yeah.
I think they're a solid 6 right now.
Yeah, Saint, you're on fire, and I'm going to say this. So much, I don't have to tell you, but to me, so much of life is about feeling, your instincts. And I'm looking at this Warrior team. They got 4 rings, as you know, but let's just say things stay relatively close, and they're the 6th seed, as you just mentioned. This will be the first time they've entered the playoffs under Kerr, this whole regime, this low of seed. And I'm asking, what's your gut feeling on any team they would, dance with and their chance to actually get this done if there is no Wiggins returning?
Well, Matt knows where I'm going. I'm excited about the fact they might play the Kings. That's 6-3. Because I think Memphis is locks. They're staying up there now that Morant's back and they're playing well. And I think Denver's staying there. So we're staring this right in the face. We've never had a good Kings team along with a good Warrior team. One of them was up, the other one was down. While the other one was down, so this could be just a ton of fun to watch this series. It's a great matchup. I think they're doing a great job up there. Mike Brown, our old pal. And can you win that series? Heck yeah, because you can't teach the experience that the Warriors have. That's big. Now, if you get beyond there, would you get those guys back? Maybe so. Then I think you can keep going. But if you don't get those guys back, that second round would be challenging.
Gary St. Jean joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, let me ask you about. Let me go ahead and ask you about Greg. So is he the number one guy down there?
No, he's number 2. Sean Sweeney's number 1, and he works on the defense, and Greg's doing offense. And my gosh, he loves being with Jay Kidd. Greg's been. This is all about people. You guys have a chemistry. You work great together. Greg's been blessed. He worked with Mully for 4 years at St. John's.
Wow.
2 years with Frank Vogel, with Jay Kidd. They were both assistants. And now in his second year, after a great year last year, he's out now on the front of the bench with Jay Kidd, and I don't have to speak anything about him. Everybody in the Oakland Bay area knows that's one of our all-time greats and a great person.
What is he, about 30?
32.
32.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's
good
great.
For him.
Hey, it's nice to be doing something you love.
Wow.
No doubt about it.
Tell us about it. Say, I'm going to throw you a curveball. Stoney doesn't know where I'm going, but you just mentioned it. St. John's has a new coach, Rick Pitino, and to me, he'll always be the coach of the Louisville Cardinal. In today's world, how St. John fans, how soon can he turn that program around with the way that college athletics are now?
I think he'll be in the upper half of the Big East next year and maybe have a shot at the tournament. This NIL thing, I call it the Wild West. He's got big backers back there. He's got Wall Street guys and a lot of other guys, and St. John's fully committed. The president of the school, Father Shanley, was the president down at Providence right around the time he was down there, and Jeff Van Gundy was his assistant. I've known Rick Pitino since he was a sophomore at the University of Massachusetts, which is probably about 50 years ago. So I've known him a long time, and listen, he's had some issues off the floor, but in terms of coaching on the floor, he's just one of the best college coaches we've ever had.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hey, Sainty, thank you so much.
I'll see you Saturday, buddy. 2 to 4.
Hey, girl, I'm doing some push-ups and sit-ups. I'm getting ready, buddy.
There you go. I'll see you there.
All right, I'm buying the first round.
Look, oh my God.
Maybe I will come.
Hey, I got $100 too, just saved up for you and I, so I'll spend it when I see you.
Love you guys.
All right. He drinks very expensive wine.
Yeah, you remember we used to go to the Gallows. Remember our old station? We had an event there. Remember we broadcasted there? He was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I know.
But you looked up when I said something about Pitino.
What are you doing? Where does that come from?
He mentioned St. John's. And then Mully used to coach St. John's.
He mentioned St. John's as it's just,
You out on Pitino?
I don't think anybody gives a rat's ass about it.
Well, he had a long answer.
Well, that's because it's Gary St. Jean and he happened to be his friend.
Yeah. That's why I asked it. Cool working.
But in the Bay Area,
that's
just, you know what I mean.
The Bay Area.
Well, they want to hear about Steph Curry.
I'm kind of curious, though, Stoney. It's a whole new game. I wonder how quick St. John's. I remember Connor Secca.
But who
Diaper
cares?
Dandy, baby. That's Dick Vitale doing Syracuse games, St. John games, Georgetown games.
Right.
Yeah. Diaper Dandy. Connor Secca with the sweater.
Vitale.
Diaper Dandy. He would be
Connor
doing
Secca was 90. He wasn't the Diaper Dandy.
No, that was the era. Monday, what did they call it? It
Monday.
was Big Monday.
Yeah.
And it would be Georgetown, St. John's, all that. And, I know he ain't the Diaper Dandy, but Dick Vitale. Don't hate on my dick. Diaper Dandy, baby.
I mean, we've got the drop of the year right there, ladies and gentlemen.
What? Oh, God.
How about you grow up? Get that one. Yeah.
You coming out
Get
Saturday?
that one, Evan.
You coming out?
No.
See,
No chance.
dude.
Saturday I'm free.
And still no chance.
Probably not.
I'll ask Dibs and Will.
Dibs has a... See, okay, don't ask Dibs. Because this is where you're going to put Dibs in a tough spot. Because he's got a newborn, right?
Yeah.
And you're going to say, hey,
but I've learned,
Dibs, can you come?
I've had
and Dibs is going to be like,
newborns.
boy, I'd like to.
I got you.
But it's going to cause friction at home.
All right,
but I'll try. So you really put him in a bind.
Yeah. Well, I've did this 3 times, newborns, and sometimes you want to get away a little bit.
Oh, you ain't kidding. You ain't kidding.
I'll be right back.
Oh, you ain't kidding. What do we got here? 12:45. We're here till 2. We got a meeting.
Show meeting.
2 o'clock.
Yeah. You're the only one that feels that way. Evan's in. Did we exchange ideas?
We exchanged nothing.
You're a jackass.
I know.
Can I say that?
Yeah, you can.
Mm-hmm.
You can. I play the role.
The heel?
Play the role.
Yeah. Now you got me thinking I cheated the Bay Area out of a question with Sane.
Well, that's okay.
I really wanted to know because I'm fascinated.
By what?
Patino. He'll
what do you
have
know about Patino?
No, he'll have them back. But now can he recruit? Because the off the field stuff when you're in somebody's living room, what are the moms going to be saying?
I actually think the recruiting part's going to be the easiest part for him. That's what he's gotten in trouble for.
Yeah.
That's a special type of 4. All right.
What is it about Patino that you love so much? Or what,
well, the coaching part, I thought he was up there with the greats, some of the greats.
Like
Calipari, Thompson. He had a run at Louisville. He was the man.
He had a run at Kentucky.
Yeah.
That's a good coach.
Yeah. Just got in some trouble. A little
coach.
trouble.
Tell me about it, 510. Show meeting. How about a show party?
We just had one of those a month ago. You, me, Evan, and the boss.
No, this is for the listeners.
Oh, yeah. But we did have
I don't want to. Read the text.
Simmer.
Play area. Okay. All right.
I'm just saying. By the way, a lot of people want to talk about this, and I'll talk about it too. Luka Doncic does have to be stopped. He's got to be stopped.
What do you call? It's worse than. It's
so
worse
you're
than
telling
LeBron,
me officials he can do this money thing?
Oh my God!
And it's we all are to understand it as. You guys are being paid off.
Oh, you're on the payroll.
That's got to be a technical foul.
And what about him stopping? It's like I can't miss a shot. If I miss a shot, I was fouled. Dude, he don't even run back. I couldn't play with him, Steiny. And guys like you don't call him on it. You're like if it was somebody else, you would just be like, "Dude, this dude."
You mean but saying Luka Doncic has to be stopped?
Well, you're doing it now. I appreciate it, but. Dude, this has been ongoing for a while.
But you've never brought it up.
Oh, I told you he's worse than any player I've ever. He stops playing. I've said it. We've been together 5 years, but I've said it many shows. Like, dude, it's just they created this.
650. Yeah, maybe we should reset. We should probably reset. 650. Wait a minute. Steiny gave Guru $100 today. What is going on?
Yeah, we got reset.
All right, so those of you who listen to Guru and I know that before the season started, we made a bet. Darryl the Guru Johnson said the Warriors were going to repeat. I said, I don't think they will. He, of course, said they would.
Yeah.
I said, do you want to make a bet? He said, yeah, I'll bet you $100. He has the Warriors. I have the field. Over the course of the season, it's become obvious to me the Warriors are in a lot of trouble in terms of repeating. But Guru is maintaining hope like he should. Problem is I found myself and find myself, at least this year, like rooting against the Warriors. Just to win a bet.
Dude, you look free now.
Let me tell you something. I don't care about the Warriors. One iota, in a way. But I want to win a bet if I make a bet. I care so much more about $100. Even if it were $10, I care so much about that bet that I found myself starting to root against the Warriors. And if they're in the playoffs and I have them not winning at all, I'm not coming in here rooting against the Warriors. I'm just not. I'm not doing it. I don't need that in my life.
Yeah.
So what I did, Guru, of course, has been begging to get out of the bet, and I finally said, you know what? You're out of the bet.
Not only did you do
I'll
that.
call off the bet. I'll call off the bet right now. Well, of course, somebody on the text line said, Steiny, you weaseled out of that bet because you know the Warriors are winning it all.
That got to you.
I don't want that kind of crap in my life either. And so I just said, Goo, here's $100. Why don't you hold it?
Wow. Which I will.
If the Warriors win the title and you feel like keeping it, even though you wanted to stop the bet, then take the 100. I don't care. If you don't, give it to somebody. Do so. I don't care what you do with it. But all I know is the bet's off. I gave up $100, and I can't feel any better about it than I do. Because I don't have to.
You feel
I don't
and
have
sound
to,
free.
I don't have to.
It's like therapy.
Exactly.
I feel like you pay. Hey, but this morning you asked me and Evan, this is why my little concern, is payday tomorrow.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you asked that.
Oh, I know.
And then you gave me the 100, so I was like, I don't want,
Oh, I got what you're saying.
You need it, I got it.
206, fellas. I'm driving from Vancouver, Washington to Northern California today. Keep up the great radio. Oh, gutter trash. Okay. Gutter trash.
Now I need your help. That's
He's
big.
a,
Vancouver. You ever been there?
Oh, now, interestingly, you notice he put Vancouver, Washington. There's two Vancouvers, Vancouver, Washington, and Vancouver, British Columbia. I've been to British Columbia.
Abdul Rahim.
Yeah, it's beautiful up there. Have you ever been to Vancouver?
No,
I would highly
Phil Handy told me it was incredible.
recommend it. It would be a great getaway for you and your wife.
And what about Toronto too?
That's a little longer, but
you've been there.
Toronto's more like New York City.
Oh, I feel
it's the New York City of Canada.
Rats.
Not really, but they do have black squirrels.
No, that's scary.
No,
that's
not really.
a rat.
They don't bother you. They're just like squirrels. They're just black.
Help me with it, like your shirt. Help me with this one. You guys are the 408 on text line. I've never heard this. You guys are the Martin and Lewis of the Bay.
I think that's a reference to comedy from 75 years ago, maybe.
I'm gonna Google Martin and Lewis. I never heard that.
The 623 nailing it. You're absolutely right.
I saw this.
Steiny has gotten soft. You let Crybaby Guru and the fans get you out of this bet. You know what? I'm going to be honest with you, 623. It was more the fans.
And your conscience.
More the listener.
No, it was. See, that's why I feel like I'm going to hold down. I ain't going to spin this down.
That's the fans. It's the fans. I just.
They're fans of you, Steiner.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They use things like this bet to make me into a hater when it's just the soundest bet a human being could make.
I heard Shasky say that was a good bet this morning when you came in with him.
And you know what? In fact, if you're truly a gentleman, why don't you have $100 now, why don't you transfer the bet to Dibs? Because I'm a gentleman. I'll back out of the bet. He ain't. He'll take that action right now. Jerry Lewis and D. Martin. What?
You got me thinking. I ain't got to get his back until the bet's over.
And think about it. You already won the bet, kind of. Actually, that might bother me a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't take that 100 and bet.
Hey, because my dumb ass would be, as soon as he got in here, you want to do it. He'll take it. He's been waiting.
Yeah.
How quickly does that $100 evaporate?
No, damn, Evan.
After the bet, of course.
Oh. Yeah. Well, we'll go to high horse.
One of the things that happened last night in Dallas, did we have a little play? Can we say the P word?
I mean, we know the standings and the tiebreaker stuff and all that, and that's important, but it's more just a good reminder of what it takes to win against a team that you're stacked up against in the standings, and like a playoff type atmosphere that can go a possession here, a possession there. And even if it's not pretty, you feel like you could play better, you just find a way to win, and that's what the playoffs is all about. So it reminds us what it takes to do that, and our whole goal of these last 8 games now is to just build on that. We keep talking about like forming an identity as we head towards the postseason. All that stuff matters.
Playoff atmosphere in the big game.
The playoffs have already started. I told you this yesterday. told you guys, but Stoney, they're upon us. They have never worked this hard at the end of a season like they are now. Because it's great, and the euphoria that we're all feeling from last night's win, you lose to Philly tomorrow, you lose Sunday to Minnesota, who's right on your ass, and then man, this ain't over. That's all I'm saying. And nobody wants any part. That's why Dallas could be. Would that be the shocker? I know Greg is
what would be the shocker?
Is Saint's son on the coaching staff if Dallas missed it entirely.
I think it's possible.
Because Zion's coming back for New Orleans.
Well, Kyrie might not play tomorrow. So see, now this kind of bothers me. 415. Do we have to talk about the bet every day?
No, I feel like that's banter. The boss.
I love the banner, but it's a Lord Raggy. No,
God.
No, we're putting the bet to bed today.
Well, do you think they pulled over and typed that or no. At the desk at work?
I didn't even read the rest.
Playoff pool, Stoney.
I didn't read the rest of it.
I can't believe you tried to put me into a jacket on me about I'm anti-pool.
No, well, you're anti-pool sometimes, and you're pro-pool sometimes.
I'll give you a great analogy. I know we're up against it. It's like a kid bringing home a report card for 3 years of his scholastic tenure, and then 1 year he starts getting C's and D's. You're going to react to the C's and D's because you know what he's capable of and what he's done. You just act like you're so – it ain't – segregated is not the word. It's just like if you have one take of a guy or gal at this moment, it has to be that way the whole rip. No, I don't like that.
Just maybe the next day. Just move off something gradually. That's all.
I'll give you a 4.
That's all. Good. I love the 408. Thanks for asking that question about Rick Pitino and St. John's Goo. You know exactly what real hoop heads want to hear.
Wow.
No, how come you always say we're up against it when we're not actually up against it? So you didn't have to rush.
Yeah,
there.
I did. Yeah.
Like we got till 56. So ask me something else. Or
George Kittle made some interesting comments,
but it's too late to introduce that.
So that's why
I wanted to play it,
but I thought we were gonna just tease it, finesse it. Right. We didn't have to get into it. That's what I thought we were doing for 4 minutes before you did your thing. But you're the quarterback.
But if you do that, then we got to talk about Kittle.
And that's why I did it.
All right. Go ahead. Set it up.
George Kittle.
What's coming up, Goo?
We'll get into athletes and social media. Because George Kittle had some interesting comments on what he sees as an athlete and reads from people he does not know. And it shocked me, Stoney. It really shocked me.
It was interesting. There's no doubt about it. We'll play that on the other side on 95.7 The Game. Also, we'll be here till 2 o'clock. Willard and Dibbs take over. They have Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr tonight at 5 o'clock. Warriors. They play Philly tomorrow at Chase Center. 4 games in a row at home. According to Rotz, our buddy, Embiid is doubtful. I think he's doubtful for that game.
On. I mean, who plays anymore?
Thank you.
Apparently he got hurt around half against Chicago with a calf.
Gotcha.
Warriors.
Philly, by the way, the best road team in the NBA.
Warriors catch a break.
22 and 13.
If it doesn't play.
All right, when we come back, we're going to get into this George Kittle sound, which is quite interesting. And it's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Kittle like a Niner. Don't hate on my dick. Diaper dandy, baby.
I mean,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What you got on my PG&E, Steiny?
Wait, I'm sorry.
What you got on my PG&E? I'm going to need some help.
I don't know what that means.
What was that? Wow.
Yeah, you were talking. You
but
doing
we
a Dick
didn't have
Vitale
to,
impression.
And you were like, oh, we could. And you knew what I was saying.
Well, before I even said everything,
Yikes.
everybody was making this gesture.
Oh,
So it
no,
wasn't just
they were
me.
just sophomoric.
All right. Matt Stuyvesant, Darryl the Guru Johnson will be here till 2. Willard and Dibbs take over at 2, and they have Steve Kerr at 5. We're talking about the Warriors. They won their second straight road game last night, and it was against Dallas. They're looking good right now in the number 6 spot. They've got control of that spot as long as they, win 4 or 5 of their last 8, maybe something like that. And a couple things from last night that I want to hit on.
All right.
First, Jonathan Kuminga was terrific. And we talked a lot about Kuminga yesterday. We've talked a lot about Kuminga this year. And kind of where I'm at right now with Jonathan Kuminga, especially with Wiggins out. Look, he's playing. He's in the rotation. He's playing 25 minutes a night. He just is. And if he plays as well as he played last night, he's going to play 25 or 30 minutes a night. So in a way, I feel like the discussion about Kuminga is kind of over, but for whether or not Steve Kerr should let him play through mistakes, even if he's having a bad game. Because he's going to play, he's going to play 15 minutes a night. Now, I get the sense if Kerr thinks he's bad, he's going to play 15 minutes a night. If Kerr thinks he's contributing, he can play 25 or 30, but that's going to be Kerr's judgment. But as far as I'm concerned, if Kuminga does what he did last night, which is defend,
and we talked about
shots and rebound, then he determines that he will play 30 minutes a night.
You know what? I'm not mad at that. And again, I just felt like the Warriors staff, they didn't listen to our show because we talked about it, what it would look like, and all the skills that he just illustrated to the basketball world, the quick cuts, 94 feet picking up Luka. Steiny, Saint talked about it. We hadn't. Like, that was incredible, man. And that, to me, wore Luka down. But everything you're talking about is, it's not front running, it's trust. And I guess where I'm going is, at some juncture, you're going to have to trust this young player to, if he does mess up, to kind of work through it. It can't just be, I'm going to take the good with the good, and when you're bad, I'm going to yank you. Like, I hope Kuminga can work to a place of not allocation, but a place of like, you know what? I can relax because I know if I do mess up or miss an assignment, I'm going to still get time to rectify it.
Yeah. I don't know.
He was great last night. Jonathan Kuminga was great. And they used him. His teammates played him off of him well.
He played off them well.
But when some were stuck, like Curry, bounce, like, you know what I mean? Bounce pass. So you go, like, Kuminga now symbolizes, forget the JaVale McGee lob, Steiny. I can bounce past it because he cut quick past his man, and I know it's going to be better defenders, but it was a pleasure to watch.
Steve Kerr, this is what he said about Jonathan Kuminga's stretch of games here.
Probably the best 5-game stretch of his career because the game is looking like it's becoming simpler for him and easier somehow. He's more at ease with himself on the floor at both ends. So it's fun to watch. It's hard for young guys to come into this league and pick up everything that's being thrown at them. But he's done that. And, here we are near the end of his second year. He's just dramatically better than he was when he first arrived. So testament to him and his work ethic and his resilience in the face of, a lot of adversity, a lot of difficult, ups and downs.
I hadn't heard that. Wow.
Basically what he's saying is if you think Kuminga should be further along, you're wrong. That Kuminga's exactly where he needs to be. He's
said a testament. He didn't give up. And there's been hard times. There's been dark days.
Oh, please. See that? Please. Dark days.
You didn't like that?
Making $6 million a year and not getting enough run on a championship too. Oh, boy. How's he ever going to survive?
But there were some DNPs. But I'm excited about him.
Not anymore.
And the rat on the
he's
table.
Finally following directions.
And the rat on the table, and we came to a pact, but this is a different mentioning Wiggins, is him being gone just opened the door.
Well, Wiggins is gone.
Yeah, the door's open. They need that. Everything that Wiggins brought, they need somebody to pick up that slack or come damn close. And boy, when you talk about athleticism, Kuminga was doing it last time. What about the left-handed finish?
That's right.
The left-handed finish. Took his man, spun around, and finished with the cinnamon left off glass. I was like, oh my, league, watch out. Oh, that's when I remembered you were on the golf course. I was going to text a thread. We did a pretty good job of not texting.
I'd like to thank the 530. See, this was the problem with this.
Oh, but she came back.
This is why 530. This is why listeners are the great. What happened to the Kittle tease?
Yeah, it's coming.
Is it? I was just because I forgot.
You're Captain Kirk.
Do you want to
spot?
Well, I'm
got
also,
the same hair.
I'm also at your mercy too. I mean, you're every bit as important, if not more so, because one thing could take me in a different direction.
I didn't blurt anything out. We came back, and then you said
you blurted out Kittle last segment.
But I'm talking about this segment.
Like, should I take Matt's call?
Yeah, no doubt
about load management, or people like I thought he was talking Kittle.
They're not Willard. Everybody relax. They're not Dibs, Donnie. No pressure. We control it.
Matt Oakland.
There you go.
What's up, Matt?
Hey, fellas. Long time no speak. How we?
Yeah, doing well. Thank you.
All righty. So, I think this is not particularly novel, but it's the same thing with pitchers getting Tommy John surgery when they're 19 years old. They play way too much of one sport. They're trashed by the time they get to the NBA. The AAU games are playing 3 games a day. That's just nuts. That's my personal opinion. And then on the Warriors, boy, JK looks awful good, as does DiVincenzo. And no disrespect to either Poole or to Wiggs. You think we should package those two guys and then keep JK and DiVincenzo and get somebody who's at least semi-tall, like a Christian Wood type guy or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think that's what may be on the table if things don't end well this year. I don't know about Wiggins, maybe, but certainly Poole will be considered.
Kuminga's off limits, Donnie. Is headed that way.
Okay, now he's off limits. So this is what I mean.
Yeah,
but this is where you kill me.
Yeah, but
we talked yesterday about if the Warriors don't finish the year well, would you give up Kuminga for a
right?
Yes,
but
now he's untouchable.
Yeah, but let me tell you,
is he untouchable, or might the Warriors have to use him in a trade this summer to get better? Come on,
I'm gonna give it to you because I'm starting back from the embryo stages. We always knew he had the flash and the dunk and whatnot, but he wasn't polished, and he's still not to a degree. But my thing to you and why my answer was different and why I just said that to you and the people is when he gets to demonstrate, like he did last night, his gifts, and it's a two-way street. His teammates helped him get open. He's figuring it out. I think more performances like last night, Jonathan Kuminga will be labeled off limits, even if this thing ends bad. Castani, you are right. What do you got in the? What do you got in there? What do we say in sales? The pipe. What's in your pipe? And your pipeline. What you got coming? And right now, Wiseman, you said bye bye to him.
But just acknowledge that Saturday morning, just acknowledge it's possible that you'll want to use Kuminga in a trade to upgrade this offseason.
Oh, because they play for. I hate that you think I'm that
but
guy.
You are.
I'm not. Man.
Yeah, dude.
He was not the face of Twitter to you.
He was not
and for us to reach our
yesterday.
Goal, our plateau, and for us to be clicking.
But he wasn't untouchable yesterday, and now he is. Is it because of one game?
I don't make the decisions. I'm telling you how I live and how I feel. And when you give me that.
Yeah,
and just like Jordan Poole last year, because Jordan Poole was a plus last year. You earn that money, but if JK keeps doing what he did last night, Stoney, I'm telling you he will be off limits. I'm not telling you I'm going to come in here because you're making it sound like if he has 3 bad games or he's underwhelming or the box score is not popping off, I'll be like, oh, you got to trade him. I'm telling you, I now have put my stamp, because I'm not Lacob.
Okay.
Kuminga ain't going nowhere.
Okay, that's on
Dude's
Thursday,
body-
March
Yeah,
23rd.
Put that in the cap. His body.
I'm not putting it in the cap.
Because
Your cap is like a sugar container. You just unscrew it every day, put something else in it, and put it
This
back.
whole thing you got going is good, but a sugar.
But it's like it's like not like okay now Kuminga's untouchable.
But listen,
because he went 9 for
hold on,
11.
I got something else. Because I say he's untouchable, and he could ball out, does not mean Joe Lacob and the powers to be deem him that. I'm just telling you how.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
No, we got Gary Payton II news. Gary Payton II will take full part in practice Saturday. And his availability for Sunday against the Timberwolves will be determined. But his return seems imminent.
Wow. We'll be back.
Via Anthony Slater.
Well, Slates.
Yeah, you're right.
You can read it because I was going to
I'm
read
not
it. Now read it.
I'm
I
not
feel like
reading
you
it.
sent it.
I'm not reading it.
And I'm not. You heard me on the TV phone with DirecTV. I wanted something. I went for it.
What does that have to do with anything?
They're talking about I'm a salesman's dream. They'll get me to change my mind on anything.
Well, I mean.
Dude, I know what you're doing. Yeah.
Jason in Oakland. Help me. He's got a message for you. Oh, hey, Jason.
What's up, Jay?
Jason.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
How you guys doing, man? I usually listen to you guys every time I get off work, man. I'm laughing. I'm gonna start calling Goo game by game Goo.
There you go.
Every game we got a different narrative. Oh God, we need to change. We need to trade Kuminga. We need to. Wow. You said the same thing. I called the guy and told him. I said Goo change every week. Every game we play is a different narrative. Hey, you got to relax. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what's going to happen next game. It might be, we've been good at home, but hey, we might lose that game. And the next game we might win. The next game we might lose. And Google going to have a different narrative every time the game goes. I think we need to trade Jordan Poole tomorrow.
Listen, I love you, but every game controls the narrative.
Right.
All I'm saying is right now, I'm betting high on the potential of Jonathan Kuminga.
And what Jason's saying is tomorrow you probably won't.
No, what Jason is saying is the game dictates to me. No, I'm watching the game.
Thanks so much.
The game. You love that. I'm going to take a
game by game Goo.
Nope.
I think Jason's
Evan,
got one.
Can you help me? Evan hears me every day. We talk off the air.
Sure.
I'm telling you, I'm high on Kuminga like I was high on Poole. Poole got to a point to where I was like, man, what's up with the balance? But then when you look at the big picture, I think so highly of Poole, he'll never be able to crack the top three, and that was including Wiggins.
Jace, you know what it is?
Game by game, Goo.
Jace, you know what it is? My man Jason, I think. It kind of gives Goo the license to kill a guy and praise a guy.
That's what you
all at once.
That's called life.
No, but it's not called life. I hope you don't do this with your friends. You like them 1 minute, you hate them the next day, you like them the next day, you hate them the day after that.
There's disappointment.
Well, what's the difference?
There's disappointment.
What's the difference?
There's disappointment. I can say to my friends and family and my kids, you disappoint me. Then I say, I love you. And I love you even when you're disappointed.
But here's you know what it is?
I'm a man of nuance.
If your kids were Poole and Kuminga, they wouldn't know you loved them. They wouldn't.
No, that's just terrible.
They wouldn't.
Dude, all last year I threw roses petals at the feet of Jonathan Kuminga. This is all your shtick. And
it's not my shtick.
My guy that he said he called another friend. Game by game Goo. I don't just say one take and
no, you don't.
And go Helen Keller.
Hell no, you don't.
I react to new information.
They're not really takes though. They're more reactions. Like Kuminga was great last night. He's off limits. If he plays well Sunday or plays terrible Sunday, he's like, boy, Steiny, I don't know about Kuminga. Do you think they should use him in a trade? Maybe.
So, are you going to act like and do this to your partner? You gave me the 100, but take the knife out my back and say that you and I have talked about it. Kuminga's been on a great run.
Sure.
Okay. And when I say great run, not Kobe when he scored 40 games in a row 100 times. I'm saying if you guys can be grown up, it's bigger than last night.
Probably the best 5-game stretch of his career because the game is looking like it's becoming simpler for him and easier somehow. He's more at ease with himself on the floor at both ends. So it's fun to watch. It's hard for young guys to come into this league and pick up everything that's being thrown at them. But he's done that. And, here we are near the end of his second year. He's just dramatically better than he was when he first arrived. So testament to him and his work ethic and his resilience in the face of, a lot of adversity, a lot of difficult, ups and downs.
I'll tell you what, my biggest takeaway from that is what I've talked about and we've talked about Kuminga getting from the head coach he may already have, and that's trust. And that sounds like a coach that if Jonathan Kuminga, let's just say he makes some mistakes or whatnot, Steiner, he may not get yanked like he would early on in the year.
So, G by G, here, like something like
what?
Now
easy.
The 707. Now we can get into this. Right. Nothing tops Goo wanting to fire Shanahan. Okay, so.
Now say everything that happened on why I wanted to fire him. It was when the kid broke his foot.
Whatever. You walked in one day and you were
I was hot.
All right. Shanahan should be fired. Okay?
Right. But are you going to ignore what led up to that?
No. But what do you what happens after you say that and they rip off 9 in a row?
It wasn't about how many in a row. It was about the energy and passion I had about you treating this kid like a running back. And I said it 4 or 5 weeks in a row. We were talking about the inevitable is going to happen. And that's why guys like you talk about my takes and you forget. You forget the beginning stages of why I was emotional. I didn't come in here and say it was about wins and losses.
No, but
I said, you just got that kid in sick bay, he's got surgery, and he ain't, you know what? And I said that game plan was stinky from the beginning. I smelled a rat, and it got this kid out of the season. That's what that was about. So people don't come down my lane thinking I got out of bed in the Union and got on Nimitz Highway 880 and got off on Embarcadero and got out the car here after I paid $20 and got on the mic and said Kyle should be fired because of wins and losses. I said he should be fired on how he handled his quarterback when all other coaches treat their quarterback like fine china. That's what I said.
Okay, so
when you play this game that you mastered, you poison these listeners like I'm the guy that came up here and from the belly talking about Carl deserves to get fired. That ain't how it played out.
Okay, well, where are you now? Should he have been fired? Were you right to want him fired the day after Trey Lance got hurt?
I'll never back off that take, but I knew that wasn't going to happen. I was emotional. Come on, man.
But that's the thing. I mean, you wanted him fired that day, and now,
I'm married. I wanted a divorce, I thought, at the time.
I'm just,
I don't mean I get a divorce.
Let me be clear. I'm not saying I know it's condescending.
I got you.
I'm not being condescending.
No.
I'm like, no, I got you.
But like you and JD, you guys will have discussions. He's not high on Kuminga, and it's not him personally, but the fans think he's not high on him. And it's like this thing that just has to be the straight and narrow the whole season long. People need to have a trait. I'm talking to everybody to give a person love when they deserve it and come down their road.
Well, don't say a guy should be fired.
Right.
If that's too harsh.
But you should know when I said that was emotion from how we treated Trey Lance.
But I try to give you every. So it was just emotional.
I feel better.
You made a mistake.
It was emotion.
Right. So you made a mistake. He shouldn't have been fired.
And of course, Evan took that and put it on the Vine.
Put what on the Vine?
On the clip. And, I took heat for it. But I don't apologize.
I'll tell you what, we'll do the George Kittle at 1:30. Right. No, you don't have to apologize for being wrong.
Well, I knew I was wrong when it came out because he wasn't going to get fired. I'm just telling you, if I were running things, I would have got rid of his
I'm trying to think.
Just because you did, because it was offensive.
Okay.
Some sectors of the world think what Kyle and the way you treated Trey Lance was offensive.
Okay.
And then you go get him hurt.
But would firing that? Let's move on.
Yeah.
Big J in Oakland. What's up, Big J? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Talk to us.
Manny, I wanted to ask you a question about refereeing real quick. 3 questions. Do you think the rookie whistle is the actual thing? Do you still think that Steph doesn't get a fair whistle, or you said it's a league-wide thing, it's not just a Warrior thing? And lastly, do you think the refereeing is going to get worse in the playoffs? Because typically the refereeing changes in the playoffs. And is it going to be a total disaster when the playoffs roll around?
All right.
Talk about the staff.
Rookies, I think there's no doubt rookies have to earn the respect of officials. I think that goes for everybody. I do not think Steph Curry gets a bad whistle. I do not. I do not believe Steph, of all the superstars, like Steph gets hosed more than Doncic or more than Embiid or more than Ja Morant. I just don't. I don't think the referees are less fair to Steph Curry. That's my second one. As far as the officiating getting worse, again, I'll say this a million times. These are the best refs. They're the absolute best refs on the planet. They're trained. They want to be refs. They're trained to be refs. They learn the NBA game. They take classes. They're in clinics. This is what it is. I mean, I don't. Now, the best refs ref in the playoffs, which is good. But, I'm going to say it. It is what it is. Joe's in Concord. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, I hear you guys talking. Who's the gentleman there, Guru?
Yes, sir. Hey.
I agree. I've heard him talk on some days, and then the story changes the next or a day later. But I also heard he's a Cowboys fan.
Let's talk about that.
Not
get personal.
Well, you put 2 and 2 together, you can figure out what's going on.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. I shouldn't have done.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Him up to that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
What are you I know who Joe in Concord is?
But come on, let's real quick back to Steph.
You said put 2 and 2 together.
Reeves is getting a better whistle.
That's because Reeves. Do you really want to do this?
Yeah, I really do.
You know why?
I'm not
people
telling
are
the people
starting
to
to like me because of my new attitude toward the Warriors.
Hey,
so
wow.
you need to get me back. I get it.
The caller call.
I get it. You feel like I'm picking on you today,
He's
which
on the
I
ground.
get. I can see that, and you're trying to pick me up.
6'4", umpteen pounds.
I deserve
you ain't
it.
Picking on me.
I deserve it.
Okay.
I deserve it.
Yeah. He gave me a hundo.
I don't know why I did that. That was so stupid.
But you paid it to Dub Nation, really. So now you're part of it. You feel good.
That's why I need to. That's why I need to harp on it. Whoever the texter was, the reason I need to harp on the bet is so everybody knows what I did. Were you going to say something?
No, I wanted you to go down and explain to Curry on the ground not getting the whistle.
He's not strong enough.
Steiny, his body. I was watching that 16 game.
He's gotten a lot stronger.
Okay,
but I mean,
he's still on the ground.
That's right, because the contact that he gets, that other players get,
if we see him again, we'll bring this up, and I believe it came up last time we saw him. Like Curry, you're on the ground more than I use the mop.
Why? So why is Curry getting fouled, but Poole's wearing dress shoes?
Well, Poole's getting to the line.
The point is,
Poole make the ref blow the whistle.
I'm just saying.
But the Reeves thing, I know he's right now he's a popular. But Steiny, you really saying you see so much of Reeves to where what he's doing? I'm
saying the more you attack the rim, the more the official has to make a decision whether to make a call or not.
So what's Curry doing?
First of all, for the 8 millionth time, 60% of his shots are three-pointers. So you can say he's going to the rim and he's finishing better than ever, but the reality is he's going to the rim less than he's ever gone to the rim. Secondly, when you look at how guys attack the rim, everybody does it different. Russell Westbrook, in his prime, attacked the rim a certain way. James Harden with Houston attacked the rim a certain way. Curry does not attack the rim like those guys, which means he doesn't put the ref in a spot where he's got to make a call or non-call every single time. He tries to finish with finesse. He's not necessarily trying to get to the line. Those guys were or are. There's my answer. You can disagree.
Yeah, I do.
All right, 888-9. Trae Young skinnier and smaller. Well, there's two things there, and I'll address the Trae Young thing on the other side. We also got to get to Kittle, and then the crossover. It's all sponsored by Bob's Discount Furniture.
Working hard when you'd rather be playing hard? Wishing you were clearing a level instead of clearing your inbox? Staring at spreadsheets but stuck on shattering high scores? Turn any time into game time with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. With its large screen, long-lasting battery...
do you got to lose?
What did I do wrong? Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I want to throw this one out to everybody, but I want to just give an example to Goo because I don't know the answer to this question. But it involves a hypothetical.
Okay.
We're talking about fouls, getting calls. Let's say there's two plays. Let's say it's me and you playing basketball. LeBron James is guarding us.
Okay.
All right. Me one game, you the next. All right. You're 6'4",
Yeah.
210.
Yeah.
I'm 5'11". I weigh less. You're stronger than me.
Okay.
You're bigger and stronger than me. Okay. So you drive to the basket, let's say, right? On
Gotcha.
LeBron.
All right.
He's in a legal guarding position, but he's strong enough to keep you from getting to the basket, okay?
Gotcha.
He's that strong. So he's using, let's say, 50% of his strength, okay, to keep you from going to the basket. He's using about 50%.
I got you.
Okay, you're 6'4". Guess what? You're not going to fall down. You're not going to fall down.
I get.
So
I
now I go up against LeBron James. He's in a legal guarding position, and he's using as much contact with you or with me as he did with you.
All right.
Well, I'm
You're
going to fall
going
down. I'm going to fall down probably because you're stronger than me. Should that be a foul or not? Assuming LeBron James has defended both of us the exact same way, it's just I couldn't power through it.
I'm going to give you a 10 on 10 on that example. You know what? I get your point. But all I'm talking about on Steph Curry is Steiny. It ain't about how many times he goes. And now if you're telling me it's part of his act to where he's going to the ground or theatrics, the dude gets hit more than a bowling pin, and maybe that's how they're looking at him, like he's baiting them. But a dude that averaged 32 points per game a couple years ago, everything that he's done and his improvement on going to the bucket, I just see him. I'm not a I don't wear Steph Curry underwear. I'm not a protector.
Chef, it's the chef.
And this is what this is where I'm gonna stop.
No, you're not.
That thing about Reeves with the last 57 free throws to 7 for Curry, like I would love to have that. Like this, I love Reeves, but are you telling me they're almost the same size? Like, what's he doing that Curry is not? And I just wonder if the refs know Curry's domain is from outside. He's so lethal.
It's not about his.
It almost goes against him.
It's not about perception. It's about reality. He doesn't drive a lot, and I know we can get into
because
he's finishing better than ever. Look, he only takes 10 twos a game. 10 twos a game. 10. 5 of those are probably mid-range. So, but
let's just say
Phil
3
Mike, go ahead.
Okay.
I can't wait for this question.
With a great podcast, by the way. What
Phil
up, Mike?
What's up? You want me to? Why does Trey Young get so many more calls?
That's a man.
Is that what you want?
Please tell me.
Because Steph Curry plays off the ball half the time. That's one part of it. Now, if you want to say, well, he's not getting calls because he's held off the ball, I'm sure that's coming next. Trey Young is involved in every single play of the Atlanta Hawks. I bet you the Hawks don't commit as many turnovers as the Warriors either. You know why? Because he's the only guy who has it. Like, he's involved in more plays.
They don't pass as much.
Exactly.
But you got to see, refereeing is a total game, though. So, like, he's getting fouled when he don't got the ball, Steiny.
Well,
and Trey Young is younger than him. Is not. Come on now, Trey Young is. I'm not gonna say he's okay. Yeah. He's nowhere close to what Steph Curry level is.
No, he's
and
not.
He get a way more better whistle.
But how many pick and rolls does he run a game? Trey Young, 25.
Who?
It's Trey Young. How many pick and rolls does he run a game? 25?
Right, but Stoney, these fouls are
Steph
in the belly of the beast in the middle of the paint, right by the goal.
How do you get to the middle of the paint?
You dribble and you go.
No, you come off a screen.
No, I'm talking sometimes, and Mike, I'm going to let Mike talk. Go ahead, Mike.
No, all I'm saying is that we're talking about the respect that Curry has. They have a lack of respect for giving him a call. He's getting thrown on the ground.
Thanks, Philmo. Appreciate it.
And that's a great word.
Yeah, and that's why that's like. I get it. A lot of Warrior fans believe that. I don't believe Steph Curry is getting thrown to the ground. Again, Dallas doesn't think Doncic gets any calls. Houston didn't think Harden got enough. You know what?
But Harden had on his best day, he manipulated them.
I'm lumping you all in with the fans of other teams with stars.
Yeah.
It's what you do.
Okay,
that's the way I feel.
Now you use the pick and roll, and I'm different than most. I love Trae Young. The reason I love Trae Young is he's trying to be Steph, and he won't get there, but he's still good trying to be Steph. You could tell that's what he's aiming for. My thing is, I feel like, and no shade at Trey Steiny, he has comprehended almost a skill to manipulate the ref with whatever he's doing and getting to the basket. Where Steph
he's getting to the basket because he drives 5 times more to the basket. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Because
he likes to lean in.
Yeah.
Curry doesn't do that. He shoots threes.
So explain the falling down on the floor then, though. That's not for Curry. He's not doing that by himself.
Same thing happens to Trae Young.
And he gets the
best. Does he? Not on those, he doesn't.
The whole point is, Steiny, it's so bad.
It's not so bad. Listen, you can think that. I know
Trae Young, Mike.
I know I'm not going to talk Warrior fans out of them thinking that Curry gets screwed. I'm just telling you, every time I hear that, all I have to do is say, I disagree. I think you're wrong. So, I clearly, you've asked me a million times to tell you why. I try to tell you why, but it's never going to go anywhere people believe what they believe. That's fine.
No doubt. And
I don't believe. Like, what are you saying that refs, do they purposely?
No, it's nothing.
Okay, what is it then? Why is he getting screwed?
I'm
Steph
telling
Curry.
You, I feel like because the game changed in front of the referee's eyes, and that what Steph represents and what he just basically perfected, Steiny, was everything outside the three ball. So they don't look at him almost like Steiny, if I count every time the dude is on his ass going to the rack and he's not throwing himself in the air, contact is contact. I can't ignore why the refs blow the whistles for others.
They don't.
And now Austin Reeves, who this is no shade.
Why would you bring him up? Like, they don't play the same position.
He's gone to the line 57 times in the last 4 games.
Would you have taken any player who's gotten to the line 40 times? Like, why Austin Reeves? He's irrelevant to the conversation.
Because he's done nothing in this game.
But you haven't watched all 4 games?
Okay, no, I'm just talking about why. He's a nobody compared to Stephen Curry. But to the refs, he's a somebody.
Okay, so you want Curry ref differently.
No, I want him to get his respect. And when his ass gets knocked to the ground, call the whistle. And Steph's making buckets, and they're not calling them.
You guys are crybabies.
Yeah, it ain't just me.
I know. It's all Warrior fans.
No.
Actually, it's not all Warrior fans. It's you and Warrior fans. Just like it's you and Mavericks fans. Would you agree? You're in the same boat as every team with a superstar. Just acknowledge that. That what you're doing right now, just acknowledge what you're doing right now is no different than they do in every city.
To the charity stripe. He's magnum
cum
laude.
Right.
I don't know. He cries when, he can't miss a shot.
I know.
But they call the whistle for him.
He's a crybaby.
They call the whistle.
Curry
don't get that whistle. That's the whole.
That's because he doesn't go to the basket like Luka, either as hard
or as often. Why are people calling talking about when he's on the ground?
Because they're homers. Because we're in the Bay Area, Goo. Wake up.
The ball goes in, and he doesn't get the whistle.
Goo.
I'm not.
They don't think They don't think Embiid gets anything in Philly. It's the same in every city.
Okay.
Now for you to think, that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So, but you're right
they're
on
still
Curry
in the
and
upper
everybody
echelon
else.
of getting calls. Everybody's going to want to call. Stotty Curry's not. He's at the bottom.
Stop shooting so many threes.
It ain't about the threes. It's about when he goes to the basket and his ass is getting knocked to the ground.
If a guy shoots more threes, is he likely to go to the line more or less?
I'm not even going to answer that. You know the answer to that.
Because he leads the league in three-point attempts every single year.
But
why would he go to the line as much as those other guys?
So you're telling me right now, and the people listening, that Curry is not on the ground more times times
care if he's
ever
on the ground or not.
Then you ain't then you don't want to answer.
The question was,
how do you get knocked to the ground?
Question
He's getting hit,
was,
Stoney.
Right. So get stronger.
He's done that.
Why when Jordan Poole goes to the floor, do you not say that's a foul? Should Jordan Poole get a foul call every time he goes to the floor?
No, I can make an argument that he gets a better whistle than Curry.
Well, that's because he goes to the basket differently. He goes to the basket differently, seeking contact.
I just call a foul.
Right. Like you're Warrior fans, you're just like here's what it is.
Yeah.
And we got to get out of
here.
Yeah. Warrior fans, you're just like every other fan base saying their star doesn't get enough calls. But you know what? You're also like everybody's other fan base, and you think you're the only fan base that's right. You think you're the only fan base that's right about my guy doesn't get calls. Ought to be ashamed. That's such weak fandom.
I hope we get to talk to him.
Willard and Dibs coming up.
Hi, Little Bob here from Bob's Discount Furniture.
Curry's been the best thing to happen to my career.
Now, back to Steiny
Turn
and
your
Guru
mic on.
On 95.7
As the great one would say.
Wow.
I laugh at that because just the way you, Steph Curry is the best thing that ever happened to me.
That's a 3, dude.
My career.
Yes. Yes. But
Willard and Dibbs joining us on 95.7 The Game. What's up, guys?
truthfully,
Yes.
I'm the best thing that ever happened to your career because I was the one at the old station and I was the one at the new station who said, you know what? This
Come
guy's
on,
edgy.
Dibbs.
This guy's edgy. This guy knows his stuff. As much as I tried to keep you out, and I did, I tried to keep him in.
Wow.
Those are
Dibbs
the facts.
told me that.
Dibbs does take credit for everyone's career in this market.
Wow.
That's
Kate
true.
Scott
I don't know
tomorrow,
if you know that.
Kate Scott tomorrow with
Yeah.
Whitey and Dibbs. I
Yeah.
made her.
Oh,
yes.
wow. By the way,
Yeah, no doubt.
but maybe he has a point. Now, I don't know, Dibbs. Are you aware of how much your name has come up on the Steiny and Guru show today?
No,
you don't know
You
this.
ain't been- that's why
All right,
he's
so
in the
maybe,
No,
right,
no, no.
right.
Tell him, Mark.
I was
Well,
calling
maybe-
a young Serbian who wants to get in the business. Shout out Danilo Milanovic.
But you didn't help. The hell did you just say? Yeah.
I've been helping people since I raised you up.
Yeah, he's going to make this person's career too. 30 years from now. when that
Exactly.
person's doing
I
middays
started
on-
Danilo.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell him what he missed, Will.
Well, so apparently, there are a few people potentially in this room who will be attending Chase Center's Sixers versus Warriors game tomorrow night.
Oh boy!
And immediately, Steiny.
Hold on a minute.
Steiny, I'm
Hold
driving.
on.
No, listen.
Hold
'cause
on,
I'm
just a
driving.
picking minute.
I'm driving. Right, I'm taking my dog to the dog park.
I love you.
And Guru just steps in mud without even realizing. He's like, "Yeah, I'm going to the game," and I got a text from Bob Myers.
No, don't.
Right?
No,
and
don't.
and Steiny,
Oh, my
Steiny
God.
just stops and goes, "Did you check with Dibbs?" And Guru's like, "I don't even know what you're talking about." And Steiny's like, none of that stuff can run through anyone. It has to run through Dibbs first. And if you don't run through Dibbs, you'll learn on the changeover. So I do what a good co-host does. I immediately text both of them and go, "Hey, I got tickets to the game tomorrow night too, and I didn't check with him either."
Let's go.
And
That's fine. That's fine.
And so I didn't go through Bob Myers. I didn't
Okay.
I'm not. I'm gonna keep mine underneath my.
You can
vest
sit
over
where
here,
you're
but
going to sit, and
I
shout
will.
out Double R's, who
And
I'm
I
sure
will.
broke you
Yeah,
off a pair.
my sons and the lovely Christy will be in attendance. Which,
Right.
by the way,
It's
when
great.
she found out you're going to be in attendance,
I can't wait.
she
Yeah.
wants to sit with you.
Yeah.
She doesn't even care
Okay.
where I'm sitting now.
We'll hook up.
Does she have any interest in co-hosting a radio show?
We've discussed it. We she'd be good on a podcast.
Well,
Before you go any further,
exactly.
you got me angry because
I think that was the point.
I understand.
Wait, I got you angry?
You got me angry.
Well, what did I do?
I'm
simply
understand.
sharing the portion of the radio show that you missed.
I cannot wait to ask my
Had
question.
I missed it, and I did, and had no one ever alerted me to the fact that I missed it,
right?
I never would have been this mad because I know where you got your 4, and you know what?
No, you actually don't.
I'm
You
sure I
think
do.
you know, but you don't know, and you never will.
I've
you.
never heard
Wherever
that.
you got your 4, I used to get 6s and 8s, and so
Look at
I
it.
love the organization. They've been so good to
I'm
me.
LeBron.
I will never
I'm sure
hate
you
on
made
anyone.
everyone over there. Yes, go
Raymond
ahead.
Ritter was a Laker until I touched him with my good graces.
You leave
But
Raymond's
for
name out
you
of this.
to get
Thank you.
Bob
Let's go.
Myers seats again,
Now, hold
for
on.
for you to
Okay.
get the Bob Myers seats a second
Who's
time
recording?
is offensive.
But hold on. These aren't the seats I was
Bob, you were a power forward at Monte Vista when I was out here making radio.
I do hope Gonzaga wins tonight. That's
Yeah,
my
I got
only
you.
point that I want to
I do
add
too
in.
now.
You know what I
Big
heard?
time.
And my co-host did it in Dibbs.
UCLA.
There's another side to me. But why are you guys both looking like I had to? Can I have something, Bob?
No, don't.
I didn't say that.
He went right to it.
I
unless
didn't
Bob
say
called
that.
him. But,
I didn't say that.
Why can't? Well, what if he said, "Hey, I got some scragglers you need too"?
But he didn't. Probably.
How do you know that?
Well,
see,
why don't
that's where
so
we.
I drove away
because he's
going,
never done it
profiling.
before.
But like you guys did, you left. This was a hanging chad of the conversation. Because it was
Shout out
like you
Florida.
said Bob texted you.
Right.
Steiny said no, he didn't. And then you guys just moved on. You're like,
that's
let's
because
talk
it
about
was
the Warriors.
It's like the Steph
It could've
doesn't
been
get
I was
foul
like,
calls. There's
I
nowhere to go.
I want to know who texted who first.
There you go.
That matters to me.
Answer the question.
The text what? No. Hey, we were having a conversation.
You texted Bob and said, "Hey, Bob, I'm free.
Yeah.
Are you in the suite?"
I wasn't panhandling. We were talking about something, and somehow some tickets came up. And then
somehow.
Oh my
he
God!
had to. You know what I'm saying? But then it was.
Wait, doesn't Bob always have two?
Yes.
He's
got 4.
I'm behind the bench. I'm behind the Warriors bench.
He's got 2 on the court and 4 behind the bench.
We talk. We do talk. Just about life, every now and again. And then it came up. The tickets came up.
Did you tell him you wanted Poole to go to the hole more last night? Like what? How did this conversation
They must have
start?
heard. Kaminga must have been listening because what he did last night.
The whole team.
And I was having some fun with my partner.
Oh
I said, Kaminga's off limits.
I can't even insult.
Steiny,
I can't even.
Somebody called. We're gonna start calling Triple G. Game by game guru.
Dude, and I'm going to pull a Steiny in this changeover. I'm going to turn my camera off, and I'll come back about 2:12.
No, oh, my God.
I'm going to close my laptop. Because you know
we got
what?
a show meeting today.
I mean, I've been on, and Bob, I mean,
but
I know.
That's who you're really talking to, not me.
I'll talk to Bob.
Okay.
I'll talk to Bob directly. And, it's tough, Guru, when you actually are critical of the people in the front office, unlike, Pom Pom Radio, which is what you do.
Oh,
so
boy.
I get that. Bob, if you
Somebody
think
hand me a vest.
Bob, this is Dan Daly. If you think I'm too critical, just tell me straight up to my face.
That ain't
I
how
get
it
that.
popped off. And Steiny.
And you know what? Steve Kerr today, at 5 o'clock.
What's asking for tickets?
Dude, I'm going to polish Steve. I'm going to
do
polish
that.
Steve Kerr's resume. I'm going to give
I
Steve
didn't
Kerr
do
the
that.
guru treatment
9-time
today.
champion.
And, dude, he's won a third. I was
Actually,
wrong,
no,
Mark.
he's won 10, I think.
He's won a third of the championships of the last 27 years. He's won 9 of them.
Wow.
And Steve, I'll tell you what, they should change the logo into your face, Steve. By the way, I'm Freedom Austin.
Larry O'Brien, my
The three blind mice.
the Steve Kerr trophy.
It says a lot about what you think of me. The 3 blind mice. That's who you are. Thinking that if I show you the text thread, that it had to be, hey, can you hook me up?
My man, all I'm here to do is instigate. I have
Now when you say that, I'm back in a place of love.
Not me.
Hey, can I show you this?
I don't care how you got the tickets.
$100. He gave me $100. Tell him.
Yeah, what now? I heard the back end of this. Did you back out of the bet or something?
Listen to this.
Wow. You know the bet.
The bet.
I have the field for $100.
And he's got the Warriors.
And I told, as the season's been going on,
Diz really laughed.
I just found myself, especially as we're going to head into the playoffs, it's like, I don't want to worry against the Warriors. Like, I don't want to come in here, watch the playoffs are starting. It's like, they just can't win it all. Because the only thing that matters to me.
Yeah, he did.
Is winning that bet.
Listen, here he goes.
I don't care about the Warriors. I care about winning a bet with Guru.
Oh, yeah.
That was going to dwarf everything.
No, but it works out well because you hate the Warriors.
See,
no,
man,
I
Steph Curry's the best thing to happen to
this
my
instance because I bet
I just came in here with my Steiny shirt on today. I'm just going to mess with everybody. That's all I'm going to do.
Dude, what happened to the love affair? Where is the love?
It's a tryst. Quick tryst. So yeah, I just don't want to do it.
So you just gave
So
him
I said, so somebody on the text line, of course, sticks it to me and goes, yeah, Steiny, the only reason you canceled the bet was because they're going to win it. You know it. And now you weaseled out of it. And I said,
does the bet still stand? So you gave him $100.
I gave him $100.
And now he'll give it back
I said,
to you?
why don't you? No, I said, why don't you hold? Here's $100. You just hold it. Just hold it.
Okay.
If the Warriors win it and you feel like you want to take it because you won the bet, go ahead.
Okay.
If they don't and you want to take it, go ahead. If you don't, if they don't win it and you want to give it to charity, give it to charity.
This is psychological
It's out of my head.
This is
it's out of my head.
He's elite.
Yeah, he's
psychological
Welcome to Dub
warfare.
Nation. He paid membership.
Man.
No, but he
Look
didn't.
at him, he's smiling.
No, he pinned you into a corner again, which should be the name of your show, by the way. He pinned you into a corner because you're the bad guy no matter what now.
But no matter $100.
I know.
hey, I'll be the bad guy, the good guy.
If that matters, then
$5.20.
Right.
There's no
the
way.
gas station, we on our way.
You can't come out of this looking good no matter what now.
Right.
Now you're the guy that either won the bet and he was the bigger man, like who cares? It's
But
already in
he
your
feels
pocket.
relieved, like the weight of the world's off his
But
shoulders.
Mark, the beauty of all this is he can't come off as the bad guy no matter what because of the dynamic Steiny versus Guru.
Yeah,
so
well,
Steiny can give him
he'd
$100 a
start.
day, and they still would be against Steiny.
Just keep talking.
You're listening to 95.7
I just hate that you
GFM
asked for tickets.
and HD1 San Francisco.
I mean, you begged.
No, that was
You
going
begged.
well. I wanted to hear that. You were actually going to do the ID.
I did it, but he said he fessed up, I think.
He talk blocked you, yeah.
Okay,
What you mean fessed up?
You knew I was doing the read, and so that's when you said I did ask Bob Myers.
It's been a long show. I'm fried. I did not know you were doing the read. We got into it. Dude, this dude went off just real quick over Curry's foul calls. He's improved that facet to his game, but I'm no. I
can't
Willard,
either.
say what you want about your boy. Talking about me. I am no homer to the point to where, because I root for the team. Curry gets knocked to the ground more than any other superstar I've seen with no whistle.
Did you ever watch Tiny Archibald play?
I mean,
Well,
I do.
can I offer you one
Yeah,
counterpoint?
okay,
So Draymond Green gets his 5th foul, and then the next subsequent 3 plays are all
He can
plays
mug you.
where, and I love Draymond Green, and his principle of verticality is maybe the best in the history of the league. He's so good at that. But if it's anybody else, it's a foul. Draymond Green gets so much leniency when he has 5 fouls, it's ridiculous.
Oh,
I do feel
Those are
like
facts.
this has got to be circumstantial on some level. And here are the dynamics in play. Does Steph get a fair star whistle? I'm not here to make the case that he does, but here are a couple things. And I heard, Steiny, what you were saying, which I think is one fair point.
I was listening to the traffic
Which is that
reports.
Steph, when he drives to the hole, does not go to finish like other stars, right? Because he can't. But also, his size within the framework of an NBA floor is such that when he gets bumped, he's going to fly further than LeBron does.
Yeah.
That's true, too.
Your Honor, I'd like to include Trey Young, Exhibit A, on the dude getting called like Kobe.
But is he?
Dude, he's almost going 9 times a game.
Right. But I think his usage on that particular team. My last point would be this. Every fan thinks that their star gets fouled all the time.
Steiny said that.
Every fan.
Not
thinks that.
Luka.
I'll say.
Oh, my God.
And last night's game, for example, let's say the refs stunk. Okay, fine. They got the 2 biggest calls of the game right, and one was not call. And I hate the words.
Yeah.
Luka was not over the back on the Draymond Green when he missed his own shot, and he flopped. And then when he was under the basket,
no foul.
That's not
No
foul.
foul.
Like, none of neither of those were
Great
fouls.
D.
None of
foul.
those two.
Yeah.
So they didn't get suckered.
Correct.
The refs actually got the one call correct that was even more important than that, which is the one that Mark Cuban is protesting.
Oh, my 10,000.
This is
10,000
absolutely. If any of you are still questioning this, you have not seen all of the angles. This was an unfortunate byproduct of the camera angle of national TV.
Tough tweet for the goo.
Where all you saw,
That hurt.
all you saw was the arm point toward the Mavericks.
I didn't see that.
Prior to him pointing to the Mavericks, he awards the ball to the Warriors and then awards a timeout to the Mavericks.
There you go.
Kevon Looney immediately goes to the ref and goes, "Did you just award it to the Mavericks?" You can hear the conversation. He goes, "No, that's a timeout for the Mavericks.
Right,
It's
right.
Warriors ball." This is an embarrassing protest by Mark Cuban. Embarrassing.
It's a loss. Here's my only thing, Mark, and I'm only saying this because I've refereed
I love the referee.
I've refereed
I
fourth
love
grade
refs.
where this happens in the 4th grade probably once a game where
refs
it's
are
like,
amazing.
hey, yo, St. Cecilia's, it's not your ball. Come on down. Why didn't the referees in that moment say,
Now that's
yo,
real
yo,
tough. Yeah,
hey,
okay.
hey, Dallas, hey, little guys,
because
it's not your ball.
Because
Come on down.
it's not St. Sebastian.
I guess that's
it's
it.
the Mavericks.
Yeah, St. Sebastian's
And this
would never make that mistake.
If I were Mark Cuban, that would be I'm going to my own locker room and going, where the hell is your
Right.
awareness?
Okay.
5 Warriors are standing there with the ball, and supposedly you think it's your ball, but none of you
And if
went
you
to
look at the
inbound
other
it?
officials, the other officials are all on that same end of the floor.
They did
None
not-
of them are down on the other end. The officials are all on this end. They're all anticipating the ball being on this end.
Totally on
I
the
just
Mavs.
wonder why there wasn't a moment where the ref was like, hey, Jay Kidd, you know it's not your ball, right?
Because it's the NBA.
I guess.
And we don't do that.
It's not
right?
their, I'm not blaming anyone for that.
Yeah.
But other than that, it was a hell of a game.
Put your coffee cup
We got to
down.
show me. Look, got on the mic today.
No, you know
came
what-
in here.
you know-
did?
Yeah.
He did. Look.
What?
Steiny blasted
He-
him for his video.
He
put up.
tweeted the video of the play out.
Steiny
and
blasted him.
He butchered it, of course. And then he came in and said, well, you know who doesn't think I butchered it? 32,700.
Dude,
those
he
are
loves
impressions.
that clout. He's
Dude.
about that clout.
So that means, what's that? Like,
What does that
Is
mean?
that how many people have laid eyes on it?
Yes. Yeah. People
It's
who
like
are,
you with followers. How you
people
get
who
all
people who are scrolling
excited.
through and accidentally saw a video. And,
I do look at my number. I'm puny.
Yeah.
Hey,
By
can you
the
do
way,
me a favor before you go?
Uh-oh.
Can you teach me how to get Bob Myers to give me his tickets?
Have a good one, Jim.
Yeah, we'll see.
first, you are listening to
Wow.
95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Yep. Let's not forget that.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so do I effectively now have edgy dibs? Do I have edgy dibs?
Absolutely.
Is there any other kind?
Well, and you made me mad with your, Thursday, best day of the week. And you did that on purpose.
It is the best day of the week.
So full of crap.
Do you know? Look at the changeover we just had. Tell me that there is not something organically delicious about today. Don't you have a little extra juice boost? You got Friday tomorrow.
Well, you got me angry.
The Warriors just had the win of the year. Embiid and Harden are coming to town tomorrow. Let's light up Chase Center for a Friday night.
Kate Scott homecoming.
Kate Scott's coming.
A Willard free show for me.
That's right. You get to speak tomorrow. It's going to be amazing.
It'll be cool.
I'll
be hoarse by the end of it, thanks to Whitey.
Thursday afternoon. Don't you feel like the world is your oyster?
Nah, not
you
even.
don't.
I mean,
I'm
tomorrow's
so
going to be
excited
cool.
right now.
Tomorrow's a special day.
Oh, I never get headaches on a Thursday ever.
Oh, I can get you a headache.
Nah,
all I have to do
even you could
turn the angle of this air conditioner.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Oh, we'll see.
Ain't nothing gonna slow me down.
Don't challenge me.
Walk-off win for the Mill Valley KC Monarchs last night.
And that was a great story.
Warriors win. I mean, what? I mean, my gosh.
All I have
It's
to do
all
is get the
good.
temperature up 8 degrees in
Well,
here.
yeah, that won't work.
Yeah, and you're Dibs. It's so damn hot.
I would like to petition to be, the number one thing between men and women, right? Which is sitting in a car. That's it. I know it. The woman wants it to be 87 degrees with hot air blowing literally up her nostrils. And the man is like, could we please make it 42 degrees, get some icicles on my ears so that we can drive here? I would like to be the face of the male side of that argument.
Yeah.
I can't stand it when it's this hot. Whether it's in here, whether it's the car.
Anywhere, yeah.
I mean, it's been 50 degrees for 4 months here in the Bay Area, and I'm playing air conditioning when I turn the car on.
It's funny because in our house, we set it at 64 overnight. And then when we wake up in the morning, it's 64, and I go to juice it up to maybe 67 because we're all awake now. And I hear from supper, I like to keep it at 64 in the morning. We like it to be cool in here.
Good for her.
So you and I are polar opposites, literally. Pun intended.
Yeah. Well, you can be in touch with your feminine side on that if you would like to be.
Look at you.
All
Make
good.
it about gender and pronouns.
Let's go.
Mean-spirited.
I mean, in some ways, win of the year yesterday. And actually, here's
stole it from Dallas.
Oh, did they now?
Yeah, they should. Those 2 points, Mark. It's such a
which
joke.
by the way, I love it. Oh, they stole 2 and we only lost by 2. Yeah, because you put up a spread beater 3-pointer that was pointless at the buzzer. That crap should be illegal, by the way. I didn't even bet on this game.
But you loved
the
it
second
plus 3
time
or minus 3.
Ridiculous bad beat. It was just like that. Was it Gonzaga the other night? Was it Gonzaga? Who?
TCU, yeah.
TCU and Gonzaga.
Yeah.
TCU's up by 6. The spread's 4.5. And TCU lets the ball roll to half court and pours in a 3 at the buzzer for no good reason. I say if you're up by 5 or more, because even if it's 4, you could get fouled. If you're up by 5 or more and there's a 2.5 or less, you're not allowed to shoot. No shooting. Too many bad beats around this town, and yesterday was one of them, except for the Warriors still won, and that is all that matters.
Get a stop.
Get a stop. I loved one thing in particular about last night's win.
Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, he's a part of my answer, yes. It's not the simple fact. The simple thing is that they won, and they won a huge game. But I thought each guy showed such awareness. I love awareness. Do you want to know when this popped into my head? So I'm driving the little guy to school this morning. and I guarantee you every one of you is going to relate to this. You've all been there, okay? You got a street that's lined up with morning rush hour. You're lined up with cars, okay? But you would like to turn left. Hey, guys, I just want to get around you. And there's room. There's one of those little side lanes where you can squeeze through and get into the turn lane. But the jabroni in front of you has decided to either be 3 car lengths behind the car in front of him or just kind of line himself up in the lane incorrectly to the point where you can't get by. That's fine. We all end up where we are. Except for when there's a line of cars behind you trying to squeeze by and people are waving out their window. I'm not going to honk. I'm not going to lay on the horn. But you put the hand up a little bit like, hey, right? Could you scoot up a little bit so we could all get by? And that person stands there sipping on a smoothie or something for about
he's an idiot.
Maybe an iced coffee.
For a minute and a half while all of us watch all the lights go yellow to red and our kids are late to school. My man, could you have a little spatial awareness? When that happened to me this morning, I thought, Warriors, did you watch the way Steph Curry was like, it's a huge game, but I'm not jacking up threes. They shot less than 40 threes last night. Poole didn't turn the ball over.
39. I mean,
fine.
Let's just not.
But fine.
Let's be fair. They were 12 of 39 from 3.
Hold on, Captain
Not
Semantics. Is 39 less than 40, yes or no?
Mr. Draw a line in the sand, you're going to call me Captain Semantics?
I would like a yes or no answer.
They shot more than 38 threes, Mark.
Is the number 39 less than 40 or not?
Sure, Mark.
Beautiful. It's a lot less threes than they shot in Houston.
They stunk from 3. They were good from 2. Let's point that out.
Steph Curry was a facilitator. Jordan Poole, a facilitator. Draymond Green, the height of his powers. Jonathan Kuminga, finally a good game on the road. All of the guys were so, I thought, aware of the moment. Full effort. Remember what I said yesterday on the show?
Yeah.
I just want to see these guys play like their butts are on fire. Dibs, we got all of it.
And they won by 3.
Hey, actually by 2.
They won by 2. Gutsy effort.
Hey.
So I'm not discounting it.
Huge win.
A couple things here, if I may respond to that beautiful monologue. First of all, use your horn. Any a-hole who is leaving 3 spots of space, sipping on a latte in a school drop-off lane deserves much more than just a honk. It's a honk. It's a middle finger. It's a honk, it's a middle finger, and it's a swerve and a cut in. You and I are cut from a different cloth.
I'm not a middle finger user.
Oh, dude.
I'm not. My kids are in the car for crying out loud.
Teach your children well and know that you love them.
Man.
First and foremost. You got to let them know how we do things.
Someone's going to pull out a gun.
Secondly, not in the town in which you live. They might pull out a Sharpie and scratch you out a firmly worded email.
They'll pull out a phone and start filming.
Exactly.
Yeah,
no one's pulling out anything.
I'm not a middle
in
finger
your
user.
town.
It's just not my thing.
Use the horn. It's what it's there for.
No, it's really not.
Jonathan Kuminga, by the way, leading the team in scoring for the second time this year. Second time in 3 games. So that really is the headline. Your cute story about 39 threes, great. They still shot too many threes, and I'm borrowing from our program director, Captain Look, who tweeted that, oh my God, too many threes. They were 38 of 51 on 2s.
Yes.
38 of 51. That's damn near 80%.
Unbelievable.
On 2s. So if you eschew the 3 and shoot the 2, you're going to be a much more dominant team, but they settle for so many threes.
Well,
Jonathan Kuminga, Mark, is the headline. He has arrived. He is amazing. And the real story to Jonathan Kuminga, I don't know if you saw the picture with he and his parents after the game.
Yes, I did. I liked it.
His dad's got to be 6'10".
Right.
And his mom is a legit 6'4".
Well, that's how you get that kind of height and athleticism in Jonathan Kuminga.
That picture made him look like an 8th grade CYO player who's 5'11".
Warriors still have an extra roster spot or no? Can we
seriously
get
either of those
That
Kumingas.
guy's got 6 fouls. Get him out there.
Or the misses. I mean, his mom could go out there and she's a stretch 3 in her own right.
888-957-9570 is the number. You're always welcome on this show. Xfinity Mobile text line, Twitch, YouTube audience, good afternoon. It's Willard and Dibs now every day, 2 to 6, right here on 95.7 The Game. And excited to be here today on a day that may well represent a bit of a turning point for the Warriors. I know we've said that a number of times this year, but this one to me almost automatically is, simply because of what it does in the standings and the number of games left. So few games left. It's now tilted in the favor of home games over road games left. You're 2 games over 500. The Warriors likely, unless something weird happens the rest of the way, they've grabbed at minimum the strong opportunity to go ahead and finish this off and stay out of the play-in tournament, which is huge. It's absolutely huge. And to do that in a night where they knew that was at stake, come on, man. I know we could split hairs. Kyrie was out, and they still gave up 125, and they only won by 2 and all those things. Look, road games this time of year, obviously, look at all these Western Conference teams. They're tough. They are hard to win. And the Warriors got one in the most important time. And I honestly thought, person to person on the floor, each player had the right approach. They had the right mental approach to this game. Were they great from 3? No. Are you going to take the 3 away from NBA teams now? Obviously not.
Not this team. They shoot more threes than anyone.
But everyone, like, what did Dallas shoot last night? How many threes did they put up?
More than 40.
Okay.
Actually, 40.
So they shot more than the Warriors did. So that's
These are 2 of the most three-point shootingest teams in the association.
Absolutely. And I get that. But I also thought their effectiveness from inside, they attacked. They did exactly each individual, the role that he chose to play last night, to me, showed a level of awareness that we don't often see from this team.
They rebounded.
We have not this year.
They had 33 assists. They only turned it over 13 times. So you can look at their three-point shooting mark and say, bad night from 3. They shot 31% from 3. They were far better from 2, but they out-rebounded Dallas 44-31. They had 33 assists, and we know that when Steve Kerr teams have 30 assists, they usually win basketball games, and only 13 turnovers. So all those things added up to a nice win, and I don't look at things like who the other team didn't have. When you're this late in the year and you're desperate for wins, you don't look at the fact that they didn't have Kyrie Irving and they didn't have Hardaway Jr. and JaVale McGee didn't play and, Ntilikina didn't play, whatever you want to look at. Bottom line is you had a basketball game and you won it. And it's a game that you needed to win. First time all year you won 2 straight road games.
I mean,
shocking.
Some of these numbers are shocking, by the way. It's always a matter of perspective. You sit there, Kyrie was out. Luka was just getting back. Dallas didn't play well, what have you. If I had thrown some of these numbers at you and told you it was a road game, the 5th game of a 5-game trip, and I threw these numbers at you, if I had done this before the game last night, you'd have told me the Warriors are going to lose by 25. If I had said to you, Steph and Clay will combine for 29 points, what would you have said?
Doesn't look good.
What would you have said if I had said Steph, Clay, and Jordan Poole will combine to go 3 of 16 from 3-point range?
Well, it sounds like Jordan Poole shot a lot of shots.
Yeah. These are all things that if I'd given that to you, so the fact that you got 14 from Draymond, the fact that you got a double-double from Looney, the fact that you got 14 from DiVincenzo.
22 from Kuminga, bro.
Kuminga, 9 of 11 and 22 to lead the team off the bench. Look, am I crazy for thinking this? This is the game they've been waiting for.
Kind of, yeah.
This is the one they've been waiting for.
They shot 56% from the floor with 33 assists. If I gave you those numbers, you would think that they would have won by 20. So we can all look at numbers of individuals or the team. They shot 55.6% from the floor, and they had 33 assists and only 13 turnovers. That's a game they win 97% of the time.
But it's not just that. It's the 2 key. Let's be honest. Moses Moody, okay, whatever. James Wiseman's not on the team. Let's talk about Poole and Kuminga. What is it that the team is waiting for those 2 guys to do? Play smart.
Meaningful minutes, too, yeah.
But do it smart. Don't make Steph throw a mouthpiece. Don't make Draymond walk off the court. Don't make anybody roll their eyes. Jordan Poole and Jonathan Kuminga combined for 38 points off of the bench, 6 assists from Jordan Poole, 9 of 11 from Kuminga. Good decision making. If those two guys play like that, then yes, the sky is the limit.
Well, and let's be fair about Jordan Poole. He was not in there over the final 6 minutes of that game.
That's fine.
So
that's true.
It's not fine if you want to talk about Jordan Poole as a one or the future of anybody's team.
I'm not worried about
Jordan
that.
Poole is largely unplayable in these late game situations. They would rather play Kuminga. They would rather play DiVincenzo in the restaurant quality. Jordan Poole was relegated to Moses Moody status in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Well,
he didn't play.
But to say
it came down to the nut crunching time,
Right.
and it was DiVincenzo, Kavan, and Kuminga.
Right. So you went with the guys who were hot that night. Like, I guess my
It's
point is
becoming more of a trend, I would say.
fair. But to say that he didn't play means he was unplayable, I think is a leap. That's an unfair leap.
Well, they
in my
chose
opinion.
not to play him.
That's
they chose
fine.
to win the game.
Yes.
And so by trying to win the game,
Well, it doesn't mean
they
they-
went with other players
Right.
who could actually win the game.
Well, but it doesn't mean that Jordan couldn't have won the game. We didn't see it. But to
it
say,
means that Steve Kerr didn't feel like that he was a guy to be in there when they wanted to win the game.
ask him about it at 5 o'clock.
No doubt.
Let's ask him about it at 5 o'clock.
Opening question. Why do you hate
Why do you
Jordan
hate Jordan
Poole?
Poole?
Thank
Exactly.
you.
Yeah,
And can
yeah,
I get
yeah,
your tickets for tomorrow night? I mean,
I'm thinking the answer's going to be no. I would do that in a different order.
Good call.
Start
Good
with, can I
call.
get your tickets for
Yeah,
tomorrow
yeah.
night? Then
if
after
the
you get
answer's
an
yes,
answer.
then then it's just all butter and toast.
Yeah. No, I think it's the game they've been waiting for.
Big time.
It's the game they've been waiting for the obvious reasons and then for the intricate reasons as well, which is to think that, and don't forget that before the game, Steve Kerr sort of struck a tone of potentially some hope of Andrew Wiggins returning. And again, you start to see, to me, there's two scenarios where a 38 and 36 team is actually a championship contender. There's two scenarios. Two things, I shouldn't even say scenarios, two things that have to happen that right now aren't happening. One of them, Andrew Wiggins needs to be available for this team. And here's the second one. These young players got to grow up. You have got to grow
one of them
up.
has.
They have been waiting for you to grow up all year long. And you can rip Steve Kerr for the minutes. I do think there's a chicken of the egg conversation I hear. Like when Kuminga does this, people will go, why haven't you been playing him?
Exactly.
But couldn't you respond and say, maybe he's playing this way because of the way that you nurtured him through the year? I don't know what the answer is. We can ask Steve that at 5
and we will
o'clock too.
ask him. And I do know what the answer is.
You
And
do?
Yes. The answer is he's playing this way because you nurtured him the way you nurtured him. And you can't say that Steve Kerr can't develop young players and then have Jonathan Kuminga play the way he's playing. And I didn't get a chance to catch the morning roast today, but they've been very critical of Steve Kerr and his development of Jonathan Kuminga. And yet here you have him leading the team in scoring, not the bench, the entire team. He plays with 4 Hall of Famers, 3 who are able to play, 1 who's not, and yet he's your leading scorer. You got to give Steve Kerr credit for how
Thank
he's
you.
developed him.
I also think this, right? Like it's funny, and again, you get to fan however you want. That's the rules.
Yeah.
I didn't make them.
No.
But it's funny to me that when things go well, like we're going to last night going, game of the year, game of the year, game of the year. And then they win it. And some fans like to come out of those situations mad. See? Why haven't you been playing Kuminga all year? How about, dude, you won. You won.
Right.
And Kuminga actually started to look like the player you're hoping him to be. Are we really going to act like Jonathan Kuminga every time you've watched him this year? Has he looked ready? Does he look good to you? Does he look like he knows exactly where he's supposed to be all the time since October? The answer is unequivocally no. It's absolutely no. This was, you could make the case, this is the moment of his career last night. Was it not?
Yeah.
Give me the bigger game, the better performance that he's ever had. I can't think of it. When you add in the situation, this is the landmark moment of Jonathan Kuminga's career. I'm not going to respond to that by going, see, Warriors, you're dumb for how you've handled this. No, This is the development the Warriors have been waiting for. And it's potentially a situation where it showed up exactly at the right time.
He's averaging 16.1 a game over the course of 9 games in the month of March. Now, you could say, oh, if you would have played him all year, he would be averaging 16.1. You idiots, but I don't know if you would be winning the games at the same rate that you're winning. They're trying to thread a needle of winning games while also developing young players, and I think that they've done that very well with Jonathan Kuminga. Whether or not they've done that with Moses Moody, hard to say because he's not getting the opportunity, and James Wiseman putting up double singles in Detroit in a losing effort. You can say whatever you want about that, but Jonathan Kuminga right now is playing his best basketball at the most important time.
I guess that kind of leads to something that we can welcome the listeners into as far as our conversation starter today, 888-957-9570. When you watch that game last night, what is the takeaway? Because it sounds like there are a bunch. It could be, why the hell haven't you been playing Kuminga? It could be Kuminga and Poole, thank you, finally. We've been waiting for that. It could be, hey, the Warriors are like, that's the one we've been waiting for. They're championship ready. I wonder, what did last night's game spark for you? I'll tell you what it sparked for me. The intelligence of this team, which has always been one of their hallmarks, the intelligence of this team is still in there. It showed up right on the right night. Last night had to be an intelligent game. You're still down a man, so were they. It's the road. It's the end of a trip. You're having struggles defensively. So this needs to be an intelligence game. And I thought we saw it. Draymond Green, height of his powers. Like intelligence. Looney, intelligence. Steph, 13 assists. That's intelligent. And then the raw power of Kuminga starting to come together. That's the best one yet. So let's get into all of that. We're sponsored by Pfizer. And Steve Kerr is coming up at 5. Mark Kestisher, who was on the call for ESPN last night, is coming up in a little bit over an hour. Let's rock and roll. 2 to 6 every day now on 95.7 The Game. It's Willard and Dibbs.
One in customer satisfaction with retail banking in California by J.D. Power. Since California is home to most award shows, we've prepared a thank you speech.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Hey, can we pause your bracketology to do a radio show?
Are we back?
What do you like?
I told you who I like.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know who I like?
These are big tonight.
I like one team, but more than that, I like one player. I like a little diminutive guard who played for the Wildcats, 5'8", with incredible court vision. He can finish. He can distribute. The kid's name is Marquise Noel, the first Noel. I like Kansas State over Michigan State.
Me too.
On the money line. Don't take the 2 points. It's pointless unless they lose by 1.
I see what you did there.
Take Kansas State on the money line, and I also like Florida Atlantic on the 4.5. Tennessee is good, but don't sleep on FAU. Better than FDU. Also better than FBU and FCU. If you Google it.
That's a little bit too much for me. That sounded like you were saying mean
and
things
FU.
to me.
Yeah,
exactly.
Those are my 2 early picks. Take Florida Atlantic in the points. Kansas State on the money line.
We got to apologize to our audience now because the Sweet 16 is where, and this is a data point. I'm just going to make it up as I go along. But 87% of America has already ripped their brackets in half. So it just so happens that you're listening to a show where there's me. I'm part of the 13% who this is one of the few years where I've popped through the other side and I'm like, I'm in this damn thing. We got some action going on in the March Madness pool, and then you are just a sick human being who is like obsessed with March Madness
sick.
And your system. And so just look, this is going to be all about the Dubs today, but we got a few things to sprinkle in, and this will be one of them.
Sprinkle me.
Yeah, this will be one of them. I will just say this: this Gonzaga UCLA game tonight, this one's big. This one's big, and your boy is all over the Zags in this one tonight.
You're in a pool against a guy who is a fairly sizable Bruins fan, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the word on the street.
Yeah, fairly sizable.
Sizable.
My whole thing is San Diego State or bust. If San Diego State makes it to the Final Four, then I'm going to win this pool with 128 people.
I tell you what, on Sunday evenings, Fox Sports Radio, Mark Willard and my other co-host, the one I cheat on you with, Ephraim Salam, graduate of San Diego State.
Oh.
He tried to go to the game, but apparently, is it in like Lexington, Kentucky or something like that? Something out in the middle of nowhere. He's like, the flights to get, like there's no direct flights, like I couldn't get there. But he... while biased, is like confidently predicting that San Diego State will beat Alabama.
It's in Louisville. And
wherever the hell it is. Somewhere.
Yeah, Louisville
somewhere in
is
Kentucky.
I think there's a direct to Louisville.
I would hope.
Yeah, I've been to Louisville when I went to the Kentucky Derby, which is at Churchill Downs.
Did you wear a big hat?
No, although we did go on Ladies' Day also. You go on both days. You go Friday and Saturday. But the real OG move is to stay in Indiana. Much cheaper, right across the river.
Okay,
anyway,
there it is. All right, for anybody who wants to, somehow be there tomorrow, best of luck to you. We're streaming live on YouTube. All you got to do is head to youtube.com/957 The Game. That's it. It's free. It's right there. Just click on it, and boom, you can see the beauty of Dan Dibley's face. You watch us live. You see what's happening right here inside the studio, which is crazy, brother. Like and subscribe for all of the 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. And we also have a very good time with you. You'll hear us reference the quote-unquote YouTube chat. And we've got some names that have just become part of our show because y'all are there every day like a bunch of crazy people. Like, we want to thank you so much. But honestly, what are you doing? Like, what do you do? What do you do with yourselves? You're just there every day on YouTube. We couldn't appreciate you more. And then so sometimes during the breaks, we'll go in there and chat there with you and tell you how nuts you are with your points and all of that. But I wonder what the takeaway was for all of you after the Warriors game yesterday. I do think it's funny. We've made fun of the merry-go-round, the roller coaster, if you will. When the Warriors win, they're winning it all.
Yeah.
When the Warriors lose, the dynasty is over, and we go back and forth. I don't think, quote-unquote, the Warriors are winning it all. But Dibs, I think last night was very significant. Not because of the final score. Not that you won, but how you won. With young players playing smart, doing it at the end of a road trip, Steph Curry becoming a facilitator, that takes some trust. It just felt like a game where there was potentially, it's only one game, small sample, potentially some of the cohesion that we've been looking for showed up.
I guess I'll give you a little bit of that in terms of the fact that your young players played well and you did win, but ultimately you beat a team that was not completely whole, and even when they are whole, they're not that good, honestly. Luka Doncic is empty calories. 30 points on 27 shots. And how many times did he go palms up and cry about calls? He's not yet the superstar that he thinks that he is.
I guess Shasky charted this. Did you hear this morning?
No, I missed it.
Shasky said he charted in the first half how many times Luka went palms up and went and had a conversation with the ref. And I think we've learned this a little bit over the last 48 hours. Apparently this is a big topic in Dallas. Not today, not last night's game, all year long.
Right.
The number of fast break opportunities created for the other team, 5-on-4s, if you will, while Luka's having a press conference over there
totally
with the referees after
the last 2-minute report every possession.
And it's driving people nuts.
I'm sure.
And I get that, right? And I was also thinking about this because Joe was like, what can the league do about this? And they were talking to Slates. And I'm sitting there going, I sort of feel what Joe feels, but also Slater was like, what do you do? Like, if you're the league, like, how are you going to legislate this? You're not allowed to complain, like you're going to start throwing stars out of the game. But here's the thought that popped to mind, which is that this Luka situation, if you're going to put it on the league or you're going to put it on the refs to handle, that's no different than the kid that's acting out at school and you blame the school.
Or the teacher, yeah, exactly.
I'm blaming the parents, and the parents are the Mavericks. They're the only ones who have some sort of power over Luka Doncic. Now, it's player empowerment.
But what power do they have over Luka Doncic?
They got to get
have
to
no
him.
power.
Well, I mean, you're not going to bench the guy. I understand that.
Right.
He's your star, and the stars.
You're not going to fine him.
No, but you can get to him like you're his team. Can you not get through to him? There's no conversation there. Jason Kidd, a Hall of Fame player, can't come to Luka and be like, my dude, you cannot do this. It's one thing to be mad, but the next thing you are literally turning us into one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA. And if I'm them, post the standings all over his locker. You're a star? You can't even get us to the playoffs.
Right. They were in the Western Finals last year, Mark.
And then we went and got you another star, and we're worse.
Who doesn't play?
What? No,
Luka
actually,
makes $37.1 million this year, and then it goes to 40.6, 43 flat, 46, and 48.9 on a player option. What are you going to say to Luka Doncic?
You stink.
Okay, trade me.
No, I'm kidding.
Trade me.
I'm joking.
I want out, Jason.
But you got to understand, in today's NBA, and this has been true forever, if you're a great player, the playoffs are a given. Make the playoffs?
20 of the 30 at least make the ends.
If you're a great player, your presence alone means you're in the playoffs. LeBron used to go to the finals with J.R. Smith.
Luka made the Western Finals last year with nothing.
Correct.
With Dorian Finney-Smith.
So what the hell's going on this year, Luke? What's going on?
They're 2 wins away from being the 5 seed.
They have more losses than wins.
That's temporary.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
But if they win a couple and the Clippers lose and the Warriors lose, they're right back in the playoff picture.
But that's an if. My point
No, I'm
is,
with you, and I bet on Dallas. I bet with Bonte on Dallas not being a playoff team. Box of diapers.
Really?
So, oh yeah, and which is
I remember the box of diapers. I
quietly
forgot what it
about
was
$30. I'm on Dallas out. He's on Dallas in.
Okay.
So I'm kind of I have another bet that the Warriors would be out. So I might eventually break even, unfortunately, on my 2 bets here.
I think the Warriors are going to make the playoffs.
I
Yeah.
like their chances
You
now.
might be doing diapers for Lumpia, which, makes sense.
T-shirts actually for the great
that's right,
Liana
that's right.
Pons. Yeah.
You can't make
It's a
Lumpia.
T-shirt, and I'm going to give her choice of T-shirts at 957 thegameshop.com. And I also got an additional free shirt, tag on, unworn.
Who wants a free T-shirt?
She's getting a free T-shirt as well.
Okay,
So she's
yeah.
getting 2 shirts. She doesn't know that. I'm going to throw in a second shirt for my friend Liana.
Can I do 20 seconds on free T-shirts?
Please.
Can I do that for a second?
Out of a cannon or just in general?
Well, the Canon thing, I understand the whole like getting caught up in the moment.
Because I'm wearing a free T-shirt
But
today,
I mean,
if you'd like me to show you.
People will dive 3 rows in order to get one of these T-shirts.
Dude.
You're never going to wear it. It's going to go in the back of your closet.
Untrue. Untrue.
Maybe you're going to wear it to work out.
You know those T-shirts they give you when you go to a Warrior playoff game?
It's going to have corporate logos all over it.
Those you wear all the time, though, because that's a flex. So I have my shirt from last year when I went with my fulfill, my future father-in-law, who's now my kafil, my current father-in-law.
Thank you.
But we went to the Western Conference Finals against the aforementioned Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, we were there.
We got free T-shirts.
Yeah.
I wear that T-shirt all the time because it's a flex. It lets people know, Brian in Palo Alto, I was at that game.
Yeah, but how the hell does anyone know what T-shirt you wear? You have a hoodie on over it all the time.
I'll show you the shirt I have on right now.
I'm
It's
excited.
a 95.7 The Game shirt.
Damn right.
Yeah, thank you, BPA.
Okay.
And it's a free shirt that I got here from the station.
Oh, yeah. That's a good shirt. It's a good shirt. See, and if you're all on
the
YouTube,
Dynasty shirt.
If you're on YouTube, you'll be able to see it. There you go.
And I'm going to take the hoodie off because it's boiling
It
in
is
here.
Thank you for finally admitting it. It's ridiculous in here right now.
So damn hot.
Uncle Looney makes a very good point. One of our very good watchers / listeners on YouTube when he says that Brunson is missed big time. The Mavericks would say the same thing that the Warriors would. Steve Kerr has said it every week. This is a very different roster this year. So saying that, Luka made the Western Conference Finals last year, yeah, he did. He did. But come on. At a certain point, there's a pride factor here. I'd say this to Anthony Davis. LeBron's been out. You can't make the playoffs? Okay. Luka, in theory, we could have been, and maybe still will, I doubt it now, but we could have had this conversation, and some have, about Steph, Clay, and Dre. You can't make the playoffs? I understand that Wiggins is out. You can't get into the playoffs?
Right.
All you got to do is win half your games.
Or slightly more.
Right? Dame Lillard. I'm glad you stayed in port. You
Jesus.
can't make the playoffs?
No, and they can't make the playoffs.
Right. So
we're down to 12 teams for 10 spots.
So if I'm the Mavericks, again, you're right. I'm not coming down the guy's road. I'm not going to go rip him and try to make him think that he's a weak player. But, dude, you got to start thinking about some of the finer aspects of your game. You're fantastic. You're one of the best offensive weapons in the sport. But your team is mediocre at best right now.
No, his team is not good.
Right.
They're bad.
So, and one of the main reasons is you are a crappy defensive team on the interior. And I'm not saying this is the reason, but one of the reasons that's the case is because they're playing 4-on-5 in the other end and people are laying the ball in on fast breaks.
Right.
Because you're having coffee with the refs talking it out. You got to get to him on that. That's on the Mavs. And him.
It's a maturity thing,
Yes.
and hopefully he grows out of it. Some players never have, and I put this out on Twitter as far as Mount Crybaby Moore. Who are the biggest crybabies in the association? And I put
He's
out
number one.
I don't know if
I
he's
think
number
he's
one.
number one.
A lot of people saying LeBron James.
Of course.
And LeBron cries a ton. Luka cries a ton. Draymond Green has got to be on the mount. And I put in,
Yeah,
you can go
I get
James
it.
Harden. You can go Chris Paul. You can go Trae Young. All you have to do, Mark, is look at the league leaders in technical fouls. And it's interesting because do you know who leads the league in technical fouls? And it's a guy who I don't necessarily think cries as much as these other guys.
I thought it was Brooks.
It is.
Yeah.
He doesn't
It's Dylan
cry.
Brooks. No, he's just a jerk.
Exactly.
He's just a complete and total bleep hole.
He will taunt you, and he
Right.
will his teas aren't as much of crying. But
He's
then
just
it's
flat out inappropriate.
after that it's Trae Young, Draymond Green,
and Luka
Doncic.
Yeah.
All three
Yeah.
on 16. All three have had their suspensions already.
You can make the case, but I like where you're going, which is that Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, to me, that's different. Because
Draymond's right with Luka in terms of the crying and the complaining.
I tell you why I set Dylan and Draymond over here on the side in this conversation. The Trae Youngs, the Luka Doncic, the LeBron James, these are guys with the ball in their hands, and their crying is based on the same thing every time. You fouled me. And you go whine to the refs. Dylan and Draymond are playing a role. Dylan and Draymond try to be the mouthpiece for the entire team. Draymond does it very well, although he's an instigator. He pushes the limits of appropriateness. I think Dylan Brooks goes even a step further because he is not, A, proven to be a great player like Draymond, and B, I just think he's worse. I think physically he does things on the floor that Draymond doesn't. The stuff that we get mad at Draymond, like he needs someone in the wrong spot. Dylan Brooks, the headliner being what he did to Gary Payton II, I would contend even Draymond has never done anything that, in my opinion, that bad on a court. He's pushed it.
You can ask Steven Adams and his testicles.
I don't think that was as bad.
You can ask LeBron James and his privates.
Those things hurt.
You can ask Michael Beasley and his skull when Draymond picked him up and body slammed him on the floor.
Right, but everybody who's ever played basketball knows the number one rule is taking liberties when people are in the air. I agree with you.
I'm just simply
I hear you.
I'm going to play point counterpoint because I don't want Draymond Green to be portrayed as this innocent lamb.
Not at all.
He did not do anything nearly what Dylan Brooks did.
Yes.
Dylan Brooks went after a guy's head when he was going to the basket. Draymond Green, those were all on the ground cheap shots.
Right. And they were that. And he pushes the limits. I do not argue with you on that. But Dylan
Brooks,
Brooks,
so now than he did before.
I think Dylan is another step on the ladder.
No doubt.
In my opinion.
Dylan Brooks is dirty.
Yeah.
He's straight up dirty with a capital D.
Yeah.
Christina Aguilera dirty.
That's dirty.
With like 4 or 5 R's in there.
So that's why I put those two guys over here. They're kind of doing that. They're those instigators. They're dirty work guys.
Yeah.
Luka, Trey Young, Luka. These are right. These are just guys.
Worst.
These are ball dominant players who think they get fouled every single time they touch the ball.
Draymond's on the other side where he doesn't think that he fouled. You don't often see Draymond lose his cool over a call he didn't get.
Right.
It's a call that he gets called on him.
He barely shoots.
Right.
He barely shoots. How can you get fouled a lot? He barely shoots.
In that vein, and I do want to give him his credit for last night, that and one was maybe the biggest play of the game.
Yeah,
when he drives. Steph Curry, again, you mentioned the facilitation, the great bounce. It was a facilitation sensation is what it was.
Yes, it was.
And he finds Draymond cutting. Draymond contact and one. The flex from the ground. Draymond Green is having one of his best offensive years of his career.
He played a legitimately great game yesterday with what he did in all aspects of the game.
And defensively, when he got the fifth, the way he played Luka Doncic late, and I mentioned this in the changeover, his ability to understand and execute the principle of verticality, because he knows that when he gets on defense, if he jumps straight up with his arms also straight up, he knows that's not a foul. Even if there's contact, and I know that there was at least one that went against him that he didn't love late in the game, he played amazing vertical defense.
Yeah, that was, and that's kind of what I'm getting at with the awareness that I thought the Warriors showed.
Yeah.
Like, if you just go player by player, I thought a lot of them just did the important things that they do well. Whether it was Poole and Curry trying to be facilitators, I guess the one we could set aside, not a memorable game for Klay Thompson, okay? But others picked up the slack there, namely Kuminga, even DiVincenzo to a degree, and Draymond, who did some things offensively. And I thought, Draymond is at the height of his powers when you can just see intelligence and point guard stuff, quarterback stuff, everybody in the right position, right decision, right play, right time. In the second half especially, that's what he did last night at a time when the team needed it most. That's the good stuff, man.
Oh, it's
that's
the best.
bite of the apple right there.
And this is where this Warrior team needs to do that more often in these games in order to go on a run, because you beat Dallas on the road. Nice win. Dallas was down a very big man, but it doesn't matter. You needed to win that game. You got Philadelphia in town tomorrow. Kate Scott going to join us, Whitey and I can't wait to talk to her and catch up with Kate. But that's a big game as well.
Yep.
If you lose to Philadelphia, not a huge deal. The Dallas game was a huge deal. Tiebreaker factor.
Right. Philly's not a huge deal if you lose, provided that doesn't spill over. If you lose to Philly and Minnesota this weekend, that's a problem. I think that they I don't want to say have to, but very important that the Warriors go 3-1 on this 4-game homestand.
No doubt.
And losing the first one makes that really hard.
Yeah, it does, Mark.
Makes it very, very hard.
It does. I mean, that's just a genius take right
that's
there.
very good math.
No,
it's very good math.
It's fantastic.
Oh, you want to look like a genius? Say Lumpia 3 times.
Lumpia.
Let's go to Leanne.
Loop. There it is.
Let's go to Leanne in Union City, who's with us right now on 95.7 The Game. Leanne, what are you doing?
Dibs, I heard you've been talking about me. What's up?
Keep your name out my mouth.
Get him, Leanne.
You said on Twitter that you were ready to give up on the bet. You actually said, what kind of lumpia do you want? So are you really going to try to collect after you tried to give up?
Look, that was the past. I was nervous because we went 2-3 on this road trip, but I was nervous, I must admit. Because I knew you were a vegetarian, but I don't know if you are anymore. So I was thinking about vegetarian lumpia or the all-meat one.
All meat.
Yeah, let's bring
all
the pork.
Meat.
Let's bring it all. Let's bring all your best.
Even if he is a vegetarian, if you lose a bet, you shove meat down the throat. That's the way. That's the way it's going.
I mean, I'm going to bring some for the whole station, right? I can't just buy a couple. You have to order like a tray. So Willard and Guru and you guys will all benefit from that.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. I'm looking forward to this bet going down to the wire. For those of you just joining us, we bet on Twitter. She said the Warriors would be a top 6 seed. I said, no.
Yep.
They would not be. They'd be in the play-in. I offered a T-shirt if I lost. She offered lumpia if she lost. And so right now, my friend, it's nip and tuck right now.
The only problem here, the big problem here for the rest of us, because let's be selfish here. Let's make this about me.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for you to win the bet, but I want lumpia. Like, I don't care. Like, what do me and Mark and John and Lucas and Guru and forget Steiny, but what do we get out of this if you get a T-shirt? What's that? Right, Leanne?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's hope, but we need our Warriors to be in the top.
No, they're good. They're good.
I heard I'm getting 2 shirts, not one.
Yeah, there's a bonus shirt. It was
shirts.
I got a free shirt given to me by the Warriors that unfortunately is a little small for me. So I thought that I would also pass that along to you. Tags on, unworn.
Small for you? What
It's
would
a
they
small,
get you?
Mark.
What they get you?
It's a small or
Get
a
you
medium.
youth?
It's a medium, Mark.
Good Lord. Wow.
He
Yeah.
has that daddy weight, huh? He has that new daddy weight on.
Okay, now. Hey, Grandy, do me a favor. Cut her off.
No, don't.
Run
Don't.
her.
Leave her.
Let's run her.
Oh, my gosh.
It's the daddy way. You're not wrong.
No, but the daddy weight, Leanne.
Man, I can't shed it, Leanne.
Yeah, bless you, Leanne. And well, you know this. It's
I
not
wish
your
I knew
first
how to
rodeo.
quit it.
Well, it's not even yet. Like, the daddy weight doesn't come while the baby is over there going gaga goo goo, getting scoops of applesauce
No
in their
doubt.
mouth. The baby weight comes when they turn 4, and you go by the kids' meal at Islands or Applebee's or something, and then they have 2 fries, and then they look at you. You've already finished your fries. What does any self-respecting man do? You eat their fries too.
Can't waste
That's
it.
the way. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's a horse.
Totally.
You look like a horse.
I can eat a horse right now, yeah. No doubt.
We've actually got some good Giants manager audio here when it comes to food.
Okay.
You should hear that coming up. Mark Kestisher is going to join us next hour. Oh, speaking of the baseball teams here in town, we'll do this real quick. We're going to need game show music. Something came out today that is not going to paint the Giants and the A's in a good light at all.
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, I thought you didn't see it. I told you not to look. Did you look?
Oh, no, this must be something else. This must be something else. No, because I tweeted over the top and I took a shot at the A's earlier on Twitter, so I don't know if this is that.
Well, I'll take a look. But anyway,
also, let me know when we got a Fremont Bank sponsorship coming up because I'm a big fan.
Right now.
Well, I mean, I don't want to trump your Fremont Bank full service banking, no compromises, but
you already did.
My sources tell me there may be something on the horizon with Fremont Bank, baby.
Well, I do like banks. I do like banks.
You could take that to the bank.
Especially Fremont Bank.
Thank you.
Okay. And we keep going all afternoon long with your Warrior phone calls after what I call the win they've been waiting for. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Come on, man. I thought you said
player.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yo, we are all about them Dubs. Steve Kerr in 2 hours. Mark Castisher, who was on the call for the game for ESPN last night, is going to join us in about 45 minutes. Your phone calls. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to weigh in on your takeaway from last night's game. I just think, again, is that the catchy phrase? I know you love a free T-shirt. This is the win they've been waiting for.
Yeah, it's the wind beneath their wings, Mark.
I do
Shout out
like
Bette
that.
Midler.
I like that. That sounds like a song.
Thank you.
Sung that one time. Anyway.
My college girlfriend, that was our song. It was more her song that became our song.
Yes, as a guy, and your song is whatever she tells you it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that was our song, and by the time we broke up for the third time, I was like, I don't know if I can listen to this again.
Do people still do
know
that?
that you're my hero?
I
got not your hero. You broke up with me for the second time.
I got teenagers. I've not heard this. Do people still do that? Do they have our song? Is there a song where you're like, that's our song? Or has that been retired?
No, it's hilarious.
I don't hear people do that anymore.
You know, I recently got married.
Do you guys have a song?
Oh, I tried to be like, because, we got married and it was a small backyard deal. And so I kind of crafted the whole ceremony myself.
Okay.
We wanted it to be like a quick, 2-minute drill, nothing major, whatever. There was no groomsmen. There was no maid of honor. None of that nonsense. But I said, what about are we going to do a first dance or a song?
Yeah.
And she looked at me, and the look I got, there was no song, Mark.
Oh, wow.
I was the one who was like, well, I got a couple of I had a couple of suggestions, and I actually did come up with a song that she loves and that I love, and that was kind of our wedding march, quote unquote, but that was it.
Enter Sandman? What was it? Did you decide to go?
Exit light.
What'd you want to go with?
We went with Tina Turner, Simply the Best.
Oh, okay.
Good song, good solid tune.
Yeah, it's a little upbeat for usually it's a slow song.
Yeah.
But
we actually went with the I don't know if you ever watched the TV show Spitz Creek.
No.
But the culmination of the entire series involves that song in a very romantic scene. So we used actually that version of the song.
Yeah.
So there you have it.
Lovely Christy and I definitely do not have a song. Definitely do.
Will?
No, I don't think so. Music's not her thing. She's not, she likes it, but she's not, every song is, that song by that guy.
Yeah.
She could not come up with a damn name for a song to save her life.
Well, if I was going to get married again, and I hope I don't.
Holy crap.
And if I was to get married, say, this time of year, you know what my wedding song would be? Ska-da-da-da-da-da-da. Either that or the tinkling piano of the Masters. He's a 15 seed. The bride is the 2, and these two teams just don't like each other.
If he could turn back time.
Totally.
Anyway, yeah, no, I don't know if people do that anymore.
Much like his bracket, this union is imperfect.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
That works.
Sorry, that
actually.
was our marriage license. Anyway, 888-957-9570 is
Number 4.
the number on your takeaway from last night's Warrior game, and we'll keep going on this. I did want to throw this in there, though, and apparently you did see it. You did see the Bob Nightingale tweet. You saw the Bob Nightingale tweet.
I actually tweeted over the top of it.
You did.
And I took a shot at the
It's called
A's.
quote tweeting it.
Yeah, I quote tweeted it, and I'm going to actually quote tweet my own quote tweet.
This guy. I tweeted over the top of it. Anyway, go ahead.
I quote tweeted it, and I actually, when I quote tweeted it, I meant to quote tweet something else. So I'm going to quote tweet my own quote tweet. Because the A's, Mark, a long time ago, took a shot at my beloved station, 95.7 The Game, and I will never ever forget it. It's one of those things that I will never forget, and I will never forgive, and I always will remind the A's of just how foolish they are for coming at us.
Well,
because by the way, how you like me now, Cool Mo D?
Yeah, one of those outlets is performing, and one of them's not. But anyway, I'll throw this out there. First of all, none of this is surprising. With the start of what Bob tweeted, and you can keep your Warrior phone calls coming. We'll come right back to that in a sec. But I thought this was interesting. First of all, the top 5 Major League Baseball team values from Forbes. And there are no surprises here. Everybody knows who the top 2 are going to be. It's the Yankees, followed by the Dodgers. By the way, there's a sizable gap from Yankees to number 2. Yankees, $7.1 billion.
Number one.
The Dodgers are all the way down at 4.8 as number 2. Number 3, Boston Red Sox. Number 4, Chicago Cubs. Number 5.
Number 5.
The San Francisco Giants. $3.7 billion.
And I assume that also accounts for the stadium that they now own?
If they own it, then yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
I think, the whole,
I think they own
the whole
it.
outfit.
They've paid off the note.
So anyway, and with the Dodgers, for instance, you get a TV network, right? You get like the whole deal.
Sure.
So anyway, not surprising to me that the Giants are top 5 on the list. Here's the part that's a real gut punch to both Giants and A's fans. This next list is in 2022, the top 5 teams in terms of annual profit. Okay? Which teams profited the most money in 2022? Number 1, the Seattle Mariners.
And good for the Mariners. They had a great year.
They had a great year. They made
An
the playoffs.
historic year.
They've got a new homegrown star. $83.8 million profit, Seattle Mariners.
Playoff team, good for you. If you can be a playoff team and profit, good on you.
Number 2, the San Francisco Giants.
Number 2.
And
Shame on you.
now what fans want to hear right now. You are the number $74.9 million for Charles Johnson to donate whatever the hell he wants to.
Tremendous.
While you're getting players who are ARB 3 at 6 of the 8 positions.
$900,000 he profited per win and also per loss.
I see what you did there.
81 and 81.
It sounds like they had the same number.
You were dead flat 500. You might as well not have shown up with a baseball team, and you made $74.9 million.
And you weren't,
Shame on you.
And you were not a top 10 payroll. Now, this year, I believe that they are. They're not as high on that list as we thought they were going to be because of the failed physical. So I understand that. But the Giants' pressure this year, to me, is immense. And I know people are not optimistic, and that's fine. I totally get that, and I see why they're ranked 3rd in the division or whatever. But I am always someone, no matter the team and no matter the sport, I'm going to wait until we see it play before I tell you that they're a bad team. I know right now it's like, well, where are the names? Well, to me, it actually doesn't matter if they win because 2 years ago when they won a $107, they didn't have names, and y'all loved it. So let's see if they play well. But if this team doesn't play well, this is a bad metric. This is a really bad metric to have it look like we're not spending a whole lot of money, but holy hell, we're raking it in. Come on down to 3rd and King for expensive Tony's Pizza because, man, we're making money over here and having a blast.
12th in payroll, 2nd in revenue, 81 and 81.
Yeah, that's
their payroll
rough.
According to Spotrac and Spot Rack.
Yep.
However you want to say it.
I go Spot Track, but you can do whatever you want.
Spotrac had him at $162 million in payroll, and
this is last year.
Correct.
Yeah.
And $74 million in profit, which tells me you racked in over $237 million in gross receipts. And I know that it's not that simple.
Right.
But in terms of overall general numbers that you brought in at least $237 million, and yet you only laid out $162. Shame on you.
The only thing that's good for the Giants is there's something else that'll make you puke even harder.
There's something else.
Number 3 is the Red Sox. Number 4 is the Orioles. And coming in at number 5, the Oakland A's. Number 5. Profiting Major League Baseball team at $62.2 million when they can't even have the decency to open up lanes for you to park. And they don't even have the decency to have the light fixtures working over there at Oakland, letting their stadium become decrepit. $62.2 million profit, and they sell every good player they have.
$48.4 million, according to Spotrac.
Damn.
Was their payroll. So they laid out $48 million to make 62. So their total income coming in at the same metric was $110 million, and yet They only laid out $48 million for their product, and they drew fewer than 10,000 fans a game.
That's pretty gross.
Shame on you, John Fisher, you billionaire clothier owner. It's a joke, Mark.
It is.
What if Joe Lacob owned the A's?
Well, then
that's one of my 3 sports wishes.
It would be different. Come explore the newest restaurants at Bay Street, Emeryville's new Bay Break Dining Terrace this Saturday, 2 p.m. Grab a slice from Arthur Max or a truffle burger from Shake Shack, plus college basketball championships, watch party, fun food, fun local heroes, community support, and basketball. Your Warrior phone calls next on Willard and Dibs.
It was a consideration.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Coming back.
Yeah, coming back. So let's let everybody behind the curtain for a second. It's a little bit of a thing that we do here around these parts.
Yeah.
Okay, is that when we're coming out of a pause.
Sure.
When the show is about to start again. Because, we got multiple rooms here, and we got our producers, and we've got, Nahagian running around with AirPods yelling at everybody, and we got a couch out there, our common area, and then we got what Guru calls the green room. That's where the next show is getting ready. There isn't a next show right now.
It's the lab.
Right? Yeah, he's in the lab.
Yeah.
Anyway, as we're about to come back, everybody starts yelling.
He been in the lab.
Coming back.
Coming back.
Coming back. And that's like, if I happen to be in the restroom or something, you hear this, all right, coming back.
Or I'm shooting hoops in the Nerf hoop out there.
There you go. So
you
coming
and I
back.
are either crying to each other, literally, by the way.
Dude.
Either one of us is in tears.
The breaks.
Or we're running around like doing whatever we're doing. And thank God for Grandy and JT Lucan and Lucas and all the rest, because coming back.
Yeah, or let's be honest, it's for me because I probably have food in my mouth.
No doubt.
And we can't do a radio show with food in the mouth, so everyone yells, coming back, which means, Mark, don't take another bite. Okay? Please. Enough with the leftover tacos or whatever the hell you have in this bag over here.
Fat.
So anyway, we're coming back, and then all of a sudden we realize we haven't mentioned anything about GP2 yet.
Coming back.
And we thought we should yell, coming back,
nice.
Because the Warriors have announced that G to the P to the 2 is going to practice in full on Saturday, making him potentially a go for Sunday against them Minnesota Timberwolves.
My fault.
And if not, I would think outside of something unforeseen, almost for sure, when you get into the games next week, let's see, it's New Orleans. And why am I blanking on the other team coming into town? Who's that other team coming into town?
A truly
Super beatable team. Why am I forgetting?
What'd you have, New Orleans?
Yeah, no, New Orleans and
Minnesota, New Orleans, San Antonio.
San Antonio, thank you. Next Friday night. So
What'd you have, a Popovich?
GP2 coming back.
He's coming back.
And,
get a nice little buzz.
Yeah.
like we'll talk to Steve Kerr about that for sure coming up at 5, how that potentially, like what do you see as his role this time around? Is it a bigger role this year, smaller role? Maybe in the interim a smaller role, but how does that change this bench to have GP2 come back? And if there is still hope that Andrew Wiggins returns to this team as well, now the production you are potentially getting consistently from Jonathan Kuminga, I'm telling you, Dibs, like I've said it all along, it sounds silly for a team to be like, can they even make the playoffs? And then in the next breath be like, I think they can win the whole thing. It sounds ridiculous, but for me, there has always been a 1-2 punch that makes it possible. A, are you fully healthy at the end or at the beginning of April? That is still a possibility. And B, are your young players going to finally have the light bulb come on and fit in? And it looks like Poole and Kuminga are starting.
Well, Poole's light bulb is on. Whether or not you think it's bright enough for him to be really impactful or not, Jordan Poole is the player. He's the player he's going to be.
Right.
I don't think that Jordan Poole, at least between now and June, is going to get any better. This is Jordan Poole. He is at times frustrating, enlightening, explosive, clumsy. He's a turnstile. He's all these things at once, maybe over the course of a 3-minute stint. That's Jordan Poole.
Yep.
Jonathan Kuminga,
That's
ladies and gentlemen.
That's the one.
My God.
That's a game changer.
Can he be this Jonathan Kuminga in April, May, and maybe even June? If he can. And GP2 is coming back. And if Andrew Wiggins eventually is coming back, and if you have Kuminga and Poole, GP2 and Wiggins, Looney and Steph and Clay and Dre and DiVincenzo, all of a sudden, I like your chances here, kids.
If we've been sitting here all year going, man, this team can't play defense, and then all of a sudden you get a 1, 2, 3 hole punch, which is GP2 comes back to the team. If Wiggins comes back to the team, and Kuminga becomes more playable at a level of 30 minutes and the defense that he offers you, you are a completely different defensive product. And we've all said it all year long. The metrics will tell you cannot win NBA titles if you are not a top 12, top 10 type defensive team. And they've not been all year. But if you put that squad out there, they can be. And in fact, I think they will be.
Right.
And it changes the calculus from top to bottom.
No doubt, especially if you look at, if you take the Warriors' top 9, and it includes the restaurant quality and Jordan Poole and GP2, and I guess it would be Kevon Looney off the bench at that point. Who even knows? Put that 9 against any of the 9 in the West, and they're comparable, if not as good. Maybe they're the best top 9, and you add in the sprinkle of championship pedigree, and again, we're assuming health. Now, health for everyone, and you're going to give Phoenix the same level of health. And the Clippers, Paul George is out 2 to 3 weeks. You're assuming he's able to come back for the first round, maybe late first round or whatever. But if the Warriors have their healthy top 9, watch out, Wes.
I mean, I'd almost think it was fun. I don't even know if this lineup works, but can you imagine a lineup of just throw this out there for 5 minutes and see if you could shut the other team out. Kevon, Draymond, Wiggins, DiVincenzo, and GP2, or actually maybe Kuminga, Draymond, Wiggins, DiVincenzo, and
Clay,
GP2.
Yeah, either or.
We're gonna shut you out. No points.
Well,
for the other team.
And by shut you out means we're just going to give up 110.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Steve Kerr joins us at 5:00, and 110 is the new 100 in the NBA.
Totally.
So,
it is, yeah. And that's a baseline. That's fine. I mean, the Warriors' offense, if you hold the other team to 110 or less, you're going to win most of those basketball games. Charles in South City, 888-957-9570. Let's take some of your calls. Hey, Charles, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. I am currently tuning my ukulele and listening to you guys. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic.
Tune that uke.
Yeah.
Anyway, my take is on the Warriors last night, and definitely what you said earlier about sparking us fans. What sparked me was how dominant Kuminga was last night. We've seen him come into a zone, I feel like these past 5 games, but not just those past 5 games. It's been all year long. And definitely credit to restaurant quality of Dante DiVincenzo and the rest of the youngsters out there that were putting in work on the floor. And definitely credit to the court too.
Charles, can I ask you a question? When you just did that DiVincenzo thing, did you take your take your hand and put it palms up and then put all 5 fingers together and then just shake it in the air a little bit as if you were about to serve somebody a plate of fettuccine? Did you do that?
Yeah, I definitely did that.
Good. I just right. Not everybody can see us, right? Obviously, you're not all on YouTube. Most of you are listening on the radio. We want to know if you're gonna. I love that you're doing that. Let's change his name from Dante DiVincenzo to Dante DiVincenzo. If you're gonna do that, do the fingers as well because it is restaurant quality.
Hey, fingers up for sure.
All right,
Italian way. I'm not even Italian.
That's okay. You can eat at the Olive Garden and pretend. It's
Nice.
fine. Charles, thank you. Thank you very much for the phone call.
unlimited breadsticks and unlimited stops from DiVincenzo.
Tour of Italy.
Although, a little bit of a couple of bad moments for him last night, bad beats, and the Jeremy Lamb foul. Before people want to line up and bash the refs, the guy got nudged and he fell down. Everyone was losing their mind over that, Mark.
First
it was
of all,
a nudge.
First of all, his name's Anthony, not Jeremy.
I always do that.
Okay, Jeremy
That's on me.
spoke in class today.
That's
Anthony
first foul, first personal,
played basketball
first team
in Dallas, Texas. Secondly, if we could take a minute on this, you picked the wrong battle.
He got nudged.
But
Quit your crying.
We used to do a segment on this show called Pick Your Battles. And Dibs, I want you to pick your battles.
I used to crush that.
I need to sit here and coach you on this a little bit because...
and I'm here for the coaching.
Okay, let me coach you. Are you coachable? Are you coachable?
I am, but before you
You're a
coach me
veteran.
up, when I see on Twitter everyone talking about how he got run over, act like you've been run over before.
Here's your problem,
My
though.
God,
Here's
Mark.
your problem. You already know that you arrive at the party with an unpopular opinion.
I'm not afraid to be
You-
unpopular.
You're the guy. You showing
High
up.
school's on the phone.
You're showing up at a costume party and you're dressed as Dibs. Okay.
I could not care less.
So you already have people against you because your platform is refs are great. And so if that's your platform, you already know the people are going to be against you a little bit. And if that's your platform, that's fine. But you need to pick your spots on a night when the refs were really bad. They were. And Mark Cuban is screaming about we're protesting the game.
I love that.
Even though he was unequivocally, factually, and I can prove it wrong, for you to pick that where he actually was, whether he was nudged, whatever word you want to use, he was fouled. He was fouled. And you're using that as your jumping off point.
That's not my jumping off point. I jumped off long before that.
It's what you tweeted about.
Well, I tweeted about that because if you've ever been on BART, and I don't expect that you actually have, because BART doesn't run where you live.
I have.
That is a garden variety entrance. That's an egress or an ingress on BART.
You forget where I grew up.
And
I grew up on the peninsula.
They don't have BART where you grew up
We used
either.
to drive to Daly City and BART.
There you go.
Come on.
This is before the Colma station was even there.
And before Millbrae was not even. Millbrae was being
Shout
built.
out Daly City.
It was a gleam in somebody's eye, but not mine. But anyway, go ahead.
Just a quick digression, and I do mean quick. If I could go back 50 years from today and make one thing happen for the Bay Area,
what would it be?
Mass transit. It would be BART everywhere. Because we still are struggling, and now Bart's talking about shuttering lines and, we're over budget and the rest of it. That's all. Digression over. The referees last night, and again, Captain Save a Ref here, they were equally bad for both teams, which means they were fine. They were great.
No, I do not agree with that. I agree.
All you want as a sports fan is fairness. They miss calls both ways.
No, you want consistency.
And that's what you had.
No, consistently bad? No,
yes,
you don't
but
want
you got
that.
Consistency.
Look, I'm saying.
Quit your crying.
What you're saying is it's not good. It's better than if all of the calls went against one team, but it's not good. But that doesn't even matter. I don't care.
Got nudged.
Look,
Quit
refs,
your crying.
Refs, schmefs. Who cares about all this stuff? Here's what I care about. Didn't everybody see the other angle? Can we address this for a second, this protest from Mark Cuban? Did we all not...
First of all, let's talk about the protest itself, because I believe when you protest, you have to protest on the spot. I don't believe you can protest after the fact.
No, yeah, you can. I mean, that protest
in baseball,
will be...
you have to protest in the moment.
Well, maybe
he
did.
Protest
Mark Cuban
later.
might have texted.
He might have burst out.
Right, he might have done it right there. But yes, you can protest. I'll give you a question, and maybe somebody can help me with this. My dad... on the way into the show today, talking with Pops, and he's like, hey, what about this protest? And I said, first, Dad, I want you to relax. The protest is going to get, it's going to get turned away.
Right.
R-E-L-A-X.
Totally.
And I get it pregnant.
Relax.
But he had a good question, which was, let's say that the NBA looked at the protest and goes, hey, Mavs, you guys are right. What happens? I'm pretty sure the Warriors don't fly back to Dallas and replay the game. I think only one time in the last 20 years has the NBA viewed a protest and then said, you're right, we accept your protest. So what happens?
When was that?
I'll find it.
Okay, while you find it, let me take you back to the most famous protest in American sports history, which is the George Brett Pine Tar home run. George Brett hits a home run, and the Royals take the lead. Billy Martin comes out and says, too much pine tar on the bat. They measure it across the plate. They call George Brett out. George Brett loses his business. He storms out. He's ejected. The Yankees win the game. The Royals protested, and the protest was upheld. What they did is they resumed the game from that point. So to your point, if this thing would have been protested in the moment, and if the protest would have been upheld, does the NBA then go back to that moment and say, you know what, Dallas, you get a chance to now play defense, and we're going to resume the game from this point?
Last successful protest in the NBA came in January 2008. I do not know. I got to do more research to find out what that game was. So it has been 15 years since the NBA heard a successful protest. The last time a game was actually protested, it was by the Dallas Mavericks, of all teams, Back in February 22nd of 2020, they protested a game against the Atlanta Hawks, and they lost that protest the same way they're going to lose this one. The reason that they're going to lose this one, and some of you might be out there going, oh, gosh, what is this, right? Like Homer take, the Warriors got a bucket out of it. The problem with this was actually circumstantial, and it was based on the angles on the TV broadcast. The national TV broadcast, all you could see from that angle under the hoop in that moment was the referee, and I forget who was the name of the ref that was involved in this. Anyway, one of the guys. Yeah, one of them dudes.
Jimmy Zebra.
Yeah. Coming out of the timeout. Anyway, I can't figure out. I'll find the name of the ref also. But the ref, you see the ref's arm point in the direction of the Mavs. What you can't see is that he has already previously pointed the other direction to award the ball to the Warriors. The point in the other direction toward the Mavs was to award the Mavs a timeout, which they called. So
they didn't call it. It's a mandatory.
Mandatory.
It's
Thank you.
mandatory.
Media mandatory. So he points Warrior ball, Mavs mandatory timeout.
Right.
You see Kevon Looney, who's walking by the ref. He sees the ref's arm go forward. Kevon goes, wait a minute. What? You're giving the ball to the Mavs? He walks over to the ref, palms up. The ref says something, right? The ref says something because, no. Like, I'm not going to read lips, but you can tell by the body language. No, my arm was pointing for a mandatory timeout. Looney immediately goes, oh, okay, gotcha. Our ball, and walks off the court.
Right.
The Warriors all knew it was their ball. Watch the way they came out on the floor.
They came out on offense, Mark.
Thank you. And the Mavericks, here's my other question. In addition to you erroneously thinking that it was your ball, how in the dark, how in the weeds do you need to be, Mavericks, for all 5 of your players to be standing at the other end of the floor watching the Warriors stand there? Jordan Poole's talking to the ref for what feels like 15 to 20 seconds, and no Maverick player reacts?
Context clues.
And somehow that's going to be on the refs?
No.
Get out of here.
The only thing I put on the refs, and I'm going to have to watch an NBA game tonight, and I'll watch again tomorrow when Steve Kerr gives me his seats for the 76er game. Don't make me beg, Steve.
Prayers up.
Yeah, seriously. Maybe Guru will take me as his +1, but I know that when I officiate, Mark, one thing you do during timeouts is there's a first horn, and you go over to the teams and have them break the huddle. Now, I don't know if they do this in the NBA because there's so much going on and timeouts are 3 minutes long or whatever, but when you go over to a team, when you hear the first horn, you usually say, all right, Dallas, let's break the huddle. You're down here on defense. Or you go to the Warriors and say, all right, coach, break the huddle. Your ball coming in. Something like that. And I don't know if the officials did that during the timeout. I don't even know if they have to do that in the NBA, but that would have been a bit of preventative officiating that the refs could have done. Not that they have to do that.
Right.
But you don't ever see, ever do you see at that level something like that happen.
Well, I'll do something that's never happened on this show before, and it will never happen again after today.
Oh, yeah,
I'm going to defend the refs against you because this is not youth sports. There were no oranges. There was no Capri Sun after the game for the Mavericks. I bet they would have loved one. Oh, my gosh. Hey, Luka's mom brought cookies. Okay, everybody over to the bench.
Luka's mom.
Am I right? She got it going on. Right? She's got oatmeal raisin. Everybody gather around.
Don't talk about that.
Ridiculous. These refs do not have to tell the Mavericks anything.
No, they don't have to.
They need to get their butts in the right spot and follow along with what's going on.
I wonder at what level do they not do that? Because I know that in college they do that, and I'm going to watch the NBA to see if they actually do that, because there's a certain amount of like, hey, let's break the huddle. There's the horn.
Right.
Because as an official, you normally see one referee with each huddle trying to get the teams ready for play so that when the networks come back, you're actually ready for play. I'm not saying they have to do that, but it was alarming to see that happen. I'm not blaming the refs, Mark. I would never.
So January 11th, 2008. You want to know what happened?
I'm looking at it right here.
It was between the Atlanta Hawks and the Miami Heat, and a game that was played under protest. The protest was granted. Shaquille O'Neal fouled out of a game with 51.9 seconds left. As it turns out, it was only his 5th foul, but the referees sent him to the bench. So the NBA heard the protest. It was successful. And yes, indeed, what happens in this case is you have to pick it up from the moment of the protest and play the rest of the game in a do-over. So the next time the Hawks and Heat played prior to their regular game, they had to play the final 51.9 seconds over again. And what was a 117-111 loss at the time for the Heat became something else. I got to look up what ended up happening when they did the redo. But yeah, to answer anyone's question, if the Mavericks protest is successful, then the Warriors at some point are going to have to get back together with Dallas and finish the final minutes of that game. But don't worry, it's going to be unsuccessful.
Well, of course, and I'll tell you why, but the Heat actually went on to win that game, so it cost Atlanta a victory. Atlanta beat the Heat. The protest was upheld. They replayed the final 51.9, and the Heat won the game. The reason why this protest was upheld is because there was an error, not an error in judgment, not an error in terms of, hey, we didn't know it wasn't our basketball. This was an error committed by the official score of Atlanta, who wrote down the wrong foul on the score sheet. And because that's an error that was largely correctable, it was not an error made by the officials. It was not an error made by a ref saying, oh, Shaq really didn't foul him. We protest. This was a protest that was actually meritorious. It had merit, which is why it was upheld.
Mark Hessler is going to join us in a few real quick. Let's go to Vince in San Jose. Vince, what are you doing?
I'm just coming home from work. How you guys doing today?
What's up, man?
Well, I tell you what, I'm a little bit upset with Mark Cuban. We all watched last night's game. The officiating was egregious, but it was egregious for favor of the Mavericks. And then also you got Luka doing his money sign. He's doing that multiple times a game. No, that's a technical foul. So if we're going to go ticky-tack-toe and we're going to try to take a win away from the Warriors, you've got to look at everything else that happened that game. You guys remember when Lamb had the ball and he just got flatlined from the back from the Mavericks player and
flatlined.
I mean, Vince, while I may agree with you, you understand that as a fan, there's never been a fan ever who comes out of a game.
Got nudged, Vince.
Come on, he
didn't get flatlined.
There's never been a fan who doesn't think they got jobbed by the refs in every game. So all these other things that you're going to bring up, like the Mavs will disagree and have their own list of things that they don't like.
Flatline.
But don't worry about it. This protest is absurd, and it's going to be turned away.
I hope Anthony Lamb was not hospitalized after that flatlining.
Stop.
Stop.
It was a foul. It doesn't matter if he was killed or not. It was a foul.
He was not run over.
It doesn't matter. It was a foul.
He was nudged.
Which is a foul.
Not true. Every nudge is not equal, and you know better.
Hey, we are presented by
my people, my guys at Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises, and when you walk in the doors, you're not getting nudged. That I can guarantee.
Unless Debs is there.
Yeah.
He'll nudge you
Watch
right
out.
over to
Totally.
right over to the teller. Okay, Mark Castisher joins us next. He was on the call for ESPN last night. We keep it rocking and rolling on Willard and Dibs.
Working hard.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Just want to say I root against Draymond Green every chance I get.
Wow, that sounded personal.
No, the Michigan State's playing right now.
Ah, gotcha.
I'm on K-State, so
Yeah, you are.
Nothing personal, Day, but not for the next 2 hours.
It is personal.
Not for the next 2 hours,
Yeah.
okay?
And forget Mateen Cleaves, too.
No.
Don't even come at me
Yeah,
with that Mateen
no.
Cleaves S.
GTFOH on that. So, anyway.
Unless our next guest is an alum of Michigan State, and
I don't even
I should have
know.
Googled it.
Yeah, Mark Kestisher was on the call, ESPN Radio, for Dubs and Mavs last night. Where did you go to school, Mark? And thank you for coming on.
You're welcome, gentlemen. I am a Syracuse University guy, but I was at the Big 12 tournament to broadcast a couple of weeks ago. So, K-State's in my wheelhouse, but I'm not betting against Izzo in March, ever. So, heck of a game.
Yeah, I am actually betting against Izzo in March, but can I just get 30 seconds on my new man crush, Marquise Noel of Kansas State?
Yes. He gives anyone that's 5'8", supposedly, just a dynamo. Holy cow.
Mark, we have been obsessed here in the Bay Area with what those who follow the NBA outside of our area think about this version of the Warriors, because this has been so different and an odd year, even coming off yet another championship. So what's your read on their viability as a contender this year?
Well, I would say outside of the Bay Area, I think most people feel like, well, you know what? It was a heck of a run for a championship last year. The young guys who were replacing, some of the key bench veterans last year just weren't ready. Nobody has any idea why they can't perform on the road versus home. And even though the West, is seemingly up for grabs, probably not going to be the Warriors' year. But, jumping in and parachuting in yesterday, gave me a whole different view, and hopefully we relayed that nationally. And that is, if, and it's a big if they could solve some of those defensive three-point road numbers, and, hearing that Gary Payton II might not be far off from returning, and, one would have to imagine that Andrew Wiggins at some point is coming back with all the firepower, as much tread, that may be gone from all the years that this window has been open, that maybe those two guys coming back can help. I don't know if transform is the right word, but, turn it around on that end of the floor, that all of a sudden, when you start looking at these matchups, especially if you could avoid the play-in, you feel you got a puncher's chance, in the big tournament starting in the middle of April.
As you parachuted in, how much did you know about Jonathan Kuminga coming in, and how much, I guess, respect and appreciation do you have for that player now?
Well, I was fortunate enough to call 3 or 4 G League Ignite games a couple of years ago, so got very familiar with Kuminga. Was at the draft when he got drafted, really appreciate, the high IQ of the young man, and obviously the talents that he possesses. And I don't know if it was, just wasn't ready for the bright lights when the season started, but it's a different looking young basketball player right now that's building a ton of confidence, especially, when you prepare nationally for these games, you really focus in on the two teams you're about to see, the last couple games coming in. And so we've seen, 3 terrific games in a row from him, and you could sense that confidence. And I worked with Corey Alexander last night, who is big on the prep scene. And even though Jonathan didn't play in college basketball, Corey sees a lot of the young guys through the years, so he has a much better handle on them than I do. And, him reciting last night what he has seen from him and the confidence, I think just emboldens you to think that, this is the Jonathan Kuminga that they envisioned coming, and now finally maybe blossoming here, at the latter stages of year 2 of his pro career.
On the ESPN radio call for Mavs and Warriors last night, it's Mark Kestisher joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Mark, we've sort of had a bit of a conversation about the controversial call that Mark Cuban is protesting at the end of the game. But before we get into any back and forth on it, I'd just love to hear your perspective on the play.
Well, I'm going to say I sent a text to Corey Alexander late last night, and I thanked him for bailing me out. When we, ESPN Radio, do these, call them non-exclusive games, we dance around March Madness, and so we get put in some awkward broadcast positions. And, we were behind the baseline in the corner, and I was even a little confused as to who had the ball. I saw all those hand directions that the official was giving, and now that you see it in retrospect, you're like, oh, yeah, it's pretty obvious. He was signaling timeout. He was not signaling the ball, for Dallas. And what I couldn't understand is we're coming to break, we're talking at a break, and Dallas is 5 of them on the other end of the floor. So my attention was on the far end of the floor, figuring out what is Dallas doing, and not realizing Steve Kerr and Jordan Poole are, let's go, come on, get the ball in, free bucket. And Corey was all over it. As far as the protest, which we didn't find out till we're walking out of the building, I just don't know, what legs they would have to stand on based on, the Poole reports with the officials. And I think in the end, especially when we're as far away as we were, you rely on public address, and I don't know if that's official. Clearly it's not. But I clearly heard Dallas ball, and so with the Mavericks bench being on the far end, maybe that's what they heard. They went gospel. They start drawing up a play. But it does not excuse, if you think it's your ball, to not at least have an inbounder and a guy to inbound to on the Warriors' end of the floor. That part is unforgivable.
Yeah. We've seen the 5-out offense work, but the 5-out defense, I don't know if it's ever worked before, Mark.
That's resulted in a quick 2 points every time. I've never seen it. I said that on the air. I said, I've seen a lot of basketball. I have never seen anything like this, especially at this level.
And it's crazy. And, you could say, it came down to that bucket. But when there's 252 points scored in a game, I have a hard time looking at, I guess that would be 0.85%, not even 1% of the entire total. Luka Doncic, such a great player, volume shooter, but the constant complaining and crying. Is he at a spot now, Mark, where he needs to get over it and become kind of a grown-up in the association?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's been part of his game as a very young player. It can be irritating, especially if it's not the guy who's wearing your jersey. I think the referees give him a little bit of slack as he's become one of the superstars here. But somebody, and I'm sure someone on Dallas has reached out to him and has gently said, look, you're constantly in that 15, 16 tech range. You're only going to hurt us if we're going to miss games, and we're not going to get calls. The refs are, they won't give you as much slack as they may. You can't. There are times. There was one last night. I can't remember because you're right. There were so many possessions in the game where it was so clear and obvious that it was an out of bounds that had no chance that it was going to be Dallas ball, and he complained vociferously on that one going down floor. So you lose all your credibility. It's like the boy who cried wolf when you do it every single time, especially when I don't even need replay to see that it wasn't a controversial call.
Mark, what is your list of Western Conference teams that are viable threats to make the NBA Finals?
Western Conference. Well, we put Denver in their category because they've had such a terrific season, and they might have a 3-time MVP on their roster. After that, look, Memphis was a clear number 2 for me until everything that happened with Ja Morant. He had a quick return, as we've seen. He's back to action last night. I do think, though, that the Steven Adams injury and the fact that he had a 4-week reevaluation period when we thought maybe he was coming back quickly is concerning. Backup center also got lost for the year with an Achilles injury recently. So there's some concerns for me with Memphis. Sacramento's been a great story. You guys obviously know Mike Brown well. He's a terrific coach. Took over a really good young roster, and then the label's going to be, but they've never been there. And I don't know if that's a fair label, but it's accurate. It's going to be the first time around for those guys. And then after that, it's everybody's got a shot. It's amazing. I've never seen so many teams with a glut. I call it the sea of Western Conference mediocrity. And they're good teams, but they've had, for whatever reason, mediocre seasons, and we can pencil in Kevin Durant, for his 30-10 if you want, but I still need to see it with that team because he really hasn't done it for a long period of time yet. So for me, it's big-time question mark after Denver, and I still even have some questions with Memphis and Sacramento.
Yeah, I think that's all fair. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Mark, just one for me as a Syracuse alum. Jim Boeheim's career ended ignominiously, and I'm using a big word because you used vociferously. Did they do Jim dirty on his way out the door?
I think it feels like a combination, right? I was scheduled to call the Syracuse Wake Forest. I still call it the Carrier Dome finale, and then I got reassigned at the last minute. So I really would have loved to have got a little more inside. And I'm just kind of speaking off the cuff because I hardly did any ACC basketball this year. But just from outside looking in, I thought it was a clean break for me, and it's not my career. If when his sons, Buddy and Jimmy, finish, it's a great time to walk away, hand off the program. There's a succession plan. There seemed to maybe not be that, and it just kind of lingered. And then it came to that kind of, not so good-looking finish there. And then Jim came back with the press conference, I think, smoothed things over at the end. So I don't know if they did him dirty. We'll never find out the real story of it, but I get the sense, even at 78 or whatever age he is, he still had a lot of motor and still wanted to go. I work with PJ Carlissimo, who's a good friend, a great friend of Jim Boeheim, and PJ at 73 is doing laps around me. So, there are some guys that just still have it deep into their 70s, and I still think there was a little more there, and, they just couldn't find the right breaking point, and it just got a little messy.
You can't just throw breaking news out like that and not warn us, Mark. PJ Carlissimo is 73?
Man.
Are you kidding me?
I know. It's unbelievable. And, look, I've been trying to lose about 20 pounds for the last 5 years because the man has 5 stomachs. He doesn't eat all day long, and we love coming to San Francisco. I've been so glad the Warriors have been great. He's got about 5 or 6 restaurants in San Francisco that are his go-tos, and we go after every Warriors game. It could be 11, and there's a 3-course meal. And I may not make it to 73 hanging out with PJ.
Yeah, no joke. My gosh. Mark, thanks so much, man. That was a whole lot of fun.
Hey, good being on with you guys. Hope to see you in the playoffs.
Indeed, yes. After last night's victory, much more likely. There he goes, Mark Castasher, ESPN Radio, joining us after being on the call. And I got all kinds of weird stuff out of that. PJ Carlissimo, 73.
Right.
And apparently you went to Syracuse. I didn't know that either.
Well,
so
I didn't. That's the school I wanted to go to.
Yeah,
but when you graduate high school with a 2.4 and the only school you can get into is FUCK, the First Unified College of Kentfield.
Wow.
Also known as College of Marin.
Yeah.
We knew it by a different acronym back then. It was the First Unified College of Kentfield.
My son might be there in a couple of years.
And
so
he will know.
You go easy on that place.
Well, I'm a graduate.
Yeah.
I was 2 and out, and then 11 more years, and I finally got my degree. But
good for you.
Syracuse is where I wanted to go.
I wanted to go there too, and it wasn't because of a 2-point anything at GPA. It was because my parents went, is Syracuse in California? I said, no.
Right.
They said, oh, then you're not going.
Yeah.
Go on.
Well, even back then, if you went to Syracuse, then you immediately became a national caliber broadcaster. And you could look across like the wide specter of broadcasters, and a lot of them went to Syracuse. It's the gold standard.
And look at us. Here we are.
Couple of slappies from state schools.
Here we are in market. What are we? 4, 5?
Number 4.
Whatever. Okay, market 4.
Not bad.
Afternoon drive, and we didn't have Syracuse to help us.
No.
Cal State system right here. A couple of Cal Staters right over here.
And I love Kesty, and I call him Kesty because we go way back.
I could feel
he's
that.
like, I was supposed to do the Syracuse game, but I got moved, and then I had to go here, and I had to go there.
PJ's a good friend. We go to great restaurants all the time.
So many drops could have been had there.
I mean, he was driving, we were on Bluetooth. I mean, the whole thing was just vociferous, huge flex all over the place. from Mark Castasher, ESPN.
That's why I had to come back with my own 10-cent word just to let him know that I could have gone to Syracuse if I wanted to.
Could have gone to college.
Sure.
You could have been a contender.
Yeah.
Anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. I love doing that conversation with all kinds of people, and we did it with Mark, and he gave the same kind of answer that all of us give. Hey, who do you think could go to the NBA Finals out of the West? And they'll be like, oh, well, let's go through the teams. And, none of them.
Denver.
So,
Denver.
But
everyone says Denver.
Everyone says Denver because you're forced to. Like, what weirdo would be like, I'm not going to pick the team that's in first place? It's obligatory. It doesn't mean that anybody actually thinks Denver's going to the NBA Finals. Nobody thinks that.
And if you look at the odds, they're not prohibitive favorites.
No, not even close. And then Memphis, they're sort of exerting their power to get back to the 2 over Sacramento. By the way, here's the question we probably should be playing with after last night's win. Because now it does feel like the Warriors are going to be a top 6 seed. I know that's silly. They're only a game ahead of Minnesota, and they play Minnesota on Sunday. But we've gotten into this cadence that when they come home, things get better, and now they're coming home. So these are 2 really big wins, and it feels likely that they're going to be in the top 6. The question becomes, which of those top 6 do you want to be? You're not going to be 1, 2, or 3.
No.
Sure, you take 4 if you can get it. They're only a game behind Phoenix. But the most likely are 5 and 6.
Give me 6.
I mean, right? You don't want Phoenix in the first round.
I don't think you want Memphis in the first round. Memphis is a tough out for you.
I don't think you're going to get Memphis because I think Memphis is going to be the 2. So Memphis to me is off the table. Memphis is going to get the 7. Memphis is going to get they've got a 2-game lead on Sacramento now.
But if you're the Warriors, I don't think that you're locked in at the 6 by any stretch of the imagination.
No, you're not locked in. My point being, if you're a 6, like the play-in thing, forget it. Like that's
right.
Throw a feather in the air, see which way it blows. I think the Warriors last night took a very big step to being a top 6 seed. Question is, which of those top 6 numbers do you want? Sure, you want 4, but I don't know how the Warriors conduct this. You can't. You have to go try to win all of your games. But yeah, I would rather be the 6 than the 5. Wouldn't you?
Definitely, if I can get Sacramento. I want Sacramento. And this is no disrespect to the Kings. That's your lane. I'm not going to disrespect Sacramento.
You just did. All I did was call them a word.
But it's a word that is absolutely inflammatory. But you actually have a pretty good chance to get to the 5. And I don't know what the tiebreaker between you and the Clippers is. I know you split the 4 games with the Clippers. So that would go down to, I think, maybe conference record. And right now, you have a better conference record than the Clippers do. Maybe that's something we can ask Steve Kerr today.
25 and 20 versus 22 and 22.
The Clippers have OKC tonight. If the Clippers lose, you are in a flat-footed tie with the Clippers, and the Thunder would be a half game behind you.
Right.
But more importantly, you'd be tied with the Clippers, and I think that you have the tiebreaker over LA.
I think you're right. Yeah. And so there's nothing you can do about this to conduct it. There's nothing you can do.
Right.
You got to go win your games.
There's too many machinations out there for you to try to cook it your way.
But I mean, right? Like if you're just talking about a lane or a road, if you end up as the 5, you're looking at Phoenix right out of the gate and then probably Denver right after that, as opposed to Sacramento right out of the gate and then maybe Memphis after that.
Yeah.
So let's just be honest, and I'm going to upset everybody again. Let's be honest. One road means you've got to beat maturity, and the other road means you need to beat immaturity. I would rather beat immaturity. The immature road has Sacramento and Memphis. Nobody's 30 years old. Nobody's ever done anything. People are out drinking, flashing guns on IG. And then there's Sacramento, incredibly talented, but defensively challenged and brand new. If you're the Warriors, what's the one major advantage you have over everybody? Massive maturity, know-how, experience. You've been there before. Sacramento and Memphis is definitely, to me, the route you want.
No doubt. Sacramento, Memphis, and then you'll take your chances with Phoenix or Denver or whoever it has to be. I'm looking at the tiebreaker procedures as outlined, at NBA.com, and it's saying that division won-loss percentage, if teams are in the same division, comes before conference won-loss percentage.
Okay.
So that actually hurts the Warriors because the Clippers have a better division record than the Warriors do. So
they do.
If they finish in a flat-footed tie, according to my research, the Warriors would lose out to the Clippers in that tie-break scenario.
You say that doesn't help the Warriors. I say it does, because maybe it'll knock them down to the 6, which is what we just said they want. So, the Clippers right now half game ahead, and as you said, they're in OKC, right? This is a road game for the Clips?
Yes, it is. No, it's at home.
No, it's
at
at
LA.
home.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's at the crypto.com.
Although there's no difference in the Clipper record between home and road. They're almost the exact same thing throughout the year.
And for more Western Conference intrigue, New Orleans hosting Charlotte as well. So New Orleans, not dead yet.
I know. They're 2 games behind the Warriors when there's only 7 or 8 left.
They're 1 game behind in the loss column, and that's where you have to focus, Mark, because
I guess
that's what it comes down to. The Warriors have played 2 more games.
Right, but that's acting like that in the win column. Sure, the Pelicans have control over that, but it doesn't mean they can just go get those wins by snapping their fingers.
No, but you're more likely to win a game that you are yet to play than win a game that you've already played and lost.
That's a great point.
You're welcome.
That's a great point.
So the Pelicans have 2 games in hand that if they win, they're only 1 game behind the Warriors.
Yes.
And to my point about the fact that they play tonight against a hapless Charlotte Hornets team, if you don't win that game, then I can start to dismiss New Orleans.
Right. Although they are coming to Chase next week, and sure, we don't know. Like, something could happen between now and then.
And if they beat the Warriors at Chase, that would mean that the Warriors lost that game.
Right, it would. But if
Am I going too deep for you?
But if the Warriors score more points than the Pelicans in that game, then the Warriors will be the winners.
Unless there's a protest.
Okay,
and
thank
it gets,
you. Unless Mark Cuban flies in. Right.
You
All
gotta
right.
add that to everything now.
Ryan in the city is next up. Hey, Ryan, what are you doing?
Just got done with work, so but I did want to talk about these playoff teams. Honestly, I think like Memphis is, not a real playoff team. I don't think there would be a threat to the Warriors. I think the only threat to the Warriors, like the NBA Finals teams that I believe that can be there, are just the Suns and the Warriors from the Western Conference. That's my belief on that, and that I just don't see these other teams ever, getting there. I see that Memphis talks all this trash off the screen and everything, but when it comes to crunch time, they can never finish it.
I tend to agree. I do think you're ignoring Denver, and I understand why. Ryan, thanks. We don't actually have any great reason that Denver is not going to go, other than that we're just sort of conditioned that Denver is this annual invitation to the playoffs to kind of be there for somebody else.
My
to
big
move
reason
through.
would be 19 and 18 on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, other
get
than the quaint mile highness of where they play their home games, they're mediocre.
But they're going to have home court advantage over everybody,
Right.
And that home court is intense.
But the Warriors win road playoff games.
They do.
So I'm not afraid of Denver in that vein at all.
No, not afraid of them. Again,
You're scared.
I think everybody in the West is. I think their points right now are Swiss cheese. All of them, Warriors included.
Yeah.
Everybody's title case has tons of holes in it. Denver included, Memphis included, Sacramento. Are you kidding me? Phoenix right now is still just a concept who everybody likes, which is why I think everybody likes Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix could go to the title. What are they? Who are they? What do they look like together? Oh, we saw them for 3 games. Yeah, they played 3 terrible teams and they won. So I got holes in everybody's theory as far as this is concerned. All right. Much more on the Warriors, including more of your phone calls. Steve Kerr joins us at the top of the hour. And oh, by the way, and we need to introduce this to our even our holdovers, but our new audience here in the afternoon on Willard and Dibs. I saw on Instagram last night from Gabe Kapler, quite frankly, the funniest thing that he has ever done since he became the manager of this team. And so that is
nice.
Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, fine, I will. It is Willard and Dibbs, and it was the win we've been waiting for. The win we've been waiting for. From the Golden State Warriors, all the things you've been waiting for. Think about it. Road, check.
Second in a row.
Kuminga, check.
Turning into an absolute monster. Western Conference rival?
But check. How do we feel about Jordan Poole last night?
Yeah.
He was good. Isn't that the tone?
He was fine.
He wasn't great. No, I'm going to give him better than fine. He's good.
No, Jordan.
He was aight. He was
Okay.
all right.
That's better than fine, by the way. You know my feeling about the word fine.
He was fine. If you want to play, let's rank the Warriors. They had 10 guys who played. Draymond was better. Curry was better. The restaurant quality of Dante DiVincenzo was better. Kevon Looney was better. Kuminga was better. Then you get to Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole was the 5th, 6th best Warrior. He played better than Clay. He played better than Moses Moody in his 7 minutes. He played better than Anthony Lamb, who got nudged over. And his only turnover came when he got nudged.
And
he was better than JaMychal Green.
Restaurant quality. Was DiVincenzo better than Poole last night?
DiVincenzo played meaningful late game minutes.
I know.
Jordan Poole sat and watched.
I like Jordan's 6 assists. I like that now. 16 points, 6 assists.
No turns either.
Yeah.
Real nice.
Look.
Low wattage minutes for Jordan Poole.
But I'll take this from Jordan Poole. Like, you're having a hard time coming up with the mistakes, if you will. Jordan Poole, you could score 40, you could score 15. But the only thing that makes people rub their temples after the game is when he falls over or shoots from 28 feet for no reason early in the shot clock. That kind of stuff. Didn't see a lot of that from Jordan last night. High assists, no turnovers, double-digit points. I do apologize for my my guarantee during the pregame show that Poole was going to go over.
Yeah, boy, that was awkward.
Well, I mean, it was 16.5. I needed one. Come on. He shot 4 from 5 from the free throw line. Jordan, what are you doing? Make all 5.
It was 16.5?
16.5.
Didn't even sniff it.
Make all your free throws, and you score 17, and we cashed me out one time.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen.
You were a lot closer than my bet the under call. The Warriors defense and with no Kyrie. But I was right about them slowing Luka Doncic, but that's about all they did.
Yeah, exactly.
My God.
Anyway, I mean, this is the win they've been waiting for. It was collective. It was the young guys looking like they were in a flow, looking like they were playing within the framework of what the older guys want. It was 33 assists. That's connectivity. That's understanding one another, where you're supposed to be, all of those things. Yeah, they were not great from three-point range. They shot just under 31% from three. But they attacked the basket more than they usually do. Their efficiency from inside the arc was unbelievable. And what do we often say, whether this is even accurate or not, what do we say when the Warriors lose these lazy games on the road? Gosh, do these guys even care?
Nice.
You saw it last night. I thought they were aware of the moment, and the intensity that we watched from the team matched the moment, and that's how you get more points than the other team. That's how you do it. So by 2, by 5, too many points, whatever, that was a get-it-done night, and I thought their approach was really, really nice.
And they showed a lot of effort late in the game, and that was one of those games that they have lost 9 times out of 10 this year. A game where it starts to get close, and you fell behind, and yet you made the requisite plays to hold on, and late in the game, you did just enough to get it done. Draymond Green with a huge and one, part of his 14-point night. And we know that when Draymond Green gets to double figures, the Warriors usually win games. So that was nice for them to be able to get that done.
888-957-9570 is the number if you want to weigh in. What was your takeaway from last night's game? For me, it's the win they were waiting for. Xfinity Mobile text line is at your disposal. And once again, good afternoon to you, Twitch and YouTube. We thank you for hanging with us and watching the show. And also, we mentioned this a few times. For some of you, with the new time slot here at 95.7 The Game, maybe you're not used to our show. Maybe this is the first time that you've heard our show. We welcome you. We ask you to hang with us and let us grow on you like a fungus.
Nice.
Okay, hang in there with us, and we're glad you're along for the ride. This is something that is a part of our repertoire. Okay, I've been kind of, and I think you sense this, Dibs. I've been holding it at bay. I don't want to overdo Gabe Yapler because we got a long summer about to come.
Yeah, a lot of baseball.
Gabe is going to be out there talking on a nightly basis about Yaz and strikeouts.
You do a great impersonation of Gabe Kapler.
Okay, so but we got all summer long for Gabe.
Season hasn't even started.
The season has not started.
Which is why I'm wondering why we're going to it so early.
Well, it's a special moment.
Thank you for the pause.
It's a special, special moment because of all the Gabe Kapler sound bites that we have had since he arrived in San Francisco. Unequivocally, this is my favorite. This is from his own Instagram feed last night as he takes everybody both visually and in an audio performance through his dinner, which simply consisted of 2 pieces of bread and a fried egg. That's it. And we got 40 seconds of a description.
So this is certainly not my typical dinner, but sometimes I just like to go with the craving. And tonight I was feeling some French bread toasted in a pan with some butter and some salt. And figured I would try my hand at a really good over easy egg. It's not something that is simple to execute for me, but I like to toy with the time that I flip and toy with the amount of butter that I use. And tonight I was able to create a really good bite. Turned out really well.
This guy, I mean, honestly,
I could listen to this for the
you
rest
gotta
of the
be
show.
kidding me.
Listen,
I like to toy with when I flip and the amount of butter that I use. Hey, Gabe, do me a favor. Go adopt a kid, get a dog, get a hobby, get a life. Oh, my God, dude. Seriously, I like to toy with when I flip and how much butter I use. Dude, you're making a fried egg.
I don't even know where to start. The music is unbelievable. It's like sensual. And again, it's a fried egg and 2 pieces of bread. That's what we got out of that. He didn't even, there's no avocado. There's no hummus.
No omelet.
There's no like.
He cuts 2 slices off a baguette.
Right.
And by the way, he cut the dead middle of the baguette too. So, I mean, I guess
I don't know where the other half
who
went.
knows? Probably in the garbage. And
actually, our research has shown
Exactly
that the middle
right.
of the loaf is the most delicious.
Loaf.
Brother.
I mean, this guy.
There's so much in there. It's 2 pieces of bread and an egg. And then just hearing about Gabe
talk
God. About his cravings, sometimes you just got to lean into them. I'm sitting there thinking about, like, what if this were an actual post-game press conference, right? And I mean, Gabe is just, look, obviously in the 7th inning, we usually like to go with a right-hander. But sometimes I look out at the field and I see a right-hander, but I have to give in to my cravings, and I was craving a left-hander.
Totally.
So we went with the other Rogers.
Sometimes I like to toy with when I go to the bullpen and when I don't.
This is 2 pieces of bread. He sticks them in a pan with butter, and then he makes a fried egg. And we got 40 seconds of sensual cooking and what sounds like a really complex, different kinds of times where we flip the egg. I mean,
I like to toy with the timing of the flip.
There are 5-year-olds who's like, Mom, this is not a complicated enough breakfast.
No.
We're going to need a little bit something else from you. Do we have
You
some
heat up
quinoa?
a pan and you crack an egg and you flip it and it's done. And then you see at the very end of the video when he dips the bread into it to show you that the egg is just perfectly runny.
Right. It did look I'd have eaten the hell out of that thing. Amazing.
I mean, if you think about like other coaches in the Bay Area and how they would have described it, Kyle Shanahan would be, well, I just like to, I put an egg and stuff and a couple pieces of bread and I fry it and then, it's breakfast, but I had it for dinner.
And then we'll have to ask, maybe Steve Kerr will take us through this at 5.
Steve Kerr would say,
two pieces of bread in the night, Coach.
First I open up the carton and I look at all the eggs and I realize that 8 of them are young and they're not ready to be fried. And so I look at the veteran eggs and I realize I need a good veteran egg to go in there. And, in terms of bread, I need bread that can go out there and rebound. So,
you know what Bochy's Instagram would have sounded like?
Let's hear it.
2 pieces of bread and an egg, and I ate it. Right.
Exactly.
I put it in my gut.
That's it. 6 seconds. We're done. Post it. It's on the story.
So perfect.
I can't with this guy. This is I can't wait. You guys all won. Why is Willard so into the Giants? I don't care, right? If they come in second place, but we get sensual fried eggs, that's worth something. Come on.
It's not worth a damn
thing. Have some fun over here. Listen to this guy.
I mean, what's his deal?
Can anybody identify this song?
So this is certainly not my typical dinner.
Just somebody help me. I wonder, can our listeners, does anyone know what that song is? I don't know.
Copyright issues would prevent us from truly identifying it. But my only reaction to this is, where does he get off?
Wait, what?
Where does he get off?
Are you actually upset?
I'm pissed, Mark.
Why?
I'm not that angry.
He's in Arizona.
But why? What leads you to think that this is content that anybody would find educational or entertaining?
Here we are. What
here
do you mean?
You are.
Are you?
I'm entertained by the fact that you're entertained.
Are we going to turn this into a thing? Are you saying that we should not be playing Gabe Kapler Instagram on 95.7 The Game right now?
The reason why I'm all for us playing it is because you do a great impersonation of Gabe Kapler. But where does he get off thinking that anybody honestly gives a crap about him making an egg?
I'm sorry, do you have an Instagram account? That's
yes.
all this is people are like, pop, selfie, pop, look at my dinner, pop, look, me and my friend, and you didn't get invited. We went out to lunch, pop.
The dude made an egg.
Yeah, exactly.
The only appealing part of this for me is you could see when he's going to turn the egg, you could see the veins popping out of his forearms, and you could see the tattoos on his knuckles.
Tat on his hands.
It's like
very difficult for me to execute. I mean,
this poor egg, dude, is getting manhandled by those hands.
By the way, guys, according to Instagram, it is Sound Good by Pink Sifu featuring Live and Jametta Rose. Never heard of any of these people.
Which is the most Gabe thing I've ever heard in my whole
Obviously,
life.
my music taste is as esoteric as my egg prep.
I am very eclectic.
Good God.
It's the best.
From Chris A. on the YouTube feed, Kapler is hella awkward, LOL. You're so right, Chris A.
Tomorrow on Gabe Kapler's Instagram, we make Cheerios.
Totally.
It's going to be incredible.
Exactly.
This is how I pour the cereal into the bowl, and then I use non-fat milk. Not easy for me to execute the right amount. It's delicious. I could watch this all
I have a feeling you already have. How many views for you? And how many views for that video?
The question is, did I like it? Oh, well, here, let me.
Probably, there's got to be close to 100,000.
I got it on my phone.
Because I would imagine there's a lot of Mark Willards out there who are just fascinated by his egg prep.
I don't know if. It's on a reel. Here, have me. No, 7,012 likes. We got 21,400 views.
That's early.
Oh, wait. No.
Are those your views?
I got the decimal point in the wrong spot.
210,000.
214,000 views.
How many of those are you? Half?
Most of them, yeah.
Infinite number of outcomes.
By the way, I'm looking at all of his recent reels. You go through the last 10 reels, 21,000. 112,000, 61, 82, 76, 96, 93, 50, 214.
Wow.
This is the most viewed thing that Gabe has ever done. He fried an egg, and he put it on a piece of bread.
He didn't even put it on the bread. He dabbed the bread into the egg.
Well, you got to dab. When you have a nice moment, you got to dab.
He dabbed on it, no doubt. It's that, in a nutshell, is what's wrong with our country. A man who's got other skills potentially.
So good.
Making an egg,
It's so
and this
good.
is what we. Yeah. I mean, good God.
Oh gosh. I mean, it makes you wonder, right? Like everybody, no matter what your business is, you're trying to share something. You're trying to get people's eyeballs or attention. Isn't it crazy now?
It's
like
crazy.
You could sit there for 3 years and be like, I got the greatest idea. And you share it, and Gabe trumps you by frying an egg.
It was crazy.
Gets quadruple the views because he flipped an egg and he ate it.
Let's all remember when the United States is no longer the preeminent nation in the world. Let's remember this moment. It's the TikTokification of America, and this is just yet another example of what's happened to us.
I can't wait for what he does next. I can't wait. This season needs to start.
Hash browns would be too difficult for me. I think you're right about a bowl of cereal.
Very difficult to execute. Yeah.
Today, I will be putting 2 Eggos in the toaster. Very difficult to know just how brown to get them.
Oh, gosh. Oh, that is fantastic.
I'm happy that you're happy.
That's so good. 888-957. The Giants are winning the World Series. I mean, come on.
That's it, huh?
I mean, you got that on the dugout. How are you going to beat that? I don't think DeRosa can fry an egg like that. Come on.
Surely can't beat Japan in the
Craig
clutch.
Counsell, you think Counsell can get 214,000 views for flipping an egg? Nope. Dave Roberts? Probably doesn't even have an account. Old fart. Jeez. So good. All right, 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr is going to join us in 25 minutes. Your chance right now, prior to Steve coming on. I tell you what, we could have some fun. Not only whatever your takeaway from last night's game, if you had an opportunity, I'm not saying you do, but if you had an opportunity to ask Steve Kerr a question, what would it be? Fire away, 888-957-9570. Love to hear kind of where everyone's head is at. Again, I have dubbed this, pun intended, the win we've been waiting for so many reasons. I love spatial awareness. And actually, spatial's not the right way to say that because, by the way, lovely Christy's probably listening going, you're the least spatially aware person in the history of ever. She's always laughing at me because, as I'm driving, I just don't, I got tunnel vision. I don't even see what's going on. Not too aware, yeah. Right, but I hope at least I've got some sort of an awareness to, not upset other drivers or not be I'm always banging on the kid to be on time for things. Why? Awareness. I don't want people waiting on me.
This was situational awareness, I think, is what you're looking for.
Yes.
Because you needed
at a high level
a road win. You needed to end this trip 2-3. You needed to beat a team against whom you were competing for a playoff spot. You needed to give life not only to your own team, but to your fan base. You needed to win a game that, damn it, you should have won.
Yep.
You were favored. Dallas was without a star. Situationally, they were aware. They played like this game mattered, Mark. And that, I think, is where you're talking about the awareness that the Warriors showed. They showed awareness. They went out and they executed awareness. And they came home with a huge win.
I will tell you one thing that's unfortunate that did continue in this game last night. How many games have the Warriors played now? Is that 74? 74. Yep. Okay. So that is the 74th consecutive game where someone you've never heard of had a great night.
Right.
It happens. It's crazy. Every game.
Jaden Hardy.
I
thought it was James Harden for a while.
If somebody woke up this weekend and went, well, Hardy went off on him, you'd be like, yeah, Harden on Friday. No, Hardy.
Jaden Hardy. No answer.
6 threes, 27 points, 10 of 18 from the field. Huck in 5 rebounds as well and a block. This guy went absolutely off, and I promise you that all of you have never heard of him. I want to make a list. Can we have some? You and I got to sit down this weekend and do it.
I'm going back right now.
Make the list of players who've gone off on the Warriors this year who the average fan has never heard of.
They beat Houston in the previous game. The leading scorer for the Rockets with 21, Tari Eason.
Exactly.
Tari Eason. He led the way.
Yep.
You lost to Memphis, and Well, a lot of guys we know on that team, so it maybe isn't a fair
I guess we
comp.
all know them, but yeah.
I mean,
do you remember that loss to Denver a few weeks back where who was it that went absolutely crazy? I mean, Jokic had his 22, but it was that Vlatko Konchar or however.
No answer for Konchar.
Yeah, Konchar.
Konchar at 17.
But there was another game this year where he also went crazy. Like those types of guys, my gosh, they've been torching the Warriors all year long.
Yeah, the one that got me, and I know that these players are better now than we thought at the time, but they lost to the Lakers, and it was the Austin Reeves show.
Oh,
Reeves has been on a great run, but Austin Reeves is another one of those guys who it's like, huh?
Seriously.
No answer for Reeves?
No answer for Reeves. Every single night, we call them League Pass players because you have to have League Pass to even know who these are. And whoever it is, they usually nail a bunch of threes. It's usually on the road, and the Warriors will shrug their shoulders and go, well, we were guarding him. But for whatever reason, he careered it. Bob Fitzgerald will be on TV going, I don't know how the hell they're making all these shots. It's every single road game. And it just so happens, is lucky enough the Warriors were able to outscore them last night rather than have it be a good defensive performance. I guess that's the only way I would have liked last night's game even more is if they had held Dallas to 115 or less.
Right, which would have been, something remarkable, especially on the road, because it's not something they've done very often. You held Luka to 30 on 27 shots. That, to me, speaks more to the defense they played as opposed to the fact that they gave up 125.
Yeah, absolutely. So 888-957-9570. Draymond Green was a magician in the second half. Love seeing Steph Curry have 13 assists, a double-double for Kevon Looney. I think it's something north of fine for Jordan Poole's game, but the real story coming out of this one, as we know, is none other than Jonathan Kuminga. And to me, you're talking about such a game changer if this guy can find one thing, and that is consistency. We've never questioned his athletic gifts. We know that he's a player on both sides of the floor in these games, but the whole story, and this is why last night was so significant to me. The win is obvious, the mathematics of the standings. But the whole story of the Warriors this year has been what? It's been the old guys don't trust the young guys. So if they can start trusting some of the young guys, and what a great start, and I shouldn't even call it a start because Kuminga's been largely good for about 3 weeks now.
Yeah.
If he can get consistent and gain the trust of the veteran players, tell me that doesn't change everything for the Warriors going into the playoffs.
And I think that he's there. I think that he's gotten to that point where he has earned the trust of the Warrior veterans. And just look at what he's done in terms of his own arc this year. October, he averaged 2.7 points a game. Then it went up to 7.4, 9.6 in December, 12.4, 10.3. He's averaging 16.1 in the month of March, and that's over 9 games. Jonathan Kuminga has arrived, and I think the veterans know it, and they've accepted him.
All right. You know who we're presented by, Dips?
Could it be Fremont Bank? Full service banking, no compromises. My personal bankers.
Bang.
My
All right.
people.
Your Warrior phone calls still welcome prior to Steve Kerr joining us. He will join us at 5. But if you want to get in before Steve, now's the time, 888-957-9570. But it's Steve Kerr, 18 minutes away on Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari.
shopping at Lowe's.
Always find what you love at Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from at the lowest price, it's easy to find your favorite Cabernet or a new single-barrel bourbon to try. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine & More. Spirits not sold in Virginia and North Carolina. Drink responsibly. Must be 21.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so as has already been well established here on this radio station today, we're all going to the game tomorrow night, just not you, Dibbs.
You're going?
Oh, I'm going.
Oh, that's right. You got 4.
I'm going.
You got 4 good ones.
I got four
on
strong
the arm,
ones.
right?
What's that?
On the arm?
I don't even know what that means.
On the arm means you didn't pay for them. On the arm is like, here you go.
Listen, I have 4 tickets tomorrow night. I have no further information about this.
Which means you got them for free.
I have no further information.
What's the
about
face
this.
value on those tickets?
Lots.
Where you sitting?
I have no further information on
Did you
this.
get the 4?
What's that?
Did you procure the 4 or did the lovely Christie?
I have the. They're in my Apple Wallet.
You're a terrible liar.
I'm not lying. I have not said a lie yet.
But you're bad at being misleading.
I'm being evasive. I'm not lying.
You're being you're terrible at being misleading.
No,
at being evasive.
Fine.
You got free tickets, and I want to know from whom.
Nope, I didn't say that.
I did.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to this one tomorrow night.
Yeah, we are.
We got some wonky information. Is what we got.
How so?
Well, Doc Rivers said last night that Joel Embiid, who left the game injured,
yeah,
nothing to be concerned about. He will play on Friday. James Harden didn't play last night.
Say it right.
James Harden.
Thank you.
Didn't play last night.
Oh.
Doc Rivers said, we expect him to play on Friday.
It's a 4.
I know I'm not supposed to do that.
That's Guru's bit. And I was going to tell you to remind me to get Mock Rivers out tomorrow.
I don't know where my tickets are.
That's really
but
good.
I know that we're going to be there in this game.
Guru might be losing a bit here because that's really good.
Good impression.
Yeah, it's really
Anyway.
good. But that's Guru's lane. And for you to
Sorry to come
try
down
to
that
step
road.
over
I know.
Guru like that.
Well, listen, I'm somebody who I have in my past, I've had throat surgery. So I know what it's like to be hoarse.
You can channel that,
Yeah, I used to have nodules when I was a kid.
When I did Steiny, Guru, and Dibbs, we would get Mock Rivers to appear, especially in the playoffs. Dibbs, and he would get it, really good about addressing us individually, and the cliches would fly. His Mock Rivers is really good.
Joel Embiid and James Harden are both questionable, but I expect them to play.
Yeah,
that's
pretty good.
That's what we got.
Pretty good.
By the way, I saw this thing on social media a few days
I
ago.
hate you.
This was crazy. Somebody put up video of like Doc Rivers as a player, and they're like, "What happened to his voice?" Because they showed this old clip of Doc, and he's like, "Yeah, so we went out there and we played hard," and they're like, "What the hell happened?" His voice has not always been like that. But somebody gave him a suit and a coaching job.
And the guy's been talking like this ever since. I don't know,
The guy-
Steiny. We just don't have the answers. We're trying.
Thank you, Grandy.
I don't know.
It's just
¿Quién es más macho? I don't know.
His is better because
I don't know. It's pretty close.
it's close, but just the way he cliches it up, Steiny, we just don't have the answers.
I don't know,
The guy-
Steiny. We just don't have the answers. We're trying. We don't have the answers. We're trying. We're trying out
Something
there.
about Guru too gives it an automatic nudge his way if it's close.
Yeah,
God, he's so likable.
Exactly. You can't even be in the room with the guy without smiling.
Oh, he's so good.
Oh my gosh. So anyway, but yeah, there are birdies. There are birdies out there who are starting to say that maybe Embiid is not going to play tomorrow night. It's funny. I almost felt conflicted. Like as a Warrior fan, we sat here yesterday counting down the whole Kyrie thing, and I'm not going to lie. I don't root for injuries, but if you're going to miss a game against the Warriors, I'm not going to feel bad about it either.
No.
Like the Warriors need wins. And so tomorrow I'm bringing the boys, and the boys, like the kids like the stars. So it's like I kind of want Embiid to play. Not if it means the Warriors are going to lose.
Right.
Then I'd rather he doesn't play. little conflicted on it. So, we'll have to ask Doc if Embiid is going to play.
Yeah, it's really good. I still got to side with the goo right now. It's his bit.
I'm not trying to make it a competition.
I mean, don't
over
you
here.
already have enough? You got Harry Kalish. You got Gabe Yapler.
Obviously.
You got
There's plenty of room for others to do impressions.
Right.
Okay.
And my impressions are all one word long, so I don't even try to do it like my one word Reagan,
You
my
got
one
Sally
word Trump.
Struthers. That goes on for a while.
Yeah, that's more of
I don't know what the shelf life on it. We got too many people listening. We're like, who the hell is Sally Struthers?
Most of my
Anyway.
best stuff is 40 years old. Speaking of which, Whitey Gleason in tomorrow.
Yes, indeed.
More 40-year-old references.
Well, and more great impressions.
Yeah,
right?
he's really
He
his
does
David Stern, rest in peace.
Well, and his who am I thinking of that he does that just
His Mickey Mouse is off the charts.
I don't
but
know
again,
if I've heard that one.
he does a dirty Mickey, which is it's pretty funny. Of
course he does.
Ah, Goofy, I think you made a mess with the carpet. I mean, his dirty Mickey is off the charts.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, but I don't even know if he can do that anymore. But
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Am I supposed to be rooting for Embiid to be out tomorrow night? I'm kind of rooting for him to be in. Let's see the show and let's go ahead and beat him. I sort of feel like, look,
it's interesting though if you had to if you had a trade off because your kids really want to see Philly at their best, or the Warriors won't have to face Embiid and the Warriors get the victory. Which would you rather have? Not that your kid's going to cry because Jude's tougher than that.
No, they're going to be fine.
But it would be more enjoyable if they got to see the 7'2" kid.
No doubt. By the way, Jerry Jones is what I'm thinking of. Whitey does a banging Jerry
It's really
Jones.
good, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's my favorite one. So, look, if you consider, and maybe this is my teacher brain coming out, but if you consider this the final, what do we got? 8 games left? 8 games left?
We've got 8. 8
games
to
left.
go.
All right. So if you consider this finals week, okay, this week they had to go pass a test, and that was, can you win on the road against a decent team? Can you win 2 in a row? Can you look at an 0-3 road trip, and can you muster up something different when you really, really need it? Because whenever people talk about championship DNA, that's actually what I think they mean. Because what does that really mean? We got championship DNA. You don't have championship inside your belly.
What it means is when the chips are down, you can win games that you didn't win in November and December.
When it's a special moment,
correct.
You've got something special for it. Okay, so this week they passed that test. Okay, so if you pass that portion of the final exam, what's the next portion of the final exam? And for me, it's games like this. Because now you're at home, and if we've made all of this discussion about home road, it doesn't matter at all if the Warriors can't even win home games against really good teams. You're at home, you're expected to win. By the way, do we have a number on this one tomorrow night? Because we had that conversation over who would be favored.
Usually those numbers come out day of. You might be able to find a futures line.
Yeah, if the Sixers don't play tonight, we might be able to find something on this.
And also with no Embiid definitive news as of yet.
Correct, so we don't.
We may not have a line for that.
I only got one number on tomorrow night's action, and it's Houston at Memphis. Memphis
minus 30?
13.
Oh, 13.
Minus 13.
I thought you said 30.
When your mouth went I was like, oh my gosh, he's going to nail it. 13. Minus 13. So, yeah, we don't have a number on that yet. And you're right. It's probably because of Embiid and Harden question marks. But this is the next test for them to pass. This is right. You got to do this now. So that's the other piece of me that would like Embiid to play. This is one of the best teams in the NBA. This is an MVP candidate. Let's see him come into Chase Center. You guys are as healthy as you can be right now. There still won't be Andrew or GP2, but let's do that barometer thing and check it out. So, yeah, I'm kind of into the idea of hoping Embiid plays tomorrow night.
Right. That way, if you get the victory, you feel like, yes, it's good that we got the win, but you also beat Philadelphia at their best. And yes, it's a home game, and you expect to win home games when you're the Golden State Warriors and you're one of the best home teams in the association. But beating a team at full strength or near full strength would give you a little bit more of a shot of confidence. But then again, with this team and their championship DNA, I don't think they're looking at yesterday's game and the win over Dallas thinking, well, I mean, of course we beat them. They didn't have Kyrie Irving. We should petition the league to give this win back.
I mean, I just think players at that level think they should always win. And when they don't, they've got reasons for it. You know what I mean? Like, I take Serena Williams for a moment. Serena, early in her career, I won't call anybody out because Serena's like the greatest athlete of all time. But early in her career, I had some friends and family members that were a little turned off at the way she would handle a press conference. Because Serena, if she lost a match, she would come in and it was never like, this other player was incredible.
Right.
It was, these are all the things that I didn't do, and that's why I lost. However, when you're at that level, you should think like that. And Serena's right. If she lost a match, it's because she wasn't at her best. That's defined true. If she's at her best, you're not beating her. She's the best. The Warriors, it's a little different, obviously, in team sports and in a long season. Nobody goes undefeated, but the Warriors are never going to go into a game and if they lose, come out and be like, well, we were just overwhelmed by talent. The other team was just better than us. Kind of like Jason Kidd sounded in the Western Conference Finals last year. It was like, look, well, I don't even know what we're doing here. You know what I mean? The Warriors are way better than us. So they're always going to feel that way and have a reason for why they weren't at their best when the results don't match what they're going for, I feel like.
Right.
That's them.
Well, that's them being champions, and that's them trying to expect the absolute best out of their own performance. So if you come out tomorrow and you got Philadelphia without Embiid, there's no apologies, there's no give-backs of victories, especially when you're a Warrior team that's played a long time without Clay. You played 2 years without Clay. Draymond was in and out last year, and Steph Curry's been hurt a bunch this year. So all those things in totality, you know that you get some breaks in the NBA, and sometimes you don't get breaks. And right now, down the stretch, you need wins more than you need to face good teams at full strength.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Looking forward to connecting with Steve Kerr and chatting with him shortly as we get ready for this homestand with 4 games coming up, and Joel Embiid and James Harden and that whole crew, Doc Rivers, are coming into to Chase Center tomorrow night.
No more back-to-backs for the Golden State Warriors over the final 8.
I don't know if I knew that. That's cool.
Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. That's the schedule as it rolls out. So really, some nice spacing in there. You got 3 days between New Orleans and San Antonio, all at home. And honestly, if you want to give some guys a blow, you could maybe, rest a couple of guys against San Antonio and still feel good about winning that game, because then you go to Denver, and that's Sunday, April the 2nd, before you come home for an OKC. 3 days until Sacramento. So the schedule, as far as where these games break, really favorable for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I'm interested. Those last 2 games, if we tried to sort of like get a snapshot of what things are going to look like when they get to that. I know we've already talked about the Portland game, and maybe they've shut it down, and Dame Lillard might not play. Who knows? That Sacramento game on April 7th could be, obviously there's so much to go, but it could be really interesting with regard to seeding if things still kind of look like they look right now when we get to that game. All right. Here we go. Steve Kerr joining us, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now, and so does our conversation with the head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr. Hey, Coach, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
We're fantastic. I bet you're a little better today. That flight was a little better after last night. I've referred to it a couple of times tonight as the win you were waiting for, and the reason for that was just for me now, it felt connected. It's a word you've used recently from some of the young guys and the old guys. Jonathan Kuminga having a great night. How would you respond to that? The idea that maybe Kuminga is getting to a spot where the veterans on the team trust him. What do you think about that?
Yeah, he's really come into his own, over the last couple of weeks. I mean, he's shown flashes all year. Obviously, he's just an incredible talent. But, watching him grow offensively and get more and more comfortable with when to attack and where to attack from has been really fun to see. Because that's the hardest thing, I think, for young players, especially really talented players who have the ability to do a lot of things. There's sort of a lot of options. But when you're in the NBA and everything's moving quickly, and there's great athletes out there and 9 other players, moving around, it takes time to figure out when to dribble, pass, and shoot. And it sounds simple, but it's really not. And I think that's the biggest thing with JK right now is he's starting to figure out when to make his move and when to move the ball on.
Is it more difficult for a young player like Jonathan Kuminga to learn this offense, than it is maybe to go out there and just play that dogged defense like he did on Luka last night?
For sure. I mean, I think on-ball defense is, pretty straightforward. You're just, you're just hawking your guy. You're just trying to stay on him, and he's done a good job of that all year. That's been kind of his ticket to playing time. But the offensive side is where he's made dramatic strides, and he's shooting the three well. But it's more, like I said, it's more the decision making, attacking the rim, being a little more patient. It's been fun to watch.
Steve, we got the update that GP2 is going to practice on Saturday. What is your hope or expectation for when he might be in game action, and maybe more importantly, when he does start playing? How do you envision his role this year as opposed to what it was last year?
Well, he'll be in a similar role. I mean, he is who he is. He's an elite defensive player, one of the best in the league, and that's what we need from him. Our defense has struggled this year overall, and whereas last year it was ranked second in the league. So it's great to get him back, and he's looking good in his workouts, and hopefully he's able to come back at full strength and be ready to roll.
Steve, you've been known for a lot of things in your tenure, but your inbound plays have been really a feather in your cap. Walk me through last night, what you drew up when Dallas chose not to play defense. Steve, where did that play come from? I don't want to just applaud your genius, but man, what a play call.
Yeah, you keep those things to yourself. You don't, a magician never gives away tricks. So.
Have you ever seen that at any level of all the basketball you've seen, where a team just kind of has a brain cramp as to what's going on?
Not really, and it was bizarre because we knew. I mean, I drew up a play, an out of bounds underneath play, and we go out there at inbound, and they're all at the other end, and I had to stop for a second and say, "What? Wait, am I in the wrong here? Is it their ball? Like what just happened? Are we going the other way?" And it was almost nerve-wracking watching Loon dunk the ball because it was like it was so backwards that everything felt wrong.
Steve Kerr with us, head coach of the Dubs, with us on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Coach, are we as fans overstating this one? Like, last night felt so pivotal. How would you put it into words? What did last night's win mean for you guys?
It just felt like just a big one because it was on the road against a team that we were basically tied with. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Like, we needed that badly given where our season is and where everybody else is. And, I don't want to make too much of it because we've struggled on the road all year, but every game's big now. So it was a big win.
Steph Curry had a good night. I mean, 20 points, not an explosive Curry kind of night, but the 13 assists and just facilitating the offense at an elite level. How impressed are you continually by his ability to be malleable based on what the defense brings him?
Yeah, he controlled that game last night. I mean, it's not one of his best games statistically, but he controlled the whole game. The 13 assists you mentioned, just the way he pulled the defense with him all over the court, that opened up things for other people. Steph was great, and really the key to the game, as he is almost every night.
Steve, take me through the dynamic of talking to officials during a game, and I don't even mean that as a coach necessarily. There's a lot of talk about Luka and how much he talks to the refs, and And so I wonder, both from a watchability standpoint as fans, what your thought is on that and what you think is the right way to do that.
I don't know. I just, it's an emotional game. Everybody out there is so competitive. I think I'm up around the league lead for coaches for technical fouls. Obviously, Draymond's up there. We're a pretty emotional team. So we get a lot of guys who get caught up in the heat of the game. Steph has been pretty heated. He was pretty heated last night when he blocked the shot by Christian Wood and they called the foul on him. But this is the nature of the game. There's a lot at stake. So you just have to try to approach the refs in the most respectful way possible during an incredibly intense emotional moment, and it's not easy.
Draymond Green's ability with 5 fouls to still play aggressive defense. I was telling Mark earlier, his ability through the principle of verticality is unlike any I've ever seen. How does Draymond get even more aggressive when he gets that 5th foul?
I think he's got a lot of confidence in the fact that he's the best defender in the league, and the officials are generally going to let a little bit more go for the best players in the league when the game's on the line if something's close. It's just the way it is, and it always has been that way. And I think it should be. If guys are making good plays out there, then they should be given the benefit of the doubt. I thought Draymond's defense down the stretch, that block of Luka when we were up 3 and Luka tried the layup, that's a great play. And you look at the replay, that's not a foul. And I think Draymond just has confidence, so much confidence in his defensive ability that he knows that he can do his thing, and just whatever happens, but he's got to be aggressive.
Steve, you had mentioned last week you kind of had your shoulders up as far as why do you guys look like this on the road? Now that you're coming home, let me ask it the other way. Why are you guys so good at home? What is it that happens?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't really have an answer for you. The numbers are so dramatically different defensively, home and road, and there's no easy answer for it. I do think that we enjoy playing at home. We won a championship last year. We've got great fans. I think when teams come in here, there's a feeling that we're going to take care of our home floor. We've done that for a long time now, and so that really isn't surprising to me. What is surprising is that we haven't been able to close games on the road. So hopefully last night is a sign of things to come.
I think it was pregame, Steve, when you said that you were hopeful that Andrew Wiggins would be able to make a return and Gary Payton II as well. You were, quote, hopeful. What would the ramp up be for Andrew Wiggins in terms of when he's able to come back, how long he would need to practice before he's able to actually play?
Great question. We won't know, until he's back. And when he is back, our performance staff will take a good look at him, and then we'll be able to determine, what that means.
Steve Kerr with us, 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs talking with the Dubs NBA head coach. And hey, Coach, last week you said to us, we're not above scoreboard watching. So what's that been like this week? And who are some of the teams that especially you have your eye on?
Everybody near us, every single night. I mean, the Clippers and Thunder play tonight. I think we're half a game behind the Clippers and maybe a game ahead of OKC. So I'll be watching that game. But it's just incredible to see, that from slots 5 through 12, there's maybe a two game difference in the loss column between all 7 of those teams. So kind of crazy, but it is what it is. So you just keep going, and you hope that that things fall your way.
Have you, as a staff, thought about possible scenarios and end of season scenarios where maybe there's a team, and you don't have to say which one, but if there's an opponent out there you'd like to get in the first round, as far as maybe trying to, configure your seed accordingly?
I think that's being really ambitious, to be honest with you. There's so many scenarios, several of which are really bad. So I don't think we're in any position to determine who we play in the playoffs. We just got to get there and, just play as well as we can these last 8 games, get in and give ourselves a shot.
Hey, Steve, I want to ask you about Clay also. He's on such a heater in January and February, and he's been so open through the last couple of years with regard to letting people into the mental journey. How closely do you guys still follow that, especially as he now goes through a period where he's cooling off a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of coaching is just trying to keep, an eye on all your players and what they're going through at different times of the year. And Clay's been great over the last couple of months of really getting past that early season struggle where he was just thinking way too much and pressing. And he's been playing so well for so long now that I think this having a couple of down games is not going to bother him. So he's in a really good place.
We talk a lot about Dante, and we say a DiVincenzo with a certain sort of accent, and we talk about restaurant quality of the DiVincenzo. What's it like to have the two-way restaurant quality of Dante on the floor?
I love Dante. I mean, what he's done for us this year with so many injuries, he's like a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball who starts every game all year and gives you 6 innings, over and over again. Like he's so dependable. He plays 3 different spots for us. He's guarding the toughest guys on the floor night after night. And what's great about him is that he's good with any combination of players that are out there, and that's not always the case. Some players you have to sort of pigeonhole into certain lineups, and you have to keep them out of other lineups. Dante, you can play with anybody, and he brings the energy and the juice every single night, and he's just been fantastic to coach.
Steve, I'm glad you brought up baseball because I wanted to ask you this, a little bit of a fun one on the way out the door. About an hour ago, we were playing around with an Instagram post that Gabe Kapler threw up last night. He's in Arizona, and he made like French bread and a fried egg, and he's like doing a whole video on Instagram. And we started talking about what the head coaches around the Bay Area, what would they post on Instagram, and you're not on social media at all. Like, why not?
I was for years. I was on Twitter for a long time, and about 2 years ago, I decided to get off. And it was more just to get away from stuff, and I just thought maybe it would be for a few weeks, and it's turned out to be kind of for good. So I got other stuff to do, and we're living in the fishbowl, and sometimes it's better to take yourself away from all that. So I've found a good space in that.
So hypothetically, if I was to maybe rip your bench rotations, you probably wouldn't see it.
I wouldn't see it. Ignorance is bliss. So that's how I look at it. And I know there's no if. I know people are definitely doing that. So
yeah, and so no pictures of your dinner in your phone, huh?
No Instagram of what I'm cooking or anything like that.
Damn it! Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this, Steve. All the people who were saying you didn't have the ability to develop young players are now backtracking with Jonathan Kuminga playing how he's playing.
We have a great staff. I mean, the coaching staffs have grown so much over the years in the NBA, and one of the best things about these last few years has been the job that our development staff and our coaching staff does every single day with these young guys, and they deserve the credit. I mean, they're the ones who are out on the court, every morning with these guys, and there's so much work that goes into it. Not only on-court stuff, but film breakdown, all that stuff, and our staff does a great job.
All right, Coach, great stuff. Embiid is questionable, okay?
Yeah, no comment. We're just going to be ready to roll. Whatever.
Yep, perfect. Should be a fun one tomorrow night. Coach, thank you as always. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot.
All right, there it is. That is a man who goes by the name of Steve Kerr. And good stuff, man.
Yeah,
I mean, the Andrew Wiggins thing that he mentioned, it's not so much what he said, it's how he said it.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask it that way,
no,
just to try to get a sense for, what the ramp up would hypothetically look like, because he did say last night, hopeful.
Yep. And we had said yesterday, the fact that he said that, again, it's not, that one was more like, it's that he said it, as opposed to anything else, because if Andrew Wiggins was in some way still a kind of a touchy thing in his mind, he's not going to touch that issue at all. But before the game, he said we're hopeful, and I feel like in the world of under promising and over delivering, to say that is it's a light, it's a crack in the door.
Yeah,
that's all it is. And then for you to kind of throw that question out there, what's the ramp up, and for him to sort of, I don't know, I felt like there was just a positivity in his voice.
Right.
Like this, he said, great question.
Yeah,
here's what it would look like. Yeah, which is a huge point for you. Especially after I got a good question. You got a great question, so you win.
It's still early. We got another half hour to go.
But that was Steve Kerr. So
good point.
Yeah, this
we got to have a scale, right?
A wrap. Yeah.
If Mark Kestisher says it, and I love Kesty,
no shade, Kesty. No shade.
Classic no shade.
But you ain't Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, you win. You win today, and but more importantly, I was glad you asked it, and I was intrigued by the way he answered it. He could have said, "Look, we'll worry about a ramp up if we ever see Andrew." That's not what he said. It felt like there was a positivity, a little bounce in his step when he said it. Hey, it's a great question, and here's what we would be looking to do.
Right.
I don't know. Like, we're all speculating, and everybody's confused by this, but over the last 24 hours, I definitely have felt like the Warriors genuinely still feel like it's possible that Andrew Wiggins plays for them this year, and that's all you can hope for right now.
Right, and shout out eSmokes95 on the YouTube, who all but demanded we ask about Wiggins. And it's like, okay, we're not going to lead with it. There's so many other things. But yes, and I wanted to think about how to ask, because not like, hey, where's he been?
Yeah.
But what would the ramp up be like? And he said it comes down to Rick Celebrini and the training staff, and honestly, it probably would be about a week. So you look at the schedule, and you got Philly tomorrow, then Minnesota Sunday, New Orleans and San Antonio. If he could somehow be ready to go for the last 4 games of the year, Denver, April 2nd, which is 9.
Yeah.
It's 10 days from now.
Right.
Oklahoma City's 12 days from now. Maybe even the last 2 games, which is still 2.5 weeks away.
Again, my guess is if Andrew Wiggins is going to come back, he's going to show up the same way he left, which is super quiet. Right? Like,
all of a sudden he's in the layup line?
I don't no. No,
not that quiet.
No, but I don't think you're going to get some sort of like Andrew Wiggins will rejoin the team on April 2nd. I think he's just going to be there at practice, right? And if he's ever ready, I think he'll just come back and then obviously then the questions will be answered in terms of a target date. But yeah, like you watch all these players around the league, it's not just physical, even the mental and emotional stuff. John Morant just went through it. And when he got back, they he did not play right away when eligible. They took some time, and I have no doubt that they would/will do that with Andrew as well if he returns.
Right, and I think beyond the mental, it's also the physical, because there's been no real concrete indication that he's doing basketball activities, as we like to say, dribbling, shooting, rebounding, running, and all the rest, setting screens. Is he out there just setting screens? He's probably not in the same basketball shape that he was. So if he's able to come out, and let's just say hypothetically tomorrow, Steve Kerr before the game says, yeah, I got good news. Andrew Wiggins is going to resume basketball-related activities, and it's going to take a week. Well, then after a week, that's 4 more games. Then he's able to play the Final 4. I would like to, if I was in the Warriors organization, I would like to get Andrew back for a minimum of 2 games on the floor, before we get into the postseason.
Steve sounded very excited about Jonathan Kuminga. How can you not be? Not only the development thing he was talking about there at the end, but out of the gate about the presence that Jonathan is now able to bring to an NBA game. Here's Kuminga, by the way, after the game last night, asked about composure in big moments at this time at a young age.
Just staying locked in, especially playing against good teams. It's just one mistake and everything is messed up. So just staying locked in, especially as a young player, it's tough because not having too much experience, but just being around those guys every day and learning and watching different things that they do. And I feel like that's where I kind of like stay locked in and just focus on the little things.
Yeah, stay locked in. That's my favorite from Kuminga. But you're hearing, and I'm sure they say this stuff all year long, but you're hearing from him exactly what I think you want to hear, which is that these guys are just staring at Steph, Clay, and Dre throughout the year and trying to pick it up. And this would have been subtle, but did you hear Kerr say, we all sit there and say the same things. We watch these young players play, and it's like, dude, pass the ball to the right spot. Shoot the ball at the right time. Be in the right spot at the right time. That's what you need to do. He's like, it's not easy.
Right.
It sounds easy, but this is complex stuff. He is so young. And so I just want, we're still going to get
20.
You're going to get weird things from Kuminga still. But the consistency level is rising. And if that brings trust with it, I'm telling you, man, that guy holds a huge key for this team because of who he is, how he plays, and the fact that it's on both sides of the ball.
Well, what he does can only be replicated by Andrew Wiggins in terms of athleticism. Steph Curry is not the athlete that Jonathan Kuminga is. Draymond certainly isn't. Clay's not. Kevon Looney does so much with his feet on the ground, it's mind-boggling. Wiggins would be the only one who could approach the athleticism of Jonathan Kuminga, and even at that, he doesn't have quite the same explosiveness, although Wiggins last year in the playoffs, when he dunked on Luka, showed us that he still has a little bit of that bounce in those old Canadian legs. But that's why I asked Steve about, is it easier for your young player to play defense first or offense, especially in this offense? And he's like, absolutely. Go out there and guard that guy, Jonathan, and offensively, try to stay out of the way.
Right.
But he's gone from that to now they can actually run stuff for him. He can score in the half court. He led the team in points 2 of the last 3, Mark.
He only shot 3 3-pointers, but 2 of them went in. And
pretty good.
I think when you have a body type and the athleticism that Kuminga has in the NBA, one thing is almost always obvious. If you can learn how to knock down an outside shot, I don't know how the hell anybody ever stops you. Because he's still working even on post moves and kind of what to do, driving by people. But that athleticism, the ability to go over people, as that starts to get refined, if you are not allowed to sag off of Kuminga anymore defensively because he can knock down a 3, you're up a creek.
Yeah.
You are up a creek defensively with that guy. It's pretty exciting. I mean, we swing back to the conversation from the beginning of the year. We got 2 timelines. It's been blown up. James Wiseman is on the Pistons.
It's squoze down into one timeline.
Well, I think that we probably, if we really want to have a real conversation about this, we got into it too early. How can you talk about 2 timelines when Steph Curry's still going to play for 3 or 4 more years? There's one timeline. Steph Curry. That's it.
I get that.
And
but
so,
you look at what they had in terms of Baldwin Jr. and Rollins and all the youngsters.
Sure.
You couldn't help but think about 2028 when Steph's gone.
Yeah, you couldn't help but think about it. But, I mean, what is it? It's a cloud. You can't put your hands on that yet. The bottom line is who they're going to be after Steph Curry is not really a question yet. What you surround Steph with is the question. And does that need to be younger players? If Draymond Green opts out, can Jonathan Kuminga handle? I don't know if he can handle the whole running the show quarterback of the offense and defense thing yet, but he's got a skill set on both sides of the court, and obviously offensively has way more ability than Draymond would ever hope to have. I don't know. Their preparation to go through whatever they're going to go through next is obviously helped if Poole and Kuminga can start to figure it out and blend with the older guys, because at least some of the older guys aren't going anywhere anytime soon.
For sure. I mean, next year, if Draymond opts in, you're going to have everybody on this team coming back except for DiVincenzo. It's a player option, and it's 4.725. I would imagine he'll have an opportunity to make more than that. The way he's played, JaMychal Green is gone, Anthony Lamb is gone, Jerome is gone. That's it. Your top 10 are all basically coming back. The interesting thing for Kuminga, and I'm sure he and his agent have had a look at this, but if he continues to play like this over a stretch going into next year, he's looking at that Jordan Poole bag because he's got 2 more years.
Yeah.
Next year, he's making $6 million on a team option. They're going to pick that up if they haven't already. The year after that would be the year that he's likely to get a contract extension because that's where Jordan Poole is right now. Jordan Poole is playing the last year on his original deal, making 3.9, and then he gets that $128 million deal over 4 years. I'm sure Kuminga is looking at it thinking, if I continue to play like this over the course of next season, he's going to get that money.
It's relentless, isn't it? The dollars. It's just relentless. You're like, we got to clear money. We got to this, that. James Wiseman goes away. We're going to save $38 million. And you're like, yeah. 2 nights later, Jonathan Kuminga leads the team with 22 off the bench. And immediately your mind is like, oh, hell, do we got room to extend this guy?
Right.
I mean, and I know there's plenty of time. But it's real. You go from checkbook championship to what is a legitimate problem. And in fact, you know what pops into my head when we have this conversation is that fun that Bonte was having 2 days ago about offering Shohei Ohtani $75 million.
Right.
And he's all excited because everyone on Twitter's like, yeah, because they're on Twitter. So, like, honestly, I get what you're saying. I do, Bonte, where you're like, as a fan, why would I care what the Giants are paying him? All I care is that Shohei is on the team. Well, there's 2 answers to that. Number one, you care what they offer him because if they offer him a huge $75 million a year, which they're not going to do.
Bye-bye $9 beers.
Bye-bye $9 beers. Bye-bye any other good players. Like, bye-bye all of that. And so, you like, and here's the other aspect of it. You can say that, but they're not going to do it. How many times have we sat here this year and had the conversation of how stupid the whole NFL thinks the Browns are? So you can do that and say, oh,
yeah,
be good for your fans. Offer them $75 million a year when everyone else is only offering them $50. Yeah, go ahead and do that. And the rest of the league is going to be like broken and freaking out over what you just did. And you may say as a fan, I don't care, but you do care because guess what happens next? You're a fan of the Baltimore Ravens, and now everyone's at odds with your favorite player, and you just bought a jersey because Cleveland Browns.
Well,
so
2 things there. One is with Farhan, you know that you're going to have a bunch of guys pre-arb too. So you'll have Shohei Ohtani.
Always.
You're going to have Shohei Ohtani making 75 per, and you're going to have a bunch of pre-arb 2 guys. And then the other thing is what you read earlier from Bob Nightingale, the fact that the Giants were number 2 in baseball profit last year. So, yes, I would love for them to throw everything at Shohei Ohtani, but that's all I need to know about whether or not they want to go that high. High.
Listen, I'm all in on the idea of the Giants being the high bidder, but I just
75 is a little too rich for your blood, Mark.
It's not too high for my blood if the Mets are offering 74, but I just love how we do this as fans where we sit here and go, just blow the other offers out of the water and show them what you mean. Negotiations don't work that way.
$1 million.
You don't do that. And you can be, as a fan, totally ticked at what the Giants and all billionaires do when they penny pinch, even though you got to show up and buy $13 pizza. You're right. You are right, and you are right, and you are right. However, it is silly to tell anyone to bid $75 million if the next bid is 50. Bid 52.
Sure, right.
And then go from there. And go from there.
I'm with you.
You don't need to come in and impress anybody.
You're right. Like, bottom line, though, get the player.
Yes.
And this is where,
that I agree.
As a Warriors fan, you look at Joe Lacob, and I don't know how you can criticize him for anything when it comes to money-related transactions. This year, the salary cap is $123,655,000. The Warriors' payroll is $191,081,912. So they are basically $68 million over the cap. If Draymond and DiVincenzo both opt out next year, Mark, if they both opt out, your payroll for next year is still $179 million. So, and that's without Draymond and DiVincenzo, right. And that's not adding any drafted players. So this team is so far over the cap, and as a fan of a team, this is what you want. This is your dream, to have an owner who will, I'll spend money on everybody.
I think they're willing to they have no choice, as you're saying, to remain over the cap. I guess my concern is that even if you start to clear things financially, they've told you we're not going to re-sign everybody. We're not doing a $500 million payroll. And so never forget, the James Wiseman deal, that was part of it. When you walk away and you're like, GP2 for James Wiseman and he's hitting double-doubles in Detroit, look, whether you like it or not, money was a part of that deal. So they've told you they're going to start to figure things out financially, but they can't all the way. It's not like they can get under the cap. And are they willing to go out and sign more players who they don't have, where they don't have the bird rights? Like, I don't know. Right. It does feel like they've gotten ahead of their skis, and with good reason. They've won 4 rings.
Well, there's certain rules about that. Like if Draymond straight up opts out, you can't replace his salary, I don't believe. So it would have to be a sign and trade. So that's where the Draymond Green situation is so interesting, because if he really wants to go elsewhere, well, you're going to have to almost go to him hat in hand and say, where do you want to go, Draymond? Let's figure out a sign and trade so that we can at least get something back, because we want to still be over the luxury tax. And now if Draymond wants to opt in, fine. If Draymond wants a long-term deal, like a 3-year deal, I think Joe Lacob would definitely entertain that.
By the way, can we reboot that conversation now that we've watched just the last handful of games? A game like last night, I wonder if that's a little bit of a game changer for people.
Game changer.
Watching what Draymond Green did in the second half, are we still now suddenly all against the idea of Draymond being re-signed by the Warriors? I'm not. I'm in. I don't know why everybody's so ready for him to be off of this team. He's still performing. Clay's still here next year. He's performing. Steph is here for years. He's performing. It's odd to me. We get to a point where people almost want the era to end. If Draymond Green can opt out of the $25 million option and you can get him for $3 and $60 or something like that, I'd do that right now. And why wouldn't he?
$3 and $75?
Nah, that's different, because that's just extending the deal that you've already got.
Right.
Like, you've got to bake in the fact that A, yeah, we're way over the cap, and B, you're going to keep getting older with each of these passing years. So I look at that right now, and to me, that's something that I would do if you ask me right now. I don't know
$3
if he
and
would.
$60.
Yes.
I don't think that he would do that.
Well, I mean, why not? It's $35 million more than what he's going to get now.
Yeah, $32 million more than he would stand to make next year. But I think when you go to them and you say, I want a max, and you don't get a max, I don't think that he would be.
But he's not going to get a max anywhere. No one's giving him that.
No, but I think he could get $3 and $75 somewhere.
Maybe. And listen, I would, if I were his agent, I would say, look, think long and hard about if $10 million extra dollars or whatever is worth putting on another jersey. Think about it. I mean, there is value. There is financial value.
You're right, in being a forever Warrior.
Never putting on another jersey. Buster Posey is the damn part owner of the team.
Yeah. Well,
owner of the team.
They never shorted him on his money.
Right. So, like, there's value there. And I think that Steph, Clay, and Dre are all keenly aware of that.
And I wonder what the Jordan Poole future has to do with that, and also Klay Thompson, because Klay's making 43.2 next year, and you can't rip that up. So he would have to get an extension. And ideally, you would want Steph, Klay, and Draymond to end at the same time, or be coterminous, as we like to say in the business.
What's Steph got left? 3?
Steph's got 3 after this one. Clay's got 1. Draymond's got 1 on a player option. Wiggins has 4. He's got 3, and then a player option. Jordan Poole's got 4.
So that'd be a beautiful. That's all the more reason to rock 3 and 60 for Draymond. All the more reason to do that. Line it right up with Steph Curry's contract. Perfect.
Yeah.
We know that they both want to play together.
Coterminous.
They're both better with each other than they are without. No,
they are.
Right.
They are.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
people on YouTube wondering why we keep swiveling to the side, and I can tell you why here in about 15 seconds because
go for it.
It's time for the tournament update, Mark, and I've got a tournament update for you. Kansas State, we love them on the money line, up by 2 against Michigan State. I stand corrected. This game is tied with 5 seconds to go. Kansas State, chance to win it. The little guy, Marquise, and we've got overtime. Meanwhile, UConn putting the smack on Eric Musselman in Arkansas. UConn leads 59-33. Coming up next, Florida Atlantic and Tennessee. And the big one, Mark, Gonzaga taking on UCLA. We're down to 16 teams remaining in the NCAA tournament. This tournament update brought to you by Bay Street Emeryville. Join Guru and Gary St. Jean. Hello, fellas. At Bay Street Emeryville, Saturday, March 25th at 2 p.m. Join them for food, fun, local heroes, and community support. Visit BayStreetEmeryville.com for more. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm a little upset at myself.
We've got overtime.
I'm a little upset at myself.
How come, Mark?
Because Kansas State had that game. They were up by 5 with less than a minute to go, and we started talking about Draymond Green, and as soon as we did, Michigan State came back.
Yeah.
Our fault. My fault.
Totally.
Started talking about Day.
We got free hoop, though.
And here comes Michigan State, 82-82. That's a college version of the Clippers and Kings a couple of weeks ago, 176-175. This is a high scoring action from the tournament. But yeah, indeed, it does go into overtime. UConn is going to crush Arkansas, and we are sponsored by 5 Hour Energy. Room for more of your phone calls. In fact, we could throw that out there. What do you think of the idea? 3 more years of Draymond Green. If you're a Warrior fan, would you sign up for that? 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
Remember college?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And gone. And we're fired.
Turn on the
Hey,
microphone.
did I? Oh, boy. You're not wrong.
Oh, my gosh.
K-State, Michigan State. It's a thriller.
It is.
And,
it's a classic.
Oh, boy.
It's
That's
classic.
a charge.
It's not.
That's an and
yeah,
one.
Spartans go back ahead. It's going back and forth.
Mateen Cleave's in the house, by the way.
UConn is absolutely demolishing Arkansas, but we've had some fun. And Steve Kerr was on 45 minutes ago. I know you'll hear portions of that coming up in not only later today, but tomorrow as well. I know that we'll have some pieces of that, but also
with whom?
Warrior Roundtable. Well, that would be with Mark Grandy, but we also have the Warrior Roundtable coming up next. Tim Roy,
sorry, Mark.
Kevin Dana, Gary St. Jean, full hour of Warrior talk coming up next,
Which is awesome.
which is fantastic.
I'm a
yes.
big Grandy guy, though.
I know you are. The Grandy man can. And also want to hear from as many of you as possible, and a bunch of you want to jump in right now in the Dubs after listening to Steve Kerr in that conversation.
You go to the phones. I'll watch the game.
Perfect. Let's go to Pat. Pat in the city. You're on with Willard and portions of Dibs. What are you doing, Pat?
Hey, thanks for taking the call, and great interview with Coach Kerr. That was fantastic.
Thanks, Pat.
Hey, I was just thinking with the Warriors, and this is probably not going to be real popular with a lot of the fans, but, if the Warriors' objective is to keep winning, that's the goal. And maybe it's just to keep the players happy and the fans happy. That's different than winning. Those are different objectives. So, but if your goal really is just to keep winning, I think the Warriors would be smart to at least think about trading some of their valuable, experienced 10-plus year guys in the league. And we've got 4 or 5 of those guys on our team for, younger guys, trade a $40 million contract for 2 $20 million contracts for guys that are on their way up, rather than, keep paying $40 million for people that are going to be, soon on the other side going down.
Well, Pat, it's a little vague. Give me some names. Are you suggesting they trade Klay Thompson for 2 people?
Yeah, maybe. Yep. I love Klay, and I love the story.
It'd be him or Steph, though, Pat. And thank you. Not only thank you for the call, but thank you for those free throws.
Well, yeah, exactly. Pat, thanks.
I mean, they're the only guys making the 40-plus.
Right.
And you're not going to trade. I mean, you're going to sign and trade Draymond, and he's only making 27.
I don't know.
It's either run it back or break the whole thing apart.
He even said, I know this isn't going to be popular with Warrior fans. And Pat, about that, you were right.
Yeah, you nailed that part of it.
Here's my thing. I would almost rather see them lose for a couple of years in exchange for seeing this thing through. And to me, seeing this thing through means that Steph, Klay, and Dre stay together as long as possible. It's been potentially, arguably, the best thing we've ever seen in the history of sports in this city. And I do not want to let go of any piece of it one day earlier than I have to.
I think you said something interesting there, because I think it is the best thing we've ever seen. Giants 3 titles in 5.
Niners in the 80s.
Exactly. But something about the fact that this team has gone to 6 of 8 and won 4 of them, all the while. It's hard to say that the Giants are third on that list. But they might be third on that list.
It's definitely the least of the 3 dynasties in terms of dominance and all of that.
The least likely, too, which gives it some extra oomph, because you didn't see any of those 3 coming.
Baseball's different, though. You can have a 5-year dynasty, and the 2 years that you didn't win at all, you don't even make the playoffs.
True.
Right? Like
which
the
is what happened.
49ers, it's like, okay, we're in the playoffs. That year, we lost in the NFC title game or whatever. Same thing with the Warriors. It's like, went to the finals, and then Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson got hurt, and we lost. So it's just a little bit different. Next up, Don in San Jose. Hey, Don, what are you doing?
Hey, sitting in traffic. How you guys doing?
Sorry to hear, my man.
About to do the same, Don.
We'll be there soon.
Yeah, hey, I agree with what you guys are saying. I'd rather see them keep that group together. I think you split them up. Especially Draymond, he's going to play for a different coach. Maybe they're not going to be so accommodating to some of the stuff he does. Kerr's the right guy, and he's playing at a good level right now. Klay everybody thought he's done. he's starting to pick it up, and Steph is Steph. I think, like you say, you get GP in there, Wiggins, hopefully, maybe he comes back. They'll make a little run this year, maybe won't win it, but I think you want to keep this thing going, add little pieces here and there, and then at some point, we're going to have a couple, 3 years to rebuild, but, I wouldn't sell out the store right now because the way they're playing is, my opinion, is they're pretty close to the top of their game. And they've been together so long that they're better together.
I guess, Don, thanks. Here's what I'd say about this whole thing. Like, unless you feel like what's waiting on the other side is some sort of second epic NBA championship run, why would you break them up at all? Why would you want to move off of that? Even if you were like, I don't think it's going to work. I remember 2 years ago when that's what everyone said.
Right.
I don't think this Steph Clay Dre thing's going to work anymore. And then they were in a parade. So,
well, they've earned the right to tell the team when it's not going to work anymore.
There's no evidence that if you move them, it's like, well, then they'd be great. No, like your chances are markedly worse the second you break the whole thing up, that whatever sauce you come up with on the other side is going to win. And you got to reboot the whole continuity thing and get everybody. It's like your chances you got to run. To me, you run this out as long as possible.
Agreed, and that is if Draymond Green wants to be a part of it. If Draymond makes it clear that he wants out, can you sign and trade Draymond and get a $27 million-ish player back? And can that player, if it's AJ Anunoby or it's somebody of that ilk, can you plug and play Swiss Army knife kind of guy and still give it one last go with Steph and Clay?
Let's see. Gene in Oakland.
I love Gene in Oakland.
Next up on this one. Hey, Gene, what are you doing?
This is Gene in Oakland.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Gene.
You
how
want to
are
know
you?
what I'm doing? I'm sitting in front of my house waiting to go in as soon as I finish the phone call.
Thank you, Gene.
Okay. Well, we'll make this as long as possible then.
All right. Anyways, I'm totally convinced, like you guys, that you got to keep these guys together as long as you can. And if it means overpaying Dre for another 2 or 3 years, then Mr. Lacob, please do it, because this is really special. Okay, those of us that can remember back to '75, okay, when they won the championship then, and didn't expect to wait another 40 years for another one, can appreciate how special these guys are. So we need to squeeze as much out of these three superstars, along with Wiggins and an emerging Kuminga and Poole, as we can. Try to get another 1 or 2 titles, because we may be waiting another 40 more years before another one comes along.
I don't have 40 more years, Gene.
Yeah.
I'm betting that you don't either.
Gene, thanks.
Thanks, Gene.
Look how hard this
That was
for-
personal.
for a few people, and I don't mean it was this way for everybody, but for a handful of people, look how hard it was for you to think about Brandon Belt on the Blue Jays.
Brandon Belt?
You go put one of these guys in a different jersey? Do you understand what that would feel like? Watching those guys come, you're gonna come back to Chase Center, and Draymond's gonna be in a Mavericks jersey or some junk like that. Like, I don't know, man. I'm willing to lose a couple of basketball games. I'm willing to lose portions of even a season or two if it means running this thing all the way to completion.
I'm with you. And that's pending Draymond Green's decision. Hey, let's rack Dwayne and Hayward one more. I like to clear the board, Mark, before we dip. Hey, Dwayne and Hayward, you got about a minute. What do you have for us, Dwayne? What are you doing? What are you doing, Dwayne?
I'm just listening to you guys talk.
Thank you, Dwayne.
It's just asinine to think about trading anybody on that team, the core people. That's why they paid them the money. The Warriors know what they're doing, okay? And that's why they paying Poole his money, and that's why they're going to end up paying Kuminga a little bit money. They already got a team. They got a team for the next 2 or 3 years. What is everybody worried about?
I'm with you.
Unless somebody get hurt, then you make a move or something like that. But the Warriors put that team together not to move anybody.
Look, Dwayne, thanks. It's been all about young versus old, and some of the young have not made it. James Wiseman, some of them are still trying out. And I don't think that story is over as of yet. And neither of these March Madness games. My man.
My brother.
Thanks for taking us to the weekend.
Either you're welcome for Kansas State or I'm sorry.
No joke.
Hey,
All right.
have a nice weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Whitey Gleason in and Jock Purdy tomorrow.
Oh, here it comes.
Yes,
here
sir.
it comes. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Warriors Roundtable, Tim Roy, Kevin Dana, alongside Gary St. Jean, and a full hour of Warriors talk is coming up next for Dan Dibley, Mark Willard. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Why do